Sabo could only survive by living in the trees due to a lack of food. Every day, he could only rely on wild fruits to get by. This arduous life, however, failed to crush Thien Savu's will. On the contrary, it forged his body into a powerful physique. Thien Savu was 10 years old when his father came to live in Kongjia village. It was rumored his father was a deserter from the battlefield. So ever since his father's death, Thien Savu was always treated as an outcast by the villagers. Only his older sister and younger brother considered him family, caring for him with all their hearts. Today, his sister suddenly came to find Thien Savu, calling him back to the village. It turned out that tomorrow was his sister's 15th birthday coming-of-age ceremony. She had specially pleaded with the village chief to allow Thien Savu to return to the village for a reunion. As soon as the two entered the village, people began pointing fingers at Thien Savu. He simply lowered his head, covering it with his hands and ignoring them, while his sister bowed and greeted everyone. Suddenly, someone blocked their path. This person was the village chief's grandson, the local bully named Tundai. Without a word, Tundai grabbed Thien Savu by his clothes. Just as he was about to strike, someone else grabbed Thien Savu's shirt. The newcomer was his sister's childhood friend, Koi-sun. Not wanting to offend the village chief, his sister quickly told Koi-sun to let go. Koi-sun complied, letting go and simultaneously tossing Tundai away. Tundai was sent flying a great distance. The bamboo wall by the road shattered into pieces. Seeing his grandson thrown like a dog, the village chief, who had heard the commotion, rushed over, seething with rage. Koi-sun paid no mind to the village chief's anger. Instead, he took out a bamboo slip and handed it to the chief, explaining that General Suongla had instructed him to bring it back. The village chief took the bamboo slip and hastily read it. It turned out that Jaideep was a descendant of the general and could not be offended. He turned to leave. Only Thien Savu looked at the village chief with a meaningful gaze. After reading the contents of the bamboo slip, the chief's expression grew even heavier. He turned back to ask Koi-sun if he had read the contents, only to find that Jaideep's group of 3 had already disappeared. At the same time, at the Lunin Manor, an earth-shattering martial arts competition was underway. The Mu Dung clan, which had once dominated the north, had re-emerged after a period of seclusion. They returned through the 50 northern sects into chaos, creating a fractured state of power. Among them, the forces of Dai Lukbo and Longqian Manor were the strongest. Therefore, the two sides decided to determine the leadership of these 50 sects through a martial arts contest. Hongvu Koi sat on a high platform, watching the match while drinking wine. This man was an elder of the beggar sect from the Central Plains. On the stage, Tamang clashed with sword and saber. The battle was reaching its peak. The master of Thiet Trang wielded the Long Hong sword, renowned for its incredibly powerful sword energy, while the master of Van Biatran used the Hung Vo saber, earning him the title Peerless Saber. Hung Vu Koi watched, silently praising the two for living up to their reputations. As the two fought fiercely, an old man with his hands clasped behind his back quietly approached. He stood by a bronze statue on the mountaintop, silently observing the competition. He seemed oblivious to Hong Vu Koi's astonished gaze. But at this moment, Hong Vu Koi's heart was in turmoil. He had always been proud of his extraordinary skills, yet he hadn't noticed the old man's presence at all, despite his attention being on the duel. It wasn't until the old man was right beside him that he finally detected the other's presence. In an instant, the old man's intense pressure radiated outwards. He gently placed one hand on the bronze statue and pressed the other to his chest, as if an old illness had flared up. The old man gritted his teeth, trying to suppress the pain. A powerful, uncontrolled stream of true energy flowed from his right palm, its force even reaching Hong Vu Koi. A moment later, the old man sighed in relief, closing his eyes as if still shaken. Hong Vu Koi, however, was now utterly terrified. The old man was clearly standing right next to him, yet he couldn't feel his presence or aura. Just then, the old man suddenly spoke. In the future, my successor will return. After speaking, the old man unsteadily got up, turned, and vanished without a trace. Hong Vu Koi was about to ask who the old man was, but the sight before him left him stunned. The one solid bronze statue, cast from pure bronze, was now twisted into a heap of scrap metal, with the residual blue true energy on it still clearly visible. Witnessing this, Hong Vu Koi couldn't help but shudder. If that palm strike had hit him, he truly couldn't imagine the consequences. Meanwhile, Thien Savu followed Koi-sun home. Koi-sun suddenly asked if Jeep already had someone in her heart. Hearing this, Jaideep blushed and said she had taken a liking to a merchant of average standing, but they hadn't seen each other in years. Thien Savu heard this and sighed in relief. He knew that if it weren't for him, with his sister's beauty, that merchant of average standing would have been kicked to the curb long ago. After the two fell asleep, Thien Savu quietly got up and took his bow and arrows out of the house. Unexpectedly, as soon as he stepped outside, Koi-sun called out to him. Thien Savu said he wanted to go hunting in the mountains to get a gift for Jaideep. Koi-sun glanced at him. He saw through Thien Savu's thoughts and said that regardless of who was in Jaideep's heart, this place would always be his home. Thien Savu nodded, turned, and headed towards the mountains. Meanwhile, inside the house, Ji-deep had silently opened her eyes. On Trongbok Mountain, Thien Savu searched all day. As night approached, he still hadn't found anything. Suddenly, Thien Savu's eyes lit up. He discovered two mountain ginseng plants growing next to each other. But in an instant, the sun set. The mountain was now pitch black, making it impossible to descend. As Thien Savu was about to find a place to rest for the night, he spotted the light of a fire. He quietly approached and discovered an old man sitting on the ground, tending the flames. This was the same mysterious old man who had appeared at the martial arts arena earlier. Thien Savu was startled to see a stranger in this desolate wilderness. The old man had already noticed Thien Savu spying on him and said that if he didn't come out, he would leave. Thien Savu awkwardly stepped out from the bushes, saying he meant no harm, and asked if he could rest there. The old man glanced at Thien Savu, which was taken as a yes. By the fire, Thien Savu roasted some wild mushrooms he had gathered. The old man took them, chewing each piece 36 times before swallowing. Thien Savu curiously asked if the mushrooms weren't to his liking. The old man explained that this method allowed the body to fully absorb the nutrients from the food, so even with scarce food, it would be enough to meet the body's needs. The old and the young chatted by the fire like this. During their conversation, the old man asked why an outsider like Thien Savu lived in Kongjia village. At the mention of this, Thien Savu became a bit flustered, saying it was because he had promised his father he would never leave the village. The old man saw the hesitation in Thien Savu's heart, but said nothing more. Thien Savu told the old man about his situation, then asked why he was in the steep, miasma-filled forest. To his surprise, the old man replied that he was seeking death. Hearing this, Thien Savu quickly tried to dissuade him. The old man said, "I have an incurable illness and don't have long to live. But before I die, I must avenge the one who destroyed my family and brought ruin upon my household all those years ago. So, young man, you don't need to persuade me. Death will be my release." Wu was left speechless. After speaking, the old man closed his eyes and said no more. Seeing this, Thien Savu could only sigh. The next morning, Thien Savu quietly got up and left. He silently left one of the ginseng roots by the fire. What he didn't know was that last night, a group had arrived in Kongjia village, led by an envoy of the Yuan dynasty. Their purpose was to select a concubine. The ginseng, worth a fortune, was thus given by Thien Savu to a complete stranger. What he could never have expected was that the old man was Hanvu, the #1 martial arts master of the north. Before leaving, Thien Savu looked back at the old man. Although he didn't know what the man had been through, he hoped the ginseng would help him regain his strength and fulfill his final wish. Pushing the thoughts aside, Thien Savu hurried back to the village. Upon his return, he found it completely deserted. Thien Savu sensed something was wrong, completely unaware of someone approaching from behind. In the next second, he was ambushed by Tandai, who struck him from behind. A group of thugs pinned him to the ground, and he was held down tightly by Tandai. The villagers who had been lying in wait also rushed out. The village chief smugly told Thien Savu's sister that she had been chosen as a candidate for a royal concubine. She was about to enter the palace to serve the Yuan dynasty. The letter from General Suangla was to inform the village chief that the envoy was coming to Kongjia village, and that they must attain Ji-deep before the envoy arrived. Thien Savu, hearing the truth, struggled to get up but was held down firmly by Tandai. In a fit of rage, Thien Savu bit down hard on Tandai's hand. Tandai yelped in pain and let go. But as soon as he did, Thien Savu threw his hand in his face. Thien Savu immediately counterattacked, kicking Tandai away and pointing his bow and arrow at his head. Tandai trembled in fear, begging for his life. The village chief angrily yelled that his actions would get the entire village killed. Unexpectedly, the enraged Thien Savu went berserk, kicking the chief's staff away. Akash was torn across the village chief's sage face as he glared furiously at Thien Savu. Thien Savu gritted his teeth and said, "I can't tolerate however you bully me. But don't you dare try to sever our family bonds. I'm taking my sister out of Kongjua village now. If anyone dares to stop me, don't blame me for being ruthless." After speaking, Thien Savu ignored everyone and ran home. Tandai scrambled to his feet to give chase. But just then, a group of riders suddenly stormed into the village. It was the Yuan dynasty envoy. Thien Savu rushed home. His sister, still unaware of what had happened, happily ran out to greet him. Thien Savu quickly told her everything and, without waiting for her to react, pulled her towards the mountains. At that moment, a group led by the village chief had already arrived at Ji-deep's house. The man at the forefront was none other than the Yuan envoy, who was now looking at Thien Savu with a cold gaze. Thien Savu, terrified, pulled his sister deeper into the forest. The envoy ordered 2 of his subordinates. "Go after them. Don't harm her. She may become our queen." The 2 subordinates acknowledged the order and gave chase. In the next second, they leapt over the fence. They quickly caught up to the fleeing siblings. Thien Savu remained calm and immediately drew his bow. "No king and arrow. The two subordinates raised their weapons to block as the two sides clashed. Unexpectedly, one of them drew his saber and slashed. Thien Savu dodged and countered with a dagger. Seeing the situation was dire, Thien Savu turned to flee. Before he could react, his opponent lunged forward, knocking him to the ground. Ji-deep screamed in fear but was gagged by the other subordinate. Unable to make a sound, the first subordinate, without hesitation, raised his saber and swung down at Thien Savu. Just then, a powerful fist suddenly flew towards his face. The newcomer was Koi-sun, who had been up the mountain chopping wood. The subordinate holding Ji-deep saw his companion set flying and his expression changed. Thien Savu quickly told Koi-sun everything, explaining that these men wanted to take Jeep away. Koi-sun was enraged, drawing his axe to fight. However, the subordinate who had been punched by Koi-sun seemed completely unfazed. He drew his saber and charged. Koi-sun threw a log weighing dozens of pounds at him, but the subordinate sliced it into with his saber. He then deliberately left an opening for Koi-sun to strike. Koi-sun attacked with all his might. Although incredibly strong, Koi-sun's combat experience was far inferior. The subordinate took the hit without flinching. He spun and swung his saber, the blade whistling through the air towards Koi-sun's neck. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Thien Savu kicked off a tree trunk. Using the momentum, he leapt up to arrows already aimed at his opponent. Without hesitation, Thien Savu fired both shots. The subordinate dodged and parried, blocking both arrows, but Koi-sun's iron fist had already arrived, landing a heavy blow to his side. The subordinate's face contorted in pain. The next second, he was sent flying backward like a broken kite. He crashed into a large tree before stopping. Before he could recover, an arrow embedded itself in the wood right next to his head. The subordinate stared at Thien Savu in terror. The next second, a sharp pain shot through his right leg. Another arrow had found its mark. Wounded, the subordinate's face paled. Just then, a cold voice rang out. A bunch of useless fools. You can't even handle two kids. Hearing this, the boss Kolmao began to threaten this. Both subordinates jumped. The newcomer was the Yuan envoy. He was now squinting at his prey. He was an envoy sent by the Yuan to select a concubine, and also a master in the army. Seeing his two subordinates wounded, the envoy glared at them. One of the subordinates quickly wiped away his cold sweat. The envoy said no more. Taking a step forward, a powerful surge of true energy emanated from him, an aura as mighty as a crashing wave. Thien Savu and Ji-deep felt an immense pressure wash over them. Thien Savu gritted his teeth, enduring the overwhelming aura. Sung couldn't withstand the pressure and collapsed, looking as if he was about to faint. Unexpectedly, the envoy appeared right in front of Koi-sun in a flash. In the blink of an eye, a large hand was placed on his shoulder. Before Koi-sun could react, the envoy threw a punch. Koi-sun's head snapped back as he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. His massive body collapsed like a falling mountain. He rolled several times before stopping, crashing into a large tree. The large tree immediately snapped in two. Seeing Koi-sun taken down with a single punch, Thien Savu cried out in alarm. The envoy quickly rushed forward again. Thien Savu hurriedly drew his bow and nock head an arrow. The next second, the arrow was aimed at his opponent's head. Thien Savu fired without hesitation, but his opponent reacted even faster. He ducked, and the arrow only managed to knock off his hat. The envoy didn't stop, lunging forward and landing a palm strike on Thien Savu's chest. Caught off guard, Thien Savu was sent tumbling to the ground. He rolled across the ground like a ball. He then fell unconscious. The envoy tore off his outer robe. He then looked at Thien Savu with eyes as cold as ice. Just as the envoy was about to finish Thien Savu off, Koi-sun struggled to his feet. Seeing his brother about to be gravely injured, Koi-sun let out a roar and quickly looked around. With his natural strength, he easily lifted a tree root weighing several hundred pounds. Without hesitation, he threw it at the envoy, trying to protect the injured Thien Savu. Just then, a strong gust of wind swept by, and the envoy's body faltered slightly. He clenched his fist and easily caught Koi-sun. In the next moment, he lifted Koi-sun high into the air and delivered a powerful punch. The blow landed squarely on Koi-sun, knocking him unconscious. A moment later, a cloud of dust billowed up, and a smirk appeared on the envoy's face. A cold smile, followed by a brutally powerful attack aimed at Koi-sun. Before Koi-sun could even react, another blow struck his face. The envoy didn't stop, landing another powerful kick to Koi-sun's chest. Thien Savu roared in anger and stood up, launching himself at the envoy like an arrow from a bow. Hearing the wind behind him, the envoy quickly turned, dodging the young man's attack. Seizing the opportunity, he landed a punch on Thien Savu's face. The young man was sent flying while still in Midra, rolling several times before hitting the ground. Ji-deep saw this and her face turned pale, but she couldn't make a sound as she was gagged. The envoy casually walked over to the severely injured Thien Savu, but suddenly, a large hand grabbed his ankle. The envoy looked back and saw Koi-sun's eyes filled with rage. Koi-sun roared, "I won't let you have your way." even in death. The envoy replied, then I'll grant you your wish. Starting with you. A powerful punch once again struck Koi-san in the face. But to everyone's surprise, Koi-san, seemingly oblivious to life and death, struggled to his feet again. Both the envoy and Thien Savu were stunned for a moment. Koi-san's face was ferocious as he roared, I'm going to kill you. He shot up, grabbing the envoy's arm and trying to slam him down. But the envoy easily blocked the attack. The envoy quickly moved behind Koi-san, reaching out with his left hand to grab his neck. The next second, he lifted the mountain-like Koi-san into the air. The envoy's left hand tight, and as he twisted his waist, he dragged Koi-san to the edge of the cliff. A cruel smile spread across the envoy's face. Then he let go, throwing Koi-san into the bottomless abyss. Thien Savu screamed and rushed forward, but by the time he reached the cliff's edge, Koi-san had long since fallen to the bottom. The envoy said, no need to rush. I'll send you to join him shortly. Facing the envoy's threat, the young man showed no fear, but his heart couldn't believe his sworn brother had died right before his eyes. Suddenly, Thien Savu's anger erupted. He headbutted the envoy with all his might, then launched himself up, landing a powerful kick that swept the envoy off his feet. Thien Savu unleashed a storm of attacks, his fists raining down relentlessly on the envoy's face. The two watching subordinates didn't dare to act rashly. Although Thien Savu was skilled, he was no match for the envoy. The envoy's iron grip held Thien Savu's arm, and no matter how he struggled, he couldn't break free. The envoy flashed a ferocious grin. In the next moment, his aura suddenly surged. Before Thien Savu could react, he felt a tidal wave of energy crash into him. The next second, Thien Savu was sent flying by the envoy. He collapsed to the ground, writhing in pain. The envoy slowly walked over to Thien Savu. The relentless blows had left the young man unable to stand. The envoy wiped a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth and said, I'll give you a clean death. The envoy pulled the ropes from his waist and threw them at Thien Savu, who was a short distance away. The ropes accurately bound the young man's hands. Instantly, Thien Savu was pulled up by the envoy. The envoy said, if your sister had been chosen as the royal concubine, you and your brother could have become pillars of the great Yuan. But now your brother is dead, and you will die here too. This is all your own doing. The envoy ordered his subordinates to drag Thien Savu away. Thien Savu was left in the deep forest. Before long, a pack of wild wolves was drawn by the scent of blood. Seeing Thien Savu unconscious and covered in blood, a fierce wolf lunged forward, while another climbed a tree. It suddenly leapt down, attacking Thien Savu. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Thien Savu. It was the old man he had met in the mountains the night before. The old man's left hand shot out, unleashing a stream of blue true energy. It struck the lunging wolf. With a clench of the old man's fist, the ferocious wolf was instantly killed by the overwhelming true energy. Thien Savu, who had already given up on life, was stunned to see the old man. The old man asked, last night you were as strong as a tiger. So how did you end up in this miserable state? At this moment, the rest of the wolf pack charged at the old man, scrambling to attack. The old man remained calm and composed, a slight smile on his lips as his overwhelming true energy radiated outwards. As swift as lightning, he grabbed the wolf by the neck, infusing it with blue true energy. The wolf was immediately torn to shreds. Just then, another wolf silently circled behind the old man, suddenly leaping to attack his back. But the old man was already prepared. He turned and delivered a palm strike, his hand landing squarely on the wolf's head. The fierce wolf collapsed to the ground on the spot. The old man stood amidst the wolf pack, his body moving like a gust of wind. In an instant, several wolves had been struck down. Thien Savu, witnessing this, was secretly terrified. He never expected this old man to be so powerful. At this moment, the old man looked at Thien Savu and slowly said, do you want to live? Even if it means enduring pain akin to death and rebirth. My sworn brother Koi-san is dead, and my sister has been taken away. Saying this, Thien Savu let out a cold laugh. Is there any pain greater than what I'm feeling right now? Hearing this, the old man no longer hesitated, waving his hand and shooting out the streams of true energy. With a snap, the two tough iron chains broke. The old man caught the falling young man and said gently, good. To be able to smile after enduring so much suffering. From this day forward, you are the 35th successor of Hanbu. Thien Savu had 35 broken bones and 70 torn muscles. Yet, his master Hanbu said his current state was excellent. Thien Savu looked at his injuries. Confused, the old man took out the ginseng root that Thien Savu had given him, infused it with true energy, and placed it in Thien Savu's mouth. He slowly said, the human body has 106 bones and 639 muscles. Understand them, and you will be able to control them. Control your body perfectly, because you are completely unable to move right now. Your nerves will become extremely tense and sensitive. After speaking, Hanbu suddenly extended his hands. He continuously pressed on the acupuncture points on Thien Savu's body. The overwhelming true energy instantly spread throughout Thien Sabu's limbs and meridians. The old man used the ginseng to repair Thien Sabu's damaged meridians. Focus your mind. Feel the flow of true energy. The opening of your acupuncture points. You will feel the complete state of your body. You will feel how your muscles coordinate their movements. You will understand your bones. You will learn how to control your limbs. How your joints support you when you run and jump. You might even hear the sound of blood flowing through your veins. When you have fully comprehended all of this, you will have grasped the essence of Hanvu's martial arts. The intense pain made Thien Sabu scream in agony. Hanvu watched it all with a calm, expressionless face. Success or failure depends entirely on your will. A hint of reluctance flickered in the old man's eyes. Child, this is the Thien Pai divine art, and the treasured sword of the Thien partial god. A year later, in Ventyen Cave on Mohuang Mountain in the northern frontier, two white-haired old men sat cross-legged, silently meditating. A voice suddenly rang out. The newcomer was the leader of the 50 sects, Tiara Tanjia. There was a rumor in the northern frontier that 5 supreme martial arts masters had attained immortality. The leader among them was Tiara Tin Tungjia. The other 3 were the top masters of the current era. Tiara Tungva slowly began to speak. I have invited you two here today for a purpose you surely already know. Within a year, 2 more enlightened masters of the northern frontier have passed away. It turned out that about a year ago, an old man and a young boy approached the enlightened and mastered that Dia Tian and used his ultimate technique, the Hongvu art. That Dia Tian Na Han's torrential true energy surged towards the old man. But the old man extended his left hand, and lightning crackled in his palm, instantly dispelling the Hongvu art that Dia Tian Chan was so proud of. The old man didn't stop there. He spun around and appeared in front of that Dia Tian Chan, easily piercing through his chest. Before that Dia Tian Chan could react, his heart was pierced by a single palm strike, killing him instantly. What was even more terrifying was that even after his death, the powerful true energy continued to surge within his body. 2 months later, the old man and the boy sought out Thiet Sun Tu. Thiet Sun Tu unleashed his famous Though divine art. But the old man, as if deliberately mocking him, the old man also used his famous technique, the Volulong Bagua formation. With a single move, he shattered the formation. The old man's finger, sharp as a blade, pierced through Thiet Sun Tu's palm. As the old man's powerful true energy flowed into him, Thiet Sun Tu, who had already achieved enlightenment, suddenly trembled violently before turning into ash, leaving nothing behind. At this point, Tiara Tingjia's voice lowered. If both of those masters died at the hands of that old man, then the situation is extremely dire. If this continues, forget about establishing a kingdom. Even our current forces will be severely damaged. Hearing this, Tina Nachan was shocked. No one in the northern frontier had ever been able to so easily kill enlightened masters. Kim Kanji Thin Chan wondered if the royal court had discovered their plan, but he then dismissed his own suspicion. Even the royal masters would find it difficult to kill enlightened masters so easily. Just then, Tiara Tanjia slowly spoke. Have you forgotten about him? 10 years ago, we joined forces with 30 enlightened masters to besiege him. Not only did we fail to kill him, but we lost nearly half of our masters. Could it be that the Thien partial god has returned with his disciple? At the same time, deep in the forest, Thien Savu was practicing. He wore a pair of heavy iron gauntlets as he trained. Hanvu slowly walked forward, seeing his master charge like a fierce tiger descending a mountain. Thien Savu fearlessly met the challenge. The two immediately began to spar. After a fierce battle, it was difficult to determine a winner. For the past year, Thien Savu had worn the heavy iron gauntlets daily. The martial arts taught by Hanvu had improved by leaps and bounds. The Thien Grabdai divine art has been a secret technique for 1,000 years. Those who master it are called Thien Puche. It is not based on acupuncture but uses one's own internal energy to attack the enemy's meridians and pressure points, thereby destroying their bones and muscles. Your movements are too slow, Hanvu said. Faster. You must think of the moves with your mind so your body can act as you will. The Thien Pai divine art has no fixed forms. It relies solely on internal energy to break joints and destroy muscles. After speaking, Hanvu used 2 fingers and pointed them at Thien Savu. Thien Savu intended to use his own internal energy to neutralize the true energy on his master's hand. Unexpectedly, his master's fingers were as light as a feather. The next second, a single finger tapped his forehead. He stumbled back several steps before regaining his balance. You're tired, Hanvu said. Emotionals is lie. But your enemy will not get tired. If the enemy captures your sister, will you just sit and wait to die? Regulate your breathing. Continue. After speaking, his eyes suddenly turned a strange shade of blue. Immediately after, the old man's figure abruptly vanished. Thien Savu's expression changed. But in the next second, his master's right hand was already on his chest. As Hanvu's powerful true energy surged forward, Thien Savu was sent flying backward like a broken kite. He gritted his teeth, trying to suppress the true energy his master had sent into his body. The 2 streams of true energy clashed inside his body, the shockwave cracking the ground beneath his feet and sending rubble flying. I also wanted to teach you gently, Hanvu continued, but I no longer have the time. Strive to comprehend this for the sake of what you have lost. This mountain, a sacred ground of martial arts that even the royal family dared not set foot in, was now being brazenly entered by an old man and a young boy. The 5 masters guarding the mountain immediately rushed out. The young Thien Savu fearlessly met the challenge. He moved like a bolt of lightning, weaving through the crowd. He attacked relentlessly, his movements precise and swift. Hanvu watched his disciple and nodded in satisfaction. Just then, a large pine tree behind them toppled over. A mountain guardian wielding an iron staff charged at Hanvu. Unexpectedly, Hanvu simply clasped one hand behind his back and extended the other. A surge of overwhelming true energy shot out from behind him, snapping the 1,000-year-old pine tree in two. The stone bridge, weighing thousands of pounds, was lifted by Hanvu with one hand and thrown directly at the pursuing crowd. The crowd was momentarily blocked by the massive stone bridge. The two had charged into a clearing, only to find a group of men in black blocking their path. The lead mountain guardian said to Hanvu, "Hanvu, it's been 10 years. What more do you want?" Hanvu didn't respond. Instead, he spoke to Thien Savu beside him. Thien Savu, this is my personal grudge. If you interfere, their hatred could become a burden you carry for the rest of your life. A teacher for a day is a father for a lifetime. Master's enemy is my enemy. Killing him is my responsibility. As soon as the words left his mouth, Thien Savu channeled true energy into his hands. The iron gauntlet seemed unable to withstand the pressure and cracked. Seeing this, the mountain guardians immediately charged forward. Thien Savu's true energy flowed ceaselessly, radiating outwards. He took a step forward and unleashed a palm strike. The powerful true energy instantly sent several mountain guardians flying. Seeing his subordinates knocked down by the young man with a single palm strike, the leader gritted his teeth in anger. He roared, drew his longsword, and charged at the youth. Thien Savu dodged to the side. He transformed his true energy into a ranged attack. The longsword struck the ground, cracking it. Thien Savu leapt up and unleashed a palm strike. The true energy shot straight at the leader. The leader retreated to dodge, and the overwhelming energy carved a long gash in the ground. Although the gash wasn't deep, the true energy still struck the leader. He managed to neutralize the powerful energy, but the leader was still sent flying. He quickly grabbed a burning staff with his right hand, his body twisting like a venomous snake as he lunged at Thien Savu. The fierce strike of the long staff was blocked. A slight, cold smile appeared on Thien Savu's lips. He swung his left hand forcefully, grabbing the long staff. The man's face changed drastically upon seeing this. Just then, Thien Savu felt a powerful aura. This powerful collision had become a nuisance. Hanvu's astonishing strength was too much for the man to handle. But this monk did not retreat. He changed his tactics, charging straight at Thien Savu. His right leg lashed out like lightning towards Thien Savu's head. Unexpectedly, Thien Savu reacted faster, landing a palm strike on the man's chest. The man's entire shin was shattered by the youth's blow. He let out a blood-clear scream and then fell to the ground like a broken kite, his eyes still fixed on the young man's. He suddenly realized the opponent's gaze was far from simple. Hanvu looked at the leader and slowly said, 10 years ago, you advised me to let go of my hatred. I wonder if, 10 years later, you can change. Can you forgive my disciple for crippling one of your legs? You self-righteous hypocrites always talk a big game. Today, I will let you have a taste of being crippled, and see how you can keep up your pretense. After speaking, Hanvu led Thien Savu into Vantian Cave. Savu, Vantian Cave is a sacred training ground for masters. There are countless rare herbs here, and the rocks on the cliffs can be used to practice your lightness skill. Before he could finish, a loud noise echoed. The stone door of Vantian Cave, weighing thousands of pounds, rumbled shut, blocking the entrance. Hanvu saw this and laughed coldly. They always play these games. This cat and mouse game of theirs. But that's fine. Savu, when you can break this stone door, you will officially be able to inherit the title of the Thien Thay martial god. After speaking, the two walked deeper into the cave and soon reached the end of the passage. On a high platform sat 3 old men, clearly the 3 masters of Vantian Cave in the northern frontier. Tiara Tunjia spoke. Hanvu, it's been about 15 years since we last met, hasn't it? Hanvu replied calmly. I have longed for this day and night. At this moment, Kim Kanji Thung Chan laughed coldly and said, that kid must be your disciple. Do you not value his life, planning to wait here for him to die? I came here precisely to wait, to spend his final moments with him. After speaking, Hanvu tore off his outer robe, revealing his muscular body covered in scars. Among them was a wound over his heart. It was so deep you could see the bone. To the shock of everyone, he said, Savu, from now on, you must carefully remember my every move, even when I am attacked. It will be a valuable experience for you. Thien Savu heard this and nodded, showing he understood his master's words. The young man was silent for a moment, then solemnly said, Master, your disciple will remember. As soon as he finished speaking, Hai Dong Tian struck first. With a slight movement of his left hand, a 3-foot-long spear appeared. The spear's shadow flickered, stabbing towards the discolored patches on the cave ceiling. In an instant, countless spear images appeared, their power fluctuating, all aimed at Hanvu. The other two understood and immediately stood up. The three enlightened masters attacked Hanvu simultaneously. Tiaratanjia flicked his left hand, shooting out a powerful stream of true energy. Kim Kanjathu Thung Chan extended his hands, continuously tapping at the empty air, clearly using his famous technique, the reincarnation golden bell finger. In an instant, a fierce bomb wind struck Hanvu. Hanvu stood in the center of the encirclement without any fear, facing them calmly. He extended his left hand, and a vast amount of true energy gathered in his palm. With a single palm strike to the ground, a powerful wave of true energy radiated outwards from him, instantly cracking the ground. Hanvu stood his ground like a god descended to earth. Tiaratanjia couldn't believe his eyes. At this moment, Hanvu spoke. I have an incurable disease. Yet the three of you refused to let me go. This scar-covered old man was the #1 master. The 5 enlightened masters were all once his friends. When he fought, he had the power to move mountains and seas. Unexpectedly, because of this, he was ambushed and nearly killed. It turned out that 10 years ago, the 3 masters of Vantyin Cave plotted to overthrow the royal master and invited Hanvu to join them. But he refused. Tiaratanjia, fearing Hanvu would later disrupt their plans, decided to eliminate him. He allied with 30 enlightened masters to besiege and kill him. Hanvu's wife was also tragically assassinated. His only daughter, Han Lam, also went missing during the chaos. Hanvu fought to the death, managing to kill half of his attackers, but he was also gravely injured in the battle. Although the theme Pha divine scripture didn't have miraculous healing effects, with a severe wound to his heart, he could only temporarily suppress it, unable to fully heal. For the past 10 years, Hanvu searched the northern frontier, but couldn't find his daughter. It wasn't until later that news came saying his daughter had gone to the Central Plains. Hanvu then set out for the Central Plains to search for her. But as he crossed the northern plains, his illness suddenly relapsed. He knew he was sick. Knowing he didn't have much time left, he had to return to the northern frontier to find a successor. This was how he met Thien Savu, on Trangbok Mountain. And now, the enemies who had shattered his family were right before him. A murderous intent flashed in Hanvu's eyes. He extended his hands, and true energy surged between his arms. Hanva clenched his left fist, and the true energy around him roared like a great river. The powerful force sent the surrounding rebel flying. The old man threw a punch, and a formidable surge of true energy rushed forward. Hai Dong Tian Nain and H and Ajt, intending to attack Hanvu with his spear. Unexpectedly, the old man swung his fist. Hanvu's left hand moved like lightning, breaking the man's arm. He then landed a palm strike on his chest, and the two clashed. Hanvu had broken Hai Dong Tian Nahan's left arm with a single move. Hai Dong Tian Nhan screamed in agony. Seeing this, the other two immediately charged forward. Hanvu extended his hands, and streams of overwhelming true energy shot out. As the old man clenched his fists, the true energy exploded in front of the two men. Hai Dong Tian Nhan, who was on the ground, and the other two were all knocked backward. Hai Dong Tian Nhan struggled to his feet. He once again gathered his true energy, trying to suppress Hanvu's. Hanvu let out a cold snort. 3 pieces of trash. Hearing this, Tiaratanjia was enraged. Kim Kanji Thun Chan H had also gritted his teeth in anger. Hai Dong Dan Hinin Hn, with his broken arm, was filled with even more hatred. At this moment, Tiaratanjia clenched both fists, channeling all of his power. My internal energy is damaged. I can't hold on for much longer. Let's attack together and risk it all against him. After speaking, the 3 attacked Hanvu together. Hanvu's true energy suddenly surged, and a murderous glint flashed in his eyes. My time is running out. One move to decide it all. Thien Savu stood to the side, intently watching every development. The next second, Hanvu's true energy erupted, and a cataclysmic explosion echoed throughout the mountain cave. The 3 great masters of Vantyin Cave were no more. An hour later, Thien Savu found Hanvu in the rubble. Hanvu was on the verge of death. Savu, my son, don't be sad. I have avenged my great feud. I have no regrets in death. My only regret is not finding my daughter. If she is still alive, she would be about your age. When she went missing, she was wearing her mother's hairpin. If you have the chance to find her later, please give this to her. If she is living well, let her live in peace. If she is not, helping her once is enough. Thien Savu couldn't hold back his tears, choking out. Master. Hanvu's voice grew weaker. Thien Savu quickly leaned in, listening to his master's last words. An hour later, Thien Savu let out a grief-stricken roar. Hanvu's body gradually grew cold, turning into a giant stone statue. Master, I can never repay you for giving me a new life. For the past 15 years, I have never forgotten your teachings. After speaking, the young man stood up. Master, now I can proudly say that I am your disciple. The young man's gaze gradually became firm. From this day forward, I am the successor of the theme partial god. At the same time, at the foot of Mohuang Mountain, the alarm bells rang out. A group of mountain guardians, weapons in hand, ran towards Vanyan Cave. Before long, the cave entrance was shaken by a massive explosion. The shockwave, like a heavy bomb, slammed into the crowd. Many of the guardians couldn't dodge in time and were knocked to the ground. The leader shouted anxiously, "Everyone, be careful, this power." Before he could finish his sentence, another massive explosion erupted. A giant pillar of light shot up into the sky. Those with weaker cultivation were immediately thrown back. Only the leader was left, staring dumbfounded as the stone door, weighing thousands of pounds, was obliterated. Shards of the door shot out in all directions like bullets. A figure appeared, the young man squinting as he adjusted to the light outside. It was Thien Savu, who had been in seclusion in Vanyan Cave for 15 years. Seeing the young man, the mountain guardians were stunned. 10 years ago, his right leg had been broken by Thien Savu. The painful memory flooded his mind. Thien Savu calmly asked, "Since when was there a stone monument here?" At this moment, a mountain guardian stepped forward. "Young master, this monument was erected to commemorate our master and the fallen seniors." This man was the abbot of Fong Ma Temple, Nguyen Tran I Su. The old monk looked at Thien Savu and asked sternly, "Do you also wish to go on a killing spree here, like your master did?" Thien Savu said, "My master has already taken his revenge. I have no desire to kill anyone else." Nguyen Tran I Su was taken aback by this. The young master's answer surprised him. The mountain guardians whispered among themselves, "He's Han Vu's disciple. I can't believe it." In contrast, the abbot remained silent, not ordering his disciples to attack. The leader of the mountain guardians, seeing that persuasion was useless, let out a cold laugh. He looked at Thien Savu with a ferocious gaze. "For the past 10 years, I have trained relentlessly, just for this day." The leader swung his long swerve and charged at Thien Savu. "Don't think that just because you're his disciple. Even if Han Vu himself were here, I wouldn't be afraid." Thien Savu looked at the charging men. He laughed coldly. "It's been 10 years, and you still can't let go of your hatred. Fine, I'll grant you your wish, but please wait a moment." After speaking, Thien Savu turned and walked back into Vanyan Cave. The young man looked up at the 3 statues. He didn't need to be told who they were. It was clearly these people who had erected the statues here. Thien Savu looked at the statues, his expression gradually turning grim. The young man raised his right hand. Blue true energy swirled, and then Thien Savu pressed his right hand against the cliff wall. In the next second, the true energy in his body suddenly erupted, crashing against the cliff wall. The true energy passed through the wall, spreading outwards with a cataclysmic roar. The young man leapt down, landing lightly. Immediately after, the powerful true energy spread along the cliff face, striking the stone monument outside. The 3 stone statues immediately shattered, and the entire cliff face completely collapsed in an instant. The mountain guardians who witnessed this were utterly stunned. Nguyen Tran I Su looked up, never expecting his opponent to have mastered the theme-paid divine art to such a degree. After doing all this, Thien Savu turned back and said calmly, "Sorry to keep you waiting. Now, do you want to come one by one, or all at once?" Faced with the young man's calmness, everyone was speechless. In the square filled with several hundred people, there was a dead silence. An hour later, Nguyen Tran I Su was the first to speak. Didn't you say you didn't want to kill anyone else? If we let you go, what will you do?" Thien Savu looked at the old monk and smiled, saying, "If that's the case, I can only offer my thanks." Nguyen Tran I Su looked at the young man. "Very well. Then, thank you, young master, for showing mercy. Please, proceed." The leader of the mountain guardians wanted to dissuade Nguyen Tran I Su, abbot, but he knew this man was Han Vu's disciple, who had trained for 15 years. Trying to defeat him would be suicide. Thien Savu didn't want to linger either. Several hundred people quietly watched the young man leave, no one stopping him. As he passed the leader of the mountain guardians, Thien Savu said softly, "That year, you blocked my master's path, and he crippled one of your legs. That was fair, but I think it's also fair for us to have a match. If you want revenge, you can take it. Just come find me. I will accept your challenge." At that moment, Nguyen Tran I Su asked, "Young master, where will you go after leaving the mountain?" Hearing this, the young man paused. "Naturally, to fulfill my master's last wish, I will go to the Central Plains to find my master's daughter." Nguyen Tran I Su sighed bitterly. It seems the Central Plains are about to face a major upheaval. Thien Savu looked back at the old monk, his eyes firm and bright. Then, his figure gradually disappeared. Watching Thien Savu leave, Nguyen Tran I Su thought to himself, "Incredible talent. Incredible effort. He has already surpassed his master. Perhaps he will become the strongest impartial god in history. In a small gorge, Fiend Savu, with his soaking wet hair, stepped out of the stream. He hadn't bathed in 15 days. After bathing, he took out his clothes, only to find them tattered and unwearable. A luminous pearl fell from his clothes and rolled onto the grass. Fiend Savu picked up the luminous pearl, clutching it in a daze. The young man stared blankly at the pearl. It took him an hour to come to his senses. The urgent matter now was to find clothes. Just then, a wisp of smoke from a kitchen fire drifted to his nose. There must be a house nearby. Thinking of this, Fiend Savu leapt up, his body moving like lightning. In the next second, he was somewhere else. Before long, a small house came into view. Several sets of clothes were hanging on a clothesline in the yard. Fiend Savu rejoiced silently, leaping onto the roof and then towards the small house in the yard. A little girl was being sent by her family to collect the clothes. As she reluctantly prepared to take them down, a strong wind suddenly blew through the yard, sweeping the sets of clothes away. The girl was wondering why the wind had suddenly picked up, when she saw a young man descend from the sky and quickly put on one of the sets of clothes. Fiend Savu was surprised to find the clothes fit perfectly. He tossed the girl a luminous pearl. "I'm taking these clothes. This pearl is more than enough to pay for them." The girl looked at the luminous pearl in her hand, stunned, speechless. When she came to her senses and wanted to ask who he was, she looked up, but the young man had already vanished. The sun set, and Fiend Savu was on the road again. Just like years ago, it was time to go to the Central Plains to fulfill his master's wish. Meanwhile, in a dense forest in Fengshan, Lining, a group of people holding torches was moving forward. Du Chen, leading the group, looked around cautiously as a flock of birds flew up from the forest in alarm. The old man beside him couldn't help but say, "Manor Lord Du. No need to worry. This meant the Thien Whole Ord of Fengshan, arrival of the Than Kim sect in the city." Hearing this, Du Chen sneered. The Than Kim sect is only capable enough to hide away in a small place like Fengshan. It turned out that among the 5 great families of the present day, the power of the Thied Vu Alliance was at its zenith. Du Chen's goal was to merge the Than Kim sect with the Thied Vu Alliance, but to achieve this, he first had to unify Lining. Ever since the Mu Dung clan went into seclusion, Dai Lukbo, one of the 8 great families, had become the most powerful force in Lining. But recently, the Mu Dung clan had started to become active again. Thinking of this, Du Chen smirked. "Our goal isn't just Lining. No matter how wealthy Dai Lukbo is, it can't compare to the Mu Dung clan. As long as we complete this mission, the Than Kim sect will rise another level. So, Manor Lord Du wants to defeat Dai Lukbo and merge with the Thied Vu Alliance. In my opinion, this is not difficult. We will lend you a hand, as long as we work together." Before he could finish, an arrow pierced his heart. The Manor Lord looked at the arrow in his chest in disbelief. He was knocked off his horse by a powerful surge of true energy. Du Chen's face paled in horror. In the next second, dozens of figures leapt down from the cliffs. It was the members of La Hadu Hall who had been lying in ambush. The night passed, and the valley returned to silence. The members of La Hadu Hall looked at the scene around them. Silent, the man in the lead said coldly, "Trying to steal the court's gold under our noses, only to be wiped out by the Bak Kayan squad. These people from the Than Kim sect really overestimate themselves." At this moment, the woman from La Hadu Hall suddenly noticed something and cried out, "Big brother." She then warned him that someone was ambushing them in the forest. The 2 immediately looked up the mountain and saw a dark figure with a long spear standing on the peak. Seeing he had been discovered, the dark figure immediately leapt down and disappeared. The woman asked her big brother if they should give chase, but the man said it wasn't necessary. "That's an assassin from Dai Lukbo. The iron-faced judge must be nearby. We'll have to face Dai Lukbo sooner or later. But not now. Let's go. The Bakshan squad has already stolen the gold. If we don't find them soon, it will be hard to get it back." At the same time, in Liaoning, the Bakshan squad finally found an inn. A large man, surrounded by his followers, stepped out. He raised his cup and drained it, and his subordinates cheered. The big man loudly declared to his subordinates, "Brothers, drink to your heart's content tonight." At this moment, a subordinate respectfully approached. "Big brother, I was the one who provided the information about the gold." The man from La Hu Hao laughed and said, of course, I won't treat you unfairly." The innkeeper hid trembling behind the counter, looking out nervously. He hoped this La Ha the group would leave soon. Just then, a figure swaggered into the inn. He looked at the La Ha the group with a contemptuous gaze. Recognizing the man's face, La Ha Tahad Hughes turned pale. La Hadu, a ruthless killer, cursed silently in his heart. Why is he here? La Hadu, a 500-pound man, drained a cup of wine and laughed. "The people of the Bakshan squad are all my brothers." But as the fat man was celebrating with his subordinates, another man with an overwhelming presence walked into the inn. The fat man, La Hadu, saw this man's face and broke out in a cold sweat. He was utterly shocked, unable to believe it. He recognized this person as the leader of Dai Luke Bao's assassination squad. Tichvo too. Tichvo found a table and sat down. La Hatu's subordinate, not understanding the situation, stepped forward and said, "Today, the Bak Hyan squad has booked the entire Bachman in." Tichvo acted as if he hadn't heard and suddenly shouted, "Innkeeper, why haven't you served the tea yet?" The innkeeper, hiding in the corner, quickly brought the tea over. Just then, a voice came from the inn's entrance. The great iron-faced judge, losing his temper over a cup of tea. It seems Dai Luke Bao was nothing special after all. The newcomers were the Mudong siblings. Who had tracked them here? Seeing the two arrive, Tichvo remained unfazed. So it's the Mudong siblings. Does the Mudong clan want to get involved in this matter too? La Hadu was sweating profusely. He never expected the Mudong clan would also be drawn into this. Mudong Kwang slowly said, "This junior pays his respects to senior iron-faced judge." The members of the Bak Hyan squad all paled when they heard this. Tichvo sneered. Dai Luke Bao does not wish for conflict with the Mudong clan. Please, feel free to do as you please. Mudong Tri smiled and said, "If the Mudong clan were to ask senior to leave, would senior consider it?" Tichvo too, hearing this, scoffed. "I never thought the high and mighty Mudong clan would show up for a bit of gold." After speaking, a murderous intent surged in Tichvo's eyes. "If you don't know what's good for you, I'll kill everyone here and take the gold." As soon as the words were spoken, Tichvo's were suddenly intensified. The entire inn seemed to tremble. Unexpectedly, the Mudong siblings just sneered. The two siblings' faces turned grim. The Mudong clan has been in seclusion for 25 years. And now you country bumpkins can't even tell the difference between heaven and earth. After speaking, the Mudong siblings drew their swords simultaneously. Unexpectedly, La Hadu at the side suddenly shouted, "I, La Hadu, am not to be trifled with. You bastards. You think our Bak Hyan squad is a pushover?" Just then, a young man walked in, muttering, "I heard that when you come to Liaoning, you must visit the Bak Minin for tea." Thien Savu, like a phantom, instantly slipped between the Mudong siblings. Tichvo's expression changed drastically. He hadn't even clearly seen the young man's movements. Thien Savu completely ignored the hostile stares around him. With his hands behind his head, he walked coolly towards an empty table in the inn. It was only after a moment that he noticed the tense atmosphere in the inn. Thien Savu walked to the counter on his own. "Everyone, don't mind me. Please, carry on." After speaking, Thien Savu ordered a bowl of noodles. The Mudong siblings looked at the young man's back, momentarily stunned. Just then, a glint appeared in Tichvo's eyes. Taking advantage of the Mudong siblings' distraction, he suddenly struck. Tichvo leapt up, his left hand shooting out. A strip of cloth from his sleeve flew out like a venomous snake striking, aimed straight at Mudong Tri. Seeing this, Mudong Guang's expression changed. Without thinking, he raised his hand to block for his sister, deflecting Tichvo's cloth strip. Tichvo hadn't expected him to react so quickly, and was forced back several steps. Mudong Guang pressed his advantage, charging straight at Tichvo. Tichvo didn't dare to be careless. Gathering his true energy, the sword's reflection seemed to come alive, wrapping around Tichvo's hands. Tichvo gritted his teeth and took a direct hit from Mudong Guang. The two shoulders brushed, and they immediately clashed again. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of blows. Mudong Guang gritted his teeth as the long swerve in his hand snapped in two. Tichvo seized the opportunity and leapt up, landing a kick on Mudong Guang. His opponent cried out in pain. Fortunately, he managed to dodge in time, creating distance between them. Tichvo's 10 fingers dug deep into the wooden floor, his entire body like a giant spider crawling on the ground. Mudong Guang sneered. "Senior's famous Dao Bo art is truly as renowned as they say." Tichvo calmly replied, "The Mudong clan's martial arts are nothing special." As soon as he finished speaking, Mudong Guang's internal energy suddenly surged. The next second, the sword that had been broken in two. Mudong Guang said coldly, "Dai Luke Bao's martial arts are nothing special either." Suddenly, the sound of breaking bones came from behind Tichvo. The long swerve above his head was also snapped. The smile on Tichvo's face gradually faded. Mudong Guang said to his sister, "The Bak Hyan squad is yours. I'll handle this old man." Hearing this, Tichvo's expression grew even darker. The Bak Hyan squad at the side had already been decimated. Just as La Hadu was about to rush out the door, an iron ball flew towards him, hitting him in the face. The iron ball struck La Hadu's face, the powerful internal energy rendering him immobile. Mudong Tri stepped forward with a cold smile. "If you tell me where the stolen gold is hidden, I'll give you a quick death." Hearing this, La Hadu was furious. He had roamed the martial world for so long, and had never been so humiliated. Whether it was the Mudong clan or Dai Luke Bao, he would make them pay today. The subordinates of the Bak Hyan squad roared in anger, charging forward with their sabers. At that moment, Tichvota also shouted. Assassination squad. On my command. Kill everyone here. Leave no one alive. From the second floor of the inn, 3 dark figures leapt down. It turned out, Tichvota had already placed his assassination squad in ambush here. The members of the squad were all elites of Dailukbo. Faced with numerous enemies, they showed no fear. The gold belongs to our Dailukbo. Hearing this, Thien Savo's ears perked up. The young man turned his head and said curiously, Gold? In the inn. 3 forces were locked in a chaotic battle, while Thien Savo sat calmly to the side, eating his noodles. The innkeeper advised the young man that the place was dangerous and he should leave. But Thien Savo replied that he hadn't had a proper meal in 10 years. Boss, why are they fighting? I just heard them talking. About gold. I'm not sure either. It seems that Dailukbo and the Mudung clan are fighting over the gold that the Bak Kayan squad stole. Hearing this, Thien Savo thought to himself. Master once mentioned Dailukbo and the Mudung clan. These 2 forces are vying for supremacy in Lining. Mudung Tri sent the master from the assassination squad flying. The man crashed into the counter and passed out. Then, Mudung Tri looked towards Thien Savo, who was sitting by the counter. Seeing the young man's clear eyes and kind face, she couldn't help but think, for someone to be so calm in a situation like this, could he be a hidden master? Just then, Mudung Tri felt a murderous intent from behind her. Suddenly, a Dailukbo master charged at her with a spear. She quickly turned to dodge. The Dailukbo master was sliced in 2. After dealing with the ambusher, Mudung Tri looked back towards Thien Savo. She observed him for a moment before suppressing the wild thought in her mind. This young man looked so young. How could he possibly have reached the legendary realm of a reclusive master? Thinking of this, Mudung Tri coldly warned. If you don't want to die, you'd best get out of here. Thanks for the warning, but I'm not done. I have 2 more bites left. I'll leave when I'm finished. You can continue. Don't mind me. Mudung Tri, hearing this, looked at the young man helplessly. You've got some nerve. Despite saying this, she plunged back into the fight. At that moment, a Dailukbo master who had just regained consciousness saw Thien Savo sitting by the counter. Thinking Thien Savo was also with the Bak Kayan squad, he raised his hand to strike him. Seeing this, Thien Savo spun a chopstick in his hand to block the blow. He channeled the powerful true energy into his fingertips and suddenly struck out. The strong energy shot out, hitting the Dailukbo master in the chest. The surging true energy threw his meridians into chaos. The Dailukbo master let out a blood-curdled scream and collapsed. After finishing him, Thien Savo sighed softly. It seems Dailukbo's martial arts are nothing special. He then looked toward the battlefield and saw Mudung Kwan and Tichvota locked in a fierce battle. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of blows. With no clear winner, Tichvota asked coldly, Your Mudung clan is stealing gold all over Lining. What is your ultimate goal? Mudung Kwan just sneered without answering. She then attacked Thien Savo again but was blocked by Tichvota too. Lahadu watched the battle, his heart burning with anxiety. Although the Bak Kayan squad was strong, they were no match for the elites of Dailukbo. At this moment, a subordinate asked worriedly, Captain, we've lost 80% of our men. What should we do? These bastards. I'll risk my life against them. After speaking, Lahadu clenched his fists, channeling true energy into his arms. He then charged forward and slammed his palms onto the ground. A powerful surge of true energy erupted. Everyone, cut off guard, hastily dodged. Mudung Kwan and Tichvota too, who were fighting, turned their heads in surprise to look at Mudung Tri. They never expected this Lahadu to be so powerful. After a moment of silence, her true energy suddenly surged, and she charged at Tichvota like a mad bull. Before he could react, he was sent flying. Iron-faced judge. Mudung's siblings. I will remember you. For today's humiliation, I will surely repay you 100 for one day. After speaking, Lahadu quickly fled the inn. Mudung Kwan cursed himself for his carelessness and immediately gave chase. Tichvota didn't want to linger either, shouting, Assassination squad. After them. Leave no one alive. Under everyone's watch. A group of people rushed out of the Bachman Inn. In just a few breaths, they caught up to Lahadu. Mudung Kwan sneered. Lahadu, did you really think you could escape? Tichvota also said. Hand over the gold, and Dailukbo will ensure your safety. At this moment, the subordinates inside the inn had also recovered and tried to flee. Unexpectedly, Mudung Tri blocked their path. The young woman kicked a subordinate without a word. He was sent flying by a powerful surge of true energy. Mudung Tri ignored the blood on her face and said coldly, Lahadu, I swear I will personally take your head. After speaking, she left the inn. Inside the Bachman Inn, blood flowed like a river, and bodies were strewn everywhere. So powerful. That fat guy isn't some 3-headed, 6-armed monster. How could he hide so much gold by himself? Thien Savo slowly walked over to a dying subordinate who was begging for his life. I won't kill these people. But I will definitely kill. I just want to know. After speaking, he extended his left hand and gently placed it on the subordinate's bleeding wound, then transferred a surge of true energy into his body. The man felt his blood and energy surge violently, causing excruciating pain. The subordinate endured the pain and looked at Thin Savu. What do you want? Tell me where the gold is hidden, and I'll give you a peaceful death. Otherwise, you'll wish you were dead. In the Baktine Gorge, at Dong Van's Sun, there's a cave covered by vines. Please, kill me now. I can't take it anymore. When Thin Savu let go, the subordinate's pupils gradually dilated, and he stopped breathing. Thin Savu calmly said, "Thank you. Rest in peace." After speaking, he stood up and headed towards Dongmin's Sun, 100 miles from the Bachman Inn. Thin Savu looked around, confirming this was the place. Sure enough, there were horseshoe prints and wool tracks nearby. They stretched for more than a mile, indicating the cargo was very heavy. Thin Savu followed the tracks and, sure enough, found something covered by vines. Thin Savu pushed aside the vines and looked inside the cave. It was filled with chests of gold, piled as high as a mountain. But the young man felt no joy upon discovering them. Thin Savu took a few gold ingots and put them in his pockets, then looked around, frowning. He was sure he would need this gold later. But how should he handle it now? After thinking for a moment, Thin Savu walked out of the cave. From the battle at the inn, it seems Dai Lukbo will have a hard time winning. In the end, the Mudang clan will come here to take the gold. Thinking of this, Thin Savu extended his hands, gathering true energy in his palms. Master once taught me that all things have veins and channels, as long as you sever their connection points. The Thin Pai Divinar can destroy anything. Thin Savu then struck out with both hands. Two streams of overwhelming true energy shot out, hitting the cliff walls on both sides. The next second, the mountain began to collapse. Thin Savu leapt up and stood on a large rock, silently observing his handiwork. When the dust settled, the collapsed rocks had completely buried the cave entrance. Thin Savu said calmly, "This way. No one should be able to get the gold easily." After doing all this, Thin Savu began to think. Currently, Dai Lukbo and Feng Cheng and the Mudang clan in Shenyang are vying for control of Liaoning. 10 years ago, my master passed through the northern plains looking for his daughter, and Shenyang is the most populated place in Liaoning. After some consideration, Thin Savu decided to go to Shenyang first. At that moment, Tich Voda channeled all his power into his palms. Mudang Wang also channeled all his internal energy into his Lonsworth. The two streams of true energy collided. The roof collapsed, and tiles flew everywhere. Lahadi was terrified. The strength of these two was far beyond his imagination. Senior Tichvo too. Our strengths are equal. Must we fight to the death? Tichvoda wiped away his sweat. You are still far from my level. He then went to chase Lahadu. The masters of Dai Lukbao pursued Ihadu. Mudang Kwang muttered, "I can win, but I'll be seriously injured." Just then, a figure flew over. It was Mudang Kwang's older brother. Mudang Tri. Leave him to me. With a wave of his hand, a powerful surge of energy erupted, and for Dai Lukbao masters were killed on the spot. Mudang Kwang seized this opportunity and quickly rushed forward. He quickly caught up to and grabbed Lahadu. Before he could react, his throat was crushed. Tichvo to charge forward with his sword. A palm strike hit Tichvo in the face. The one who struck was Mudang Kwang, blocking his attack. Tichvo only managed to block one move before being sent flying. I advise you to stop. But you're too late. Leave your life behind. Lahadu, being captured, roared, "The gold is mine. Don't even think about taking it." Mudang Tri's face was cold. "I will personally pry the location of the gold from your mouth." Mudang Tri channeled all his internal energy, enveloping Lahadu. This was the Mudang clan's ultimate technique. Dai Lukbao suffered heavy losses. The bodies were arranged neatly at the foot of the mountain. Dai Lukbao has taken the initiative. So many deaths. What a pity. Father, if we just keep watching, nothing will come of it. That's right. They are hunting down the assassination squad, which shows they are not afraid of a fight with Dai Lukbao. Tichvota lowered his voice. This failure is my responsibility. Please punish me. I don't understand why the Mudang clan is fighting over that gold. But whatever their purpose, Dai Lukbao absolutely cannot let them succeed. At this point, he shouted, "All listen to my command. From this day forward, Dai Lukbao and the Mudang clan are mortal enemies. No disciple is to go out. Prepare for an all-out war with the Mudang clan." The disciples of Dai Lukbao responded in unison. Their voices like thunder. Tichvoda's expression was grim. He wanted to speak but hesitated. Tichvo too. If you were truly useless, it would prove my judgment was wrong. Don't worry about it. In the upcoming battle, you will be the vanguard against the Mudang clan. Tichvo too obeyed the words of the Dai Lukbao lord and immediately channeled his energy. Van Shak Huang, seeing this, nodded slightly. Very good. Just like that. Van Shak Huang looked at the bodies on the ground. This dilute Bo Lord had sharp eyes. He then personally inspected the bodies. Then Shak Huang frowned slightly. This body has no external wounds, which means he didn't die from external injuries. The internal organs also have no wounds. They are undamaged, so he clearly didn't die from internal injuries either. Then Shak Huang placed his fingers on the corpse's neck, carefully examining it. The next second, the dilute Bo Lord's expression suddenly changed. He died from his heart being shattered by internal force from behind. Still the same. Shak Huang suddenly turned to look at Tichvo too. Tichvo too. When you fought the Mudong siblings, was there anyone else there? Tichvo too replied. There was a young man, about 20 years old, but his behavior was not unusual, nor did he seem to have any real internal energy. Van Shak Huang's face was grave. To have such power at 20 years old is unbelievable. It seems there is definitely another hidden master. Sir Thin, when facing the storm with the guild master, you must ensure your safety. To be able to strike the heart meridian so accurately is a realm that even I have not reached. Could the Mudong clan have such a master? Or is another expert involved? He couldn't help but worry about this. The existence of this person could be a new variable. At the same time, at the Mudong residence in Shenyang, the Mudong siblings appeared at the door. Mudong Longthan stood up and shouted, "You're late. It seems things didn't go as planned." Mudong Huang's face was cold. "Sorry to disappoint you. What's there to be disappointed about? I had no hope from the beginning." "Enough nonsense. Come in. Father has been waiting for you for a long time." Mudong Longthan turned and pushed the door open. Inside, an old man was sitting upright. It was the head of the Mudong clan, Mudong Dongthin. Mudong Huang said respectfully, "Father, your son has returned." Mudong Dongthin turned his head, his face cold. "I heard you failed to bring back the gold. We used a secret technique to find out where the gold was hidden." But, hearing this, Mudong Dongthin's expression darkened. "But, when we arrived, we found there had been a landslide, and the area had completely collapsed. But please, Father, just give us time. Even if we have to sacrifice ourselves, we will find the gold." Mudong Huang recounted the entire incident. Mudong Dongthin suddenly waved his hand. Instantly, a powerful suction force emanated from his hand, and Mudong Huang was immediately pulled towards him. Mudong Tri was terrified by this. Mudong Huang's body was no longer under his control. The next second, Mudong Huang was caught by Mudong Dongthin, the 80-year-old father's son and his 20-year-old son. In the next second, the son was pulled over. Mudong Dongthin gripped his son tightly. "You handle things so carelessly. What use are you to me?" Mudong Tri saw this and quickly pleaded, but was stopped by her older brother. "Father is angry. Don't say any more." Mudong Dongthin was as furious as a raging bear. "Do you know what our Mudong clan has endured for 25 years for? It was to deal with the Enrollment. Is that all you can see? 20 years ago, when the Mudong clan rose to power, the 5 great families feared we would threaten them, so they formed a Enrollment to suppress us. 20 years ago, a major incident occurred in the Mudong clan. I, Mudong Dongthin, suddenly announced the sealing of the clan and personally killed the powerful elders who opposed me. Do you think I did all this just to join the Enrollment? What I want is for the Mudong clan to dominate the entire martial world." After speaking, Mudong Dongthin slammed his son's head onto the ground. Mudong Huang, "What do you see?" Mudong Huang, enduring the intense pain, replied, "I see the Backlin." "That's right, the Backlin. As long as we obtain the inheritance there, we can defeat the Enrollment. As long as we get that gold and open the treasury, we can complete the plan. But because of your mistake, the plan I've prepared for 20 years is about to fail." Mudong Tri pleaded, "Father, please calm down. I believe Big Brother didn't do it on purpose. Besides, Father, you don't need to worry. I have prepared a backup plan. In a short time, we can gather enough gold to open the Backlin. The plan will definitely succeed." Hearing this, Mudong Dongthin calmed down and instructed Mudong Huang and Mudong Kai, "You two don't need to get involved in this. There's been news recently that the northern leader of the Sutavawang has been making unusual moves. You are responsible for protecting the family's safety. There must be no mistakes." Mudong Dongthin looked towards the Backlin. "I have prepared for 25 years. Only this final step remains." Mudong Dongthin crushed a rock with his hand. This head of the Mudong clan was about to reign over the entire martial world. Thien Savavu looked at the red moon in the night sky and suddenly heard a voice call his name. "Save your sister. I'm begging you." Thien Savu rushed to save his sister, but then he heard his name being called from behind. Thien Savu turned and saw Mudong Kai. "Save me. I don't want to be taken away." He wanted to rush forward but found himself tied up. The Yuan dynasty assassin stared at him like a hungry wolf. "I love breaking the will of people like you." Thien Savu jolted awake from the nightmare, realizing it was just a dream. As he came to, he felt something was wrong. Just then, a faint footstep was heard. Thien Savu immediately turned his head. Not far away, a group of armed men appeared. Two of them walked up to Thien Savu. The man in the lead bowed to Thien Savu. It turned out these people were from the Thiet Ma escort agency. The Thiet Ma escort agency was looking for a safe place, so they had come to Thien Savu's location. Thien Savu, following the customs of the martial world, announced his name and said that this place was unclaimed land, so there was no need for formalities. The people from the Thiet Ma escort agency stopped to rest by the fire. The leader struck up a conversation with Thien Savu. Thien Savu learned that they were escorting a shipment to Xinyan. This area had treacherous terrain, easy to defend but hard to attack. So every time they came to Xinyan, they would stop here to rest. Hearing that the other party was also going to Xinyan, Thien Savu asked if it was related to the Mudong clan. Unexpectedly, the leader immediately said that the identity of the client could not be revealed. Thien Savu explained that he was also going to Xinyan and was just curious. The leader shared some food with Thien Savu. After eating, Thien Savu prepared to leave. I want to go to Xinyan to ask about some matters. I wonder how you all usually gather information. At this, Ma Kovu opened a book and said it depended on the type of information. The method of gathering information varies. In the Central Plains, the fastest place to get news is the tea house. Although its background is mysterious, their news spreads far and wide. And as it happens, there's a branch of such a tea house in Xinyan. Thien Savu listened and began to formulate a plan. Ma Kovu added, the situation in Xinyan is chaotic right now. Dai Lukbo and the Mudong clan are on the brink of a great war. If you don't have a reputation, young hero, it will be very difficult to operate. Thien Savu said he had his own way. The young man's lips curled into a slight, confident smile as he expressed that he had to go to Xinyan no matter what. Seeing Thien Savu's determination, Ma Kovu's heart stirred. It seems this young hero is no ordinary person. A night passed, and the next day, Thien Savu set off with the Thiet Ma escort agency. On the way, Ma Kovu told Thien Savu about the affairs of the martial world. Young hero, you must remember, the Emu Long Mon is currently extremely powerful. You wouldn't believe it, but the martial world has recently expanded dramatically, and the struggles between factions are more intense than ever. Thien Savu remained unfazed. Big brother Ma, you mentioned the Emu Long Mon. Do you not know anything about the Thief O Mon? Vu said he was from the north and wasn't familiar with the dealings of the martial world. Hearing this, Ma Chavu explained everything in detail. It turned out that the Inu Long Mon, with its 9 major and 19 year sects, had nearly monopolized all the masters of the Central Plains. At the top were the 2 saints, and below them were the 3 Hejmanes and 4 Venerables, with masters as numerous as the clouds. One of the 2 saints was the Plum Blossom Sword Saint, Lamian II, whose strength was formidable. The other was the Inu Long King, Tuan Thang, the leader of the Hongfu army. Just below the 2 saints were the 3 Hejmanes, including the invincible saber, Tuang Nu Tin, the head of the Hin Fat Mon, whose strength was not inferior to the saints. It was said that the 2 saints and 3 Hejmanes all had transcendent cultivation and had entered the Supreme Realm. Hearing this, Thien Savu was inwardly shocked. There were many Supreme Masters in the north as well, but most of them had been killed by his master. The young man thought to himself, I wonder how these experts compare to my master. No, I wonder how they compare to me. Just then, a scent interrupted his thoughts. It was the thick, incredibly familiar smell of blood. Ma Kovu immediately said to his big brother, there are many bodies just ahead. The martial world is in chaos. What is going on? Seeing the bodies up ahead, Ma Kovu immediately went to investigate. The roadside was piled with hundreds of corpses. Thien Savu saw this and couldn't help but shudder. Ma Kovu gave the order. It seems Dai Lukbo and the Mudong clan have already clashed. Everyone, let's get through here quickly. Thiet Ma escort agency hurried towards Xinyan. Thien Savu sat in the carriage, his mind in turmoil. He recognized that most of the dead were martial artists from Trongbok Mountain. At this moment, Ma Kovu's words cut through his thoughts. Don't worry, we'll reach Xinyan today. I saw something earlier. There were rumors that Dai Lukbo had accepted a group of martial artists from Trongbok Mountain. It seems the news was true. Dai Lukbo didn't want to waste their own strength. Hearing Trongbok Mountain, Thien Savu's heart stirred. If there were so many martial artists from Trongbok Mountain, perhaps he could find a trace of his master's daughter and his sister. Just then, Ma Xiu shouted, Big brother, I see the Than Dong Thaishi Long Gorge. From Ma Kovu, Thien Savu learned the history of the gorge. Ever since the Mudong clan went into seclusion, this place had become even more chaotic. Countless martial artists from Trongbok Mountain had died here. Because of this place was also called Trongbok Mountain. Every year, people would erect statues for the fallen martial artist here. But 10 years ago, one of the statues was destroyed. The statue had been destroyed. No one knew how it ended up in that state. Thien Savu looked closely. Could it have been Master's doing? Before long, the city of Shenyang appeared before them. The Thien Ma escort agency brought Thien Savu into Shenyang. Ma Siyu led Thien Savu to a tea house to inquire about news. Thien Savu expressed his gratitude. Ma Kovu gave him a jade pendant, saying he had other duties and had to take his leave. In the future, if you have time, young hero, you must visit the Thien Ma escort agency. We must have a good drink then. Thien Savu smiled and accepted. Watching the Thien Ma escort agency finish their delivery and leave, Thien Savu turned and looked around. He quickly leapt onto a roof. Thien Savu observed for a moment. He chose the highest point for a panoramic view. He raised his left hand, in which he held a small flag. He spun it once, his internal energy surging. The young man looked down below. I wonder where the Mudong residence is. A moment later, a slight smile appeared on Thien Savu's lips. It seems that battleground over there is the Mudong residence. At that moment, in his sight, two figures appeared on a distant roof. It was Mudong Kwang and Mudong Kai, whom he had met at the Bachman Inn. It seems my guess was correct. That place is the Mudong residence. He followed the direction the two were looking. He saw a procession of horses. They were heading towards the hotel entrance. Thien Savu smiled. The Thien Ma escort agency's cargo was indeed for the Mudong clan. Just then, a powerful or emanated from nearby. Thien Savu immediately turned his head, looking in the direction of the sound. 3 men were ganging up on one person. The 3 were cursing as they fought. Who dares block our path? This is the beggar sect's territory. Thien Savu heard a child's cry for help. It was the voice of someone from the north. Thien Savu immediately rushed over. The child, crying with his head in his hands, said his mother was sick, and he wanted the beggar sect to help find his father. You think the beggar sect takes on any mission? Just then, a demonic black shadow lunged forward. Thien Savu appeared before the child like a bolt of lightning, his internal energy surging. He slammed his fist down, shaking the very ground. The disciples of the beggar sect were terrified by the sight. Thien Savu said coldly, 3 grown men bullying a child. Is this how the disciples of the beggar sect conduct themselves? Thien Savu suddenly extended his hands. He struck the acupuncture points of the other 2. The next second, a powerful internal force sent the 2 flying. Thien Savu had instantly knocked all 3 to the ground. He didn't know that all of this was being watched by an old man on a roof. This person was the beggar's sect elder, Ho Quan. 10 years ago, I met his master. The elder thought to himself, this young man, what is his origin? A disciple of the beggar sect struggled to his feet. Who is this punk? How dare he interfere in the affairs of our beggar sect? A powerful internal force surged towards Thien Savu. The beggar's sect elder, Ho Quan, still didn't move. Thien Savu struck the opponent's acupuncture point with one palm. The young man's formidable internal energy erupted. The beggar's sect disciple felt his body go numb and knelt on the ground, unable to stand up again. Thien Savu said coldly, what crime did this child commit to deserve such punishment? I heard the beggar's sect upholds justice, but it seems that's just an empty reputation. Just then, an urgent voice rang out. To criticize the entire beggar's sect over a small matter, isn't that a bit one-sided? We've already refused this child many times, but he just won't listen. The beggar's sect elder, Hung Vukoi, asked, young hero, may I have your name? Thien Savu replied coolly, my name is Thien Savu. From Trongbok Mountain, Hung Vukoi said, I wonder if young hero Thien can be lenient, even if he was at fault. There's no need to cripple him. Thien Savu's eyes turned cold. To negotiate terms, one must have equal standing. At this, Thien Savu increased the pressure in his hand, ignoring the screams of the beggar's sect disciple. He said coldly, it seems our standings are not equal. Young hero is right. Hong Vukoi said, my condition is that the beggar's sect will no longer trouble you, and we will ensure the child's safety. Thien Savu understood the other's intention and sneered inwardly. Quite the sly old fox. But he still let go. The disciple's arm was already twisted and deformed. Hong Vukoi said, I knew you were a reasonable person. Young hero, thank you for showing mercy. But Thien Savu ignored Hong Vukoi and turned to the little girl. What's your name? Are you also from Trongbok Mountain? The girl nodded slightly and said her name was Voam. You said your mother is sick. I'll go with you to see her. Thien Savu led the girl away. The other disciples didn't dare to ask the elder why he didn't punish Thien Savu. Hong Vukoi said to the injured disciple, you should be glad you're still alive. If I hadn't appeared, not only you, but this entire beggar sect branch could have been wiped out. Look at those other 2 disciples. If he wanted to injure you, I couldn't have stopped him. Did you notice his hands? They are as fair and soft as a girl's. But you can't imagine the terrifying power hidden in those hands. At this point, Hong Vukoi rifted into reminiscence, his voice becoming distant. Those hands are just like the hands of the old man I met 10 years ago. He also had a pair of hands fairer than any woman's. I will never forget the sight of that day. With a single palm strike, he turned the Zen Bao fortress to dust. Hongvu Koi's voice grew hoarse. To this day, I still clearly remember the old man's last words. He said his successor would return. It seems now is the time for great change in the martial world of the Central Plains. Who would have thought that in Nanyang, the new territory of the Mudong clan, someone would dare to openly attack their patrol team? Just a moment ago, a team of Mudong disciples was on patrol. One of the subordinates had suggested going for a drink after the patrol, but the captain refused. We are currently at war. Dai Lukbao could attack us in Shenyang at any time. We must not be careless. But as soon as he finished speaking, a hand pierced through his chest. The Mudong disciple's eyes widened in shock. He never expected Tichvo to appear here. The group of Mudong disciples immediately fell into chaos. Tichvo ordered, "Leave no one alive." The assassination squad immediately took action. Then, two figures rushed over. It was Mudong Quanthan and Mudong Quang. Seeing many Mudong disciples injured, Mudong Quanthan asked coldly, "What is the situation now?" Mudong Quang replied, "The situation is very dangerous. These kinds of assassinations happen frequently. They are very cunning. It seems they intend to eliminate our outer perimeter forces first." Just then, Mudong Kai appeared. "Big brother, the elder of the Sutamon, has appeared. Bak Fong Du has appeared." Hearing this, Mudong Quanthan and Mudong Quang's expressions changed slightly. Mudong Quanthan asked coldly, "Bak Fong Du has come to Shenyang? Is this information accurate?" "Yes, I have confirmed it is Bak Fong Du." Mudong Quang's expression was grave. "It seems the Sutamon wants to get involved. Big brother, we must act. Dai Lukbo is numerous and powerful. Bak Fong Du will surely side with them. That's a given. If we make a move, it would be tantamount to declaring war on the entire Sutamon. Alright, I'll go meet him first to probe his intentions. Quang, you go to the Backlin cave. I'm leaving this to you. Perhaps it can be completed tonight." At the same time, in another inn, a doctor placed his fingers on the woman's pulse, carefully diagnosing her. After a long while, the doctor said softly, "The internal injuries are very severe, and her energy and blood are in disarray." Hearing this, the little girl looked worried. Thien Savu asked, "Are the internal injuries too severe? Or is your medical skill insufficient?" The doctor said, "I am the best doctor in Shenyang. How can my skills be insufficient? But to cure her, we will need some rare medicinal ingredients." After the doctor finished, Thien Sabu placed a gold ingot on the table. "No matter the cost, you must save her." Seeing the gold on the table, the doctor's heart was moved. "Rest assured, I will do my best." The doctor stood up. "I'll go prepare the ingredients now. I'll be back tomorrow. Mother is going to be saved." The little girl, with tears in her eyes, thanked Thien Savu. Thien Savu sat down next to the girl and comforted her. "Don't worry, everyone's fate is in their own hands. Promise me, no matter what difficulties you face, you will never give up." The girl nodded vigorously. "Alright, now I have a few questions for you. How did your mother end up like this?" Thien Savu sat by the door, lost in thought. "I thought my sister was taken by the Yuan people, which probably had nothing to do with the Mudong clan. But regarding the master's daughter, according to the little girl's story, the Mudong clan is definitely involved. The girl's mother had been injured while gathering medicinal herbs. Her father was a merchant who traveled between Trongbok Mountain and the Central Plains. One day, the people from his village began to go missing. Her father had some dealings with the Mudong clan and wanted to ask for their help in searching, but he was refused. That night, her father also disappeared. There were rumors that he was being held captive by the Mudong clan in a cave, where many people from Trongbok Mountain were also imprisoned." Thien Savu thought for a moment, and then asked, "Old man, what do you think of this matter?" The old man said, "How did you know it was me? I smelled your scent." Hong Vukoi ignored the young man's probing. "I know you were eavesdropping on the roof just now. Tell me, what do you think about the missing people from Trongbok Mountain?" Hong Vukoi said, "It's not uncommon for people from Trongbok Mountain to go missing. 20 years ago, in Shenyang, and even all of Liaoning, this happened from time to time. The beggars sect investigated back then but found nothing, only suspecting it was related to the Mudong clan. But when the Mudong clan announced their seclusion, all the clues went cold. I heard the beggars sect is the best informed in the Central Plains. It seems now they're not so great after all. Young people are indeed impatient. It's true we found nothing 20 years ago, but in recent years, we have uncovered quite a few things. For example, the location of the mountain cave you're looking for." At this, Hong Vukoi paused. "This is as much as I can reveal." Thien Savu asked, "What are your conditions for this exchange?" Hong Vukoi said sternly, "This is the rule of the beggar sect." Just then, there was a noise outside the door. Hong Vukoi and the young man immediately looked up. A man dressed in black appeared. "Let's go." This man was Bak Fong Du of the Sutamon. Unlike the two saints and three hegemones, the Yulong and Sudamon also had three extremely powerful masters, known as the three heroes. Bak Fong Duthu was one of them, clearly a young master of the Sudamon. After explaining, Hongvu Koi whispered to Thien Savu. Hearing this, Thien Savu couldn't help but size up his opponent. Before he could recover, another person arrived. Mudong Quanthan, with a respectful expression, said, "Big brother Bak Fong Duthu, one of the three heroes of the Sudamon. Your personal visit is a great honor for the Mudong clan." Bak Fong Duthu returned the courtesy. "Long time no see. Mudong Quanthan." Mudong Quanthan invited him inside, saying he had something to discuss. Bak Fong Duthu refused. "I already have an appointment." Hearing this, Mudong Quanthan's mind began to race. Bak Fong Duthu said respectfully, "This junior pays his respects to the beggar sect elder." Hongvu Koi, with a calm expression, asked, "You recognize me? I heard senior has been in Shenyang for 15 years. This junior has always hoped for an opportunity to meet you." Hearing these words, Mudong Quanthan was shocked. An elder of the beggars sect had been in Shenyang for 15 years, and he knew nothing about it. Bak Fong Duthu subtly noticed the change in Mudong Quanthan's aura. It seems the Mudong clan knew nothing about this. Mudong Quanthan regained his respectful demeanor and said, "This junior, Mudong Quanthan, was unaware of senior's presence. What brings you here?" Hongvu Koi chuckled to himself. "So, now you see how formidable I am." Thien Savu's attention was drawn to Mudong Quanthan's next words. "Since you have an appointment, I'll just ask one question. If the Mudong clan fights Dai Lukpo, which side will you?" Bak Fong Duthu. "Beyond, what is your stance?" The heir of the Mudong clan was now questioning a young man. Faced with Mudong Quanthan's questioning, Bak Fong Duthu remained calm. Senior Invincible Saber does not wish for the Mudong clan and Dai Lukpo to fight again. Moreover, that old man suspects that this whole affair is a deliberately orchestrated plot. Mudong Quanthan said, "You can't say that. The Invincible Saber suspects our Mudong clan." "Brother Quanthan, you worry too much. That old man is not like that." Bak Fong Duthu said, "I also believe it's not like that." Hearing this, Mudong Quanthan took his leave. But after a few steps, he suddenly stopped and said to Bak Fong Duthu, "Brother Bak Fong, please be more careful. Shenyang tonight will likely be very dangerous." Bak Fong Duthu also felt a sense of unease and couldn't help but be on guard. Mudong Quanthan sneered. "The Invincible Saber doesn't want to restart the conflict. Does he really think our Mudong clan is afraid of him? Tonight is the night you all die." At this time, in the tavern, Bak Fong Duthu and Hongvu Koi began to talk. Thien Savu was still thinking about the previous conversation. Bak Fong Duthu interrupted his thoughts. "My name is Bak Fong Duthu of the Sutamon. May I ask for your esteemed name?" Thien Savu, following the customs of the martial world, gave his name. Bak Fong Duthu was already suspicious. He realized he couldn't sense the aura of the young man before him. Just then, Hongvu Koi asked Bak Fong Duthu, "What is your purpose? Is it just to probe the Mudong clan situation? Or do you want the beggars sect to suffer?" Bak Fong Duthu replied, "Senior Hongvu Koi has guessed correctly. Senior Invincible Saber is trying to prevent casualties. If an all-out war breaks out, the Sutamon will certainly participate. If the entire Yulong Mon gets involved, the situation will become very complicated. If Senior Invincible Saber has spoken, Hongvu Koi assured that the beggars sect would not interfere in this matter." At this point, Hongvu Koi suddenly changed his tone. "But if you have other intentions, Senior is joking. How could the Sutamon have other motives?" After a pause, Bak Fong Duthu turned and left, heading towards Dai Lukpo. Lord Van Chak Huang and his two sons personally came out to welcome Bak Fong Duthu. Bak Fong Duthu recounted today's events to Van Chak Huang. Van Chak Huang asked how Dai Lukpo should act. Bak Fong Duthu said coldly, "A battle with the Mudong clan is inevitable. To avoid it is impossible. It's better to strike early and win quickly. Tonight, we must seize the inheritance of the Backling Cave." Elsewhere, an old man and a young boy were heading towards Shenyang. Hongvu Koi asked Thien Savu if he was prepared to act. Thien Savu said, "Tonight is the perfect opportunity to sneak in." Thien Savu gradually approached his target, his hands clasped behind his back, walking leisurely. "Aren't you going to watch, Senior?" In another hidden corner, Mudong Quanthan was reporting all of today's events to his father. After listening, Mudong Dongthien understood. The Sutamon had appeared for the inheritance of the Backling Cave. The beggars sect elder, Hongvu Koi, was also present. Although he promised the beggars sect would not participate, we must still be on guard. If the beggars sect interferes, kill them all. Mudong Dongthien's gaze was fixed on the Backling Cave. When all this is over, our Mudong clan will no longer be controlled by the Ndulong Mon and the Thifu Mon. The Mudong clan will rule the world. Suddenly, a figure appeared. Thien Savu ended lightly on the roof. he saw a group of riders heading out of the city. Thien Sa-vu quickly observed and spotted two familiar figures, the Ma-ko-vu brothers from the Thien Ma escort agency. Thien Sa-vu sighed in relief. It seemed the Thien Ma escort agency was not involved in this conflict. But suddenly, his gaze froze. The city had become a sea of blood. Just then, Hong Vu-koi said, "What's so surprising? The conflict between the Mudong clan and Dai Luk Bao is a common occurrence. I'm not surprised. If it weren't for this, how could we understand the situation so clearly?" Hearing this, Hong Vu-koi was astonished. He never expected this young man to be so thoughtful. Before long, the two arrived at a cave in the back mountain. A chilling aura washed over them. This was the Backling cave that the Mudong clan had protected for so many years. Dai Luk Bao and the Mudong clan were engaged in a fierce battle. In an instant, the sounds of shouting and killing filled the air. Tichvota led the charge, slaughtering the Mudong disciples. On the other side, the Mudong disciples roared, defending the Backling cave. Van Trak Huang immediately appeared behind Tichvota. The two of them instantly cut down countless people. Bak Fong Du drew his sword and executed his ultimate technique, the Hung Su Dao. In a moment, the Mudong disciples were killed one by one. In the blink of an eye, Dai Luk Bao had wiped out all the Mudong disciples. Van Jack Houng's face was grave. The Mudong clan has been painstakingly built. Do we win this easily? Before he could compose himself, a golden light shot out from behind. A disciple of Dai Luk Bao was cut down on the spot. Bak Fong Duchu's voice came from behind, his heart sinking. The golden light shot rapidly towards Van Chak Huang. Tichvotu was horrified and quickly warned him. "Master, be careful." Van Chak Huang heard the warning. He sensed the killing intent and dodged with all his might. But his left arm was still severed by the golden light. The light quickly vanished. Van Chak Huang was bleeding profusely. Just then, heavy footsteps approached. Van Chak Huang endured the pain. A group of men in black appeared, their eyes filled with killing intent. At this moment, a deep voice echoed from behind. Lu Fang and his subordinates have also appeared in person. It seems the inheritance of the Backling cave is indeed very tempting. Bak Fong Du looked in the direction of the voice. An old man stood there, his body radiating a powerful internal energy. The golden light spun rapidly under his control. This man was the head of the Mudong clan, Mudong Dong Thien. The old and the young both sensed the enemy's aura. The Mudong clan, Bak Fong Du. As soon as the two entered, they discovered many hidden masters. Seeing this, Thien Savu couldn't help but chuckle. Many disciples of Dai Luk Bao were struck by the powerful internal energy. The mechanism in the blade was triggered, killing them instantly. "You to go first. The others follow." Hong Vai Koi asked, "Are you here for the inheritance of the Backling cave?" Thien Savu replied that he had no interest in it. Hearing this, Hong Vu Koi's eyes widened in surprise. The inheritance of the Backling cave was something everyone in the martial world dreamed of. If you're not interested, why did you come to the Mudong residence? Before Hong Vu Koi could finish, the stone slab beneath his feet suddenly collapsed. A mechanism in the wall was triggered. Hong Vu Koi immediately channeled all his internal energy, striking the approaching stone pillar with both palms. Unexpectedly, the mechanism's power far exceeded his imagination. Even with all his strength, he was injured. His right arm took a heavy blow. Thien Savavu quickly rushed forward, striking the giant stone pillar with one palm. He chuckled. "Thien Pote Che divine art, unmastered for 1,000 years." Hong Vu Koi was amazed by the young man's powerful technique. The two continued forward and soon reached an exit. Unexpectedly, there was another world beneath the Backling cave. Hong Vu Koi was amazed by the sight before him. Below was a massive ice lake, and a group of people surrounded someone in the middle. Hong Vu Koi recognized the person in the center as Mudong. Could those two golden lights be the inheritance of the Backling cave? But Thien Savu paid no attention to the so-called inheritance. He walked towards a house in a hidden corner. Thien Savu quickly rushed over and hid. Hong Vu Koi said angrily, "What are you running for? Let's go see what's happening." Thien Savu ended softly. Through the iron bars, he saw that many people from Trongbok Mountain were indeed imprisoned inside. Hong Voi was extremely shocked. While Thien Savu's eyes gradually turned cold, he swung his left hand forcefully, and a powerful surge of internal energy erupted, instantly killing one person. Mudong Dongthien heard the commotion and turned to look. He saw an old man and a young boy standing there. He recognized the old man as Hongvu. Mudong Dongthien coldly said to Mudong Huang and Mudong Tri, "Take the Black Sword Squad and eliminate those two. Leave no one alive." Mudong Huang and Mudong Tri obeyed, but Thien Savu shattered the wall with a single palm strike. He said calmly, "No one here will survive." A man in the corner struggled to his feet and walked up to Thien Savu. The man asked, "I am Voam's father. Do you know Voam? How is she? How is her mother?" Thien Savu nodded and said he would reunite him with his family. The man knelt on the ground. "Thank you for saving my life, young hero. If not for you, we would have all died without knowing why. Hundreds have already died. Mudong Dongthien is truly evil. Hong Vukoi also never expected Mu Dung Dong Thien to be the mastermind. Thien Savo eyes where I scold. I want to see Mu Dung Dong Thien. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. Daring to release the people of Trong Bok Mountain on your own. You are truly arrogant. Thien Savo heard this. The three words Trong Bok Mountain ignited a fire in his heart. His gaze swept over, and he saw Mu Dunk Wang and Mu Dunk Kai appear. Though asked coldly, "Who did you say was from Trong Bok Mountain?" Mu Dunk Wang felt the other's presence and dared not answer. Could this young man also be from Trong Bok Mountain? Hong Vukoi whispered. The Mu Dunk clan spent 25 years training an army. It seems these people are the Black Sword Squad. The older man, Voem's father, said to Thien Savu, "Please take care of these people from Trong Bok Mountain." Thien Savu replied, "I said, I want to see Mu Dung Dong Thien." A fierce-looking man in black armor shouted, "How dare you speak the clan head's name directly?" The young Thien Savu calmly walked forward. He said coldly, "Move." The man in black armor took a step forward, his powerful internal energy erupting. Hong Vukoi was astonished by the young man's immense internal energy. Thien Savu's face was calm. The young man suddenly channeled his internal energy. Faced with his opponent's powerful energy, Thien Savu's expression did not change. The young man chuckled lightly and leapt into the air. Before everyone's astonished eyes, he struck with incredible speed. Thien Savu's face was ice-cold, his smile deepening. "To stop me, you'll have to pay with your lives." The leader of the black armored men was stunned. The next second, a tidal wave of formidable energy crashed into him. The man spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Thien Savu shouted coldly, "Let me kill you." Just then, the sound of rushing wind was heard. Mu Dunk Wang and Mu Dunk Kai appeared. The two brothers joined forces to attack Thien Savu. Thien Savu said, "You want to die too?" The young man channeled all his internal energy, his powerful aura erupting. "Today, I will wipe out your Mu Dunk clan." Sure enough, a group from the Mu Dunk clan appeared. Hong Vukoi, seeing this, blocked the attack for Thien Savu. Mu Dung Tung can send Hong Vukoi flying with a powerful blow. Hong Vukoi flipped in the air and landed. "I'm not done yet. Let me deal with you." Hong Vukoi looked at Thien Savu. "Go quickly." Thien Savu smiled. "Everything is within my calculations." Mu Dunk Kwang ordered the Black Sword Squad to block him. A group of men in black charged forward. Thien Savu laughed loudly. "If you want to die, I don't mind killing all of you." Thien Savu's movements were demonic. With a single move, he gravely injured his opponent. Thien Savu quickly sent a black-clad man's arm flying, and immediately after, a heavy palm strike hit him. The man flew away like a broken kite. Thien Savu closed in and landed a powerful kick on his leg, breaking the bone. Thien Savu swung his left hand forcefully, landing a palm strike on the man. He was instantly knocked unconscious. Just then, a swordsman charged forward, his eyes behind the mask glinting with murderous intent. He thrust his sword straight at Thien Savu's back. Thien Savu heard the wind and sneered. The next second, the sword had already passed in front of him. The young Thien Savu had vanished, repairing behind the man. Thien Savu swung his left hand forcefully. He grabbed the swordsman by the neck. His right hand gripped the opponent's wrist, and a small object appeared in his palm, into which he channeled a powerful internal energy. Thien Savu forcefully flipped him over. The young man spun his body continuously, lifting the swordsman into the air. Thien Savu raised his right hand. He channeled all his formidable internal energy into his palm. An extremely powerful palm strike hit the falling swordsman. The three swordsmen were violently shaken, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. All three were instantly knocked unconscious, but the swordsman who had been caught was unharmed. The other swordsmen were terrified, but Thien Savu didn't stop. The young man channeled all his internal energy into his right hand and struck the swordsman with great force. "Today, I will make you remember this." Thien Savu suddenly unleashed a powerful surge of energy. A swordsman was sent flying, unconscious and terrified. Then, one after another, powerful streams of energy shot out like rays of light. The swordsmen who were hit immediately collapsed. Thien Savu moved through the crowd like a cheetah. In an instant, no one could stop him. An angry swordsman charged at Thien Savu, but he stood still. He grabbed the sword's blade with both hands. The swordsman was horrified. Thien Savu channeled all his internal energy. The swordsman's arm was twisted and deformed. The powerful internal energy was transferred to the swordsman's arm. The swordsman's entire arm was twisted and shattered. The immense twisting force threw the swordsman into the air. He fell to the ground, unconscious. Many swordsmen continued to attack relentlessly. Faced with the storm of attacks, Thien Savu was fearless. A murderous glint flashed in the young man's eyes, and he then stomped his foot hard on the ground. The ice shards beneath Thien Savu's feet were sent flying into the air. The young man channeled all his internal energy into his hands and struck out forcefully. Countless ice shards shot out like rain, pelting the crowd. Many swordsmen tried to dodge but were still injured. The ice shards exploded in the crowd, and powerful internal energy spread outwards. In an instant, screams of agony filled the air, but the Black Sword Squad was not shaken. A crowd of swordsmen charged forward to attack. The young man raised his right hand. A strong wind rose around him. A group of swordsmen quickly moved behind Thien Savu, but they did not rush to attack. They quietly surrounded Thien Savu. He channeled his internal energy into his right hand, his face cold as he observed the situation. A moment later, over 10 swordsmen attacked simultaneously, forming a vortex that pulled Thien Savu in. The vortex gradually shrank, sealing off all of Thien Savu's escape routes. Seeing this, Thien Savu's expression remained unchanged as countless sword energies rushed towards him. The Black Sword Squad began to use the army training sword formation they had practiced for 25 years. In an instant, Thien Savu was surrounded. Just then, the young man's eyes sharpened. An extremely powerful palm strike hit the stream of sword energy. A slight smile appeared on Thien Savu's lips as his formidable internal energy exploded. Blocking the sword energy, the Black Sword Squad's formation was broken, and the entire Backlin cave shook violently. Hong Vukoi and the others turned their heads in astonishment. A giant crack had appeared on the ice lake. Mu Dongguan immediately said, "You go deal with those people from Trongbok Mountain." Then quickly returned to father's side. "I'll deal with this old man." Mu Dongguan charged forward, striking at Hong Vukoi with his palm. Hong Vukoi dodged, leaping into the air. "It seems I have to get serious now. Those people from Trongbok Mountain are innocent." Hong Vukoi drew a soft whip. Hong Vukoi spun around. He immediately lashed out at the Mudong siblings with his whip. The two engaged in a fierce battle. The two clashed with their ice swords. Hong Vukoi noticed a sudden surge in the Mudong siblings' internal energy and quickly retreated, creating distance. Hong Vukoi said, "Today, I will show you two youngsters my ultimate technique." This clan head had personally killed 50 elders. The Mudong clan had been in seclusion for 25 years just to master these two metal rings. Now that his power was complete, he finally unleashed their might. Mudong Dongthien swung the twin rings. Tich Fotu was instantly sliced in two. Bak Fong Du was horrified by this. He quickly charged forward to fight Mudong Dongthien, bringing his sword down on him with great force. Unexpectedly, a murderous aura suddenly came from behind. The swords clashed. It was Mu Dongguan Than. "I'll block this sword. You go kill Van Shak Huang." Bak Fong Du was extremely shocked. He never expected Mu Dongguan Than to possess such internal energy. Mu Dongguan Than's eyes were sharp and cold. He said, "I've always been curious why you're called one of the three heroes." Just then, Van Shak Huang and his younger sister attacked Mudong Dongthien. But before they could even make a move, they were sent flying by Mudong Thien's twin metal rings. Mudong Dongthien's right hand suddenly swung out. A powerful palm strike shot towards Van Shak Huang. Before he could react, his neck was caught by Mudong Dongthien. Mudong Dongthien lifted Van Shak Huang into the air with one hand and said loudly, "You call yourselves the rulers of Liaoning for 20 years. How arrogant, especially for the last 20 years. Calling yourselves the rulers of Liaoning has been an eyesore." Just then, a loud explosion echoed from the Backlin cave. Mudong Dongthien turned his head and saw countless members of the Black Sword Squad being killed. The screams were endless. Mudong Dongthien threw Van Shak Huang to the ground and stared ahead. He saw countless black-clad swordsmen lying on the ground. It was caused by the overwhelming internal energy of Thien Savu. Mudong Dongthien was utterly horrified. The elite army he had painstakingly trained for 25 years had been so easily defeated. Just then, a voice rang out. A young man with his hands clasped behind his back stood there proudly. It was Thien Savu. He stood below the platform, looking at Mudong Dongthien. "Old man, what right do you have to take the lives of the people of Trongbok Mountain?" Mudong Dongthien replied, "If you are stronger, what right do you have? You have a point. You may have some martial skill, but to stand up for these slaves, you truly don't know your place." Tavu said, "You mean to say that whoever is stronger is right? Is that it? Then let's see who is stronger." Mudong Quan Than and the others also noticed the situation over there. Bak Fong Du recognized the young man as Thien Savu, whom he had met at the inn. He saw the vortex again and was terrified. His Bak Fong Du's expression changed slightly. They felt a deep fear of Thien Savu, not because he could single and action annihilate hundreds of Black Sword Squad members, nor because he could create a giant vortex with a single palm strike, but because of the powerful aura emanating from him. A cold sweat trickled down Bak Fong Du's forehead. Just then, Mudong Quan Than spoke. "Your opponent is me." He then struck. A powerful palm strike shot towards Bak Fong Du but was repelled by a formidable internal energy, forcing him back several steps. Bak Fong Du tried to suppress his internal energy, his eyes like those of a ferocious bear, staring at his opponent. Mudong Quan Than, "Are you not curious why I am called one of the three heroes? Today, I will show you whether I live up to my name." On the other side, Mudong Dongthien, Nathan, hearing Thien Savu's words, was enraged. His twin metal rings spun like sharp blades. "I have mastered the inheritance of the Backlin Cave. Who is my opponent? Mu Dong Dongthin channeled all his formidable internal energy into his left hand, raising the metal ring. His entire body radiated a dazzling light. He swung his left hand forcefully, and the metal ring flew towards Thin Savu. The metal ring shot towards Thin Savu, but he did not move. His left hand slowly rose. On the young man's fair arm, a blue light flickered. Thin Savu met the fierce attack. In the moment of collision, their formidable internal energies clashed violently. Thin Savu's face remained calm. The next second, a loud explosion rang out. Mu Dong Dongthin shouted, "These twin metal rings are the culmination of my 25 years of effort. The inheritance of the Backlin Cave. You arrogant brat, daring to challenge them is suicide." But at this critical moment, the young man's calm voice was heard. "You dare to claim supremacy in the world with just these two rings? Old man, are you still dreaming?" Thin Savu said coldly, "Is this why the Mu Dong clan stole the gold?" Hearing this, Mu Dong Dongthin's expression changed. "Could it be you who stole the gold?" Thin Savu did not answer, only sighed softly. "So many people have died for this. Old man, you are truly laughable." The young man's lips curled into a slight smile. "This ring, naturally, I don't feel like giving it back to you." The metal ring flew towards Mu Dongthin like an arrow. He didn't dare to wait. He threw out the other metal ring to meet the attack. The two rings instantly collided, creating a thunderous explosion. The formidable internal energy shook the entire area, sending rubble flying. Mu Dong Dongthin was utterly shocked. He never expected Thin Savu to have such powerful internal energy. He channeled all his power to control the metal rings. Seeing he was about to lose, Mu Dong Dongthin's eyes filled with a crazed look. Looking at his trembling hands, a boss Kulao began to threatening. He was terrified. Just then, Thin Savu's voice rang out. "You are the head of the Mu Dong clan. I should have let you die with more dignity." Thin Savu's tone suddenly changed. "But when I think of the suffering people of Trongbok Mountain," Thin Savu suddenly channeled all his internal energy. "I can't let you die so easily." Thin Savu's aura erupted violently, charging at Mu Dong Dongthin like a hunting leopard. Mu Dong Dongthin remembered the humiliations he had suffered. "With your pathetic skills, you dare to boast about killing me? This Mu Dong Dongthin is not so easily dealt with." Thin rings flew towards Thin Savu. He leapt up, weaving between the two rings like a leopard. The young man's face was cold, his killing intent soaring. "Old man, you say my martial arts are mediocre?" Thin Savu raised his right hand and punched. "Today, I will show you the power of the Thin Bei Che divine art." The young man spun and delivered a powerful palm strike towards Mu Dong Dongthin. Mu Dong Dongthin was sent flying, to be beaten by a young man to the point where he couldn't even stand up. Thin Savu leapt up and delivered a powerful kick towards Mu Dong Dongthin. He tried to block but failed. The intense pain in his arm made him unable to move. This young man is so young, yet his skills are so precise. Thin Savu channeled his internal energy and quickly attacked Mu Dong Dongthin. He was sent flying again. The young man's eyes were filled with killing intent. "Old man, look closely. This is the Thin Fei Che divine art that you called mediocre." Savu attacked fiercely. Mu Dong Dongthin also charged forward, attacking with his metal rings. The rings spun rapidly, striking at Thin Savu. But Thin Savu easily dodged them. He and Mu Dong Dongthin clashed fiercely. Mu Dong Dongthin used his twin golden rings with immense power. Thin Savu was sent flying backward like a broken kite. After several exchanges, Mu Dong Dongthin still couldn't do anything to the young man. Seeing the youth's fierce momentum, he became even more enraged. Mu Dong Dongthin channeled his internal energy into his palms and then suddenly pushed forward, controlling the twin golden rings to attack Thin Savu with great force. The golden rings shot towards Thin Savu at incredible speed. However, Thin Savu dodged them lightly. The rings passed through his afterimage, causing no harm. Mu Dong Dongthin had not given up. Determined to kill Thin Savu, under his control, the twin golden rings spun rapidly towards Thin Savu. Seeing the golden rings about to hit Thin Savu, Mu Dong Dongthin rejoiced. "You insolent brat. You're courting death." But as soon as he finished speaking, his expression suddenly changed. He saw Thin Savu's body begin to gradually fade. The golden rings had only struck an afterimage. At that moment, Thin Savu had already touched the golden rings with his finger. Mu Dong Dongthin raised his head sharply and saw Thin Savu still standing there. Thin Savu ended lightly in a corner opposite him. Mu Dong Dongthin looked towards that corner. Thin Savu, without hesitation, launched a fierce counterattack. Soon after, Thin Savu ended lightly, standing opposite Mu Dong Dongthin. The young man held Mu Dong Dongthin's palms with both hands, his powerful internal energy gathering. Thin Savu's voice was like ice. "This will be a pain you will never forget." The young man used the 70 transformations, his hands clashing with Mu Dong Dongthin's. The young man tried to counterattack but was suppressed by Mu Dong Dongthin. Thin Savu used his right hand to grip the ground, stopping him. His left hand gripped Mu Dong Dongthin, simultaneously changing the direction of his attack. Mu Dong Dong Thin's powerful internal energy was neutralized by Thin Savu. A fierce blow rendered Mu Dong Dong Thin unable to resist. Thin Savu struck without hesitation, landing a powerful palm strike on Mu Dong Dong Thin's chest. Powerful internal energy from Thin Savu's palm continuously flowed into his body. Thin Savu instantly attacked Mu Dong Dong Thin. Thin Savu's powerful internal energy shattered the surrounding rocks. Mu Dong Dong Thin felt the internal energy in his body being violently shaken. In an instant, his right eye began to bleed. Thin Savu sneered. This is just the beginning. At the same time, on another battlefield, Mu Dong Quan Than and Tr Tunjia were fighting fiercely. Tr Tunjia suddenly spoke. Do you still doubt my identity as one of the three heroes? Mu Dong Quan Than roared and attacked again. Tr Tunjia dodged and launched a powerful counterattack. A loud explosion rang out, and a terrifying force erupted. The two who were fighting suddenly stopped. Tr Tunjia turned his head to look at the source of the sound. Mu Dong Quan Than also looked over cautiously. After the smoke and dust cleared, an old man appeared. It was Mu Dong Dong Thin, now covered in wounds. Seeing his father's tragic state, Mu Dong Quan Than cried out in anguish. At this moment, Mu Dong Dong Thin had completely lost his will. In the battle, he tried to use his internal energy to suppress the chaotic energy in his body, preventing Thin Savu's energy from invading. Thin Savu seemed to see through his thoughts. If you want to live longer, you'd best do that. Once your energy flow fails, you will surely die. Hearing these words, Mu Dong Dong Thin gritted his teeth and then shouted, Damn you! I, your old master, have roamed the martial world for so many years. Who have I ever feared? Mu Dong Dong Thin channeled his powerful internal energy, and, sure enough, suppressed Thin Savu's. He sneered, Let's see what else you can do to me. Thin Savu calmly looked at him, his eyes as cold as ice, as if looking at a dead man. Sure enough, as soon as Mu Dong Dong Thin finished speaking, a sudden change occurred. The internal energy that had been suppressed suddenly erupted violently. It then surged through the meridians of his right arm. Mu Dong Dong Thin's mouth and nose began to bleed, and his face showed a look of horror. He realized the energy channels in his body were in chaos. Mu Dong Dong Thin quickly used his fingers to press the acupuncture points on his right arm, trying to stop the connection between his internal energy and blood. However, as his internal energy circulated, his expression suddenly changed. The internal energy in his right arm was not only not suppressed but became even more violent. Mu Dong Dong Thin tried his best to endure, but the chaotic internal energy made him tremble uncontrollably. Thin Savu crossed his arms and said coldly, Sealing your meridians is a good idea, but with your current internal energy, you can't do it. This internal energy will self-destruct your meridians. I told you, I wouldn't let you die so easily. Hearing this, Mu Dong Dong Thin's face turned pale. He angrily swung his hand, and the two golden rings spun under his control. Thin Savu nimbly dodged. Don't waste your energy. With your current strength, you can't hurt me at all. Unexpectedly, once again, Mu Dong Dong Thin did something shocking. He suddenly retracted the golden rings and swung them fiercely at his own right arm. You can't die. You can't imagine how determined and the head of a great clan like us can be. To save his own life, he did not hesitate. He severed his own arm. Seeing Mu Dong Dong Thin's decisive action, Thin Savu couldn't help but be impressed. This clan head is truly an extraordinary figure. Cutting off his arm can indeed stop the flow of internal energy. It seems I underestimated him. But Mu Dong Dong Thin seemed not to appreciate it. He suddenly released his energy. A scorching hot energy enveloped the twin golden rings. The two golden rings spun extremely fast under his control, as if they wanted to grind the surrounding space to dust. Mu Dong Dong Thin's eyes were bloodshot. You damn brat. I swear I will make you wish you were never born. He channeled a powerful internal energy. The winged golden rings spun wildly, creating a fierce wind. A scorching heat rose, destroying all the surrounding rocks. Thin Savu's face remained calm. He only saw Mu Dong Dong Thin on the stone platform. Like the midday sun, endless internal energy centered on him, pulling in everything around him. Even Mu Dong Quan Than and Tr Tunjia, who were far away, were affected. This sudden change shocked them both, and they quickly dodged. Mu Dong Dong Thin shouted, You little animal. You dared insult my Mu Dong clan. Die. Faced with this cataclysmic power, Thin Savu stood there calmly with his arms crossed. If you had used this move earlier, you wouldn't have had to cut off your own arm. The young man suddenly stomped his left foot, channeling a powerful internal energy into his palms. Thin Savu's entire body radiated light. He brought his hands together, meeting Mu Dong Dong Thin's twin palms. A blue, chilling energy continuously flowed out. The young man, Thin Savu, said coldly, I said, I want to take your life. Thin Savu shouted, pushing out with both hands, using his powerful internal energy to push back Mu Dong Dong Thin. Most importantly, that scorching hot true energy. The internal energy in the young man's body surged like a great river, continuously clashing between his palms. The terrifying power even shattered the twin golden rings, turning them into fragments. At this moment, Thien Savu's hand suddenly glowed. The fragments of the twin golden rings fell to the ground. A loud explosion rang out in the air, followed by a series of continuous explosions. Everyone around was thrown back by the shockwave. Mu Dunk Wanthan tried to brace himself, screaming loudly. The heavily injured Mu Dunk clan head was also sent flying by the shockwave, his mouth filled with the taste of blood. The disciples of the Mu Dunk clan were all seriously injured. The scene was tragic. They were thrown into the air by the powerful internal energy, and then fell heavily to the ground. Mu Dunk Dongthien channeled his powerful internal energy. To this day, he still couldn't accept this reality. The once mighty twin golden rings were so easily destroyed by this young man. The once majestic Mu Dunk clan head asked in a trembling voice. Who in the world are you? The young man smiled faintly and said, I am Thien Savu, the 35th successor of Thien Piche. 20 years ago, I discovered the secret of Baklin, Mu Dunk Dongthien said. From then on, I formulated this plan. For it, I spent 20 years of effort, even killing all the elders who opposed the plan. But now, it's all been destroyed by nobody like you. What grudge do you have against our Mu Dunk clan? Thien Savu said nothing, only slowly walked forward. Mu Dunk Dongthien kept backing away. Don't come near me. The once majestic clan head now knelt on the ground. Thien Savu, his face like ice, slowly approached. Mu Dunk Dongthien begged in despair. Please don't kill me. I want to live. I'll give you whatever you want. The others are worthless. But I am different. I am the head of the Mu Dunk clan. Don't you want the inheritance of Baklin? I can give it all to you. Please don't kill me. In the distance, Mu Dunk Quanthan saw this scene. The young master of the Mu Dunk clan gritted his teeth. A plant 20 years in the making, ruined by a nobody. He immediately ignored Tiarat, Tanjia, and charged forward. Just then, a ghostly figure appeared behind him. Before Mu Dunk Quanthan could react, he was struck by a chilling energy. He tried to dodge but was still hit. Fresh blood dripped to the ground. Mu Dunk Quanthan had been struck by Tiarat Tanjia. The young master of the Mu Dunk clan is indeed extraordinary. Even I have to be careful. Mu Dunk Quanthan said angrily. You shameless coward. Daring to use a sneak attack. Tiarat Tanjia suddenly turned and attacked Mu Dunk Quanthan. The golden ring flew quickly towards him, and Tiarat Tanjia landed on the ground to attack. Mu Dunk Quanthan angrily struck back at Tiarat Tanjia. Tiarat Tanjia dodged the attack, but Mu Dunk Quanthan angrily struck again, sending him flying. Mu Dunk Quanthan hit Tiarat Tanjia with a powerful surge of internal energy. Tiarat Tanjia tried to block but was suddenly hit by a heavy blow. Tiarat Tanjia spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. After defeating Tiarat Tanjia, Mu Dunk Quanthan turned around. He controlled the golden ring to attack Thien Savu. The ring flew towards him. Thien Savu was about to act when he spotted a figure. Thien Savu easily dodged the golden ring. But Mu Dunk Quanthan's target was not him, but to save his father. Mu Dunk Quanthan helped his father up. Today's debt, Mu Dunk Quanthan, will remember. I will surely repay you 100 in the future. He channeled his internal energy and quickly left. Thien Savu walked forward, raising his hand. Unexpectedly, Mu Dunk Quanthan struck first, controlling the golden ring to attack Thien Savu. Thien Savu said, just like your father, this kind of attack is useless against me. But Mu Dunk Quanthan suddenly changed his mind and quickly waved his hand. Under his control, the golden ring changed direction, avoiding Thien Savu and flying behind him. There was a loud explosion, and Thien Savu also retracted his attack. Looking closely, it turned out that a stone pillar had been broken. The stone pillar, weighing 10,000 pounds, was instantly broken. Thien Savu's face remained unchanged as he said softly, this is indeed outside my calculations. Another giant stone pillar appeared, enveloping Thien Savu. This man had never lost a fight, not even to the Mu Dunk clan. Hong Vukoi, holding his longsworth, said, Kid, let me show you how formidable I am. Unexpectedly, Mu Dunk Quang appeared. He flew into the air and launched an attack. I believe he will become a new force. The two clashed fiercely in the air. Hong Vukoi attacked Mu Dunk Quang with his longsworth, sending him flying. Mu Dunk Quang quickly counterattacked. His speed was incredible. In an instant, he had closed in on Hong Vukoi and attacked him. Mu Dunk Quang was pushed back by Hong Vukoi, who then pursued him. Mu Dunk Quang quickly dodged. Just then, the Mu Dunk clan head appeared. Hong Vukoi quickly dodged, escaping the two's attack. Hong Vukoi used one hand to block the clan head's legs and quickly kicked at the Mu Dunk siblings. The two chased after him. Hong Vukoi was beaten badly by Mu Dunk Quang. He then landed a hit on Mu Dunk Quang. A powerful internal energy surged out, and the longsworth pierced Mu Dunk Quang's body, locking him in place. Hong Vukoi's right hand gripped the longsworth. Mu Dunk Quang was captured by Hong Vukoi. Unable to move, Hong Vukoi sent the Mu Dunk siblings flying. The two brothers fell from the sky. Hong Vukoi retracted his hand. The Mudong siblings fell to the ground, covered in dust, struggling to their feet. Hong Vukoi mocked the Mudong clan, calling yourselves the first in Baklin. And this is all you've got? You don't even dare to hold others' lives in your hands. With such meager strength, you dare to take lives? The Mudong siblings panted heavily. Hong Vukoi glanced behind him. A giant stone pillar weighing 10,000 pounds was waiting for him. The entire Baklin seemed to shake. Many of the rescue people stared at Hong Vukoi. Hong Vukoi looked worriedly at Thien Savu. The Mudong siblings saw Mudong Quanthan running towards them. Mudong Quanthan said angrily, Quan, Kai, retreat. I'm going to activate the Great Annihilation Formation. Just then, a loud explosion rang out, and a powerful internal energy erupted. The surrounding rock shattered in the dust. A snow-white finger appeared. Mudong Quanthan turned his head and saw Thien Savu standing there majestically. His true energy was immense. His power incredible. He had easily destroyed the giant stone pillars. Mudong Quanthan was extremely shocked. He had never seen such a powerful martial art. Mudong Kai said, big brother, don't activate the Great Annihilation Formation. Wait for me, and second brother. Thien Savu heard this and was puzzled. A strange sound came from the sky above Baklin. Mudong Tri said, second brother, let's go quickly. Mudong Hong replied, I'm not going. Even if I die in Baklin, I must have a showdown with this old man. Mudong Tri looked worriedly at his older brother, not knowing what to do. You think that pathetic little martial art can deal with me? Mudong Quang's long hair fluttered. Old man, enough nonsense. I will tear you to pieces, then kill all the traitors in front of you. Just then, a cold voice rang out. Thien Savu appeared and said coldly, why so many words to kill one person? Thien Savu quickly approached Mudong Quang and attacked. Mudong Quang was sent flying, crashing into a mountain. The powerful force shattered the rock, and he fell to the ground, rolling several times before stopping. Mudong Tri, seeing this, was extremely worried and quickly went to his older brother's side. Mudong Quang couldn't get up. Mudong Tri asked anxiously, second brother, are you okay? Wake up. A mocking voice rang out. Other people's lives are cheap, but your older brother's life is very precious, isn't it? Mudong Kai asked, why do you keep making things difficult for our Mudong clan? It is you who are making things difficult for me. Weren't you the one who stole the gold? What is your ultimate goal? I came from the northern frontier to the central plains, and on the way, I found clues. Both of them point to your Mudong clan. First, 10 years ago, a person with a surname Veen came to the northern frontier. They started from Shenyang and entered Trong Bok Mountain. But at that time, the Mudong clan was in trouble. This matter probably has nothing to do with you. But another matter is that 20 years ago, your Mudong clan secretly trafficked a large number of people from the northern frontier. A girl with a beauty mark under her eye ended up in Shenyang and then disappeared. Do you still dare to say this has nothing to do with the Mudong clan? In the crowd, an old man heard this, and his expression changed. Could this young man be here to find that girl? The people who were talking were still unaware of the danger. A loud explosion came from Baklin. Mudong Tri's face changed drastically. He remembered that his older brother had not left yet. Big brother has activated the Great Annihilation Formation. Countless formations were activated, and cataclysmic explosions echoed throughout Baklin. Hong Vukoi was also startled by the terrifying explosion. Mudong Tri looked at Thien Savu with a complex expression. Back at the Bok Min, I felt you were not simple. I never expected you to be a hidden master. But those who like to meddle in the affairs of the martial world usually don't live long. Now you're also about to be buried alive in Baklin. Even if you survive, I will definitely seek revenge on you in the future. Mudong Tri lifted Mudong Quan and Iwang, despite the explosions, ran towards the mountain cave. The entire Baklin was destroyed in the terrifying explosions, leaving only the ruins of the Mudong residence. In the main hall of the Mudong residence, Mudong Dongthien was drinking wine. In just a short half-month, this powerful clan had collapsed. Although he was heartbroken, there was still a hint of pride. Mo Rung Dongthien downed the last cup of wine. He slammed the cup to the ground. Your death was just an accident. We men of the Mo Rung family do not fear death. I will avenge you. I will eliminate Hong Vokoi first, then use him as a stepping stone to destroy the surrounding forces. At that point, we will rise above the rest and surpass the 5 great families. Just give me a little more time, and no one will be able to ruin my plans again. Mo Rung Dongthien slumped down amidst the ruins, his heart aching. The voice of that young man still echoed in the mind of the once majestic family head. Now, only this desolate ruin remained. Who that young man was no longer mattered. Regardless of his identity, all that mattered was that he had died in Baklin. Under the bright yellow moon, Mo Rung Dongthien slowly stood up. He suddenly discovered Thien Savu standing right in front of him. Thien Savu said coldly, I told you, I would definitely take your life. The Mo Rung family had occupied Baklin for 25 years. Yet he never expected this. He especially didn't expect this young man to appear again. Thien Savu used his heaven-shattering divine art to destroy the mountainside. The solid mountains before him became fragile. Hung Vokoi, who followed behind, was also terrified. If it weren't for Thien Savu's ability, they would have all been trapped and died here. Soon after, everyone followed Thien Savu out of the rubble. At that moment, an old man in the crowd asked Thien Savu about the girl he was looking for. Thien Savu said the girl's name was Hon Huang Inoche, and she was about 5 or 6 years old at the time. The old man said that 20 years ago, many people were killed. In Backlin, during that time, the Mo Rung family captured many people, but their main goal was to exploit Backlin's resources. So they sold the weaker women and children to Hong Vokoi. The old man added that the girl named Han Huang Nha was a smart and clever child. Not long after being captured, she was sold to Hong Vokoi. The transaction records from that time are probably still with Mo Rung Dong Thien. If you can find that ledger, you might be able to find the girl. After hearing this, Thien Savu suddenly turned and said he wanted to end this himself, which was why he had investigated the Mo Rung family's internal affairs. Thien Savu flicked his fingers out quickly. They struck the occupants on Mo Rung Dong Thien's chest. In an instant, Thien Savu's domineering internal energy flooded into Mo Rung Dong Thien's body. After doing all this, the young man spoke. I told you I wouldn't let you die so easily. Now it's time for you to pay the price for what you have done. Mo Rung Dong Thien looked at the young man with rage. Thien Savu said, I've investigated a secret transaction worth 400 million ells of gold. Mo Rung Dong Thien's anger gradually subsided after a while, and his calm demeanor returned. Not long after, the sound of Mo Rung Quan Than's footsteps came from outside. By your command, we are preparing to depart. I must cooperate with you and Hong Vokoi to win more support from the martial world's forces. I came especially tonight to bid farewell. Mo Rung Quan Than waited for a long time, but he heard no reply. His expression suddenly changed. Mo Rung Dong Thien was slumped over in his chair, completely unresponsive. Mo Rung Quan Than noticed something was wrong with his father and shouted, Father, what's wrong with you? Someone, go get Dr. Vuong. At that moment, Thien Savu was preparing to leave. Hearing the commotion in the room, the young man turned his head to look back, his hand clutching the transaction ledger. Thien Savu returned to the inn and was just stepping onto the stairs. A familiar voice rang out. Have you achieved your goal? Thien Savu appeared and entered the room. Hong Vokoi was already waiting inside. Mo Rung Dong Thien committed many evil deeds, but to think he would meet his end like this. Aren't you angry? Thien Savu said he had found a clue about the girl he was looking for. His master had appeared. Hong Vokoi wasn't sure if he should believe the young man's cold demeanor. 15 years have passed. That clue might not be enough to find her. Thien Savu frowned slightly at his words. He then placed the ledger on the table. Thien Savu spoke frankly to Hong Vokoi. Actually, I want to ask for your help with something. Have you heard of the Black Merchant Guild? Upon hearing the name Black Merchant Guild, Hong Vokoi's expression turned serious. He said, the Black Merchant Guild is also known as the Dark Merchant Guild, but calling it a merchant guild isn't entirely accurate. It's rumored to be an alliance of many merchants, but no one knows who the true leader is, nor does anyone know how large it is. It's only said that no matter where, no matter what, nothing escapes the interference of the Dark Merchant Guild. Not even those who follow the rules. The Dark Merchant Guild will also get involved. Only one thing is certain: the Black Merchant Guild has closed eyes with the Five Dragons Gate. So, all we know is that it's related to the Five Dragons Gate, with no other valuable clues. But if I make a move, finding the Black Merchant Guild is not impossible. Thien Savu looked at Hong Vokoi and asked, is there a way? Hong Vokoi replied, that's all the information I can reveal for now. Thien Savu frowned slightly. Then, to Hong Vokoi's astonishment, he took out an item. It was what he had obtained from the cave of 10,000 coins. When Hong Vokoi saw it, his eyes widened. He had never seen such a remarkable spirit pillar leaf. But after a long moment, he gritted his teeth and pushed the item back. Thien Savu didn't understand why he refused. Hong Vokoi recounted a story from 10 years ago. 10 years ago, I met that person in Hutlabin. Seeing his expression at that time, Hong Vokoi, a martial arts genius, was moved. It was that person's words before he left that made Hong Vokoi stay in Shenyang for 15 years, waiting for the old man's successor to appear. No matter the season or the bloody storms, this elder always stood guard at the Black Dragon's Bronze Alley until, a few days ago, he saw someone riding by on a horse. He noticed a young man on the horse's back. When I saw you, I knew you were the one I had been waiting for. Your bright eyes were identical to the old man's from all those years ago. Thien Savu was a little surprised, not expecting that the man had met his master 10 years ago. So, you want the heaven-shattering divine art? Yes, that is what I desire most. As I said, there is a price for information. If you agree to this condition, why don't we cooperate? Thien Savu thought for a moment and smiled faintly. He then clasped his hands and said, "The heaven-shattering divine art is only a part of it, and I'm not sure if I've mastered it all. But I promise to cooperate to the best of my ability." Hongvo Koi nodded upon hearing this. "No matter who or how many people you want to find, I, Hongvo Koi, guarantee I will help." Under the moonlight, one old and one young man met. The deal was officially sealed. One was an elder of a powerful faction. The two, who originally had no connection, began to act together because of the promise made that night. The next morning, Thien Savu said there was black merchant guild activity in Mount Taiyan. Shaanxi, Hongvo Koi took out a book, saying it recorded the 50 greatest masters of the Central Plains. If Thien Savu wants to roam the martial world, he must understand these people. The young man opened the book and studied it carefully while Hongvo Koi introduced them. At the very top are the two saints, one of the two strongest in the martial world. He is called Hongfu Quanvin, belonging to one of the three great powers, the 5 dragons. Next is the other of the two saints, known as the Plum Blossom Sword Saint Van Dai at 2 of the Thief Vomon's 9 levels. Alongside Hongfu Quanvin, a situation where the 5 dragons gate keeps each other in check. Hongvo Koi said, although these two are called the strongest among the 50, the cultivation of the 3 heroes and the 4 reverends is not far behind. Next are the 3 heroes and the 3 blossoms. The 3 heroes include Thetni Chantambo, Anu Dao, and Bak Fongdu. The 3 blossoms are Tin Monghoa, Lu Hoa, and Tahoa, all outstanding figures in the martial world. Hearing this, Thien Savu thought for a moment. Bat Fongdu. That's right. The person I met in Shenyang was Bat Fongdu. He belongs to the Lion Gate, another major faction of the Thief Vomon. The Fuck Huangdai Lukbao is also a branch of the Lion Gate. The Invincible Saber Tyrant is the third of the 3 tyrants, a master of profound martial arts. Tri Tinjia is a disciple of the Invincible Saber Tyrant, on par with the 3 blossoms like Vendaiatsu, and is of a similar age. If there's a chance, you could befriend him. The old man and the young man traveled together towards Tianyan. The two found a secluded spot. Hongvo Koi let out a sigh. Feeling extremely tired, Thien Savu was still reading the book about the martial world. After a long while, the young man suddenly asked the old man, according to these records, is there no one stronger than the two saints? Hongvo Koi pondered for a moment, then said, there is one person who could perhaps defeat the two saints. Hearing this, Thien Savu's expression grew serious. It's rumored that a reclusive master resides in Bakveen, known as Thien Dia. This person is not only incredibly skilled in martial arts, but also extremely cold and ruthless. There are rumors that even the 3 tyrants might not be able to defeat him. As for his true identity, there are currently no leads, because there is no information. Most people believe it's just a rumor. I only know that such a person exists, unless there's another outstanding master like you. Thien Savu paid no mind to Hong Quin's praise. At this moment, his mind was filled with the events of 10 years ago. Thien Dine, could he be Vien Shru Than, the one who kidnapped his older sister? Hongvo Koi observed Thien Savu and, seeing his calm expression, proposed learning the heaven-shattering divine art. I don't fully understand the heaven-shattering divine art myself. My master only said it's a martial art passed down for 1,000 years, with no fixed forms. To say it like that, is the heaven-shattering divine art just like a common brawl? That can't be. Of course, to perfectly utilize the heaven-shattering divine art, one must understand the structure of the human body and the study of meridians. Once you understand these things, you can predict how an opponent will move in the flow of their meridians, allowing you to focus your attacks on the corresponding occupants and destroy their muscles, and obstruct the flow of their blood and ki. My master once said that all things have a vascular system. Thien Savu waved his hand, striking out with the palm. The powerful internal energy hit a rock. Hongvo Koi's eyes widened at the sight. He understood that if true ki could sever the vascular system of all things, then one would be invincible. Thien Savu used his left hand to strike in his CU point, and Hongvo Koi's powerful internal energy was neutralized. In an instant, the rock exploded, and the surrounding ground shook with it. Caught off guard, Hongvo Koi fell backward. He fell flat on the ground, a look of astonishment on his face. Suddenly, Hongvo Koi noticed that the tremor had caused his spare wine flask to tip over and spill. Hongvo Koi angrily accused Thien Savu of doing it on purpose. Under the moonlight, the old man and the young man argued for a long time before each went to rest. At the same time, at the Fuck Huang Dai Lukbao, the people were talking. Dan Chak Huang and Triet Tunjua sat next to each other. The Mo Rung family announced that Mo Rung Dong Thien died of illness, but no one believes it. Anyone with some martial arts knowledge knows a master like Mo Rung Dong Thien couldn't possibly die of illness. It was clearly Thien Savu's doing. It's just that the Mo Rung family doesn't want to admit it. Dan Chak Huang had previously hunted Thien Savu and had a conflict with him. A disciple of the Dai Lukbo was even seriously injured by Thien Savu. You should have recruited him back then, Dan Chak Huang said. Even if you had, he would have refused. Have you forgotten what he said when he left? If he hadn't paid those tackback people enough to use them against the Mo Rung family, it would have been enough to make the Dai Luke Bao an enemy of the Mo Rung family. Luckily, Thien Savo didn't defect to the Five Dragons Gate, where they would have another formidable enemy. Mo Rung Dong Thien is dead. This is an opportunity. A good opportunity for the Dai Luke Bao to take Shanyang. I have other matters and cannot stay long. I'll be waiting for your good news. Tri Tunjia bid farewell. This young master of the Lion Gate was not as calm as he appeared. Tri Tunjia worried about that young man with profound martial arts. Was he an enemy or a friend? Elsewhere in Shenyang, a man from the Dai Luke Bao hurried into a tavern. The man walked to a table in the corner and then spoke to someone. But unexpectedly, the person they tried to capture was a martial arts master. The entire Dai Thien Vuong troop are subordinates of the Black Merchant Guild. As he was getting to the crucial point, he glanced at another person. A man was sitting next to another man, recounting the entire incident at Backlin from start to finish. That young man's hands were more beautiful than a woman's, but you can't imagine the power contained within them. Just a single touch from him, and your bones would instantly shatter. The entire team was helpless against him. A map was spread out on the table. The entire Backlin was destroyed. When I woke up, I found my leg was broken, but I felt no pain at all because the young man's power was like Mount Tai crashing down, leaving me completely unable to resist. His aura was like that of a war god descending. His overwhelming presence was unmatched by anyone. Everyone was captivated by the man's story. The man recalled, I heard he came here looking for a girl. From his accent, it seemed he was from Mobi. After listening, Van Shak Huang, with an unchanged expression, asked the man beside him, Brother Lin, what do you think of this story? Van Shak Huang said the man's story wasn't an exaggeration. How can there be such extraordinary martial arts in this world? The winds are rising, and the clouds are gathering. We must be vigilant. I will immediately return to Tinyuan to investigate the situation of that war god. Van Shak Huang clasped his hands and said, Tell me, what was the real cause of Mo Rung Dong Thien's death? According to the Mo Rung family, he passed away from an illness, but whether it was an illness or an attack is unclear. There are rumors of an assassination. Van Shak Huang pondered for a long time. Interesting. They don't even dare to publicly announce the cause of death of their own family head. I wonder what happened between the Mo Rung family and that war god. Then he said, War god? That title is a bit too arrogant. An old man and a young boy traveled from Shenyang to Danang within 3 days. On their way to Tinyuan, Hung Vo Koi regretted agreeing to go with him. At the very least, he hadn't expected this young man's martial arts to be so profound. The two arrived in Tinyuan, in a tavern. While eating, Hung Vo Koi briefed Thien Savu on the situation of the Dai Thien Merchant Guild. It turned out that after the Yuan dynasty's defeat in Mobi, the Dai Thien Merchant Guild rose to prominence in the Central Plains. The Dai Thien Merchant Guild grew rapidly, attracting the attention of the Black Merchant Guild. Therefore, wherever there was a branch of the Dai Thien Merchant Guild, there would undoubtedly be traces of the Black Merchant Guild. The Dai Thien Merchant Guild has a close relationship with the Beggar sect. Therefore, Hong Vo Koi guaranteed he would help investigate news about the Black Merchant Guild. Just then, a commotion was heard. 3 men were blocking another man's path. Thien Savu looked over and saw that the man being blocked was radiating a murderous aura. Thien Savu could feel the murderous aura emanating from the man. Hong Vo Koi also looked over curiously, his expression serious. The man who was blocked said, I recognize you. You're young Master Hong. You slaughter innocents, and you've even killed dozens of your own women. The Yuan dynasty has only just been defeated, and you heretics are already starting to cause trouble. The guards hurriedly prepared to make a move. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Young Master Hong stepped forward, saying he was willing to pay a high price to hire Kanjui to serve him. Kanjui laughed coldly and said, Young Master Hong, have you not heard of my reputation? Kanjui raised his hand, and a blade appeared in it. My blade exists to cut down villains like you. Kanjui's aura was sharp. Everyone had heard of his reputation. Just then, a flash of cold energy passed by. Before Hong Vo Koi could react, Kanjathan Bao already cut down one of the guards in an instant. Seeing this, young Master Hong's face changed drastically, and he didn't know what to do. At this moment, Hong Vo Koi, who was not far away, stood up. Thien Savu asked if he wanted to get involved. Thien Savu continued, If what that swordsman said is true, this young Master Hong is not worth saving. Hong Vo Koi said, Although young Master Hong has done many evil things, his father is a powerful figure. I can't just sit by and watch. Thien Savu replied, Your so-called righteous path is just self-proclaimed. If you want to save him, do it yourself. At this moment, Kanjui charged forward. In an instant, Kanjui was in front of young Master Hong. Young Master Hong was filled with regret. Just then, Hong Vo Koi appeared in front of Kanjui. Kanjui stared intently at the figure before him. Hong Vo Koi made his move, but Kanjui dodged it. After a decisive move, he struck out again and again. He swung his blade down. In a flash, The two fought fiercely for several exchanges, with neither gaining an advantage. Hong Koi seized an opportunity as Kinjui retracted his move and struck him in the chest with a palm. He flew backward like a broken kite. Hong Koi retreated several steps to steady himself. A wound appeared on the swordsman's face. He used his fingers to pull out the red blade. A murderous glint flashed in the swordsman's eyes. He flicked his hand, throwing the small dagger at Hong Koi as a strong wind rushed forward. Hong Koi couldn't dodge in time. Hong Koi quickly dodged and approached Kinjui. Seizing the opportunity, Hong Koi struck, intending to spare his life. Hong Koi didn't notice the small dagger, which had a silver thread tied to it. Kinjui quietly reached out, flicking the silver thread with 2 fingers, causing it to fall to the ground. Unaware, Hong Koi immediately became vigilant. Kinjui laughed coldly. "Got you," and suddenly swung his left hand up. The silver thread of the small dagger was caught, and Hong Koi was tightly bound. Kinjao charged forward with a small dagger. Thien Savo observed the situation and channeled his internal energy. Using his full body strength, he shot out the fingers like a bowstring. The 2 fingers shot towards the silver thread like lightning. In an instant, the 2 fingers struck the silver thread, and Hong Koi broke free from his bonds. Seeing that the situation was not good, Kinjai hastily retreated several steps, a look of astonishment on his face. His silver thread was difficult for ordinary people to break, yet it had been snapped by someone. Kinjui said angrily, "Whoever shot that sneak attack, dare to come out." He looked in the direction the hidden weapon came from, but saw no one. Just then, a hand was placed on his head, and an ice-cold voice whispered in his ear. "Even the righteous sects use hidden weapons. Is this the righteous path?" Thien Savu said, "Let's call it a day. How about it?" Suddenly, someone appeared behind Kinjui. Kinjui raised his small dagger, seemingly ready to strike. Thien Savu channeled his internal energy, and a powerful force surged. Kinjai didn't even see the young man's move. He was sent flying by a kick, the powerful force knocking him far away. Thien Savavu stepped forward, his left hand grabbing the opponent's arm. His right hand struck Kinjusai's CU point. The young man's force erupted, and a dull thud sounded. Thien Savu paid no mind to Kinjui, striking the opponent's back with the palm. The small dagger fell to the ground, and Kinjui was also sent flying. Kinjui tumbled on the ground. The swordsman stood up in pain. Kinjui was terrified. This young man's martial arts far exceeded his imagination. Just then, another small dagger flew towards him. This man was a renowned swordsman in the martial world, and even Hong Koi was not his match. Now, he was being controlled by his own blade. He used all his strength to dodge the small dagger. Thien Savu frowned slightly. He brought his 2 fingers together, and a blue true ki flowed between them. The powerful true ki struck the small dagger, and Kinjui was sent flying far away. The powerful aftershock of the internal energy still sent Kinjui flying. He flew backward like a broken kite, only stopping when he hit a wall. At the same time, Hong Koi was examining the silver thread. He discovered that the silver thread had been snapped. Hong Koi thought of someone, and an idea flashed through his mind. Before Kinjui could compose himself, Thien Savu suddenly struck. In an instant, Thien Savu was in front of Kinjui, channeling internal energy into his palm. Kinjui was terrified. Just then, Hong Koi suddenly shouted, "Young hero, please show mercy." Hearing this, Thien Savu hesitated slightly before unleashing a powerful palm strike. In that moment, a loud explosion rang out. Kinjakwar was struck so hard his head spun. Hong Koi was horrified. If that palm had hit true, the opponent would have been seriously injured. But at the last second, Thien Savu had changed his move, avoiding the vital point on Kinjui's head. Kinjaoi's eyes were wide open, staring at the scene before him. Thien Savu said, "Let's end it here for today." Thien Savu's tone changed. "Or do you still want to keep your secret?" Kinjapi asked. "When did you find out?" At the same time, 100 miles away, a man from the Dailuk Bow was observing someone. The man stared intently at him. To have such martial skill at such a young age, he's truly remarkable. But in the face of the heaven-shattering divine art, he's ultimately just an ordinary person. The man observed from a distance. In the martial world, outstanding young people are as numerous as fish in a river. You can rest in peace. The man closed his eyes. After a long while, the man opened his eyes. He channeled his internal energy. His hands clasped together. In an instant, the scenery within a 10-mile radius became clear. He could even clearly feel the fluctuations of ki from hundreds of meters away. Just then, a voice rang out. "Moreover, I am the one who knows best." The man's expression changed drastically. This young man could actually use the art of sound transmission. "Perhaps you don't know yet." The voice continued. "I have already spared you. Stop investigating us." Hearing these words, the man's eyes widened. He showed a look of surprise but didn't give up. As he was preparing to sneak attack the young man, Thien Savu coldly turned his head. Thien Savu's gaze was bone-chillingly cold as his presence suddenly surged. His domineering true ki, with Thien Savu at its center, shook the surrounding space. The other person was blown backward by a strong gust of wind, his hat falling to the ground. The person struggled to keep his balance and, after a long moment, let out a faint laugh. Then he clasped his hands and said, "I have remembered your brother's ultimate technique. I will definitely repay it another day." Thien Savu silently watched the person. Just then, Hongo Koi walked over. Hongo Koi stared at the hidden weapon in the distance. The other person had already disappeared. Seeing the young man's calm expression, Hongo Koi asked. Thien Savu was silent for a long time before saying, "I gained nothing." Hongo Koi said nothing more. Hongo Koi led Thien Savu up the mountain. On the way, Thien Savu asked Hongo Koi why he let him go. Hongo Koi said it was because of Kinjui's hidden weapon. You might not know, this type of hidden weapon was personally crafted by Kim Kinji. It's a weapon of assassins in the Black Merchant Guild. With a little investigation, we can find out. We can gather intelligence about the Black Merchant Guild. Thien Savu said. If Kinjawa and the person just now teamed up, even you wouldn't win easily. Hongo Koi. Hearing this, the boss Kulbao begun to threaten this. Knew he was referring to the accomplice who had just fled. That's right. From the moment you made your move, he was monitoring you. If he had also struck then, you would be dead. Hongo Koi ignored the young man's words, saying that with Thien Savu here, he wasn't worried. Under Hongo Koi's guidance, the two arrived before a mountain. At the foot of the mountain, Thien Savu looked up and saw a symbol on the mountain gate. Hongo Koi said this was the teeny and branch of the beggar sect. This symbol meant the beggar sect allowed anyone with nowhere to go to cultivate here. The two entered a dilapidated temple. Hongo Koi said this was the beggar sect's territory. Hongo Koi pressed a spot on the wall, and a secret door slowly opened. Thien Savu followed Hongo Koi inside. The sound of footsteps echoed as a group of beggar sect disciples clasped their hands in salute. Seeing the scene, Hongo Koi smiled. On the vast square, hundreds and thousands of beggar sect disciples had gathered. On the outside, it was a dilapidated temple, but no one would have guessed that behind it was such a powerful force. Thien Savu hadn't expected this place to be a branch of the beggar sect. Hongo Koi led Thien Savu to a secret room and explained the situation. The New Yen branch is responsible for gathering intelligence in the Central Plains and then reporting back to the main headquarters. Because the Yuan court cut off all outside news 10 years ago, all related intelligence was destroyed. So Hongo Koi sent people to reestablish contact. Then, Hongo Koi asked the branch leader of T New Yen if he had gathered any information about the Black Merchant Guild. The person replied that the leader of the Black Merchant Guild in T New Yen is the spirit's emissary of the Ming cult. He is not only skilled in business, but his martial arts are also extremely high. The most terrifying thing is that he is extremely cautious, not even fully trusting his closest confidants. Therefore, no one knows him, his whereabouts. The beggar sect disciples are doing their utmost to find information about him. Do you really want to confront the Black Merchant Guild? They have closed eyes with the Five Dragons Gate. Once you make a move, you'll be in big trouble. Hearing that, Thien Savu chuckled. Are you worried I'll go kill him directly? Hongo Koi said. With your personality, it's very likely. In addition, the swordsman you asked to investigate has been confirmed to be Min Fumak. He is currently being held by the Beggars sect, awaiting processing. Hearing this news, Hongo Koi's face showed astonishment. If it's really him, then this is troublesome. At the same time, in the Tianyan prison, Kinjui was sitting there, muttering about killing everyone. This swordsman's expression gradually became ferocious. His eyes widened, and his face was contorted with rage. Kinjui suddenly demanded to see Hongo Koi. The guard reported an unexpected incident. Hearing the noise, the guards immediately ran to investigate. Just then, Kinjui threw something out. The two guards went forward to check the situation, not noticing a rope had wrapped tightly around their legs. In a flash, the cell door was destroyed, and wood splinters flew everywhere. Kinjui was still whispering. The one who stops the demon is the demon. The guards were terrified by the scene. Kinjui roared like a demon. These heretics must all die. Thien Savu and Hongo Koi, with serious expressions, said, have you heard of him before? Yes, he is infamous in the martial world for his cruelty. The former Min Fumak, 7 feet tall, wields a saber 18 feet long. He is one of the 5 great guest elders of the Five Dragons Gate. His cultivation is among the top masters in the Five Dragons Gate. The problem is, this man's moral compass is twisted. He fanatically pursues his so-called justice. And what's more frightening is that he defines justice himself. He will judge justice based on his own subjective judgment. Against those he calls the demonic horde, he will stop at nothing. Kinjui charged out. Outside the prison, he saw only guards. A man from the Dai Luke Bao appeared. This swordsman, with a cold expression, said, the situation is urgent. I have no other choice. The man from the Dai Luke Bao brought a saber. He asked why he was in such a hurry. This concerns the Five Dragons Gate and the Black Merchant Guild. As long as you help me with this, I will give you what you want. Tell him to wait a bit longer. I still have things to do. Kenjui took the saber and left. At that moment, in a certain hall within the Dai Lukbao, Van Chak Huang slammed the table. This young master Hong In Hat angrily said, "Father, your son was almost killed. And you're just indifferent. What's so difficult about killing him? It only takes one word from you." Lord Van Chak Huang furiously said, "Do you know how much trouble your rebellious behavior has caused our Dai Lukbao? Those who deserve to die sought their own death. What does it have to do with me? Are you really my biological son?" Looking at his son's state, Van Chak Huang sat down in his chair and sighed. A murderous glint flashed in young master Hong Nathat's eyes. He turned and walked out, shouting, "Disciples of Dai Lukbao, listen to my command. I, the young master of Dai Lukbao, have been humiliated. That bastard, naturally, dared to bully me, which is to bully our entire Dai Lukbao. Follow me, and kill that bastard." Young master Hong In Hat headed out towards the door. The disciples of Dai Lukbao followed closely behind. Unexpectedly, as soon as he stepped over the threshold, he saw a mountain-like figure standing staunchly outside the door. That person's face was as cold as iron. Before young master Hong In Hat could react, he was struck by a cold light. In an instant, this young master of Dai Lukbao was cut in two. The disciples behind were about to make a move. Seeing this, Van Chak Huang let out a loud shout and rushed forward. He used all his strength to swing his palm, sending all the surrounding disciples flying. Only Hong Vokuai's cold voice was heard. "Van Chak Huang, you gave birth to such a beast. You are the real demon and heretic." Van Chak Huang placed both hands on the ground and powerfully channeled his internal energy, unleashing a formidable wave of ki. The fierce force struck directly at Hong Vokuai, but Hong Vokuai did not move an inch. The two's forces collided violently, creating a heaven-shaking explosion. At this moment, Kinjai's voice rang out. "So the Dai Lukbao are also demons and heretics. Today, I must exterminate all of you." Kinjai swung his blade, sending Van Chak Huang flying. Van Chak Huang's body spun like a top. Then he supported himself with one hand on the ground. The Lord retreated several steps before steadying himself. Van Chak Huang said, "My Dai Lukbao has always acted with integrity. Everyone in Tenu Yen knows this." Kinjao teared. "I only trust my own judgment." Van Chak Huang channeled his internal energy, which condensed into a ki shield. Kinjui was surprised to see this, not expecting the Lord to have such a technique. He continuously attacked her on Van Chak Huang with his blade. The powerful Lord's expression suddenly changed, and his body flew backward like a broken kite. Just then, a powerful internal force struck Kanjui. Kanjui didn't dare to be careless and quickly dodged backward. He retaliated with a slash towards Van Chak Huang. Kanjui shouted angrily, "Old man, is this the full extent of your strength?" Van Chak Huang's expression suddenly became ferocious. He swung his blade in a storm of attacks, and blade ki instantly enveloped Kanjui, who struggled to dodge. Van Chak Huang's attacks were sharp, and Kanjui found himself struggling to defend. The disciples of Dai Lukbao were all terrified. A drop of cold sweat appeared on Van Chak Huang's forehead. The Lord of Dai Lukbao gritted his teeth and pushed his internal energy. His internal force condensed on the blade, forming a giant blade of light. Seeing this, Kanjui was slightly surprised. Van Chak Huang gathered his strength and waited for the right moment, then suddenly rushed towards Kanjui. Kanjui retreated to dodge the blade of light. Kanjui said, "This is a bit more interesting." Kanjui retreated again to dodge, while swinging his blade to parry the blade of light. The swordsman said, "Is this all you've got?" Too weak. Van Chak Huang, in Midra, had a drastic change in expression. He urged his internal energy and powerfully slashed down from above. The Lord hurriedly tried to dodge, but it was too late. In an instant, Van Chak Huang was cut into by the blade. The blade ki also destroyed the house behind him, accompanied by a deafening explosion. Elsewhere, in the beggar's sex branch, Thien Savu and Hong Vokuai were sitting around a campfire. As Hong Vokuai was proudly introducing the beggar's sex intelligence work, Thien Savu overheard an invitation from someone from the Black Merchant Guild. A beggar's sect disciple came to Trongthuk Nathat's side and whispered a few words. After hearing them, Trongthuk Nathat's expression immediately changed. Thien Savu and Hong Vokuai saw this and turned to ask what had happened. Trongthuk Nathat said, "The Dai Lukbao has been annihilated by Kanjui." The old man and the young man were both extremely shocked by the news. At the same time, somewhere in Tenuyan, Kanjui, radiating a murderous aura, stepped into a building. Reaching the second floor, Kanjui looked towards the north. Just then, a voice came from behind him. A man from the Dai Lukbao said, "Great hero Kanji, the branch master is waiting for you inside." Tri-tone, he led Kanjui to a wall. The two arrived at the wall, and Kanjia turned a small table. A hidden door appeared on the wall. Triatinjia stepped inside, and a man in a red robe appeared. The red-robed man said, "Kanjui, you shouldn't stay here for long." Kanjui looked around. "Branch master, You've chosen a good place. Then, his expression turned serious as he said, Speak. What business do you have with me? Lin Tiki said, I invited Kinjui here because I have a favor to ask. Kinjui's eyes were icy. Is this an order from the Five Dragons King? Lin Tiki said, This is my personal matter, but it is also related to the Five Dragons Gate. Kinjui looked displeased and immediately turned around. If it's not an order from the Five Dragons Gate, I don't need to listen to you. Lin Tiki said, Great hero Kinji, I heard you always slay demons and eliminate evil. Now, a group of northern barbarians are plotting to take over the Central Plains. Great hero Kinji, would you just stand by and watch? Lin Tiki's voice carried a hint of malice. As I know, the Daithine Merchant Guild was established 10 years ago by a group of northern barbarians. They plundered tens of millions of taels of gold from the Central Plains each year, which significantly affects our Black Merchant Guild's business. Hearing these words, Kinjai turned his head in astonishment. The Daithine Merchant Guild is not a Central Plains force. That's right. I heard the Five Dragons Gate is negotiating with the Daithine Merchant Guild. No matter how great the profit, one should not do business with foreign enemies. Hearing this, Kinjai was furious. His hand, gripping the hilt of his saber, trembled slightly. This saber master of the underworld manor was completely enraged. These people are all evil demons and heretics. They all deserve to die. Kinjui turned around, his expression resolute. Rest assured, the Daithine Merchant Guild will soon disappear from Tianyan. Watching Kinjui leave with a murderous aura, Lin Tiki revealed a smile. A mysterious man appeared, a murderous glint in his eyes. The mysterious man said, Indeed, a few words were enough to make him obey. You can even see through people's thoughts. Lin Tiki said, Kinjui's parents died at the hands of the Yuan army. Because of that, he hates the barbarians to his very core. I just took advantage of that a little. The mysterious man said, That's what's frightening about you. How is the plan progressing? The mysterious man replied, It's going smoothly. I think you should go celebrate first. At the same time, in a tavern in Tianyan, Thien Savu, still unaccustomed to the gloomy atmosphere of the beggars sect, ended up going out alone. He went up to the second floor and found a small table to sit at. Thien Savu sat there, his thoughts in turmoil, recalling the information he had gathered from the beggar sect. The young man felt a little hesitant in his heart. He wondered if not killing Kinjui back then was the right or wrong decision. He recalled the earlier words. You said Kinjui killed the entire Dai Luke Bao family. That's right. Not a single person from Dai Luke Bao survived. Lord Van Shak Huan and his wife are also dead. Their bodies hung up. Hung Bo Koi was also extremely shocked at the time. He never thought Kinjui would be so ruthless. I wonder if he has other motives. Tron Thukenhat has already selected elites to follow Kinjui. We absolutely cannot miss any clues. Tron Thukenhat clasped his hands and accepted the order. Thien Savu came back to his senses and began to think about the connections between these clues. According to Hong Vokoi, the Black Merchant Guild acts with extreme secrecy. The current target could only be approached through the Daithine Merchant Guild. Just then, the sound of footsteps approached. Thien Savu broke from his thoughts and looked up. He saw three people, one woman and two men, all carrying blades. Walking up to the second floor, Thien Savu recognized a man in a long robe with a cloud emblem. He had seen it in the Martial World Atlas. He was a disciple of the Huashan sect. The woman was beautiful with an outstanding demeanor. But when Thien Savu saw the plum blossom mark on her wrist, he immediately understood. The Huashan sect follows Taoist traditions and does not accept female disciples. But one person broke this rule. That person was the dreamy plum blossom, Domyun Si Tungan, one of the 8 blossoms. The Huashan sect had never accepted female disciples. But this woman was an exception. The three reached the second floor and found it quite empty. Domyun Tungan looked around and saw Thien Savu sitting alone by the window. She noticed that this young man's eyes were very bright and his demeanor was calm and composed. Domyun Tungan gently walked over and asked Thien Savu if they could share a table for their meal. Thien Savu nodded in agreement, and the three ordered their food. Domyun Tungan introduced herself and her sect. The other to also introduce themselves. One was named Ha Dong and Achan, and the other Tom Luke Ha. Both second-generation disciples of the Huashan sect. So it's the Huashan sect. I didn't expect to meet you here. Thien Savu said he was not from the Central Plains. I do carry a weapon, but only for self-defense. Hearing that the other person did not want to reveal his identity, Domyun Tungan became slightly suspicious. Unexpectedly, Thien Savu suddenly stood up and said, I'll take my leave first. As the young man left, all three were surprised. Most people, upon hearing the title Minfu Ma, wouldn't be so calm. Domyun Tungan, however, was very composed, saying, The martial world is vast. It's normal for him not to have heard of my title. Let's return now. We still need to be careful. This person may be related to Minfu Ma. Domyun Tungan believed this young man was connected to the annihilation of the Dai Luke Bao. He is indeed highly skilled in martial arts. But I couldn't sense his aura at all. Especially his eyes. Those are eyes that can see through everything. Regarding the assessment of the situation, Don Muc Tungan and Ha Dong and A Chan had different views. She said that no matter how strong Min Fu Ma was, he wasn't invincible. He couldn't single and action fight against the strongest sect in Tinian. As far as I know, Qin Jui is a person who acts according to his own beliefs. So he won't be able to resist. He won't give up. Nor can he cooperate with him. You two don't need to worry. We'll find out when we meet the Daithine Merchant Guild tomorrow. A night passed, and the three rested at the inn. Early the next morning, Don Muc Tungan was practicing her sword in her room when she saw Thien Savu walk by. Don Muc Tungan was a little surprised. She observed Thien Savu and confirmed it was the same young man she met at the 9-story pagoda last night. Don Muc Tungan's heart was restless. The Plum Blossom Sword Saint was curious about what the young man was doing out so early. Don Muc Tungan suddenly stood up and jumped out of the window. Just then, there was a gentle knock on the door. We have to find the Daithine Merchant Guild today. It's time to leave. After waiting for a long time without a reply, Ha Dongyan and Chan Tong Luke Ha pushed the door open, only to find the room empty. At the same time, elsewhere in Tinuyan, Qin Jui sat drinking non-stop. This swordsman's gaze grew increasingly ferocious. They are all evil heretics. They must be killed. Qin Jai suddenly stood up, gripping his blade tightly. Daithine Merchant Guild. Qin Jui, will slaughter all of you. At the same time, at the Tinuyan branch of the Daithine Merchant Guild, General Manager Tuan Hon was reporting on the accounts. When Tuan Hon heard that the accounts in Tinuyan needed to be inspected, a sharp glint flashed in the president's eyes. Then, Deputy General Manager Than Fong took out a ledger. Than Fong said they needed to take control of the Daithine Merchant Guild. Tuan Hon gave a cold laugh. If you want to invest, you have to go all in. Give that lord a large sum of money. General Manager Tuan Hon handed the ledger to Than Fong, then stood up with his hands behind his back, preparing to make arrangements. I heard Min Fu Ma has returned. To Shenyang. Go call him here. Not long after, Min Fu Ma came to the study to report. According to what he knew, Mo Rung Dong Thien was dead. But he didn't understand why the Beggars sect hadn't released any information about the war god. Tuan Hon frowned, believing the Beggars sect wouldn't act so recklessly without reason. As for the Black Merchant Guild, there was still no new information. The Daithine Merchant Guild and the Black Merchant Guild had always cooperated, but for the past 3 months, the other party had made no moves. Tuan Hon felt uneasy. He knew Lin Taki was not one to act recklessly. According to my subordinate, one of the 5 great guest elders of the 5 Dragons Gate, Qin Jui, has appeared in Tinuyan. Moreover, last night, the saber master of the underworld manor massacred the Diluc Bow. The news spread quickly. First, he annihilated the Diluc Bow, then killed its lord, Van Shak Huang. In the end, he slaughtered all the disciples of Diluc Bow. The entire Diluc Bow was wiped out. Why did he want to annihilate the Diluc Bow? My subordinate does not know. I don't know. But my subordinate speculates that his purpose in coming to Tinuyan is definitely related to the 5 Dragons Gate. The 5 Dragons Gate and the Black Merchant Guild have a strong relationship. It's highly likely the Black Merchant Guild is about to make a move. Tuan Hon agreed with his subordinate speculation, but he had fought with Lin Taki many times and couldn't guess what this old fox was planning. If only the young miss were here. With her intelligence, she could surely figure out their plan. Just then, a subordinate rushed in. The subordinate brought a letter, saying it was from the young miss. Tuan Hon was overjoyed and immediately opened the letter to read it. The president's expression was serious. But when Tuan Hon saw the contents of the letter, his face suddenly changed. He threw the letter on the table, and the entire study fell silent. After a long while, Min Fu Ma asked about the letter's contents. The young miss's negotiations with the Wu Men failed. They demand that we not take action against other forces. More seriously, they demand the young miss to marry them. The female warrior and the young man who met at the tavern last night. Unexpectedly, the female warrior had already left early the next morning. Don Muc Tungan followed Thien Savu. Seeing the young man walking so fast, Don Muc Tungan thought to herself, what is the purpose of this mysterious young man? Thien Savu turned his head, and the woman was gone. He looked towards the young man and said softly, if you want to come along, just say so. Why do you need to be so sneaky? Don Muc Tungan held her breath. This female warrior of the Huashan sect was truly not simple. He had completely concealed his aura. So how was he still discovered? Just then, a figure appeared. A person holding a saber rushed towards Thien Savu. Thien Savu said coldly, you destroyed the Diluc Bow last night, and today someone comes to cause trouble again. This saber master of the underworld manor is truly bold. Kid, we meet again. It's time we settled our grudge. Don Muc Tungan was extremely surprised to see this. These two seemed to have known each other for a long time. Could it be true? As Tong Luke Ha said, That fiend Savu was also involved in the annihilation of the Diluc Bow. Muc Tungon gripped her blade. Fiend Savu seemed to pay no mind to Kinjua's threat. He was more curious about the arm of the opponent. The opponent was once defeated by him, yet he still dared to come looking for trouble. It seems the Saber Master of the Underworld Manor is not an ordinary person. Kinjui was also thinking. This young man before me is not simple. He once stopped me from killing young Master Hoenn Hat. He is also an evil heretic. Kinjai sneered. Kid, I know your martial arts are not weak. Kinjai channeled his internal energy. His true ki formidable. But you are also an evil heretic. And I cannot spare you. Just then, a figure appeared. And a red scar fell between the two. Muc Tungon said. Young hero Thien. We meet again. The female warrior's eyes were filled with a sharp glint. Your relationship with Minfuma. We'll talk about it later. Muc Tungon looked at Kinjui. Thien Savu looked annoyed. This dreamy plum blossom seemed to have misunderstood something. Muc Tungon said. Kanjui. Long time no see. Kinjui was pained. And his heart hesitated a little. The dreamy plum blossom Muc Tungon appearing in Tien. Could it be she received an order from the 9 provinces manor? Kinjai asked. Miss Muc, may I ask what brings you here? Of course. It's for you. Senior. I heard that you were on a killing spree in Tiuyen. So I was ordered to investigate the situation. You mean the Dai Luke Bao? They were all evil demons and heretics who deserved to die. Hearing these words, Muc Tungon said. Senior. Please calm down. Do you know how many innocent people that young man has harmed? Ask yourself. Can you forgive this? As the master of a righteous sect, you slaughter innocents. His father's poor teaching is inescapable. Beyond sin. 1,000 miles away. Hard to trace. 100 steps back. Leaving no mark. Kinjakui sneered. Evil demons and heretics, if not eliminated, will cause greater disaster. That's why I've destroyed over a dozen sects. Kinjui's face was cold. He raised his blade. Even if the opponent is a force of the Thief Vomon, I am not afraid. Thien Savu frowned slightly, not knowing what to do. Muc Tungon said. Who is Shan sect? I am Muc Tungon. Here on behalf of the 5 Dragons Gate. The female warrior raised her blade. If Kinjabi doesn't listen to reason, then don't blame me for being impolite. Once the two clashed, it would represent a confrontation between the major powers on the streets. A powerful or a spread out. Thien Savu's expression was grave. He noticed many people had gathered around. Isn't that the aura of the Blood Guards? Those are the targets. The one who destroyed Dai Lukbo. They're about to fight. Thien Savu was worried. If the two of them fought, innocent people would be harmed. Just then, Ha Dong and Achan and Tong Luke Ha found Thien Savu. They saw the crowd looking ahead. They saw Kinjui and Muc Tungon facing off. Recognizing the opponent, Ha Dong and Achan said, Isn't that Min Fumak? Kinjai. Without much thought, Ha Danchan and Tong Luke hurried forward. Senior sister, we're here to help you. Hearing this, Muc Tungon hesitated for a moment. At that moment, Kinjai's gaze turned ice cold. Kinjui raised his blade, and Muc Tungon raised hers as well. Just as the two blades were about to clash, a ghostly voice sounded from ahead. Thien Savu led the guards up from below. Both of them showed a vigilant expression. The young man's cold face remained as calm as water. The other two were silent. One is a famous disciple of the Huashan sect. The other is one of the 5 great guest elders of the Wulong Gate, with a resounding reputation. If they fight to the death, the surrounding commoners will inevitably be harmed. How about we stop here? The corner of Kinjui's mouth twitched as he thought. If I'm persuaded to back down by Thien Savu today, I'll definitely lose the courage to face him again. Muc Tungon stared at Kinjui, a complex look flashing in her eyes. The force in Kinjui's hand suddenly increased. Thien Savu's figure flashed, blocking the way. He quickly made contact with Kinjui's blade. A cold light flashed by. Thien Savu's domineering power was like molten steel. It struck Kinjui head-on. The powerful force erupted from his pale palm, like a great river flowing east. Kinjui was caught, swept away by that terrifying force. In an instant, he felt the blood in his body churn, and he immediately let out a tragic scream. This was the second time he had felt death so close. But just a moment later, that domineering force dissipated. Kinjui looked at the young man before him in confusion. Thien Savu released his hand and took a step back. Kinjui staggered back to steps. Muc Tungon stood her ground, but her heart was also filled with astonishment. The 2 beggars' sect disciples stood where they were, not expecting the young man they met last night to be so powerful. Thien Savu said softly, What Miss Muc said is not without reason. I don't want to make things difficult for her either. He gently took Muc Tungon's hand. Muc Tungon's face turned pale, and her heart was filled with terror. Thien Savu seemed to ignore her expression and pulled her away from the place. Don Muc Tunggon was a famous figure in the martial world. Her status was noble. Since stepping into the martial world, no man had ever dared to treat her like this. But today, she was grabbed. Her hand was grabbed by a young man she had only met once. Thien Savu and Don Muc Tunggon left. Wait, Kinjui's voice came from behind. Forgive my rudeness, but may I ask for your esteemed name? The young man turned his head and replied softly. My name is Thien Savu. He pulled Don Muc Tunggon out of the crowd, and the two quickly disappeared without a trace, leaving only Kinjui standing there alone. His heart was in great pain. He didn't want to bow to his opponent, but his opponent was truly too strong. It seemed he could only seek help. On the other side, after leaving the crowd, Thien Savu met the disciples of the Beggar sect. They said they were carrying out the elders' orders to search for Kinjui. Thien Savu turned his head, his gaze sharp. Now is not the right time to continue the operation. I'm not in a good mood right now. If I let them go, if they discover you, you will be in danger. Don Muc Tunggon, seeing the Beggar sect disciples talking with Thien Savu, became even more convinced of her judgment. The young man before her was definitely not a villain. The two Beggar sect disciples indicated they would act carefully. Don Muc Tunggon and the two Beggar sect disciples followed behind Thien Savu, their expressions a bit strange. But after a moment of thought, Don Muc Tunggon still spoke up. Young hero Thien, could you please go on ahead? Thien Savu nodded and let go of her hand. Don Muc Tunggon said they should go to the Dai Thien Merchant Guild. Hearing this, an idea flashed in Thien Savu's mind, and he asked if he could go with them. Don Muc Tunggon turned her head to look at Thien Savu, then remembered the mission her master had given her. This mission is extremely difficult, but you must succeed. Not only for the 9 provinces matter, but also for yourself. You must do what needs to be done. What you shouldn't do. You must consider for yourself who you should help and who you should avoid. You must think about all of it. Please rest assured, I will keep a clear head. At this moment, she was even more convinced that Thien Savu and Kinjui were definitely connected. Moreover, the other party had a close relationship with the Beggar sect. From the words of the two Beggar sect disciples just now, this person probably also has a relationship with the Beggar sect elder. It seems this opponent is someone worth befriending. Perhaps he could be of help to the 9 provinces manor in the future. Don Muc Tunggon said softly. Let's go. The main Dai Thien Merchant Guild is not far from here. Soon, everyone arrived at the Thichem branch of the Dai Thien Merchant Guild. At the entrance, Thien Savu looked around. Before him was a majestic and splendid building, clearly showing the formidable strength of the Dai Thien Merchant Guild. Don Muc Tunggon took out a jade pendant and gave it to the gatekeeper, stating directly that she was there to see the branch president. Thien Savu stood behind, his eyes sharp. He saw the jade pendant in the young woman's hand, frowned slightly, and then reached into his robes. He also had a similarly shaped, but slightly smaller, jade pendant on his chest. This was something a girl named Titiua had given him more than 10 years ago. This is my most precious thing. I'm giving it to you. One day, I will become the richest merchant in the world. When that time comes, you can bring this to find me. Thinking of Titiua, Thien Savu couldn't help but remember that small, lovely girl. He wondered how she was doing after coming to the Central Plains. Thinking of this, Thien Savu felt a bit of anticipation in his heart. This time, at the Dai Thien Merchant Guild, besides probing for information about the Black Merchant Guild, he might also be able to find some clues about Titiua. After announcing them, the gatekeeper led everyone inside. Soon, the group arrived at the inner courtyard of the branch. General Manager Than Fong respectfully said, So it is Miss Don Muc. Since you have the token, you are an honored guest of our Dai Thien Merchant Guild. Please, come in. Than Fong led everyone to a small building. The exquisite architecture along the way amazed Thien Savu. But for some reason, he suddenly had a strange thought. Does the little girl from back then now own such a magnificent estate? Just then, what were the girl's words? Don Muc Tunggon's words interrupted his thoughts. Young hero Thien. A few days ago at the Thi Vomon, I made a friend. That person is young hero Thien. He is quite familiar with the Dai Thien Merchant Guild. Since the Dai Thien Merchant Guild has a branch in Tianyan, I decided to pay a visit. At this point, Miss Don Muc added, Young hero Thien, if you want to establish yourself in the martial world, you need to make many friends in the martial world. Thien Savu didn't quite understand her meaning, only nodding slightly and following behind the others. Half an hour later, everyone arrived at a luxuriously decorated reception hall. The branch president, a dignified middle-aged man, was already waiting. As soon as he spoke, the president asked Don Muc Tunggon if she had come because of Kinjui. Don Muc Tunggon was direct. I want to gather related information. We have been monitoring Kinjui for a long time. Recently, he has been in close contact with the Black Merchant Guild. Thien Savu thought to himself. So that's how it is. General Manager Than Fong handed a ledger to Don Muc Tunggon. This records all the information about Kinjui, including his illegal transactions. relationships with the government, and various martial world forces. It's just that we still haven't been able to clearly investigate his background. This information was originally not sufficient to be disclosed to outsiders. But since Miss Don't has the token, it's naturally a different matter. We are currently unclear about Kanjui's purpose in coming to Tinyan, but we suspect it is definitely related to the Black Merchant Guild and very likely an order from the woman. Don't Tonggon took the ledger and examined it carefully. When she read a certain line of information, she couldn't help but read it aloud. 20 years ago, cooperated with the Mo Rung clan in human trafficking. Her words, though calm, struck Thien Savu like a clap of thunder. The president noticed something unusual. This person had been completely unfazed since entering the hall. Why did he react so strongly to news about the Mo Rung clan? A slight smile appeared on the president's lips. Although the opponent quickly regained his composure, the young man's calmness still puzzled him. Don't Tonggon said calmly. There's no free information in this world. I wonder what the president wants. The president expressed his desire for intelligence on the 9 provinces' manner to minimize potential losses for the Daithien Merchant Guild. The Daithien Merchant Guild's business is so large and powerful. I doubt you need help from our 9 provinces manner. Miss Don't The Ngok family was massacred, yet the government and the 9 provinces manor did nothing. No action. I suspect the ruler of Tenuyan has reached an agreement with the Wulong Gate. I'm afraid that in the future, the government will not interfere in any of Kinjui's actions. Don't Tonggon stated that she did not have enough power to mobilize the entire beggar sect. The president said it would be enough to just mobilize the martial world forces around Tenuyan. Don't Tonggon thought for a moment and then agreed. Thien Savu looked at the two. His gaze sharp, realizing neither of them were ordinary people. Just then, the president looked towards Thien Savu. Thien Savu said, "Young hero Thien, I have yet to ask about your identity. For this secret meeting, Miss Don't invited you to join. It seems you are no ordinary person either." Thien Savu was about to explain when Don't Tonggon spoke first. She said, "I invited young hero Thien to come along this time because I actually have a favor to ask." Hearing this, Thien Savu nodded slightly. Don't Tonggon said frankly, "Ever since Mo Rung Dongthien passed away, the beggar sect has started to block information, not only from the 9 provinces manor, but also from our home country. Even the entire Thiet Vomon has not received any news." Hearing Don't Tonggon mention this, the president couldn't help but look at Thien Savu several more times. "Young hero Thien, I know your relationship with the beggar sect is not ordinary. If you can help us find out the news from the 9 provinces manor, you will be handsomely rewarded." Hearing this, Thien Savu was slightly taken aback, and his eyes darkened. So, she had approached him because of his relationship with the beggar sect. Savu was silent for a moment, then spoke, a powerful or emanating from him. "Miss Don't my relationship with the beggar sect is not as close as you might think." Thien Savu said coldly, "I can pass on your request, but don't get your hopes up." Thien Savu suddenly stood up. "I have disturbed your secret talk. Farewell." The 2 Huashan disciples were intimidated by the young man's powerful presence. Even the well-traveled president was secretly astonished, thinking this person was indeed not someone to be underestimated. Don't Tonggon blamed herself for not being more thoughtful and hurriedly spoke up. "Young hero Thien, please wait." Thien Savu didn't stop. Thien Savu suddenly stood up and left. Don't Tonggon's face turned pale with regret, but the young man didn't look back. Don't Tonggon deeply regretted her actions. To ask a favor from someone she just met was a major taboo in the martial world. Outwardly, the president complained about Thien Savu's rudeness, but he had actually taken note of him. His young miss had been searching for someone for many years, said to be a childhood playmate. Judging by the opponent's accent, it seemed he also cared, especially those eyes, which were exactly as the young miss described. He wondered if this young man was the person the young miss was looking for. Thien Savu left the Daithien Merchant Guild alone. He had obtained information about Lintiki. The next step was to find this Black Merchant Guild member's hiding place. As soon as he stepped out of the mansion, a disciple of the beggar sect came forward to greet him. The person said he was under the orders of Elder Hong Vokoi to invite him back to the beggar sect for a meeting. At the same time, in the outskirts of Tinyan, a voice came from deep within the dense forest. This person was Kanjui, the one who had been defeated by Thien Savu. The 2 beggar sect disciples in charge of surveillance stood behind Kanjui, observing his every move. Suddenly, one of them pointed forward with a strange expression. The other stammered, "Kanjui, he's gone. He just said he was going to relieve himself. He told me to stand guard." Who knew that as soon as I turned away, his heart was burning with anxiety. He didn't know what to do. He didn't notice that a low voice sounded from behind him. Lai Duyen heard the noise behind him and turned to look. He saw Kanjui standing not far away, looking at him with a blank expression. "It seems you're looking for me." Lai Dine was so scared by Kanjui's sudden appearance that he fell to the ground. At that moment, a black shadow flashed by, attacking Lai Dine. Before he could react, Just as he was about to be hit, a flash of sword light repelled the black shadow. Lai Duyan was terrified. He rolled on the ground. Kinjui walked deeper into the dense forest, looking at the black shadow that had just fled. Lai Dine was scared out of his wits. Not understanding what had happened, Kinja Tui turned his head and said to Li Duyan, "That beggar's sect member was clearly monitoring me." Lai Duyan believed Kinjui's judgment. He immediately gave an order. Search the surrounding area and see if he has any other hiding places. We absolutely cannot let anyone know Lin Taki's location. Ma Dinyan, who was hiding nearby, desperately covered his mouth. This beggar's sect disciple secretly vowed to avenge his brother, Kinjat Li, and walked to a mountain path. After crossing several mountains, they arrived in front of an ancient manor. This was Lin Taki's secret base. Lin Taki stood in the courtyard, looking down at the square. A subordinate in a black robe was training soldiers. "Master, this group of soldiers has finished their training. They can carry out any command. If we let them continue training, their strength can be increased by another level." Lin Taki frowned. "I always feel like something is missing," the subordinate said. "The physical condition of this group of soldiers has been adjusted to its best. Once they learn martial arts, they will become a powerful fighting force." Lin Taki shook his head. "That's not what I mean. What I mean is, their aptitude is not top tier." At this, he gritted his teeth. 20 years ago, that little girl was still a child. It's a pity she escaped to that place. Just then, Kinshak and Lai Duyan arrived. Kinshak wanted to ask Lin Taki for help, then recounted how he was being followed by the beggar's sect. Lin Taki was surprised and immediately thought of the possibility of being monitored. Kinshak, however, seemed unconcerned, saying that the other party only had one person who he had already dealt with. Lai Duyan also said he hadn't found any other traces. "You don't need to worry too much. Who would have thought the secrets of the Black Merchant Guild were hidden in the mountains?" Lin Taki was still very cautious. "It's time to move these people." Hearing this, the two men's faces changed in surprise. They knew Lin Taki had been training 25 new soldiers here for 5 years. If not handled, it could lead to a great disaster. If the beggar's sect can come once, it means they will come again. "Tomorrow, you will take these people to the Wulong Gate. I will prepare everything. As long as the martial arts sects continue to fight, and the court and the northern Yuan continue to confront each other, our business can last forever. Without worry." Lin Taki looked at Kinjui and asked what he needed help with. Kinjui gave a wicked smile. "I want to ask you to help me find something." In another development, at the beggar sect branch, Ma Dinyan knelt before an elder of the beggar sect. Hung Vo Koi. His face streaked with tears. The beggar sect elder's face was grave after listening to Ma Dinyan's account. The other beggar sect disciple knelt down and said, "Elder, I was incompetent. I could only watch as Lai Duyan was killed." Thien Savu, holding his sword, knelt down gently. He never thought his earlier words would come true. Hong Vokoi said, "The one who killed Lai Duyan was Kinjui. But Ma Dinyan, you don't need to blame yourself too much." Hong Vokoi speculated that Mounting Goat must be Lin Taki's hiding place. "Elder, we must capture Lin Taki before he acts. I have already sent Kim Tam to follow him. We should have news soon." Hong Vokoi stood up upon hearing this. "I never expected Lin Taki to be hiding in the mountains on the outskirts of Tinyan." Just then, a beggar sect disciple hurried over. "Elder, there's news from Mounting Goat too. We have indeed discovered a secret base there. Please give the order." "Elder, to avenge Lai Dine." Hong Vokoi immediately stood up, ordering the person in charge, Shuang Daru, to stay behind and keep an eye on the Daithine Merchant Guild. "I feel something big is going to happen there." Hong Vokoi turned to everyone. "Disciples below 6 bags will stay behind with Shuang Daru. Disciples of 6 bags and above, follow me to kill Kinjui." The beggar sect disciples responded in unison. Hong Vokoi looked towards Thien Savu. Thien Savu turned and left. Hong Vokoi couldn't help but ask. The beggar sect has many members, but against a master like Kinjui, casualties are inevitable. Therefore, even the strong couldn't help but ask. He wanted to go and deal with him himself first. Thien Savu remained silent, which was taken as a tacit admission of the other's judgment. "Kid, you're underestimating our beggar sect brothers. Let's go together." The young Thien Savu smiled faintly. Everything was understood without words. This secret base had existed in the southern mountains without anyone discovering it. But now someone dared to come and cause trouble. Hong Vokoi deliberately came to stir up trouble. The two Black Merchant Guild guards couldn't help but look at each other. Hong Vokoi stepped forward, saying he came to apologize and promise that if the two of them ever wandered the martial world, they could join the beggar sect. Hearing the words beggar sect, the two men's bodies stiffened. One was about to draw his sword, but Hong Vokoi quickly grabbed the hilt, preventing him from drawing it. "I just want to apologize. No need to fight." Hong Vokoi gave a wicked smile. In an instant, the two guards were sent flying, falling to the ground, their condition unknown. Hong Vokoi gave the order, Brothers. Quick battle. The beggar's sect disciples immediately took action, their bamboo staffs in hand, launching an attack like fierce tigers descending the mountain. The guards of the Black Merchant Guild fiercely counterattacked. A beggar's sect disciple raised his bamboo staff and struck a guard in the chest, then immediately swept it horizontally, knocking the guard down to the ground. The two sides immediately engaged in a fierce battle. In an instant, the will to fight erupted among the crowd. Deep Lao knew, like an outsider, walked past. Hong Vokoi looked at the Insavu with a proud expression. Well, our beggar sect brothers don't just know how to fight. Their presence and martial arts are also very strong, right? Just as Hong Vokoi said, in less than a quarter of an hour, the beggar's sect had gained the upper hand. Just then, a Black Merchant Guild guard suddenly rushed forward to attack the two of them. Seeing the opponent preparing to strike, Hong Vokoi didn't hesitate, gripping his bamboo staff and striking hard at the opponent. Hong Vokoi struck coldly, and in an instant, the guard was sent flying. Lin Tiki watched the scene angrily, displeased. He had originally planned to transport the soldiers tomorrow morning, but he didn't expect the beggar's sect to attack tonight. Lin Tiki asked where Kanjui had gone. Lidine said he had gone to annihilate the Diathene Merchant Guild. Great hero Lin, are you planning to just stand by and watch? If you let these beggars run rampant, the Wulong Gate will also suffer heavy losses. I am no match for that kid. I can only bide my time. Besides, why didn't you act sooner? I am truly disappointed in you. At this point, Lai Duyan put down his teacup, his expression cold. Even if Lin Tiki is annihilated or the people here die, it won't come as a surprise. It will also affect the cooperation between the Black Merchant Guild and the Wulong Gate. Everything here has nothing to do with the Black Merchant Guild and the Wulong Gate from beginning to end. In the end, it's all your own business. Lin Tiki secretly gritted his teeth. He knew the other party had made their intention to destroy him clear. Once the human trafficking was exposed, the martial arts sect would surely unite to attack, and he would be the one pushed out as a scapegoat. Lin Tiki made up his mind, stepped forward, and looked towards Hong Vokoi and Thien Savu. Lin Tiki tried to appear calm and spoke. The beggar sect is beating people again. If word of this gets out, I'm afraid the world will laugh. Lin Tiki, our beggar sect is here to demand justice. Thien Savu looked up. Today, he finally met this mysterious Black Merchant Guild member. 20 years ago, this was the man who had abducted his master's daughter. You say I killed the beggar's sect disciple. You need to have evidence. I think you beggar's sect people are clearly being arrogant. Hong Vokoi said there was a witness, and if Lin Tiki was innocent, he should let the beggar's sect investigate. It seems you beggar's sect people are determined and to make things difficult for me. Hong Vokoi said coldly. You killed the beggar's sect disciple first, and now you want to make things difficult for me. Lin Tiki gave a cold laugh and put a small pill in his mouth. With a faint whistle from his blood whistle, a strange sound echoed. The sound of hurried footsteps came from all directions as a group of people in black appeared. These people were dressed in black with expressionless faces. They were the soldiers Lin Tiki had trained at the Wulong Gate. A beggar's sect disciple's face changed slightly upon seeing the scene. A moment later, a disciple with a bamboo staff attacked first. The opponent seemed to have no reaction, not even dodging, proving that these soldiers were under control. In an instant, the bamboo staff struck the head, shattering the opponent's head and revealing an emotionless face. Thien Savu and Hong Vokoi were both stunned. Just then, Lin Tiki's crazed laughter rang out. Don't be surprised. These children have been trained to the point where they no longer feel pain. You beggar sect people don't claim to be the leaders of the martial world. I want to see if you dare to lay a hand on these children. A murderous glint flashed in Thien Savu's eyes. He had never seen anything like this before. Just then, Lai Duyan slowly spoke up. Lin Tiki, you violated the agreement by using these children as soldiers. It's a bit against the rules. Do you want to die? If you don't want these slaves to be wiped out, then act quickly. Otherwise, the Wulong Gate will not spare you. Lai Dian's eyes were sharp. After a long silence, he still spoke. Kill. In an instant, a ghost-like black shadow appeared. It was the elite force of the Wulong Gate, the Blood Sword Guards. Following Lai Dian's shout, a blood whistle sounded in the dark night, and a bright light flash. Then, several people in white appeared from the upper floor. Thien Savu saw clearly there were only 12 people, but their presence was as powerful as Mount Tai crashing down. The 12 blood sword guards quickly rushed onto the battlefield. Their sharp sword key cut a beggar's sect disciple in half, and fresh blood splattered everywhere. Many beggar's sect disciples instinctively retreated. The fresh blood stained the white robes of the blood sword guards, making their cold faces even more ferocious and terrifying. The leader of the blood sword guards said coldly, "Leave no one alive." Everyone responded in unison and charged into battle. The beggar's sect disciples, who had been holding the advantage, suddenly found the tables turned. A child was hit in the head but showed no reaction. Even the two masters, Thien Savu and Hong Vokoi, were astonished. After a moment, Thien Savu finally noticed something. Although these children were young, their muscles were developed like those of adults. It was clear that someone had used external force to accelerate their muscle growth. Not only that, they were also controlled by a secret technique, unable to move even if they were scared. Moreover, this condition was clearly irreversible. These children probably wouldn't live past the age of 20. Thien Savo was furious. Could his master's daughter have suffered the same cruel fate? Seeing Thien Savo radiating a murderous aura, Hong Vokoi immediately stepped in to stop him. Hong Vokoi hurriedly said to Thien Savo, "Don't be rash. Those men in white with swords are from the Wulong Gate. Once you make a move, I'm afraid it will be hard to salvage the situation." Thien Savo's voice was ice cold. "You are an elder of the Beggars sect, yet you watch your disciples being killed." Unmoved, Hong Vokoi sighed. The Beggar sect and the Wulong Gate have always maintained a delicate balance. The northern Yuan has been driven away, so we people of the martial world have also reached a tacit agreement. In the end, the most that will happen is a compromise between both sides. The martial world is like this. Everyone shouts about righteousness, but once their own interests are involved, who cares? Who cares about righteousness? You are different. You are not from the Central Plains martial world, and you have no sect. Once you make a move, the martial world sects will absolutely not let you go." Thien Savo said coldly. "Elder, can you hear the cries of these children? They are clearly terrified to the point where they dare not retreat. Can you hear the cries of those Beggars sect disciples? They didn't want to fight, yet they have to risk their lives here. I entered the martial world at 14, and it's only been 12 years. You, elder, have been in the martial world much longer than I have." At this point, my eyes, Thien Savo's eyes became sharp. "If I let my martial arts blind me, and dare not follow my conscience, then may I ask, elder, why do you cultivate the heaven-shattering divine art?" Thien Savo's words sent a powerful shock through Hong Vokoi's mind. Since becoming an elder of the Beggars sect, he had always acted decisively. But today, his state of mind was inferior to that of a young man. The disciples were still fighting valiantly. Hong Vokoi drew the longsword from his back, his presence as a Beggars sect elder majestic. "Kid, you go and capture Lin Tiki. Leave these blood sword guards to me." Hong Vokoi moved nimbly, his longsword stabbing forward like a dragon emerging from the sea. In an instant, the longsword pierced a blood sword guard. Hong Vokoi let out a soft shout. Hong Vokoi used his full strength, suddenly launching a move, borrowing the force to leap into the air. The blood sword guards immediately reacted, but Hong Vokoi had already anticipated it. He shouted, and his longsword danced. The Beggars sect elder's eyes were sharp. He stepped on the sword's body to land, his 3 fingers striking forward like the wind, piercing through the chest of that blood sword guard. The immense force sent him flying several feet away, and the longsword broke in two, embedding itself in the house. The blood sword guard died on the spot. The leader's face changed slightly upon seeing this, and he ordered his subordinates to be careful. Hong Vokoi stood with his hands on his hips and shouted, "Brothers, fight to your heart's content today. Our Beggars sect has endured for too long. Let them see the true strength of our Beggars sect." As soon as he finished speaking, the Beggars sect disciples immediately took action, surrounding the remaining blood sword guards in an instant. Hong Vokoi led the charge, swinging his longsword. The blood sword guards didn't dare to face him head-on and continuously dodged. Hong Vokoi sent one person flying with a single move and immediately gave the order to kill without mercy. The leader of the blood sword guards wanted to order a retreat, but was struck in the back by a Beggars sect disciple and injured. The leader turned to counterattack, but was hit in the face by another Beggars sect disciple. The leader endured the pain, turned to dodge, and created distance from his opponent. But before he could steady himself, he was hit by another Beggars sect disciple. The leader dodged while retreating backward, then jumped out of the encirclement, moving towards the other Beggars sect disciples. He didn't want to fight, only to escape the encirclement. But it was clearly too late. A Beggars sect disciple struck him on the head, and his body was thrown through the air, immediately followed by another heavy blow. The blood sword guards who wanted to escape were also cut down. At this point, the Beggars sect's battle was over. Thien Savo watched this scene with a faint smile. Then he looked up at Lin Tiki on the upper floor. This black merchant guild member was gritting his teeth, feeling extremely displeased. He hadn't expected the elites of the Wulong Gate to be at a disadvantage against the Beggars sect. Just then, Thien Savo's eyes suddenly sharpened. In an instant, his body moved nimbly and shot out, heading straight for Lin Tiki on the upper floor. Lin Tiki was still regretting not having fled sooner. Suddenly, he felt a cold aura wash over him. In an instant, a voice sounded in front of him. Lin Tiki's legs gave out, and he collapsed to the ground. Thien Savo reached out and grabbed Lin Tiki by the collar, his voice bone-chillingly cold. "Lin Tiki, 20 years ago, you bought a girl named Han Huangshe from the Mo Rung clan. Remember? Where is she now?" This dark merchant felt death was near for the first time. He wanted to speak but couldn't make a sound. Just then, a voice rang out. "Young hero, I didn't expect we'd meet again so soon." Lai Dime pulled open the window curtain and appeared. A stream of golden energy shot out. fast as lightning, heading straight for Thien Savu. He hadn't expected the opponent to strike so quickly. He only saw a fist hitting his chest. Thien Savu was sent flying by an extremely powerful force. Thien Savu fell to the ground, his chest aching fiercely, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Lai Duyan stood there, his expression cold, thinking he had succeeded. But he soon realized something was wrong. Lai Dean observed, his expression grave. Thien Savu gripped his longsword tightly, his heart full of anger. The last blow had been less than 3 inches from his face. The young man had clearly managed to avoid the vital point in time. Thien Savu felt lucky. If he hadn't dodged in time, he feared he would have been killed by the opponent. Thien Savu threw down his longsword and said coldly, "You are very good at seizing opportunities, but you won't get a chance to kill me." The man, who was accustomed to fighting with martial arts and holding power, was now blocked by a young man. Lai Dine couldn't help but be surprised. This young man's martial arts and experience were both incredibly refined. Thien Savu's presence was powerful. In his eyes, he could only see the young man's formidable internal energy. The formidable internal energy radiated from all over Thien Savu's body. Lai Duyan was startled, unable to imagine that this young man's internal energy was so pure. A moment later, he collected himself, drew a sword, and then swung it to attack. Lai Dine swung his sword with great force, and a stream of golden energy condensed on the blade. The sharp sword key stabbed towards Thien Savu. The young man dodged lightly. Thien Savu frowned. He didn't understand. The opponent's martial arts were profound. Why did he close the distance instead of keeping his distance? Just then, Lai Duyan struck again. His martial arts were profound, his eyes sharp. The formidable internal energy in Thien Savu's body circulated continuously. Lai Duyan's movements were skilled and fluid. This time, he didn't even use his sword, just pushed his internal energy to attack. Thien Savu moved like a blur, continuously dodging, his speed so fast it left afterimages. Lai Dine kept his distance from Thien Savu. His movements were ceaseless, his force flowing like a great river. The powerful force even broke through the stone wall behind him. Lin Tiki, on the upper floor, was watching the battle in the courtyard. Although Lai Duyan was one of the 5 great guest elders of the Wulong Gate, at this moment, he seemed insufficient against this young man. This dark merchant had decided that this was no place to stay long. He needed to leave as soon as possible. Thien Savu continuously dodged, knowing that if this continued, he could only passively take the blows. Seeing a large rock ahead, Thien Savu reached out and grabbed it. The young man's speed was already extremely fast, and with the rebound force from the rock, his body suddenly changed direction. In a flash, his whole body was like a cannonball, using the force to turn and charge straight at Lai Dine. Seeing this, Lai Dine stomped hard on the ground and quickly retreated forward. Thien Savu landed on the ground and immediately used all his strength to continue pursuing Lai Dine. Seeing the young man turn the tables in an instant, Lai Dine was terrified. His movements were non-stop, launching a series of attacks with his internal energy. But Thien Savu was like a ghost, sticking to him relentlessly. The two, one chasing and one running, soon arrived at a small alley. Lai Dine didn't hesitate to jump into the adjacent building. Thien Savu immediately followed him in. Just then, Lai Duyan stretched out his right hand, and from his wrist shot out countless silver threads in an instant. They formed a vast net in the small alley. Thien Savu couldn't dodge in time and ran into the net of silver threads. Thien Savu thought to himself that this was not good. Lai Dine quickly steadied himself first. "Kid, it's too late to realize it now." Lai Dine swung his right arm back, his whole body gathering power to deliver a fatal blow to Thien Savu. But Thien Savu's movements were even faster. In an instant, he had retreated to the door, but he was still cut and injured by Lai Dine's silver threads. Lai Duyan said, "From the very beginning, when you chose to approach me, I knew it was all your plan. It was interesting at first, but now that you've seen through it, it's no longer fun." Thien Savu said coldly, "You find this interesting?" The young man focused his formidable internal energy into 2 fingers and suddenly swept them towards the silver threads. Under the power of his internal energy, the silver threads immediately vibrated violently, and many of them snapped. The young man's voice rang out. "Those children were not even 13 years old when you people harmed them like this." Lai Duyan's face changed drastically. These silver threads were made from diamond steel, not only relying on internal energy but also enhanced with a secret technique. He never expected this young man, at such a young age, to be able to control his internal energy with such purity. Thien Savu's eyes were filled with a sharp glint. "Fighting with people like you makes me feel dirty." The young man brandished his sword, and a clear cry rang out. Lai Dine's face changed again. Thien Savu pursued relentlessly. The young man pushed off the wall with both feet. Unexpectedly, just as he rounded the corner, he saw his opponent aiming at him. Thien Savu frowned and quickly dodged. The powerful internal energy struck the wall and collided with the young man's formidable internal energy. The formidable internal energy suddenly erupted, and the entire building shook violently. Lai Duyan's face was grim. The opponent's internal energy was so terrifying. Lai Duyan ran out of the building. This highly skilled guest elder appeared amidst the rubble. Before he could steady himself, another figure pursued him. Lai Duyan's face was grim. He, a dignified guest elder of the Wulong Gate, was now being pushed into such a state by an unknown young man. Lai Duyan said, "I am Lai Duyan, a guest elder of the Wulong Gate. Who are you?" "I am Fiend Savu from Saibi. Today, I will definitely kill you." Lai Dine gave a cold laugh and said no more. He drew 10 swords. Lai Dine took a powerful step, and his formidable internal energy erupted. The 10 swords in his hand radiated a strange light. Lai Dine used all his internal energy, and each sword under his control was as agile as flowing water and drifting clouds. In an instant, 10 swords stabbed towards Fiend Savu. Fiend Savu extended his right hand, and a formidable internal energy erupted, enveloping the 10 swords. The internal energy on the swords was instantly shattered. In an instant, a powerful presence erupted. The two's internal energies collided fiercely. Fiend Savu's presence was overwhelming. A pale hand pressed down, stabbing straight at Lai Dine's Dentian. Seeing the young man's fierce attack, Lai Duyan did not dodge. His martial arts were profound, and he was unwilling to be defeated. He used all his internal energy. Feet were to close to dodge. The powerful internal energy rushed straight towards Fiend Savu. The young man, though young, had mastered a peerless martial art. With a single move, he sent a stream of golden ki flying. Seeing this, Lai Duyan's face changed drastically. Fiend Savu used all his strength to spin in the air. A pale hand pressed down, and a formidable internal energy stabbed straight at Lai Dine's Dientian. Fiend Savu tight and his grip on the sword in his hand, and the sharp sword ki continued its attack. In an instant, the two clashed again. In an instant, the longsword pierced Lai Dine's Dientian. Fiend Savu ended on the ground and said coldly, "I told you, you will definitely die today." Lai Dine fell to the ground. Everyone was terrified by the sight. Hung Bokoi was also shocked to see this, but he quickly calmed down. The Wulong Gate would surely be enraged. He looked around, wanting to capture Lin Tiki, but found that the black-hearted merchant had disappeared. At this moment, he saw Lin Tiki running towards the Xiumen prefecture. Lin Tiki was like a hunted rabbit. He knew very well in his heart that his face, the beggar's sect, had surely blocked all exits. He had to go to the Daithine Merchant Guild to find Kanjui. Only with Kanjui's help could he safely leave Team Nguyen. At the same time, outside the Daithine Merchant Guild, Kanjavit scurried into a cruel smile. In an instant, the main gate of the Daithine Merchant Guild was blasted open. A fierce brawl ensued. Donam Si Tungan and the others were in discussion. Just then, General Manager Thin Fong rushed over. Kinjakiwa is attacking. The Merchant Guild's guards are fighting to the death to resist. "President, please leave quickly. Don't talk nonsense. If we let Lin Tiki escape, the Wulong Gate won't let it go. The young miss is still at the Wulong Gate and will surely fall into a trap." Donam-si Tungan and the others were all surprised to hear this. Kanjui was strong, but why did he suddenly attack the Daithine Merchant Guild? The Wulong Gate must have guessed that the Daithine Merchant Guild was cooperating with Lin Tiki, which is why they acted, with the aim of preventing the cooperation, to prevent the Daithine Merchant Guild from allying with other forces. Everyone hurried out to the courtyard and saw the guards confronting Kanjui. A Merchant Guild guard shouted and charged towards Kanjui to attack. Kanjui didn't hesitate, swinging his longsword, his body as fast as lightning. The longsword flashed in the dark night, its sword ki rampaging. The guards fell one after another. Kanjui was like a madman. "You damn demons." At this moment, another guard launched a sneak attack from behind. Kanjui coldly turned his head, the corner of his mouth curving up. He swung his right hand, and the sword ki instantly pierced the guard's chest. Two more guards charged forward, but before they could get close, another guard fell. Although the Merchant Guild's guards were constantly falling, there were many of them. When one fell, another immediately took their place. Kinjan moved as if through an unguarded place, like a divine soldier descending from the heavens. The guard captain shouted, channeling all his power and charging towards Kanjui. "Today, I will definitely kill you." "Kinjabo," he sneered. "With just your meager skills?" The guard captain charged forward fiercely, swinging his longsword. Sword ki clashed, sending sparks flying. Kanjui also thrust his sword. The two fought fiercely. Kanjui was unstoppable. The guard captain could only struggle to defend, gradually falling into a disadvantage. After 10 exchanges, the boss Kulbao pretendeth. Kanjui forced the guard captain back with a move and said coldly, "Is this all you've got? I don't have time to play with you." Kanjui's presence suddenly erupted. In an instant, the longsword in his hand turned into a streak of cold light, slashing towards the guard captain. The guard captain hurriedly dodged but was still injured by the sharp sword ki. Seeing this, Kanjui's figure suddenly changed. The guard captain's heart sank, feeling something was wrong. But before he could react, Kanjui had rushed towards him like a ghost in an instant. The sharp sword ki had already pierced through his body. Hong Vokoi's face changed drastically upon seeing the situation. The poor guard captain eyed Kenjui's hands. As he was dying, the guard captain used his last bit of strength to angrily curse. You will not have a good end. That's right. I also feel I won't have a good end. Kenjui looked at Hong Vokoi and replied coldly. But that's after I kill you. Before he could finish his words, Kenjui charged straight at Hong Vokoi, while laughing maniacally. I'll kill all you demons. The sharp sword key was pointed straight at Hong Vokoi. Just as it was about to hit, it was blocked by someone who suddenly appeared. The newcomer was Tung Moc and his two companions. Kenjui, you gone afar. Our Huishan sect is not to be trifled with. Tung Moc shouted. Kenjatu snorted coldly, his power increasing once again. Sword key clashed, sending sparks flying. Just then, another female figure appeared gracefully. It was Don Moc Tungan. He spoke coldly. The 9 provinces manor will not allow you to slaughter innocents here. Don Moc Tungan and several of her fellow disciples appeared together. Kenjui was furious and was about to strike again. Tunchi Mosi, Don Moc Tungan, and the other Huishan disciples joined forces to attack Kenjui. Kenjui was forced back by their combined strength. His face darkened as he said, You brought this upon yourselves. You are the one who's acting like a thief crying, Stop thief. Don Moc Tungan retorted. Tunchi Mosi, and the other said no more and attacked Kenjui together. Kenjui was forced back again, and he laughed in anger. Good. Very good. You sought this yourselves. You will bear the consequences. You're the one acting like a thief crying, Stop thief. Cut the useless talk. Everyone joined forces, tightly surrounding Kenjui. Several powerful forces struck at the same time, and Kenjui was shaken back repeatedly. He was terrified. He hadn't expected the strength of these Huishan sect disciples to be so formidable, especially Don Moc Tungan, who had just appeared with an astonishing presence. Kenjui had just dodged a sword strike from Don Moc Tungan when the attacks of Tung Mo followed, and the others followed, leaving him struggling to cope. He was forced back again, his body stumbling, and his face became extremely ugly. The strength of these 3 Huishan sect disciples far exceeded his intelligence. Kenjui sharp as he pushed all his internal energy to the limit. The muscles on his body suddenly bulged and rippled, and blue veins popped out, as if they were about to explode at any moment. Under the frantic circulation of his internal energy, his entire presence transformed into that of a raging dragon waiting for an opportunity. Tung Moc and the other 2 were terrified by the sight. Even Don Moc Tungan showed a look of astonishment. In an instant, an incomparably terrifying force erupted from within Kenjui's body. Like a raging tsunami, it sent Don Moc Tungan and the other 2 flying far away. Don Moc Tungan adjusted her body in Midre. After landing, she immediately swung her sword to counterattack. A peerless light-sharp sword key shot straight towards Kenjui. He nimbly flipped in the air, using the rebound force to land steadily on the ground. This was the unique movement technique of the Huishan sect. Tunchi Moc and the other 2 also hurriedly moved to defend. The 3 of them combined their strength to barely block the aftershock of Kenjui's outburst. Retreating one after another to the backyard, Kenjui looked at their disheveled state and sneered. Was that a hidden weapon just now? Truly formidable. At this moment, Don Moc Tungan and the other 2 looked at Kenjui's terrifying transformation. Their hearts filled with shock. They had heard their master mention a mysterious dark heart that circulated in the martial world, which could forcibly stimulate the practitioner's sinews and muscles to grow abnormally, thereby erupting with immense power in a short time. But today, seeing it with their own eyes, the visual impact and the sense of oppression it brought still shook their minds. But when he looked at their expressions of suspicion and uncertainty, he said coldly, What, you're scared already? If you knew about the Wulong Gates plan, I'm afraid you would be even more terrified. At this time, his height was over 1.7 meters, but his weight seemed to be only about 40 kilograms, looking extremely disproportionate. But after he was seen again, he had become a monster. When he used that mysterious secret art, his muscles and bones all grew suddenly and abnormally, transforming him into a giant killing machine in an instant. Kenjui looked at Don Moc Tungan and the others. He said coldly, This is all I can say. If I say any more, I'm afraid the first people I want to kill are you. The old man's heart trembled. Could the plan Kenjui mentioned have been personally designated by the royal family? Kenjui was not that weak. So, on the surface, he had already experienced Don Moc Tungan's strength. The other 2 Huishan disciples were also not ordinary. If that was the case, victory or defeat was hard to predict. Kintaku switched his long swerve to his right hand and took a step forward with his left foot, preparing to create distance. Don Moc Tungan immediately attacked upon seeing this. Kenjui was still using the raging fire sword technique. Unexpectedly, he was using the sword with his right hand. In another development, at Mountain Go 2, the remaining blood sword guards were fighting for their lives. Hong Vokoi's face was cold as he swung his long swerve like a fierce tiger descending the mountain, stabbing straight at a blood sword guard. In an instant, The long swerve had pierced that blood sword guard. Hongbo Koi exerted all his strength. This beggar sect elder's movement technique was like wind sweeping away clouds. His sword key sharp, piercing deep into the blood sword guard's body. Hongbo Koi jumped down to dodge, and 3 other blood sword guards immediately attacked. An injured blood sword guard continued to attack relentlessly. Without hesitation, Hongbo Koi stomped his foot hard on the ground, kicking the blood sword guard far away. At this time, Thien Savo had already dealt with Lai Duyen and walked over. Hongbo Koi said Lin Tiki had escaped, but Thien Savo didn't seem worried. As for these blood sword guards, we can get Lin Tiki's whereabouts from their mouths. Hongbo Koi said, the blood sword guards are the elite of the Wulong Gate, trained brutally. I'm afraid even with all our methods, we won't get anything out of them. Thien Savo's face was cold. Don't worry, they will definitely talk. The beggar's sect disciples tied up the injured blood sword guards and dragged them away. Of the 12 blood sword guards, only 6 remained. Hongbo Koi noticed the children and thought to himself, as long as we capture Lin Tiki, the beggar's sect will have a chance to negotiate with the Wulong Gate. If these children are rescued, they will become evidence against the Black Merchant Guild. Hongbo Koi placed his hand on a child's shoulder. Don't be afraid. The beggar's sect will protect you. Hongbo Koi's action startled the child, who reacted by drawing a sword. Hongbo Koi dodged, suffering a minor injury. It swung its sword again, and Hongbo Koi dodged again, then created distance. The other children also became agitated and rushed towards Hongbo Koi. Thien Savu stepped forward, standing behind Hongbo Koi with a calm expression. Let me handle this. They are just children. Hongbo Koi nodded. They are just children. Don't worry. I won't be heavy-handed. Thien Savu stomped his foot hard. A large rock, 3 feet wide, was pulled up by him. Thien Savu extended his left hand, and a formidable force enveloped the rock. Thien Savu tapped the rock with one finger, and in an instant, the rock exploded. Countless rock fragments shot towards the children. The children who were hit by the rock fragments were immediately unable to move. The beggar's sect disciples who saw this all whispered among themselves. They hadn't expected this young man to have such a technique. Thien Savu slowly walked over and picked up a child, just as he had picked up Hong Hanche before. From now on, no one can control you anymore. You are free. The child didn't know if he understood, but tears streamed down his face. The remaining blood sword guards wanted to flee. Thien Savu grabbed the child and walked up to a blood sword guard, asking, where did Lin Tiki run to? I won't say anything. A murderous intent rose in Thien Savu's heart. Thien Savu continuously struck the occupants on the blood sword guard's chest, and his arm immediately lost control. Thien Savu placed a dagger in his hand, and his hand automatically gripped it. The blood sword guard's face turned pale. I will never betray my comrades. Thien Savu smiled. You want to be a hero? I will grant you your wish. The blood sword guard's arm, out of his control, stabbed towards his comrade next to him. That blood sword guard was terrified, but his arm was uncontrollable. The dagger still plunged into his comrade's chest. The controlled blood sword guard screamed in horror. Thien Savu gave the order. Don't you think your comrade's life is more important than your own? I will let you kill your comrade with your own hands. If you still refuse to reveal Lin Tiki's whereabouts, I will let you go. Hongbo Koi's mouth twitched as he watched this scene. The blood sword guards were trained to have firm minds, yet they were subdued by Thien Savu in this way. Seeing his comrade about to be killed, the controlled blood sword guard could no longer bear it. He shouted, don't kill him. Lin Tiki definitely ran to the Daithien Merchant Guild. Thien Savu asked Hongbo Koi if this was true. Hongbo Koi said he had asked Kinjui to mobilize the Daithien Merchant Guild. Thien Savu pondered. Hongbo Koi asked, Thien Savu, what are you going to do? Thien Savu, with a serious expression, said, I must make a trip to the Daithien Merchant Guild. I must capture Lin Tiki. I'll leave this place to you, Elder. As soon as Thien Savu finished speaking, his figure suddenly flew into the air and disappeared from sight. A moment later, the ground where he had just stood suddenly collapsed, shattering into pieces. Everyone stared in horror at the spot where he had disappeared. In an instant, Thien Savu was gone. He knew well that even those 3 outstanding disciples of the Huashan sect would find it difficult to defeat Kinjui. If he arrived late, Lin Tiki would surely escape, and the clue to his master's daughter would be lost again. Thinking of this, Thien Savu didn't hesitate. Under the moonlight, he executed his lightness skill, leaving only an afterimage as he rushed towards Himyan City. This place was originally the most luxurious in all of Himyan Prefecture, but now it had become chaotic due to the appearance of one person. Everyone was watching the fierce battle in the courtyard, thinking that Kinjui's life was now in the hands of those 3 Huashan disciples. Even if the Daithien Merchant Guild had mechanisms powerful enough to destroy the entire matter, he, Kinjui, would not hesitate, but he did not want the young miss to be harmed. General Manager Thin Fong advised his master to flee quickly, but Kinjui had his subordinates stop him. Looking at the 3 Huashan disciples and Kinjui, In a fierce battle, the seemingly weak merchant guild master Kanjui spoke softly because Don Muc Tongan had used. No matter life or death, she could not be abandoned. Merchants value profit. Can't they just use money to pave the way? At this point, Kinjai stared at Don Muc Tongan. The young miss is right. I, Kinjai, don't have long to live. But I absolutely will not let myself be looked down upon by a woman. Just then, Kinjui's presence suddenly erupted. Don Muc Tongan gently reminded the two Huashan disciples that this merchant guild master had used all his internal energy. Immediately after, a stream of sword ki shot straight towards the Huashan disciples. Seeing this, Don Muc Tongan's expression grew grave as the Huashan female warrior gently took a step back, simultaneously channeling all her internal energy into her sword. Don Muc Tongan leapt into the air, her figure like a snowflake falling amidst the Rocky Mountains. The sharp sword ki stabbed straight at Kanjui's eyes. Immediately, Don Muc Tongan danced with her sword like a spear. The sword ki was as sharp as lightning, and she attacked Kanjui without hesitation. The two immediately exchanged blows. Don Muc Tongan and the two Huashan disciples, with a fierce momentum, dodged to the sides. The two streams of sword ki collided violently, the sword ki daring through the air. The shock waved like a heaven-shaking earthquake. Kinjaki gave a cold laugh and said coldly, Huashan's sword technique truly lives up to its name. Then, this Kinjapu dodged a sword strike. But trying to trouble me with just this level of skill is nothing but a daydream. Kinjui suddenly erupted, his hands plunging into the ground. His surrounding presence surged, and the formidable sword ki was continuously drawn into his sword. Everyone saw Kinjui's fifth move. The technique he used was his famous ultimate skill, Thinjiang Taodine. In an instant, the surroundings were filled with howling winds and flying debris. Seeing this, Don Muc Tongan knew in her heart that this couldn't continue. The power of Kinjui's Thinjiang Taodine was astonishing as it struck down. The two Huashan disciples continuously attacked with powerful internal energy. But Kinjui's formidable sword ki was like Mount Tai crashing down. Unmovable. The two's internal energy was being consumed at a tremendous rate, and they were about to be unable to hold on. Don Muc Tongan knew clearly in her heart that even with her DNTM pan, it would be difficult to withstand this move. The Huashan female warrior, Don Muc Tongan, immediately signaled the two Huashan disciples to get closer to her. In the end, Don Muc Tongan decided the three of them would fight together. The Huashan disciples understood her meaning and immediately moved to Don Muc Tongan's side. They formed a battle formation. The three immediately formed a formation. Their internal energies merged, and the three simultaneously channeled their power, forming a combined sword ki strike. A terrifying internal energy exploded in the air. In an instant, all the defenses of the manor were destroyed. The smoke and dust cleared, and Kanjui retreated several steps. This merchant guild master, Kinjawi, stood with his hands on his hips, panting heavily. A moment later, he pressed his hand to his nose, and a stream of fresh blood slowly flowed out. This merchant guild master was clearly internally injured. On the other side, the coordination between the three, Don Muc Tongan, was even more seamless. Don Muc Tongan and the two other famous Huashan disciples were weakened, on the verge of collapse. The other two were breathing heavily, their faces showing fatigue. Only Don Muc Tongan was still holding on alone. This Huashan female warrior tried to persevere, refusing to fall. Kinjui gave a cold laugh. Don Muc Tongan, you can't blame me for this. At this point, Kinjawi's eyes turned icy. You brought this upon yourselves. On the other side, on a street not far from the Daithine Merchant Guild, a team of beggars sect disciples armed with staffs was secretly patrolling. They were under orders to block key locations in Tenuim Prefecture. This unusual action by the beggar sect made everyone suspicious. As Trong Tak was listening to his subordinate's report on the surrounding situation, a loud explosion suddenly came from a distance. Trong Tak's expression changed drastically. He recognized that it was in the direction of the Daithine Merchant Guild. Just then, the sound of galloping horses grew closer. Trong Tak and the others instinctively turned to look, only to see one person and one horse speeding through the alleys. This person was Lin Taki, who was fleeing towards the Daithine Merchant Guild. A beggar's sect disciple shouted, "Don't let him get away." That's Lin Taki. But by this time, Lin Taki had already spurred his horse far away. Trong Tak immediately ordered everyone to pursue. The beggar's sect disciples received the order and madly chased in the direction of the Daithine Merchant Guild. Who would have thought that at this time, the Daithine Merchant Guild was already in Asura's battlefield? Seeing Kinjui pressing Don Muc Tongan step by step, his expression was ice cold. The smile of this merchant guild master became colder and colder. These three Huashan disciples are colluding with this corrupt merchant guild, plotting to destroy the Central Plains martial world. Don Muc Tongan, your Huashan sect has now degenerated into a demonic sect. Hearing this, Don Muc Tongan gritted her teeth. I will never disgrace my sect. With that, she let out a shout and suddenly stood up. Unexpectedly, Kinjui also suddenly attacked, striking with his full strength. Do Namusi Tongan was already at the end of her strength. She was sent flying by this sword strike, falling to the ground unconscious. The amber jade pendant in her robes also rolled to one side. Kinjali leisurely walked up to her and said coldly, "Little girl, I didn't expect this. So, what if I kill you today?" In the martial world, strength has always been supreme. Whoever has strength is righteous. Looking at Do Namusi Tongan unconscious on the ground, the murderous glint in Kinjawi's eyes grew stronger, and his aura became even more formidable. The purpose of his trip was to annihilate the Daithine Merchant Guild. Now, Kinjiwi was the victor. After speaking, he turned and walked towards the two remaining Huashan disciples. Do Namusi Tongan struggled to stand up and stop him, but she couldn't muster any strength. General Manager Than Fong's face was pale as he knelt before Do Namusi Tongan. No matter how hard she pulled, the general manager didn't move an inch. Than Fong hurriedly advised, "Miss, don't stop. You are all injured." Just then, a low voice came from behind. Lin Taki spurred his horse and rode over. Panting, he said, "Great hero Kenji, we must leave here quickly." Hodivan couldn't help but be startled and hurriedly asked for the reason. Lin Taki explained that a group of people led by a young man had used a hospital to ambush us. Luckily, Great Hero Kenji temporarily held them off, but he probably won't last much longer. We don't have any more time. We must retreat immediately. After hearing this, Hondivan's eyes darkened, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "If you want to leave now, it's too late. They're here." Honlin Taki, who was originally a person of high status, wealth, and honor, was now a pathetic fugitive, his reputation ruined. Seeing Hondivan's uneasy expression, Lin Taki turned his head to look in the direction of the voice. A voice, which had appeared out of nowhere, echoed over the ruins under the moonlight. A young man stood there proudly, his presence overwhelming. Coldly looking down, Lin Taki felt as if he had been struck by lightning and collapsed to the ground. He racked his brain but couldn't figure out where this devil had come from. Thien Savo, however, looked at the several corpses in the courtyard. Among them were the two Tanyamo Sin, whom he had been talking to during the day. But now, both of them were dead. He sighed. "Kid, I was still a step too late." Suddenly, his gaze landed on a handkerchief that had fallen on the ground. Thien Savu stared at the handkerchief as if deep in thought, then looked at the unconscious young woman under the moonlight. His heart was filled with resentment. The two had fallen in front of Donem Yusi Tungan and Lin Taki. Thien Savu bent down and picked up the handkerchief that had fallen on the ground. Upon closer inspection, he indeed found a small, fox-shaped hairpin on it. A faint smile appeared on the young man's lips. It was just as he had predicted. This pin indeed belonged to Tuo, his childhood sweetheart. Thien Savu slowly walked over to Donem Yusi Tungan. He helped Donem Yusi Tungan adjust her clothes and rape in the hairpin. Then he took off his own robe and draped it over Donem Yusi Tungan, covering her exposed skin. The young man said coldly, "You are too weak. Kinjawi is not an opponent you can handle. Today, you can consider yourself to have died and been reborn." At this point, Thien Savu leaned in closer and whispered, "Thank you for protecting the secret. The master will surely be very grateful." The powerful presence made Donem Yusi Tungan a bit dazed. This famous young man of the world left her a little flustered. At this moment, the young man before her had revealed his identity. "I will leave Kinjui to you. I will go deal with the others." Donem Yusi Tungan was almost in despair. "Go quickly. You are no match for him." But Thien Savu paid no mind to Donem Yusi Tungan, his cold eyes looking at the heavily injured Kinjui, saying what he did today must be paid for. The young man walked up to Kinjui and said coldly, "I did these things only because the Daithine Merchant Guild was founded by people from Saibi. That's right. Everything in the Central Plains belongs to the people of the Central Plains. We are the people of the Central Plains. I cannot stand by and watch outsiders come here to plunder our wealth. Everyone must die. This is just the beginning. That girl from Saibi will soon be burned to death." Thien Savu's presence soared, and his internal energy surged. The young man's eyes were filled with a cold aura. "Very good. That reason is enough to kill you." Faced with the young man's cold and murderous aura, Kinjui was terrified. This great hero was actually the son of the desolate king. "Don't attack. He's already been seriously injured. If he fights Thien Savu to the death, he will surely die without a complete corpse. It seems I'll have to use that thing to have a sliver of hope of survival." At this, he recalled an old matter. At that time, Kinjathan had used a type of extremely potent pill. Lin Taki said, "As far as I know, you are hiding a divine pill. If an ordinary person takes one, they can live forever. If a cultivator takes one, their power will increase dramatically. Now, give it to me." Kinjai smiled faintly. "Great hero Lin is joking. If I had such a divine item, I would have become a peerless master long ago. Many years ago, Tu and Thin lost a divine pill. At that time, there were 20 suspects, and you were one of them. But in the end, they couldn't find out who the thief was, and the matter was left unresolved. but I happen to learn some details. If I were to reveal these details, Lin Taki's face darkened. Are you threatening me? Not at all. I just want you to live a little more peacefully. Lin Taki stared at Kanjui. Follow me. Kanjui silently nodded, indicating he would keep the secret. But unexpectedly, at this moment, Don Muc Tung suddenly spoke up, reminding Kanjui, doing this is seeking your own death. In the end, I'm afraid you won't be able to keep your life. Kanjui sneered, without a trace of fear. If the matter of the divine pill is exposed, I might die. But with my current strength, facing Thien Savu, I will definitely die. Between two evils, I choose the lesser. I have no other choice. Lin Taki led Kanjui to a secret room. A black pill lay quietly in a box. It was the divine pill that Thin had lost that year. Now I'm giving it to you. This matter no longer has anything to do with me. But I must remind you, this divine pill is an early stage product. Its effects are not very stable. Kanjui hurriedly snatched the pill from Lin Taki's hand. Don't worry. I will handle your matter well. I will immediately go to the Daithien Merchant Guild. Kanjui clenched the pill in his hand, his eyes resolute. In order to defeat that young man, he was willing to sacrifice everything. Seeing Kanjui take out a black pill, Thien Savu was slightly taken aback. But Kanjui swallowed it without hesitation. When he swallowed the pill, a powerful force filled his body. Thien Savu was astonished. Kanjui's internal energy had instantly soared several times over. Thien Savu didn't hesitate to raise his hand and strike Kanjui with the palm. Thien Savu couldn't believe it. He felt the opponent's internal energy instantly soar several times over. He swung his hand and struck out with the palm. Towards Kanjui, Thien Savu said, "Today, I will definitely kill you." The young man faced this sudden change without any fear. Fear? Cut the nonsense. Let's fight. Kanjui sneered, his body retreating rapidly, nimbly dodging the attack. The two quickly engaged in battle, their offense and defense constantly changing. Kanjui launched a series of fierce attacks, suppressing Thien Savu, but with difficulty. Thien Savu was not weak either, quickly counterattacking. The two fought fiercely without stopping. Thien Savu took a slight step back, dodging a fatal blow from Kanjui. Kanjui and Thien Savu clashed fiercely. In an instant, the two collided violently. However, one of Kanjui's palm strikes was blocked by another person. The powerful palm force was stopped in its tracks, splitting into two. Kanjui was terrified. He widened his eyes, unable to believe it. A hand as white as snow was firmly blocking his palm force. The young man's cold voice rang out. Kanjui, today you will surely die. Thien Savu quickly attacked Kanjui. The young man struck swiftly, and a powerful palm force hit Kanjui's chest. Kanjui's body trembled violently, and he let out a tragic scream. Kanjui's internal energy began to collapse, and his body felt as if it would shatter inch by inch. Seeing Kanjui heavily injured, Thien Savu's attacks became even more fierce. Another palm strike hit his chest, and fresh blood sprayed out. Thien Savu's heart was filled with killing intent. Desolate King, today is the day you die. Before he finished speaking, Thien Savu grabbed Kanjui's arm and suddenly exerted force. The rotational force of his entire body converged at one point, sending Kanjui flying. In my dread, Kanjui wanted to stabilize his body, but found that the blood in his body was churning non-stop, and he couldn't even circulate his true ki. Just then, a figure rushed over at extreme speed. Kanjui's face changed drastically. This person was originally one of the 5 dragon vipers. Yet now, he was being beaten so miserably by a young man. Thien Savu, after sending Kanjui flying with a palm strike, immediately gave chase. The young man gathered all his true ki into his palm. Then he struck out with the palm, fiercely pressing on Kanjui's dantian. Kanjui screamed tragically, like a leaf in the wind, flying backward, while Thien Savu pressed closer step by step. The young man suddenly appeared in front of Kanjui and Maidre. His immense true ki struck Kanjui's arm, and the bones instantly shattered. Thien Savu launched consecutive moves. His movement technique ghost-like as he closed in on Kanjui. The palm strikes hit his chest hard. Kanjui flew backward again like a broken kite, his entire body in excruciating pain, his muscles twitching. Seeing Kanjui fall to the ground, Thien Savu retracted his hand, suppressing the surging true ki in his body. Then he slowly walked up to Kanjui and said coldly, "Desolate King, it's time for you to pay for the sins you've committed." The young man turned to leave, but unexpectedly, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Kanjui, who seemed to have been unable to move, slowly stood up, his face grotesque. The sound of his bones grinding and rubbing against each other could be heard from within his body. This great hero laughed maniacally. "Guess why I'm called the Desolate King? Even if my bones are shattered and my muscles are torn." At this, he slowly stood up straight like a demon. "I am one who has returned from hell, the one chosen to slay evil." His broken arm recovered in an instant. Not far away, Thien Savu coldly observed everything. The young man's eyes calm, his expression indifferent. The heaven-shattering divine art, with the golden thread gu as its foundation, can absorb the opponent's internal energy. Abyss. Thien Savu gave a cold laugh, then extended his right hand. I originally planned to spare your life. It seems I was thinking to. Thien Savu channeled all his power and struck out with the palm. The golden thread gu hidden in his body suddenly erupted. Then I will not let you live. Following this, King Jiui's true ki grew weaker and weaker, until he finally became a cold corpse. Thien Savu lowered his hands, his face showing no emotion. Witnessing the desolate King Jiui being killed by the young man before him, the great hero who was observing was terrified. Seeing Thien Savu coldly approaching, his body became somewhat uncontrollable. He said, "Now we can talk properly." Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps approached. It was a group of people from Sibi. At this time, the Dai Thien Merchant Guild had returned to tranquility. 2 days later, in Tuanhon's study, General Manager Thin Fong was reporting the losses of the Dai Thien Merchant Guild to Tuanhon. Tuanhon instructed that the fallen must be well taken care of and also inquired about Don Muc Tunggon's condition. Than Fong said that Don Muc Tunggon had been recuperating for 2 days, quietly staying by the side of the 2 Huashin disciples. After hearing this, Tuanhon clenched his fist. This time, the Dai Thien Merchant Guild owed a great debt of gratitude. Although both sides had reached an agreement, he was still worried that the 9 provinces manor would take this opportunity to make more demands. Thinking of this, Tuanhon leaned back in his chair and sighed. I have truly failed the young miss. After a moment of thought, he slowly said, "Where is the young hero now?" Than Fong replied truthfully, "Thien Savu has locked Lin Tiki in the dungeon and has not allowed anyone to approach." At the same time, in the dungeon of the Dai Thien Merchant Guild, Lin Tiki was in agony. "Is anyone there? What do you people want?" Just then, a voice came from outside the cell. "Lin Tiki, you had better recall the events of 20 years ago." Thien Savu pulled a chair closer. Ever since that night, Lin Tiki had been terrified of this great hero. To the extreme. Thien Savu sat down on the chair. "Tell me, 20 years ago, how many children did you buy from the Mo Rung clan? And where did you take those children?" At this point, the corner of Thien Savu's mouth lifted slightly. "My patience is limited." A moment later, tragic screams echoed from within the dungeon. One day, at the Tinu Yen branch of the beggar sect, several beggar sect disciples gathered and whispered among themselves. "Have you heard? Kan Jin was killed. Not even his bones remain. I heard it was done by the one they call the war god. I don't know. I heard he interrogated Lin Tiki for a whole night." Hongbo Koi overheard these strange discussions and went to a secluded place. He saw Thien Savu standing in the courtyard with a cold expression. Those children had been brought back to the beggar's sect by them. Currently, some disciples were trying to help them recover. An old man and a young boy silently watched the scene, saying nothing. After a while, Thien Savu asked Hongbo Koi, "Do you think they can return to normal?" "Who knows? No one can be sure. It could be 1 year. Or it could be 15 years. Right now, they don't even remember their own names. Only their serial numbers. This is a special kind of brainwashing. I'm afraid it will take a lot of time. To recover, I have ordered my subordinates to block the news. I don't know how long we can keep it hidden." Thien Savu nodded slightly, then asked Hongbo Koi about the progress of the intelligence gathering. "It's been collected. The information is completely confirmed." Hongbo Koi took out a ledger. "This is the record of Lin Tiki buying children. It records for us the method of purchase, the training method, but we still haven't found out where those children were taken after their training." Thien Savu looked at it for a while. He said, "It's fine. We'll find out after we defeat the 5 dragon vipers." "Thank you, senior." Hongbo Koi initially laughed heartily, saying there was no need for thanks. But when he processed Thien Savu's first sentence, Hongbo Koi couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. The beggar's sect elder looked into the young man's eyes and understood what Thien Savu meant by defeating the 5 dragon vipers. Hongbo Koi hesitated for a moment, but ultimately made up his mind. He had allied himself with Thien Savu, so he naturally had to help. At this moment, Thien Savu stood up. "Let's go. Take these children to Tuanhon." Hongbo Koi was a bit hesitant, saying Tuanhon was not trustworthy. "He may not be trustworthy, but I trust Tituho. You know the young master of the Dai Thien Merchant Guild. Tituho, you could say we know each other. We were young back then. I hope that in the future, these children will no longer be controlled by others." "What do you mean by that? Don't you trust our beggar sect?" "Of course, I trust you. But helping me won't bring you any benefits. Facing a group of emotionals as assassins like that. Any benefits? It would be hard for any force in the martial world not to be moved." Hongbo Koi was at a loss for words after hearing this and changed the subject, asking where they were going. "South Tuanhui. Lin Tiki said my master's daughter is there. Tuanhon has taken control of the entire Dai Thien Merchant Guild. None of the 10 branch presidents oppose him. Today, someone has come. If you meet a man from Sibia with a fox-shaped pin in the future, please be sure to help him. Support him with all your might. This is my father's command. And also my request. Consider this the highest order of the Daithine Merchant Guild. Elder Hong Vokoi, you must absolutely not reveal this. Tuan Hong looked at Thien Savu standing before him and recalled the young Miss's instructions. He was the subordinate to two they trusted most. Always discreet and cautious. That night, when Thien Savu met the young Miss, he still remembered the young man's subtle expression. As far as he knew, after coming to the Central Plains, the young Miss had only sent 3 letters, and none of the recipients were male. Thinking of this, Tuan Hong opened the door and asked if Thien Savu was from Sibi. Thien Savu didn't answer, but this was as good as confirming it. Hearing this, Tuan Hong immediately stood up. You recognize our young Miss? Thien Savu didn't hide it. Tu Ho has been living well all these years. Hearing this, Tuan Hong excitedly clenched his fist. But he was still cautious and asked if the other party had a letter from the young Miss. Then, Thien Savu took out an exquisite fox-shaped hairpin from his robes. Seeing this item, Tuan Hong said emotionally, this is the pin the young Miss made herself. It was the first pin she ever made with her own hands. The steady president quickly walked over, grasped Thien Savu's hand, and said excitedly, young hero, we've finally found you. The young Miss has been looking for you all these years. Let's leave immediately. I'll take you to see her. The young Miss is currently in Anhui. She will surely be overjoyed to hear this news. Thien Savu looked at the other's excited expression and was at a loss for words for a moment. Tu Ho, how has she been all these years? Hearing the question, Tuan Hong let out a sigh, suppressed his emotions, and explained the reason. It turned out that in recent years, the Daithine Merchant Guild had developed rapidly, causing many forces in the martial world to want to win them over. Especially the 5 Dragon Vipers, who had always coveted the Daithine Merchant Guild and recently even tried to use a marriage alliance to control the guild. When the marriage alliance failed, they sent many assassins and masters to sabotage the guild's branches. Fortunately, thanks to the branch, our Shanxi branch escaped danger. But we don't know what other tricks they will use in the future. In any case, if the young Miss knew the young hero had come to the Central Plains, she would surely be very happy. Hearing this, Thien Savu's heart stirred. I miss her very much too. But I have an urgent matter now and must leave immediately. Tuan Hong looked at the young man with a serious expression and asked if Thien Savu wanted to go with him. I will go to Anhui immediately. After I'm done with my business, I will naturally go find Tu Ho. The two stood up and clasped their fists in farewell, watching the young man's departing back. Tuan Hong was lost in thought. He hadn't expected the person the young Miss had waited for 15 years to be this young man. His martial arts were profound, unmatched by his peers. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Thien Savu came from Sibi, and then to Shanxi. So he must have passed through the place where he lived. Based on the time he appeared in Shanxi and tracing back, Thien Savu was the war god who appeared in Liaoning. Moreover, the other party had interacted with the Beggar's Sect elder, and the Beggar's Sect had always blocked all news about what happened at the Morung clan during that time. Therefore, a master who could suppress the Morung clan in Liaoning appeared in the martial world and was dubbed the mysterious young war god. Many clues came together, and Tuan Hong's thoughts churned. He vaguely sensed a storm was coming, that a great turmoil was about to erupt in the Central Plains. He just didn't know how this would affect the strength of the Daithine Merchant Guild. After a moment, he clenched his fist and made up his mind. No matter what, he had to report this news to the young Miss immediately. The war god is Thien Savu. At the same time, on Taihu Lake, a large boat was moving swiftly forward. A man in white stood at the bow, gazing into the distance. The scenery of the 48 islands below was all in his view. But when the boat docked at Taishan Island, the pier was already filled with many boats. Taishan Island is the smallest of the 48 islands, so few people paid attention to it. Ever since the Black Merchant Guild established a secret base here, the defense has become even stricter. Outsiders are not allowed to approach. The boat docked, and the man jumped down from the plank. His subordinates respectfully saluted, shouting in unison, "Welcome, leader." The man walked forward with his hands behind his back and spoke. Within the Black Merchant Guild, all secrets must not be revealed. This leaderless, and as the Black Merchant Guild presidents from various places reported their recent income. Thanks to your efforts, the total income of the Black Merchant Guild has increased by 40%. If it weren't for the Daithine Merchant Guild, our income would definitely not stop at this level. The leader frowned slightly, still not quite satisfied with this number. And the Black Merchant Guild presidents were all clamoring, saying that many of their business deals had been stolen by the Daithine Merchant Guild. The leader was silent for a moment, then said, "It seems we must take action against the Daithine Merchant Guild." A Black Merchant Guild president spoke frankly. The danger is not just that. Currently, many new merchant guilds are challenging the status of the Black Merchant Guild. At this point, he noticed the leader was also anxiously tapping his fingers on the armrest. This Black Merchant Guild president asked the leader why this was so. The leader said, The action against the Dai-themed merchant guild has already begun. We may not see results in the short term, but after some time, we will definitely give everyone a satisfactory answer. At this, he changed the subject. Have any of you recently heard the title of War God? Recently in Liaoning, the head of the Mo Rung clan was killed. A few days ago, I received news that Lin Daqi and Shanxi was also killed. The presidents of the Black Merchant Guild were all astonished. Lin Daqi had always been low-key. Why did he suddenly disappear? I heard both of these incidents are related to the War God. The second in command of the Five Dragons Gate also died at his hands. I don't care about their deaths, but this will have a great impact on the Black Merchant Guild. A Black Merchant Guild minister stood up. I request permission to send my subordinates to investigate. Our Henan branch will cooperate with Shanxi. I believe it won't be long before we have a clear investigation. At this point, a sharp glint flashed in the president's eyes. My subordinate will definitely make him pay the price. Find out his identity and purpose. If he can be recruited, recruit him. If not, kill him. And at this moment in Tin Yuan, Thien Savu was leaning against the city wall, waiting. At this moment, a restaurant caught his eye. The sign read "World's #1 delicacy." The young man touched his stomach and realized he was hungry. Just as Thien Savu ordered a bowl of pork knuckle noodles, someone came up behind him. The newcomer was Don Muc Tongan. She called out to Thien Savu, her expression not very friendly, and took out a fox-shaped hairpin, offering it to him. Young hero, do you recognize this pin? Hearing this, the young man looked surprised. Don Muc Tongan thought to herself, I don't understand why he looks so much like Mistu. That was more than 10 years ago. He probably has forgotten me already. Don Muc Tongan said frankly. Mista has not forgotten him at all. No matter what, she has kept her promise in the Central Plains, building up a powerful merchant guild. Now, it's my turn to fulfill my promise. One appeared in the martial world and was immediately crowned the heaven-shattering War God. The other, at a young age, became a top business figure. Who would have thought these two had such a history? 10 years ago, Thien Savu followed his master, Hanvu, to Huang Sun Temple. At Huang Sun Temple, the master and disciple rested at an inn at the foot of the mountain. We will rest here today. Tomorrow will be your final battle. Thien Savu unconsciously clenched his fist. He understood his master's meaning but was still a little worried. Not long after, the master and disciple finished their dinner. Just then, a voice rang out. Then, a small hand slammed on the dining table. A lovely little girl appeared, staring into Thien Savu's eyes and asking. She asked curiously, Kaka, why are your eyes so blue? They're beautiful. The little girl was very lively and naturally struck up a conversation with Thien Savu. Hanvu asked, Little one, do you have some business with us? The little girl turned her head to look at Hanvu, saw his eyes were also blue, and let out a little cry. Then she gave a sweet smile, saying she came here with her father to eat and rest. But the inn was full, so she came over to ask if they could share a table. Thien Savu looked at his master. Hanvu thought for a moment and then nodded. All right, come over here. I told you the old grandpa would definitely agree. After speaking, the little girl plopped down next to Thien Savu, complaining while gently tapping her head with her small fist. Seeing the mischievous little girl, Thien Savu took the initiative to ask, Little one, how old are you? And where are you from? The little girl said she was 12 years old and no longer a little one. Kaka, your eyes are beautiful. What's your name? Thien Savu smiled and told her his name. That's a nice name. Sounds a bit special. My name is Tamayuo. From now on, we're friends. As they talked, time passed. Tatiuho nodded in satisfaction, her face happy. At such a young age, she had to travel everywhere with her father, which was very tiring. The fatigue was evident on her face. Tatiuho angrily comforted her father. Then, she puffed out her cheeks and complained, saying that if it weren't for her uncle being besieged, their family wouldn't have fallen into such a state. Father decided, it's also due to the epidemic. So be it. Who can withstand the pressure of the merchant guild? Hanvu, hearing the conversation between the father and daughter, couldn't help but ask curiously. Father said, Old sir, I am a merchant from Sibi. Due to business losses, I suffered heavy damages. Now, I'm preparing to go to the Central Plains to start over. Hanvu said frankly, the Central Plains are in chaos now. It's very difficult to start from scratch there. I know. I heard a general named Trung Nguyen Trung has risen up in rebellion. And I've also heard they've driven the Yuan Mongol army to the north. Now is the best opportunity, so I'm preparing to go to the Central Plains to try my luck. Hearing that the Yuan dynasty had been overthrown by the Ming dynasty, Thien Savu's expression changed slightly. He remembered his good brother who was seriously injured, his fate unknown, and Voe Miai who was captured by the Yuan army, her whereabouts unknown. If the Yuan dynasty was truly driven to the north, he wondered how Voe was doing now. Tatiuho sensitively noticed the change in the young man's emotions. Big brother, don't worry. when I become the #1 merchant in the Central Plains. If you have any problems, just leave them to me. Seeing the little girl's innocent and bright appearance, Thin Savu couldn't help but smile, his lips curving slightly. He instinctively reached out and patted her head. Thank you, Tiuho. I'll have to rely on you in the future. This sudden action stunned the little girl. A blush spread across her small, pretty face. But immediately after, Tiuho pouted and said, if you pat my head, I won't grow taller. If I don't grow tall later and can't get married, will you take responsibility? The little girl's clear logic left Thin Savu speechless. The young man quickly pulled back his hand, so scared he broke out in a cold sweat. Seeing as you're well behaved, I'll let you off this time. You're not allowed to pat my head again. Hanvu, who was usually serious, was also amused by the little girl. What an interesting little girl. That night, because of the extra guests, the four had to sleep separately. Hanvu gave his bed to Father too, while he and Thin Savu slept leaning against the wall. Looking at Thin Savu's back, an indescribable feeling welled up into Tiuho's heart. At this moment, her father's voice came from behind. Tiuho, your stare is about to burn a hole through his back. Tiuho smiled and said to her father. Hanvu said, Savu, let's go. He then said to Thin Savu, I didn't expect you to be so kind-hearted. Thin Savu nodded and left with his master. Tiuho chased them to the door and asked where the young man was going. Thin Savu said they still had a long way to go, then said goodbye. Hearing this, the little girl's heart seemed to tighten, and her face showed a sad expression. The master and disciple were determined to leave. Just then, the little girl's voice came from behind. It was Tiuho, who had chased after them alone. She smiled brightly and gave Thin Savu a fox-shaped hairpin. Savu ka, this is my most precious thing. Its color is very similar to your eyes. I'm giving it to you now. In the future, I will definitely become the #1 merchant in the Central Plains. At this, Tiuho said seriously, you have to promise me. You must come find me in the future. Seeing the little girl's serious expression, Thin Savu gently nodded. I promise. I will definitely find you in the future. Watching the figures of the master and disciple fade into the night, Father chased after them, asking in confusion, isn't that your most precious thing? Why did you give it to that fool? I didn't misjudge him. He and that old sir are not ordinary people. Tiuho said. They have a special aura about them. I'm sure Savu Ka will become a great hero in the future. He is my first investment. Is it just a simple investment? I don't think so. Father pondered. Her personal business. Daughter. Father. Don't meddle so much. Tiuho said petulantly. Elsewhere, Hanvu suddenly laughed and said, that little girl's appearance is not bad. This child has an excellent appearance, is intelligent beyond her years, and is blessed with fortune and prosperity. She is destined for a noble husband. Moreover, Thin Savu's thick lips show he is very loyal. He told Thin Savu, Savu, you must cherish this fate. Thin Savu tightly gripped the fox-shaped hairpin. He thought to himself, Tiho, wait for me. I will definitely find you. At the same time, in the mansion, Tiuho had just managed to get back to her room. A subordinate hurriedly said, young miss, you were to rash. Bluntly rejecting the 5 dragons like that. Then what do you suggest I do? Do you really want me to marry into that family? Tiuho retorted. The subordinate was momentarily speechless, and as he was about to find an excuse, Tiuho had already closed the door to her room, not allowing anyone to disturb her. The subordinate was about to say something at the door when the maid inside closed it. Tiuho leaned against the window, a worried look on her face. After a moment, she asked softly, is there any news from Tuanhon? The maid said, Tuanhon has not sent a letter back yet. Tiuho. She had given the token to Don Muc Tung gone to seek cooperation. Logically, her branch should have already given the token to Don Muc Tung gone to seek cooperation. The Nguyen branch should have sent news back by now. Could something have happened there? Just then, a subordinate's announcement came from outside. Young miss. Homfu Van Thien and Nam Kung to queue of the 5 Dragons Gate request an audience. Hearing this, Tidaho adjusted her clothes. Take them to the reception hall to wait for a moment. I'll be right there. She was originally a gentlewoman, yet she could make the 2 young masters of the 5 Dragons Gate helpless. Hearing that Homfu Van Thien had come to find Tuo, Tuanhon immediately rushed over. Homfu Van Thien showed great concern for Tutuo, while Tutuho appeared very calm. After both sides sat down, Tutuho asked the reason for their visit. Nam Kung the Q said, we came this time to borrow 100 ta Els of gold from the Dai Thien Merchant Guild. Hearing this, Tutuho frowned slightly. Then, her expression became serious. Miss Nam Kung, you asked to borrow 100 ta Els of gold as soon as you open your mouth. You should at least let me know what the cooperation is for. This is a basic principle of cooperation. Nam Kung TQ was slightly stunned by this. This female warrior's eyes were deep, I can only tell you that this money will be used to establish a new organization within the Thetan Numon. At this, Nam Kung Taku's eyes sharpened. On what basis do you think we are in a cooperative relationship? The Dithian Merchant Guild, no matter how big its business is ultimately just a merchant guild. Let's put it this way. Even if the Dithian Merchant Guild doesn't lend the money, it won't have any effect on us. I hope Mista doesn't overestimate herself. The other sarcastic words made Tatiuho a little angry. The maid beside her looked at her young miss with concern. After a moment, Tatiuho suppressed her anger and said, "Thank you, Miss Nam Kung, but I cannot lend this money. After all, 100 tiles of gold is not a small sum. Moreover, I am currently cooperating with the Wulong Gate. I need to discuss with the 9 provinces manner and a chance. Mon the two before I can make a decision." Hong Fu and Thien watched the two of them silently confront each other. But his mind was not on their conversation at all. Because one was Nam Kung Takyu, one of the 3 blossoms. The other was Tamayuho, the master of the Dithian Merchant Guild. The young master thought, is the crown prince using the fight over a woman to attract my attention? Tatiuho's seamless and flawless answer left Nam Kung Takyu with no weaknesses to exploit, so she had to stand up and bid farewell. Before leaving, the female warrior gritted her teeth and said, "I hope Mista will think it over carefully and not miss this great opportunity." Tatiuho said she would definitely consider it carefully. But Hong Fu and Thien grabbed her hand, not letting her leave. Facing the young master, Tatiuho showed no fear, calmly withdrawing her hand and bowing to him. After the two walked out the door, Nam Kung Takyu's face was filled with a chilling aura. Tatiuho must have mentioned the Siu Trong residence and the Crown Prince of Mon on purpose. Thinking this, the female warrior became even more resentful. She decided she would make her opponent kneel and beg for mercy. Meanwhile, in her room, Tatiuho was deep in thought. She understood the meaning behind Nam Kung Takyu's words. No amount of money could overcome martial power, but she was currently navigating between 3 forces of equal strength. It was precisely because they all wanted to control the Great Hevet Rating Guild that she was able to play them against each other. Suddenly, a scene from 10 years ago flashed through her mind. The female merchant gave a sweet smile. Meanwhile, in Tuayan, Shaanxi, Thien Savo had met with Tuanon, watching the young man's back as he left. Everyone was lost in their own thoughts. Tuanon ordered Chief Steward Than Fong to send a message to all branches that if Thien Savo ever needed help, they were to provide it without question. As for Don Muc Tungon, she was momentarily at a loss. She had previously offered to accompany Thien Savo, but he refused. "I know you have your own reasons for approaching me. Coming with me will only bring trouble. You be a burden." The female warrior thought to herself that the young man only opens his heart to those who are genuinely kind to him. Thien Savo and Hong Vukoi were traveling on the road. As they passed a body of water, Hong Vukoi said, "This place is a dragon's pool and a tiger's den. I only came here to confirm some information, not to fight them. Just because you don't start trouble doesn't mean others will leave you alone." As night fell, the two found a spot in the forest to rest. While chewing on dried meat, Hong Vukoi said to Thien Savo, "Kid, how many people have you managed to anger since arriving in the Central Plains?" Hong Vu's eyes peered deep into the forest. He immediately heard a sound. More than 10 people were rapidly approaching them. Thien Savo's expression remained unchanged. "I didn't want this either. Maybe it's just my fate." Hong Vu took a large gulp of wine. "Judging by their movements, they're all experts," Thien Savo stated calmly. 18 of them. All are masters. Looks like there will be no peaceful rest tonight. Let's finish eating and get this over with." Shortly after, an assassin suddenly appeared in front of the two. They exchanged glances. Then, an assassin leapt down from the trees. His eyes glinted as he charged, thrusting his sword directly at Thien Savo. Thien Savo's eyes stepped gracefully and, with a light tap of his finger, caused the sharp blade of the sword to twist and deform. The assassin felt an immense surge of power coming from his opponent. He was sent flying backward like a kite with its string cut, spinning several times in the air before crashing to the ground, his arm shattered by the force. The other assassins then began leaping down from the trees. But Hong Vukoi took a large swig of wine, and the old man's entire body surged with internal energy, his aura like that of a fierce tiger descending a mountain. With a single palm strike, a powerful wave of true ki, tinged with the scent of alcohol, roared out. In an instant, it crashed into the group of assassins like a violent storm. More than a dozen men fell from the air one after another. At that moment, an idea flashed in Thien Savo's mind. The young man leapt up and slammed his fist into the ground, sending a burning branch flying. It shot through the assassins like a trail of fire. Some were pierced through the throat and collapsed, while others were burned to ashes by his internal energy, leaving nothing behind. The assassin's leader saw this, and his face paled. They had already lost more than half their number. He ordered, "Survivors, hold that kid down." An assassin jumped up and charged at Thien Savo, but the young man quickly struck with a powerful palm attack, and the sword in the assassin's hand broke in two. Thien Savo's face was cold. You think you can kill me with skills like these? The young man stood with his hands in his pockets, as if he hadn't even found a real opponent yet. Unexpectedly, a sword suddenly shot from the ground. In response, Fiend Savu's eyes sharpened, and he unleashed another powerful palm strike. Instantly, that sword was also shattered by his blow. Fiend Savu took a single step forward, and the surrounding trees snapped and collapsed while rubble flew everywhere. Over a dozen assassins were killed, their bodies left mangled. Just then, another dozen assassins rushed in. The young man faced the encirclement with calm ease. Fiend Savu's figure appeared in a flash, a palm striking an assassin in the head. In an instant, he moved like a current, weaving through the assassins. With each palm he threw, another assassin fell. The 4 assassin leaders turned to flee in terror. Fiend Savu raised his left hand, channeling the yellow winged true key into his palm. He then launched a palm strike that hit the fleeing leader directly in the back. The man let out a horrifying scream as his body was violently thrown forward. He immediately tumbled across the ground several times. The assassin leader felt the blood churning in his chest and spat out a mouthful of it. But he still managed to get up and run towards Hong Vukoi. Hong Vukoi was about to chase him, but Fiend Savu stopped him. Let him go. They're just assassins following orders. We wouldn't get any valuable information even if we caught one. Who do you think sent them? My guess is the black merchants. After resting for a night, the two set out on the road again. There were no clues on the bodies of the assassins from the previous night, and the survivors had all taken poison to commit suicide. The Mu Rong family doesn't prioritize martial arts anymore, so the Mu Rong clan wouldn't have their eyes on you. If they were truly sent by the black merchants, it proves that their high command has taken notice of you. At this, Hong Vipoi paused for a moment. Perhaps they've guessed that you're the war god. A few days later, the two arrived in Henan. This was a strategic region, with the Tihang Mountains to the north and the Yellow River to the south. It served as an important defensive screen for the major northwestern city. Hong Vukoi had an errand to run and told Fiend Savu to wait for him at the Purple Pavilion. The young man sat by the window observing as 3 people slowly entered the Purple Pavilion, which was currently bustling with noise. The 3 went up to the 2nd floor and walked over to Fiend Savu. The man in the lead introduced himself as Trongchin, the master of the Red Leaf Escort Agency. Young brother, you're traveling alone. Would you mind if we joined you? An older guard introduced himself as to Tio. But as the other guard was about to introduce himself, he suddenly clutched his chest, a look of pain on his face. Cold sweat streamed down the guard's face as he tried to remain silent. Fiend Savu glanced at him, then gently patted the guard's chest. The young man smiled faintly. Please, all 3 of you, have a seat. As they talked, Fiend Savu realized these 3 were no ordinary folk. Young brother, stop drinking that cheap wine. This is a special brew I brought all the way from Yanju. The flavor is exquisite. Trongchin poured a cup for Fiend Savu, which the young man accepted without hesitation. Meanwhile, the guards stared intently at his movements, their expressions filled with anxiety. A sharp glint flashed in Trongchin's eyes. Fiend Savu raised the cup and sniffed it gently. Indeed, the aroma was rich and the taste was unique. The young man drank it all in one gulp. After he finished the wine, the man named Thiu's mouth twitched slightly. Just then, Fiend Savu's ears perked up, catching the sound of footsteps on the roof. On the roof were assassins lying in ambush, dressed identically to those who had attacked him a few days prior. After finishing the wine, Fiend Savu looked at them calmly. Now, can you tell me the purpose of your visit? You came upstairs pretending to look around, but your eyes were fixed on this table. I've already given you the seats, and I've finished the wine. If you have something to say, just say it. Hearing this, Trongchin was slightly taken aback. So you've already noticed something was wrong. In that case, there's no need to hide it anymore. Are you from the black merchants? Since it's come to this, there's no need to hide it. The wine you just drank was indeed poisoned. Without the antidote, anyone poisoned by cannot use their true key for 3 days. After that, they will surely die. Fiend Savu's face turned cold as ice. Were the previous assassins also sent by you? Trongchin stood up and walked behind the young man. We had to resort to poison. Now, I'll give you the choices. 1. Answer my questions. 2. Go meet King Yama in 3 days. Fiend Savu gritted his teeth, staring at his opponent. You're from the 5 Dragons Gate. Trongchin's face was cold. I'm the one asking the questions now. You just need to answer. He gently patted the young man's shoulder. If I'm not mistaken, you are the war god, aren't you? Hearing this, Fiend Savu already had a good idea of the situation and asked back if they were from the black merchants. The moment he finished speaking, a guard suddenly drew his sword, wanting to avenge his companion, and slashed towards Fiend Savu. But Trongchin stopped him. I still have questions for him. Now tell me, where have you hidden those children? I advise you to answer honestly, or I will make you wish you were dead. Hearing these words, Fiend Savu was more certain, his own speculation, and the aura around him suddenly changed. He said coldly, You think you can make me suffer a fate worse than death? Not a chance. As soon as he spoke, the guards' faces changed drastically, and the true ki in their bodies suddenly exploded. The other two were stunned, not understanding why this was happening. It turned out that these guards were the ones Thien Savu had let go earlier. At that time, when he patted their chests, he had secretly planted his own true ki inside their bodies. When Tiu pressed on his chest, he had already sensed it but played along to probe their identities. As for the so-called poison, he had long since neutralized and absorbed it with his Thien Con after drinking it. At this moment, Trongshin said coldly to Tiu, "What are you waiting for? Make your move." Immediately after, a noise came from the roof. A group of assassins leapt down and surrounded Thien Savu. A cold light flashed in the young man's eyes. Thien Savu unleashed a palm strike. Two of them screamed and fell to the ground, unable to get up. Seeing that the situation was bad, Tatap and Trongshin immediately turned to flee. Thien Savu sneered mockingly, "Calling yourselves brothers with such pathetic skills. You're truly not worthy." An assassin shouted angrily, "Don't be so arrogant, kid." He thrusted his sword straight at Thien Savu's head, but it was easily dodged. Thien Savu unleashed a powerful sweeping kick. An assassin was kicked in the head and rolled to the ground. The last assassin's face was pale. Just then, Thien Savuatu struck. The young man forcefully grabbed him by the head. Thien Savu's true ki surged violently, and in an instant, he obliterated the assassin into dust. After dealing with the assassins, Thien Savu turned his head to look at Trongshin. "Trongshin, you're their leader, right?" Looking at the young man's ice-cold eyes, Trongshin gritted his teeth and said, "Go ahead and kill me. I won't say anything." Thien Savu clenched his fists, his expression grave. Lin Tagia said the same thing once, but the body doesn't lie. In an instant, Trongshin's body felt like it was about to explode. The noisy pavilion immediately became dead silent, and Trongshin felt as if he had fallen into an ice pit. Thien Savu circulated his true ki and transferred it into Trongshin's body. The young man ignored his opponent's reaction, saying coldly, "I have severed the 12 meridians of your blood and ki. When blood and ki cannot flow, your vital energy will deplete. With just one more blow, you will lose your life." At this point, Thien Savu's eyes suddenly turned cold. "Who is the power behind you?" At that moment, suppressed by the chilling aura, a low voice spoke up. "I am just a steward. He is our master, the master of the Red Leaf Fortress, and also the president of the Hen Black Path Merchant Guild. I beg you to spare my life." Hearing this, Thien Savu nodded. He now roughly understood the villain's plot. On the other side, after returning to the Red Leaf Fortress, a subordinate suggested gathering all their men to investigate that government official. TCU rejected his subordinate's suggestion, saying, "I wouldn't dare risk all my men for a mere clue." This masked president of Phi Sun spoke with an icy voice. "Not only did that kid betray us, but he will also pay dearly." TCU gave a stern order. "Abandon Red Leaf Fortress. Everyone, retreat." An hour later, Thien Savu and Hongvu Koi returned to the Red Leaf Fortress, only to find it completely deserted. Hongvu Koi said they shouldn't linger any longer and suggested they leave for Anhui immediately. Thien Savu nodded. He thought to himself that based on the current situation, fighting here was meaningless. There's a post station nearby. We must leave quickly. By the way, where did you go just now? I managed to get some news in Henan. What did you find? Stop beating around the bush and just say it. It's news about the origins of the group of envoys from 10 years ago. Hearing this, Thien Savu's body froze, and immediately, a sky's murderous aura erupted from the young man. Don't get agitated. The intelligence isn't confirmed yet. The disciples are in hot pursuit. I believe we'll have confirmed news soon. Thien Savu slowly closed his eyes to compose himself. Half an hour later, the young man's mind was back to normal, and he said, "Thank you." At the same time, at a ferry dock on the bank of the Yellow River, a group of people were taking shelter from the rain under the eaves. In a flash, the Yellow River's water level rose like an enraged beast, roaring and surging. At this moment, a person looked up and thought, to dare to go out on the river in this weather is unimaginable. Amidst the violently crashing waves and rapids that flowed like a waterfall, a man stood on a small boat, his hands tightly gripping the mast. His body was firm and unmoving. The fierce wind and rain seemed to want to tear his body apart. The man's eyes were deep as he spoke to himself. Sooner or later, I will reclaim the lost lands of the Central Plains. At that moment, something hit the man, and he suddenly snapped back to reality, muttering to himself, "Whatever. Even these raging waves can't do anything to me." With that, the man channeled ki from his DNTN and executed the thing Can Shree Lao technique to suppress the massive waves. He gathered a tremendous amount of internal energy in his palms. Suddenly, the man let out a heaven-shaking shout. "Heaven and earth, I am your only son." As soon as the words left his mouth, the man awakened. He powerfully circulated his internal energy, using himself as the center to push back the raging waves. Even the highest wave was suppressed by him. The massive waves were stopped in their tracks. A few feet from the boat, Even the dark clouds in the sky were dispersed by this aura. Bright sunlight pierced through the dark clouds, shining on the man's resolute face, further highlighting his ambition to unite the world. The boat headed north and docked at a small pier. A man in a red robe was already waiting there. Seeing the man from the boat arrive, the man in the red robe stepped forward. Chief Steward Ma. This subordinate pays his respects to City Lord Hatchling Daitap. Hatchling Daitap extended his hand and said, Chief Steward Ma, it's been a long time. The two walked towards a nearby post station. On the way, Hatchling Daitap asked about the progress of City over the past 2 years. City Lord, in the Central Plains these past years, the young lord's power has progressed at a divine speed. The 7 demon capitals all praise the young master's strength, fearing that it has already surpassed even your own. Hatchling Daitap heard this. He laughed without expressing an opinion. A glint flashed in his eyes as he asked, How is that girl? She's been the same for the past 2 years. But she is very close with the young master. Hatchling Daitap fell silent upon hearing this. Half an hour later, he finally said, Let's go. We need to hurry back. Not far from the station, Hong Vukoi was feeding his horse when he suddenly looked towards Thien Savu. After a long while with no response, he couldn't help but turn to look, only to see Thien Savu choosing something. A moment later, Thien Savu walked over with an old wooden box. The young man said that he and Tiu Ho hadn't seen each other in years, so he prepared a gift for their reunion. Hong Vukoi watched Thien Savu's actions and couldn't help but say, And you didn't get that young lady anything. But Thien Savu placed the wooden box directly in his hand. An ancient aura slowly rose from it, and the surface of the wooden box began to shed its rusty layer. The young man's action stunned the elder Hong Vukoi. At that moment, Thien Savu felt an immense pressure coming from behind him. The young man quickly stopped what he was doing. He turned his head and saw 2 figures not far away. One of them was a man in black with a sky aura. A drop of cold sweat unknowingly slid down Thien Savu's temple. He could clearly feel that the opponent's strength was even greater than his master's, perhaps even much greater. At this thought, the young man unconsciously clenched his fists. Thien Savu's were also erupted, clashing fiercely with that of the man in black. Seeing this, Hatchling Daitap also showed a grave expression. Hatchling Daitap smiled and asked Chief Steward Ma behind him, Steward, are there still such masters in the Central Plains today? Chief Steward Ma was also intimidated by Hatchling Daitap's aura. His eyes were fixed on the young man opposite them, only to find that the other party was still looking at them calmly. This Chief Steward Ma's left hand trembled involuntarily, seemingly suppressed by the immense pressure. This young man is extremely dangerous. I'm preparing to strike first. Unexpectedly, Hatchling Daitap suddenly spoke up to stop him. You are not his match. Don't act rashly. Chief Steward Ma nodded in agreement. At this moment, Hong Vukoi was also terrified. Hong Vukoi swallowed nervously. The strength his opponent displayed even suppressed Hong Fuquan's aura. That was clearly the legendary martial realm of heaven and man. Hatchling Daitap could kill him with a wave of his hand, breaking through the waves. Even Hong Vukoi would be killed. He was so scared that cold sweat poured down his back. Seeing Hatchling Daitap's heaven and man unity martial arts, Hong Vukoi immediately lost all his morale and slumped to the ground. Hatchling Daitap stared at the young man before him and suddenly took a step forward. His gaze sharp. Thien Savu, however, remained expressionless and calmly took a step forward as well. Their gazes and auras clashed in Midra. In that moment, the auras of Thien Savu and Hatchling Daitap exploded in a confrontation. Hatchling Daitap also immediately used all his internal energy. The young man circulated his powerful internal energy throughout his body. As for the man, Hatchling Daitap, he did the same. He focused all his effort into the palm of his hand. The two simultaneously attacked Hong Vukoi. In a flash, Thien Savu focused his mind. His opponent's strength was unexpectedly powerful. Thien Savu felt his head spin. He didn't know where he was. It felt like being drunk. And everything around him was pitch black. Just then, another attack came. Thien Savu instinctively dodged. The attack grazed his cheek, narrowly missing him. Its power kicked up a large patch of earth beside him. Thien Savu came to his senses and returned to reality. It turned out he had just fought his opponent in illusion. A drop of cold sweat unconsciously spread across the young man's cheek. Just then, a deep male voice rang out. You have a fine treasure in your hands. Hearing this, Thien Savu subconsciously looked down. The rust on the wooden box had been shattered by his internal energy, revealing the mysterious portrait inside. Even stranger, 6 small characters were carved on the box lid. This is information left by Tihan himself. Those characters were carved with a secret technique. It's a pity that few in this world can recognize it. I've been in the Central Plains for so many years and have never met such a master. At this point, Hatchling Daitap chuckled. Young Master Thien Savu has become famous so soon after arriving in the Central Plains. After saying this, Hatchling Daitap just chuckled. He nodded slightly, and immediately a heaven-shaking laugh boomed like thunder, its immense power seeming to want to swallow everything. Hong Vukoi hurriedly circulated his energy to defend himself. Chief Steward Ma also had to use all his strength just to stand firm. A moment later, Hatchling Dai Tap calmed down. He woke up and slowly said, "Truly a hero emerges from the young. This old man has misjudged. Today, I, Hatchling Dai Tap, consider myself to have met a true hero." Thien Savu smiled in response to Hatchling Dai Tap's praise. At this moment, Chief Steward Ma brought over a fine, ink black horse. Hatchling Dai Tap lightly leapt onto the horse's back. Half an hour later, he had gifted the horse to Thien Savu. "Since we've met, consider these horses a gift to you." Thien Savu expressed that he couldn't accept, refusing the other's kind offer. Hatchling Dai Tap wasn't polite either, mounting his horse and saying he had to be on his way. Thien Savu said that he would also be heading north soon. "That's good. In the future, when young hero Thien comes to the north, you can visit Phi Tiet City." At this, Hatchling Dai Tap stared intently at the young man. "At that time, Thay Shao, who Yet City will surely put you to good use, young hero." With that, Hatchling Dai Tap spurred his horse and left. Chief Steward Ma saw Hatchling Dai Tap off. This undefeated demon lord thought to himself, "Letting this young man go this time, I'm afraid he will become a great disaster in the future." But unexpectedly, Hatchling Dai Tap had seen through his thoughts. "Don't do anything foolish. I don't want to lose a capable right-hand man like you." Chief Steward Ma asked doubtfully, "City Lord, is he really that strong? I saw it very clearly. His strength is on par with mine. Someone who can contend with me for the top spot in the world. When I fought him with one move just now, you can't imagine how terrifying his power was. I could block his full-powered blow, but I feel that if I were hit by one of his fists, I would definitely be severely injured." In that young man's eyes, it seems there's nothing in the world that's impossible. At this, Hatchling Dai Tap pondered for a bit. "This city lord is stronger than I imagined. If we want to unify the Central Plains in the future, that young man will likely be our biggest obstacle." Hatchling Dai Tap thought to himself. Yet he felt a certain anticipation for that day to come. The two said no more and spurred their horses northward. On the other side, Hong Vukoi let out a sigh of relief. The elder felt ashamed of his performance just now. His sword had fallen to the ground without him even reacting. Hong Vukoi asked if the poison in his body had been completely eliminated. Thien Savu said the poison was completely neutralized. The young man slowly opened a small wooden box, explaining softly, "In the 10 years since I mastered the Thien Kong, Hatchling Dai Tap is the first person to make me feel this tense." Hong Vukoi advised Thien Savu not to overthink it. With a great enemy before them, it was better for them to act quickly. At the same time, at the Thiet New Moon, a man in green clothes landed in the courtyard. The man in green took off his sack, strode forward, and soon arrived in front of Tiu Ho. Seeing her subordinate's grave expression, Tiu Ho couldn't help but ask, "What happened, miss?" "This is a secret report from the Shaanxi branch." Tiu Ho opened the sack, took out the secret letter, and read it. Seeing the young lady's expression change, everyone became tense and asked what had happened. Tiu Ho's lips curled up slightly, her face filled with joy. "He's here." Elsewhere, Nam Kung Q looked at the secret report in her hand and frowned deeply. The face of this young lady from the Nam Kung family was as cold as ice. Seeing this, Jiang Sun couldn't help but ask, "Mu Rong Dao and the Thiet Quad and Khan are both dead." Hearing this, Nam Kung Q's expression grew even heavier. "It is said they were killed by someone called the War God, and not even their bodies were left behind. I don't know where such a master came from, but I'm sure he's not from the 9-layer mansion. In any case, the 5 Dragons Gate has suffered a heavy loss this time." Nam Kung Q put down the secret report and said in a low voice, "I've never heard of this War God title. Investigate him immediately." Jiang Sun replied, "Investigating is not difficult, but since he could defeat 2 great masters of the 5 Dragons Gate, I'm afraid I'm not his match either." Nam Kung Q said, "We can ask the 5 Dragons Gate for help." Jiang Sun nodded. "If they are willing to help, it should be manageable. But there's one thing you need to be aware of. The 5 Dragons Gate is in need of people right now. If the opponent truly has the strength, it would be better to recruit him. Otherwise," Jiang Sun understood her meaning. "I understand. If not, then kill him." The young lady of the Nam Kung family gave her orders. One is one of the 5 great guest elders of the 5 Dragons Gate, yet now they have to team up to deal with the young man. At this moment, Jiang Sun brought another piece of news. He received a report that the Black Path forces were gathering in Henan. Nam Kung Q pondered and said, "Perhaps the Black Path is also hunting the War God." "That's right. From the current situation, it's highly likely, and it's probably the top brass of the Black Path. It's just that they ran into some bad luck, and their manpower was greatly reduced." At this, Jiang Sun's tone suddenly changed. "Miss Nam Kung, I have something to ask for your help with. I heard the Back Fong guards have been wiped out. I believe Mu Rong Dong was behind all of this. Those guards must have known something. I hope Miss Nam Kung can step in and investigate what exactly happened in Liaoning that year." Nam Kung Q nodded on the surface, but had other plans in mind. She knew there was a secret pact between Mu Rongdong and Hong Fuquan. Now that Mu Rongdong was dead, only the two in Thanjiao knew the contents. And as far as she knew, before his assassination, Mu Rongdong had sent someone to deliver something to the two in Thanjiao. She had also managed to capture that person because of it. After assigning the tasks, Jiang Sun stood up. This guest elder of the Five Dragons Gate made his own calculations. Although Nam Kungtaki was capable, she lacked patience. The Five Dragons Gate was a prestigious martial arts family, with over 100 highly skilled members. It wasn't worth mobilizing such a force for a war god of unknown origin. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but mock himself. If not for the power of the Five Dragons Gate, the new Long Da would have long become a laughingstock in the martial world. Or perhaps, they were already used to doing these dirty deeds. The guest elder of the Five Dragons Gate looked up at the sky, thinking he would just follow Jiang Sun for now. If Jiang Sun lost, the Five Dragons Gate would also lose. There was nothing to be gained. In the room, Nam Kungtaki paid no attention to the matter of the war god. This female warrior stayed in her room. Her face was grim. Ttiu Ho was thinking about how to subdue the Great Heaven Raiding Guild. With no solution in sight, the warrior Ttiu Ho told herself in frustration, "You should calm down. You're not from a martial arts family. Otherwise, you would have died by my hand long ago." At the same time, outside Luxio Prefecture City, an old man and a young man were riding on horseback. "Jiang, you came here to find Han Huang and Ha. One of the three flowers." "That's right. According to Lin Taji, she is very likely the daughter of Ji, my master's daughter. Han Huang and Ha of the three flowers is the daughter of the Han family's head, Han Qinvo. There are rumors that her strength has far surpassed the other two flowers and the three heroes. Some even say she has entered the realm of immortals." The Han family was once a prestigious clan among the five great sects, but they gradually declined after the rise of the Nam Kung family. The two entered the city, and then rested at an inn of the Beggar sect. Hong Vukoi carefully reviewed the news coming from all over, but still couldn't find any information related to Cherninian. Hong Vukoi looked apologetically at the young Thien Savu, saying it might take a little more time, and told him to rest first. Thien Savu said he had something to do and wanted to find Hong Vukoi. Hearing this, Hong Vukoi's expression became extremely grave, reminding Thien Savu to be careful. This was the headquarters of the Nam Kung family. A fire blazed, illuminating the entire hall. In the firelight, an ancient wooden pillar still stood. The outer bark of the pillar was almost completely burned away. On it were carved for large characters Thien Kimintich. An old man with a long white beard asked, "What about the person sent by the Thiet Numon?" Nam Kung Thiet Kim replied that they were still investigating and believed they would soon get some news. The old man said, "We must hurry. If we miss this opportunity, we will never have a chance to catch up to the Hong Fu family." Nam Kung Thiet Kim said, "Don't worry, I will absolutely not let TQ's efforts go to waste." At the same time, in the dungeon of the Nam Kung family, an iron chain as thick as an arm bound a man. The man took a deep breath. Han Lap asked in a deep voice, "Why did Mu Rongdong and Hong Fuquan join forces?" The man's eyes were sharp. This person was the head of the Thiet Ma escort agency. Mac. Elsewhere, in a room, Nam Kung Thiet Ken was talking to someone else, expressing his desire to go to the Han family to confirm the marriage. That old man Han Shinvo is always hesitating. If it weren't for his daughter, I really wouldn't want to ally with him. Don't worry, I've been urging him this whole time. Tonight, he has to give me a clear answer. The moon is high, the night is late. A figure flashed across the city wall as swift as a ghost. The young man landed in a secluded spot. Not far away was a large building, presumably the Han family's headquarters. Thien Savu looked ahead. This was the Han family he wanted to investigate tonight. He saw many figures who looked like disciples standing in front of the Han family's gate. The young man was puzzled. Hong Vukoi had said the Han family's strength was not what it used to be. Could these people be disciples from other sects? Suppressing the doubt in his heart, Thien Savu quickly slipped into the courtyard. He lightly scaled the wall, carefully opened a crack in it, and peered inside. He saw two people in the courtyard discussing a marriage. Family head on. Our two families' marriage will be very beneficial for the Han family. I don't understand. What are you still hesitating about? That may be so, but my daughter is currently serving as an envoy at the Thiet Numon. I can only make decisions on her behalf. Is the eldest son of the Han family not worthy of our daughter? Of course not. The eldest son is sought after by many families. It's just that our family has a low status, and we were afraid we can't reach that high. Nam Kung Thiet Kim lost his patience. Family head Han. Give me a straight answer. Are you looking down on our Nam Kung family? Han Shinvo suppressed his anger. Of course not. If that's not the case, then this marriage is settled. Since it's decided, I won't say any more. Farewell. With that, Nam Kung Thiet Kim stood up to leave. Han Shinvo hurriedly chased after him, saying it couldn't be so hasty. If our two families successfully form an alliance, The Namkung family will fully support the Han family. Hon Shinvo hesitated, saying he wanted to wait for his daughter to decide for herself. Parents decide. Children obey. It's settled. I'll come tomorrow to discuss the wedding arrangements. After saying this, Namkung Theekan turned and left, with the Namkung family guards following closely behind. Thien Savo overheard their entire conversation. Hon Huang Nha is currently at Theet Numon. I have to make a trip there. After Han Shinvo returned to his room, he thought about how forceful the Namkung family was. He thought of his daughter having to be sacrificed for the family's benefit. This famous family head couldn't help but feel heartbroken. But then he suppressed his emotions. After all, this marriage could protect his daughter. At that moment, a voice sounded by his ear. No need to be so troubled. Just talk to your daughter directly. Hon Shinvo saw a hand reach out and catch 3 flying longswords. This master had a detached appearance but could actually move objects from a distance. Hon Shinvo was startled. Someone has broken in. The Han family head was about to draw his sword, but the young man's figure was as fast as lightning, appearing in front of him in an instant. Hon Shinvo was shocked. The young man easily blocked his longsword, and no matter how hard he pulled, he couldn't get it out. He then realized the vast difference in their strength. So he gave up and asked who the other person was. Thien Savo revealed his identity, stating directly that he had come for Han Huang and Ache. Hon Shinvo asked about Thien Savu's relationship with his daughter. Thien Savu pointed to a painting on the wall and said, as far as I know, Miss Han is not your biological daughter, is she? 20 years ago, you met Han Huang Nhan A Changxi and adopted her as your goddaughter. Hearing this, Hon Shinvo felt as if he had been struck by lightning and asked in shock how the other person knew. I have been searching for Miss Han all the way from the north to the Central Plains. Her biological father asked me to find her. Hearing this, Hon Shinvo asked, is her father still alive? Thien Savo recalled his master's last wish and continued, my master has passed away. But before he died, he instructed me that if I found his daughter, and if she was not living well, I should help her. Therefore, I hope you can tell me Miss Han's current situation. Hon Shinvo sighed and slowly recounted the whole story from 20 years ago. Han Huang Nha was sold by the Murong family to Lin Dejin Shangxi, who secretly imprisoned and raised her. Huang Nha found a chance to escape. I happened to be passing by at that time, so I brought her home. All these years, I have been searching for her biological parents, but Huang Nha lost her memory due to the torment she suffered. This time, the Namkung family came to force a marriage. They don't value Huang Nha at all. They just want to use her martial arts. This is also why I always oppose this marriage. But Huang Nha is currently at Theet Numon, 100 miles away, and the Namkung family is a powerful clan. If what you say is true, young hero, please meet again. Please lend a hand and give her back her freedom. Thien Savu quickly caught up with the Namkung family's 15. The last guard of the Namkung family's 15 bent down slightly. The next second, a hand covered his mouth. Then, he only heard a soft thud before falling to the ground. The entire process took only an instant, and the other disciples didn't even notice. Thien Savu took a set of black clothes from the man's body. After putting them on, the young man looked towards the main hall of the Namkung family. He resolved to find out why the Namkung family wanted Han Huang Nha so badly. A Namkung disciple entered the main hall. At that moment, he felt dizzy and instinctively turned his head, only to see a figure suddenly appear beside him. Seeing the young man's unfamiliar face, he quickly asked who he was. Unexpectedly, Thien Savu swung his right hand, and a powerful force erupted from his palm, instantly hitting the disciple in the chest. Several people fell one after another without reacting. In an instant, they collapsed to the ground like puppets. This technique was an evolution of the Thien Pi Than Kong. Master, what kind of martial art is this human puppet secret art you mentioned? The Thien Kong has been passed down for 1,000 years. Its predecessors fought countless masters and learned from their opponents' martial arts, incorporating them into this divine art. And the so-called human puppet secret art is one of them. Simply put, it's using your own internal energy to control your opponent. But the frightening thing about the human puppet secret art is that it not only controls the opponent's actions but also their consciousness. If you can master this secret art, then even your predecessors will no longer be your match. Thien Savu followed the 15 into the main hall, unaware that someone in black had already infiltrated. As Thien Savu was about to act, this person was also secretly plotting. The Namkung family's defenses were tight. If he rushed in recklessly, he would surely be discovered. At this moment, Namkung Theekan asked his subordinate about the situation in the dungeon. The subordinate replied that the prisoner still hadn't confessed. Namkung Theekan was surprised. He didn't expect someone to withstand the torture of the 3 of them for so long. Thinking of this, Namkung Theekan ordered them to go to the dungeon. They passed through a rockery and soon reached the backyard, entering the dungeon through a small entrance. The strong smell of blood in the air made Thien Savu frown slightly. He quietly followed behind Namkung Theekan through the dark corridor and saw his opponent go to a dilapidated cell. Nam Kung Theekin asked. What's the situation? Nam Kung Theekin said. I've used 20 types of torture. But he still won't confess. Nam Kung Theekin frowned and stepped forward. He grabbed Mac's chin and said in a low voice. If you don't want to die, tell me what Mu Rong Dong gave to Hong Fuquan. Mac, who was captured, said, if I confess, my family will be killed, so I'd rather die than submit. Nam Kung Theekin was furious and threw Mac to his brother. Something suddenly pierced Mac's head, and he let out a terrible scream. My patience is limited. If you don't talk, I'll wipe out the entire Theet Ma escort agency. Thien Savu was startled to hear about the Theet Ma escort agency. He couldn't help but look at the man in the cell and recognized him as Mac, who had once traveled with him. Thien Savu no longer hid and stepped into the cell. The young man's powerful internal energy pushed back both of them. Nam Kung Theekin was shocked, thinking to himself that not long after leaving the Han family, he had felt someone following him. At that time, he thought it was an illusion and didn't pay attention. Yet at this moment, Thien Savu suddenly appeared, thinking of how Nam Kung Theekin had just tortured Mac. Suddenly, the arm-thick iron chain was broken. Mac fell to the ground. Thien Savu untied him and carried him on his back. At this point, the Nam Kung brothers came to their senses. Nam Kung Duk looked at the young man and asked who he was. Thien Savu coldly said, get lost. Under the young man's icy gaze, this third young master of the Nam Kung family didn't know what to do. But Thien Savu said, I told you to get lost. The next second, the two Nam Kung brothers were sent flying out, landing in a deserted place outside. At the same time, in the interrogation room, Nam Kung Vok Kam was reading a secret report sent by Nam Kung Dq. The family head's face of the Nam Kung family darkened. The secret report said that the so-called war god had gone south. Nam Kung Vokin was about to send his subordinates to hunt down the war god. Suddenly, a shout rang in his head. He hurriedly went to the window to look outside, only to see the figures. Like a whirlwind, they flew back into the main hall. The man who had been tortured for a month was fortunate enough to be rescued today and escape. Seeing his two younger brothers sent flying, Nam Kung Vokin H's face darkened, and he couldn't help but be shocked. The Nam Kung brothers supported their bodies, both of them terrified. They never expected this young man's strength to be so formidable. Seeing the opponent carrying Mac and approaching, Nam Kung Theekin shouted and asked who he was. Thien Savu circulated his powerful internal energy, each step filled with pressure. I am Thien Savu from the north. You probably haven't heard this name before, but people used to call me the war god. You might be more familiar with that title. At this, the young man said coldly, they also call me the war god. As soon as he spoke, the main hall fell silent. A moment later, Nam Kung Vokin H's deep voice sounded. Nam Kung Vokin looked coldly at the young man and said, so, you're the one, the famous war god. If there's any misunderstanding, just say it. Nam Kung Vokin ordered in a deep voice. Prepare yourselves. We must give a reception. We must treat this esteemed guest well. A moment later, Thien Savu was invited into the main hall of the Nam Kung family. Seeing the four large characters in the hall, the young man's lips curled up slightly. Nam Kung Vokin sat in the main seat and said, these four characters represent the glory of our Nam Kung family for hundreds of years. Then, the family head changed the subject. I've heard of your reputation. Mu Rong Dong died at your hands. The Black Path merchants in Shaanxi were also defeated by you. At this point, Nam Kung Vokin asked, what is your purpose in coming to the Nam Kung family? Is it just to save the person on your back? Thien Savu said he didn't know Mac, but seeing him being brutally tortured, he naturally had to save him. Hearing this, Nam Kung Vokin stood up, and the family head drew his sword. This sword is called the Emperor's Sword. It has taken many lives. Nam Kung Vokin looked coldly at the young man. In the martial world, there has never been such a thing as justice. The survivor is the strong one. The sword was thrust into the ground, making a loud noise. The Nam Kung family head said, for the reputation of the Nam Kung family, I must keep you here today. At this moment, the Nam Kung Theekin brothers also appeared in the main hall, both looking at the young man with sinister eyes. At Nam Kung Vokin H's command, more than 10 men in black appeared from the corners of the hall, all pointing their swords at Thien Savu. The young man stood tall, his sharp eyes staring at them. Thien Savu used all his internal energy on the Emperor's sword stuck in the ground. At his shout, the sword flew up, spun in the air, and fell back to the ground. Thien Savu's aura arose again. The young man gave a command, his voice icy. You think you can keep me here with just this? Immediately, Thien Savu launched a fierce attack. Taking the initiative, the young man unleashed a palm strike. Powerful internal energy shot through the bodies of several guards like lightning, causing them to fall to the ground. Seeing this, the Nam Kung Theekin brothers' faces changed drastically, and both drew their swords, preparing to join the fight. Unexpectedly, a voice reached their ears at that moment. It was Nam Kung Vokin H's. Don't act rashly. You don't understand his true strength yet. Mu Rongdam was once the overlord of Liaoning, yet he died at the hands of this war god. Either his power is enough to suppress Mu Rongdam, or his martial arts have a strange quality. To have such strength at such a young age, his martial arts must have some secret. We just need to observe carefully and wait for the right moment to strike to ensure victory. Seeing the Nam Kung brothers standing still, Thien Savu's lips curled up slightly. The young man channeled energy into his legs, and his body shot up into the air like an eagle. Thien Savu used all his internal energy. Since you want to see, I'll let you see clearly. With that, the young man let out a heaven-shaking roar from Hydra. A powerful internal energy descended like a dark cloud, enveloping the men in black. It swallowed them whole. Nam Kung Vokan managed to dodge the attack. His eyes sharp, he was well aware of Thien Savu's immense strength. The Nam Kung family had thought to himself that the opportunity had come. Attack! Nam Kung Thekan swung his sword, its key sharp. Nam Kung Duk can also used all his strength to perform the Thunderground 13 swords. The three brothers attacked Thien Savu simultaneously from three different directions. Nam Kung Vokan H's sword was like a shooting star, stabbing straight at the young man's back. Unexpectedly, the young man seemed to have eyes in the back of his head and easily dodged Nam Kung Vokan H's sword key. The sword key suddenly changed direction, stabbing straight towards Nam Kung Thekan. Thien Savu slashed Nam Kung Thekan H's wrist with the sword, and Nam Kung Thekan H's sword key went out of control. It changed direction and stabbed towards Nam Kung Dukkan. The young man didn't stop, pointing to fingers at Nam Kung Vokan. The sword key changed direction again, stabbing towards his older brother. In an instant, the three brothers were attacking each other. Nam Kung Thekan was pierced through the throat by sword key and fell to the ground. Nam Kung Dukkan was pierced through the heart by sword key and also fell. Only Nam Kung Vokan was lucky enough to avoid it, but still had one arm cut off by the sword key. Seeing his brothers killed by Thien Savu, the Nam Kung family head's mind went blank. Not understanding what had happened, Nam Kung Vokan suddenly flipped his right hand, and the Emperor's sword flipped with it. It was in his hand. After calming down, the Nam Kung family head slowly stood up, using all his remaining internal energy. Thien Savu heard the movement behind him and couldn't help but turn his head, only to see Nam Kung Vokan charging at him. The young man stood still, knowing the old man was about to strike. Seeing his opponent make a move, Thien Savu leapt into the air. Nam Kung Vokan shouted, "Today, I will definitely kill you," and used all his internal energy, charging straight at the young man. But at this moment, Thien Savu suddenly struck. The young man swung his two hands and pushed lightly. The next second, the longs were pierced straight through Nam Kung Vokan H's heart. Nam Kung Vokan fell to the ground, muttering, "I have offended the Five Dragons Gate. I will surely die without a proper burial." Thien Savu said coldly, "You don't need to worry." With that, the young man gripped the hilt of the sword with his right hand and thrust it down forcefully, piercing Nam Kung Vokan H's body. The powerful sword key pierced through the ground, leaving a deep hole. The current Nam Kung family head died on the spot. Thien Savu looked up towards the main hall. The young man raised his left hand, gathering all his internal energy, and unleashed a palm strike. The powerful internal energy shot backward. But just as Thien Savu was about to strike, a several hundred-year-old tree suddenly exploded. Thien Savu said coldly, "These 4 words, your Nam Kung family is not worthy of." This small mountain, perched on a sheer cliff, was considered a sacred place by the people of the martial world because it was home to Anthan, one of the 2 saints under Hong Fuquan. A subordinate of Hong Fuquan reported that the war god, who had previously caused a stir at the Mu Rong family in Liaoning, had single and action broken into the Nam Kung family a few days ago, killing many disciples. The 3rd master, Nam Kung Dukkan, died on the spot. The 2nd master, Nam Kung Thekan, also died. As for the family head, Nam Kung Vokan, he died in the main hall. It is said that this family head even witnessed the war god destroying the family's honor. Now, the war god's reputation in the martial world is like the noon sun. Many talented individuals are worried he will threaten their status. There is also news that the Black Path has also made a move against the war god. Hearing this, Hong Fuquan frowned slightly. This Hong Fuquan remained calm. Yes, the president of the Henan branch of the Black Path personally led a team to capture the war god in Hen, but was killed instead. Hong Fuquan stopped his movements and looked up at the sky. Then he said, "Send a message to Nam Kung Dq. I want to see her." Elsewhere, inside the Thi Nu Mon, Nam Kung Dq was reading a secret report sent via the 800 Li Express delivery. This member of the 3 flowers felt a sharp pain in her heart. She clutched the secret report in her hand, crushing it into a ball. Nam Kung Dq gritted her teeth and said with hatred, "War god, I will definitely kill you." At the same time, in a certain room of the Thi Nu Mon, Tiu Ho also received news about the Nam Kung family. This young master of the Great Havoc Raiding Guild was not only surprised but also couldn't help but worry for the war god. The Nam Kung family has suffered a heavy loss. The Five Dragons Gate will surely not let this go. Thinking of this, Tetsuo Ho immediately sent a message to the Great Heaven Raiding Guild, ordering all rooms and branches to spread the news of the War God's massacre of the Nam Kung family. But it must be emphasized that the Nam Kung family had imprisoned Mak, and the War God acted out of righteousness. We must prevent Thien Savo from becoming a common enemy of the martial world, and make people in the martial world not dare to act rashly. In addition, immediately send a message to the Nine-Layered Mansion and the Crown Prince's mansion saying he wants to discuss the matter of the Five Dragons Gate with them. Although the three major powers had their own internal struggles, their relations on the surface were still good. They couldn't let them unite to deal with the War God. After giving a series of orders, Tetsuo Ho thought for a moment and added, also, pay attention to Nam Kung Tekyu. She will definitely not give up. She will use any means to kill the War God. At this point, Tetsuo Ho calmly continued, we must act as soon as possible. Not long after, Jiang Sun received a secret report from Nam Kung Tekyu. That day, he received orders to intercept the War God in Henan, to ensure there were no mistakes. Besides mobilizing the Inulong, he also hired assassins from the Than Duong Mon. It was only after receiving Nam Kung Tekyu's secret report that he realized he had been wrong. The War God had already gone to Luxiu Prefecture and massacred the Nam Kung family. In the letter, Nam Kung Tekyu detailed the relationship between Maktu and Hong Fuquan. Hong Fuquan had secretly imprisoned Maktu. If this matter were exposed, it would surely damage his reputation. As for Maktu being captured by the Nam Kung family, if the two and Thongjia found out, it would surely implicate the Nam Kung family. Therefore, the most important task now was to kill Maktu, absolutely not allowing him to reveal the Nam Kung family's secrets. If the War God came to the Thi Nu Mon to save Maktu, then he and Hong Fuquan would have a battle, and the result would be his death. Jiang Sun finished reading the secret report and couldn't help but admire this female warrior for being able to think so calmly and thoroughly even in a sudden situation. The Yen family head next to him asked, what happened? Jiang Sun said frankly, the War God is no longer in Henan. He has gone to Luxiu. Their mission has also changed to killing Makta first. Suddenly, Jiang Sun felt someone approaching. This guest elder of the Five Dragons Gate quickly drew his sword, only to hear a voice. The investigation results are in. We've wasted a lot of time. The person who arrived was Andavinu Long family. At this moment, another woman named Dam Kokyu also rushed over, saying they should still act with caution. They knew nothing about the War God right now. There was no benefit in this matter, and they had spent a lot of money hiring assassins from the Than Duong Mon. At this, Andavin suddenly fell silent. However, if we can kill Maktu, we won't lose out. On the other side, the carriage was quickly heading towards Thi Nu Mon. Hong Vokoi drove the carriage while muttering, I never expected Thien Savo to cause such a huge incident. Hong Vokoi looked into the carriage. Seeing no one speaking, he looked inside. He saw Thien Savo circulating his energy, transferring his powerful internal energy into Makta's mouth. Hong Vokoi asked softly, how is he? I've done my best. The rest depends on his condition. His meridians are broken. Even if he survives, he won't be able to use his energy anymore. Hearing this, Hong Vokoi became even more curious about Hong Fuquan's secret. A moment later, Makta woke up, extremely grateful to Thien Savo for saving him. Thien Savo wondered what could make the two in Thangjiat do such a cruel thing. Makta recounted what had happened. It turned out that on that day, they had received a new mission from the Murong family to secretly transport something out of each household. Murong family. But the Thiet Ma escort agency had always strictly adhered to the rules of the martial world, only responsible for transportation and not asking about the client's business. He only knew it was a large wooden box with iron chains and tail mechanisms on it. The Murong family's people said the box was dug up from a cave in the northern region. They said that if one knew how to use it, they could rule the world. At this, Makta suddenly became agitated. Thien, young hero, my family is still at Thiet Nu Mon. I must go and save them. We are on our way to Thiet Nu Mon. Rest and recover. Don't worry too much. Hearing this, Hong Vokoi considered it. He knew that once Thien Savo decided on something, it couldn't be changed. But the beggar sect had always stayed out of martial world disputes. If he got involved, it would definitely implicate the beggar sect. If the beggar sect were implicated, they would surely suffer losses. Therefore, he was determined to help secretly. At this moment, Thien Savo asked the elder what was in the carriage. That is a life-saving device used to secure injured people or rescue those who have fallen into the water. If you don't need it, just throw it away. Thien Savo said softly, let's keep it. It might come in handy. Hong Vokoi spurred the horse to run quickly towards Thiet Nu Mon, but they didn't know that danger was imminent. At this moment, someone was hiding in a secret place not far from Jiang Sun's group. They guessed that Thien Savo would come to Thiet Nu Mon, so they felt they were not the only ones on this road. One person suddenly turned his head to look back, and a cold voice rang out. Than Duong Mon Master. Who will strike first later? The Than Duong Mon Master stood there with his sword. saying coldly, "Inu Long family, don't get in our way." The Inu Long family head was startled by the Than Duomo master's cold words. The Inu Long family head reminded him that the opponent had killed before and could strike from behind at any time. At this moment, it suddenly started to rain heavily. The Inu Long family head frowned and said, "Prepare to move." The carriage ran through the storm. Hong Vokoi said the road was difficult and suggested finding a place to take shelter. At this time, Thin Savu in the carriage was also on alert. He seemed to hear the sound of horses running in the rain. The young man was silent, having already made a decision. But someone was rapidly approaching them. He didn't know who. Dozens of assassins in black surrounded them. The young man, using his unparalleled martial arts, could still cope. But this time, the number of assassins was large, even more numerous. He found it difficult to defend. Understanding the assassin's weakness, Thin Savu frowned slightly. These assassins moved with difficulty. Without a sound, they were by no means ordinary. At this moment, a loud noise came from the carriage. It was the first assassin to be seriously injured. But the next second, Thin Savu suddenly rushed out and kicked that assassin in the groin. The young man's single blow was successful, and he dodged away. He saw several assassins jump onto the carriage. Thin Savu placed his hands on the carriage, his body spinning coldly. His body spun as fast as a wheel, his legs kicking out continuously, delivering dozens of kicks in an instant. Several assassins were kicked away. After exchanging blows, Thin Savu realized these assassins coordinated well, advancing and retreating in an orderly fashion, completely in sync. They were completely different from the assassins he had encountered before. At this moment, Hong Vokoi had recognized the identity of these assassins. These people use hidden weapons. They are assassins from the New Duo Nangjia. Hong Vokoi spurred the horse to run faster. With the assassins behind in hot pursuit, the young man channeled all his internal energy into his palms. Under the siege of the assassins, he had not yet fallen into a disadvantageous position. Thin Savu swung his hands, his internal energy powerful. Each move could kill several assassins. Assassins whose meridians were struck fell to the ground. At this moment, two figures suddenly appeared in front of the carriage. Hong Vokoi's face changed drastically. These two had a sky Jora, their eyes filled with killing intent. Hong Vokoi quickly warned, "The war god of Thanduang Mon is also here." The major families have joined forces to attack. The young man's eyes were still as cold as ice. Thin Savu said softly, "It doesn't matter if they come or not." A powerful internal energy struck towards the two men. The two assassins were sent flying. At this moment, a black shadow descended from the sky. An assassin appeared behind his companion, launching a full-powered attack at Thin Savu. Thin Savu quickly dodged. In an instant, Thin Savu had grabbed that assassin by the neck. Thin Savu lifted the assassin with force, his voice calm. "It doesn't matter if you are from the Five Dragons Gate or the Nam Kung family. Tell your master to come here himself." But at this moment, an accident happened. The controlled assassin's eyes suddenly rolled back. The violent internal energy in his body erupted. Seeing this, Thin Savu quickly said, "This is not good." The next second, that assassin suddenly self-destructed. A powerful aura shot up into the sky. Even Zhang Sun in the distance could feel its power. And Tavine crossed his arms and laughed loudly. The signature technique of Than Duong Mon is truly worthy of its reputation. The Than Duong Mon master is indeed proficient in the secret art. This assassination expert vanished just like that. Tavine asked if they would proceed according to the plan. "Jiang Sun, and I will stay here. You go ahead. Maktu has been captured. If we can capture the war god Thin Savu, wouldn't that be even better? Alright, our new Duong Nung family will see how the situation develops. War god, the inheritor of the theme Faith and Kong. This means you can only walk on a path paved with the blood of others. Even though the theme Pha Than Kong is known as the number one under heaven. But any martial art has its nemesis. The theme Ka Than Kong has, over 1,000 years, been paid for with lives of thousands of people, whether you want to or not. From the moment you became the successor of the theme Kong, you have stepped onto this bloody path. This fear is the fate of the successor of the theme Kong. Can you endure it?" The young man did not answer immediately, but asked his master how to overcome this fear. Hong Vokoi smiled and said, "Through life and death, I have overcome fear on my own." The massive explosion shook the carriage. Maktu, severely injured, fainted on the ground. Hong Vokoi struggled to control the carriage and continue forward. Hong Vokoi turned his head and asked, "War god, are you alright?" After the dust settled, Thin Savu stood up straight. A bone fragment was embedded in his shoulder, but the young man's face remained calm. "I'm fine." Thin Savu pulled out the bone from it. Then, he used his energy to control his muscles, causing the wound to close quickly. Thin Savu took out the iron chain from the carriage. The young man poured all his powerful internal energy into it. The iron chain shot out like an arrow, hitting the pursuing assassins. The chain pierced the ground, and several assassins were sent flying. Thin Savu flicked his wrist, and the iron chain tight and around an assassin's neck. The young man pulled, and the assassin's head was torn off. At the same time, an assassin from Than Duong Mon tried to attack the war god with poison, but Thien Savo wielded the chain like a paintbrush. Those assassins couldn't get close at all. Even so, these assassins still charged forward desperately, but Thien Savo threw the chain out. It shot into the group of assassins like a venomous snake, piercing through their chests. 3 assassins were impaled and killed by the iron chain. At this moment, 4 more assassins charged forward. They didn't attack the war god but grabbed the chain. With the strength of 4 men, the chain was pulled taut. Then Thien Savo used his internal energy to grip the chain. At this time, an assassin from Than Duong Mon rushed forward. The young man saw through his opponent's intention and tapped the point on the chain with his right finger. A powerful internal energy surged through the chain. In an instant, the assassin's internal energy was dissipated, and his body was shattered by the immense force. The assassin's body was torn apart, and his soul was destroyed. The poison attack he was about to launch was never released. In a flash, several assassins from the New Duongnung family were eliminated. On the battlefield, the assassins attacked relentlessly. A drop of cold sweats laid down Jiang Sun's temple. He looked at the young man fighting and thought, Thiet Nu Shul of War God is truly well-deserved. And Kokyu sensed Jiang Sun's anxiety and quickly reassured him. Mr. Jiang, don't forget our target is Mak 2. As soon as she finished speaking, an assassin from the New Duongnung family descended from the sky, competing for the bounty on Makta's head. Another assassin also dived down from the sky. Seeing the assassins from the New Duongnung family charging, Thien Savu's face remained impassive, and his lips curled up slightly. The chain swung out, tearing that assassin in half. But he didn't know that hidden in the trees, a sinister gaze suddenly widened, and Kokyu's pupils turned crimson. He was using a secret art of the Inu Duongnung family that could share vision with others. At the same time, MMOC was hiding in a secluded place, using the Gyutusi Dao Fei technique. His heartbeat and breathing became undetectable, as if in a deep sleep. But MMOC's pupils also turned crimson, receiving the secret art from the Ao Duongnung family. Every move of Thien Savo was within his sight. At this moment, the horse pulling the carriage was panting heavily, clearly having run very fast. But the assassins still pursued relentlessly. Hong Vokoi struggled to urge the horse to run faster. Thien Sa Vu continued to use the iron chain to deal with the assassins. The two sides fought fiercely, the sound of explosions echoing through the heavens and earth. Hong Vokoi turned his head and asked, War God, are you alright? Thien Sa Vu said he was fine, but the young man's heavy breathing showed that he had consumed a lot of stamina. Hong Vokoi's face was grim. Doctoring the carriage in the heavy rain was extremely difficult. Thien Savu had blocked many waves of attacks but still couldn't kill them all. At this rate, no matter how skilled the young man was, he would die of exhaustion. War God, hold out a little longer. We're about to leave this forest. Just then, Hong Vokoi was suddenly terrified. Ahead was not a forest but a sheer cliff. Hong Vokoi was horrified. The carriage was about to fall into the abyss. Thien Savu suddenly threw out the iron chain. The iron chain embedded itself in a large tree, which turned out to be an extremely poisonous type of tree. Thien Savu gritted his teeth and used his strength to steady the carriage. The carriage crossed the treacherous cliff. Just then, several assassins caught up, but Thien Savu used the iron chain to cut down the large tree. The tree was sent flying. Several assassins were swept away, thrown aside. An assassin from Than Duong Mon used the Dine Henjuo New Style Li Kong. The chain that had taken hundreds of lives was cut in two. At this moment, Thien Savu suddenly noticed that the pursuing assassins had disappeared. War God, have those bastards stopped chasing? The young man didn't answer Hong Vokoi but turned his head to look deep into the forest. He always felt a pair of eyes secretly watching him. Hemzi's crimson pupils flashed. This master assassin thought to himself, War God, this is just the beginning. Sure enough, the next second, Thien Savo suddenly turned his head. A towering figure appeared before him like a mountain. Seeing the person's face clearly, Thien Savu's expression changed. He recognized this person as Antavine of the New Duongdong family. Antavine said coldly, War God, your time has come. A dark red long spear appeared in front of the horse. Hong Vokoi's carriage was like hitting a mountain and stopped abruptly. Hong Vokoi hurriedly looked at the approaching Antavine. As for Thien Savu, he coldly carried Mak 2 on his back. Before the opponent had even struck, a powerful wave of internal energy rushed towards them. Antavine put strength into his arm, the muscles on his arm bulging. His whole body shot towards the war god like a cannonball. Thien Savu didn't expect his opponent's large body to be as fast as lightning. Seeing Antavine go all out, the young man also gathered his strength to prepare for battle. In the sky, dark clouds gathered, obscuring the two who were fighting fiercely. But a cold voice suddenly sounded in the war god's ear. This person was none other than MMOC, who had been lying in ambush here for a long time. Han Thien, when he channeled the Tusi Dao Fei to hide his life force, even with Thien Savu's keen senses, He couldn't detect his existence. War God, I've been waiting for you for a long time. A powerful force erupted from MMOC's mouth. Under the control of his internal energy, it almost formed a circle. Thien Savu turned, attacked from both front and back. Antavine's attack missed, and he landed on a silk thread that MMOC had set up. Under his feet were countless poison arrows, enough to catch him off guard, causing one to lose all strength. While Thien Savu could only rely on counterforce and his martial arts to maintain his balance. He had been pushed into a desperate situation, cornered in a pincer attack. Antavine and MMOC both sneered. They joined forces to attack the war god. In an instant, the two had exchanged dozens of moves. Thien Savu, under the siege of the two, was temporarily at a disadvantage. Antavine used the signature technique of the new Duonung family, while MMOC attacked from another treacherous angle. The two continuously attacked the war god with their weapons. It was clear that MMOC had seen through the secrets of the Thien Kong. The young man decided he had to strike unexpectedly to win. Hong Vokoi watched the three fighting fiercely in the air. In a flash, they had exchanged dozens of moves, with no clear winner. This elder of the beggars sect was also worried. He never expected the strength of the new Duonung family to be so great. Since meeting the war god, he had never seen the young man in such a disadvantageous situation. At this moment, Thien Savu's body suddenly stumbled, but the young man suddenly swung his left hand, and powerful internal energy gathered in his palm. However, unexpectedly, countless golden threads suddenly wrapped around the young man's arm. Thien Savu was shocked and turned his head. The moment he was distracted, more golden threads wrapped around him. The next second, countless golden threads tight and around the war god, rendering him immobile. In Midra, Antavine stepped on the golden threads and said, "You think you can rule the world just because your martial arts are strong?" With that, MMOC sneered, his eyes revealing a murderous intent. In the struggles of the martial world, the survivor is the strong one. This head of the new Duonung family, Antavine, rushed forward. The golden thread split into 9 strands and shot towards the war god. But at this moment, the young man's lips curled up slightly. The next second, the internal energy in Thien Savu's body suddenly erupted, and the golden thread snapped inch by inch. The young man said coldly, "My Thien Python Kong can break all martial arts in the world." Antavine was terrified. He saw the young man's internal energy erupt violently, forming a giant stream of energy. The young man, just a moment ago, was still bound by countless golden threads. The next second, he saw his internal energy surge, and countless golden threads snapped at the sound. The young man transformed into a great dragon, and MMOC's face changed drastically. The Emperor's sword slashed towards Antavine. Seeing this, Antavine shouted and quickly dodged. MMOC tried to use his superior internal energy to save his older brother, but was sent flying by Thien Savu's powerful internal energy. There was a loud explosion, and both were sent flying by the powerful internal energy. Antavine died on the spot. As MMOC was falling, he saw Thien Savu standing on the golden threads. During his fall, he saw Thien Savu standing on the golden threads. A strange thought flashed through his mind. This young man's martial arts had probably surpassed what they were 20 years ago. At this moment, Thien Savu lightly tapped his toes. He reached out and grabbed the falling MMOC. Thien Savu tight in his grip on his opponent's throat. He said coldly, "You probably don't know. For 1,000 years, Thi the Thang Botwan has never failed." But before he could finish, he suddenly felt a coldness in his chest, as if something had pierced his body. It turned out that the master of the Than Duong Mon had suddenly appeared, and one blow had pierced the war god's chest. The attack passed through MMOC's body, and the attack that passed through MMOC's body, and the attack that passed through MMOC's body, into the war god's chest. And MMOC's eyes widened, wanting to scream, but unable to make a sound. "Didn't you say it yourself? I'm the one who likes to sneak attack from behind. How could I miss such a good opportunity? Rest in peace." Along with the war god, of course, and the one on his back. The master of the Than Duong Mon was about to finish off the 3 of them, but he suddenly found that MMOC couldn't exert any force, clearly locked down by Thien Savu's internal energy. MMOC asked why he didn't strike from the beginning. At this moment, Thien Savu's eyes twitched. The young man said coldly, "That's a good idea." The face of the Than Duong Mon master changed drastically. A powerful internal energy erupted from Thien Savu's palm. A powerful shot straight into the sky. Thien Savu's right hand still gripped MMOC, but MMOC's body had already fallen. Also falling was the head of the Than Duong Mon master. After finishing off the 2, the young man jumped up again, his body falling back to the ground like an arrow. Thien Savu calmly walked up to Hong Vokoi and bent down, saying, "Elder, please watch over him for a bit." Hong Vokoi asked about the young man's injuries. Thien Savu replied that he was fine. Thien Savu turned his head to look deep into the forest. "Elder, I'll go on ahead." Jiang Sun and Am Kokyu were in the forest and saw the young man's cold gaze. Their expressions suddenly changed. But Thien Savu had already burst forth with power, his aura like a tiger descending the mountain, charging straight towards the two's hiding place. Jiang Sun tried to suppress the fear in his heart. This guest elder of the Five Dragons Gate waved his hand and shot out several arrows. But the arrows were stopped in Maidre by Thien Savu's internal energy. The young man's movements were agile, and he dodged them. Kokyu couldn't help but be terrified. Jiang Sun didn't dare to face him head-on and chose to dodge. As the two dodged, they saw Thien Savu raise his hand. A palm strike landed heavily where the two had just stood. A large tree was snapped into by the young man. Jiang Sun chose the opposite direction from Kokyu to flee. Thien Savu's terrifying strength made him not dare to face him. The two great assassination experts had both died at his hands. He could only pray that the opponent chose to pursue Kokyu and not him. However, a cold voice sounded from behind, and a powerful killing intent immediately enveloped Jiang Sun. He could even feel the opponent's murderous gaze locked onto his back. Jiang Sun used all his strength to perform his movement technique, but the internal energy in his body was rapidly depleting. Jiang Sun's eyes grew heavier. At the moment of life and death, he suddenly came up with a plan. He muttered something under his breath, his hand clutching an object called the Guivuang Sat. This item was obtained from the desert and could drain an opponent's internal energy. Even a top expert would become a cripple. Jiang Sun walked steadily, slowly approaching. Then he suddenly turned around, only to find no one behind him. Jiang Sun threw out the Guivuang Sat, and he himself was immediately knocked to the ground. He didn't know that Thien Savu had already jumped up and was standing right behind him. Jiang Sun rolled over and quickly drew his sword. But Thien Savu was one step ahead, and a punch hit Jiang Sun. Thien Savu ended a heavy punch on Jiang Sun, his left hand following through. He grabbed his opponent's wrist. Jiang Sun struggled but couldn't break free. Thien Savu gripped his hand tightly and shoved the Guivuang Sat into his mouth. Having controlled his opponent, the young man coldly asked who was the mastermind behind this assassination. Who sent you? The opponent remained silent. The young man's face grew colder. If you refuse to talk, don't blame me for being merciless. At the same time, at the headquarters of the Lion Gate, Tiu Ho came to visit Tao. The young woman tried to calm her emotions and stated her request, hoping the Lion Gate would punish the Five Dragons Gate. Tao looked at Tiu Ho for a moment, sat down, and said in a low voice, "Just a young lady from a merchant guild. Yet you dare to come here and make such a request. Do you know what you're saying? I naturally came for the sake of the Lion Gate." Hearing this, Tao's hand trembled slightly. "Little girl, you don't know that you actually came for that war god." At this, Tao's eyes stared intently at Tiu Ho. The title of war god is indeed resounding. Since you know the war god, you must have heard a lot about him. He is currently at the center of a storm. There's no harm in befriending such a young man. He has defeated the Murong family and the Nam Kung family. Our Lion Gate should form an alliance with him. Little girl, you are too naive. I have roamed the martial world for decades. Even those two saints couldn't do anything to me. And yet you couldn't do anything to me. And you want me to listen to a young man? How ridiculous. Tao said, "Our Lion Gate and the Five Dragons Gate have always coexisted. If we make a move against the Five Dragons Gate, it will surely cause a useless war. I heard his martial arts were passed down from 1,000 years ago. It takes more than 100 years to master it." As soon as these words were spoken, Tao's expression suddenly changed. But Tiu Ho didn't notice. There is no immortality in this world. After the predecessor passes away, what will the Lion Gate do? Hearing this, Tao's voice became sharp. This was just a woman with some power. Yet she dared to confront the famous Tao of the martial world. Hearing Tiu Ho's extremely disrespectful words, Tao's internal energy erupted. Tao's eyes stared intently at Tiu Ho. Tiu Ho's expression was calm, without a trace of fear. Tao's majestic presence instilled fear into Tiu Ho. Facing Tao's sharp gaze, Tiu Ho recalled her past. But on the outside, she still tried to appear calm. This young woman knew she had spoken too rashly. She then bowed and said, "I hope the Gate Master will forgive me, regardless of whether the Gate Master wants to acknowledge the 9-layered mansion's dragon guards or not. No, the three major powers, the Lion Gate, will sooner or later clash. With the war god's strength, if he offends the Gate Master, there will be a conflict. In the future, the Lion Gate will surely suffer losses." At this, Tiu Ho enunciated each word clearly. If the Gate Master agrees to help, the Great Habit Rating Guild will become the Lion Gate's staunchest supporter. Hearing the young woman's words, Tao suddenly let out a cold laugh. "You think he's very valuable, don't you?" Feeling the other's sharp gaze, Tiu Ho shifted slightly. "The Great Habit Rating Guild has never yielded, but today it yields for the war god. You value him greatly. I am a merchant. A merchant will not touch something without value. The war god's value is absolutely beyond the Gate Master's imagination." As soon as these words were spoken, the room fell silent. But then Tao spoke again. "According to the rules of the Theatnumon, as long as the Five Dragons Gate does not threaten the Lion Gate, we cannot act. At this, the invincible Tao changed his tone. If we don't cooperate with the Five Dragons Gate to deal with the war god, do you understand my meaning? Ho said. This condition is enough. The young woman stood up to leave, but from behind her came Tao's voice. Little girl, are you unmarried? If not, I can introduce you to someone. Thank you. Gate Master. Ho does not wish to marry yet, let alone a political marriage. Ho left the main hall. In the room. Tao heard footsteps. This invincible Tao said softly. This young lady is quite good. But it seems, she already has someone in her heart. Tao was not angry at all. Instead, he was worried about his daughter agreeing to the proposal. If you didn't advise me, I would have had no intention of making a move against the war god. Those people came here not to ask us to punish the Five Dragons Gate, but to stop us. This young lady is very clever. Not only does she dare to challenge me, but her mind is also far beyond her years. In fact, the greater the conflict between the Five Dragons Gate and the war god, the less we need to get involved. Tao said. Recently, the Dai Luke Fortress Master also sent a letter. In the letter, the Dai Luke Fortress Master said, if the Lion Gate were to become an enemy of the war god, it would surely suffer heavy losses. After hearing this, he and the Dai Luke Fortress Master had both witnessed the war god's methods firsthand. But what worried him the most was the beggar sect elder's attitude towards the war god. Hong Vukoi had waited for him in Liaoning for 15 years and had also spared no effort to help the war god. Hearing this, Tao sighed. The beggar's sect has always been independent and doesn't get involved in these matters. To make the beggar sect elder change his mind, this war god is truly not simple. On the other side, in the Five Dragons Gate, Hong Fuquan was also looking at a woman. Do you know what this flower is? This flower is called the mangshud. It is said that when women from Namjiang wait for their husbands to return, they plant this flower in their small courtyards. Nam Kung Q stood behind Hong Fuquan. Hong Fuquan continued on his own. If a woman discovers her husband is cheating, she uses this mangshud to make him drink it. The person who drinks it will not die immediately, but after 3 days and 3 nights, their meridians will break, and they will die in despair. Hong Fu Van Thien's expression turned serious. He knew his father and made up his mind, while Nam Kung Q remained cold. She knew Hong Fuquan was following her plan. Thinking of this, she said, it is this subordinate's fault. Please punish me, Game Master. But unexpectedly, Hong Fuquan said, why do you say that? Hearing this, Nam Kung Q was taken aback, unable to guess the Gate Master's thoughts. Then she heard Hong Fuquan say, your father is already dead. Or perhaps, you have something else to say. Facing Hong Fuquan's pressure, Nam Kung Q felt suppressed. Now she understood that even without the war god, this De An Tham would have personally wiped out the Nam Kung family. Just then, Hong Fuquan suddenly exerted his power, unleashing a strong internal energy that enveloped Nam Kung Q. The next second, this female warrior was sent flying into the air by the powerful internal energy. Seeing this, Hong Fu Van Thien thought to himself, could father have reached the realm of a half-step immortal? But when Nam Kung Q landed safely, Hong Fuquan slowly said, get up. Only a fool would keep dwelling on the past. This Dan then turned around, his hands behind his back. To Q, if you're worried about the Nam Kung family, just ask me. It must be so. Do you not trust me? Nam Kung Q lowered her head, cold sweat beating on her forehead, expressing her loyalty. You don't need to be so worried. I've already said I won't pursue this matter anymore. But now that things are so messy, do you have a way to clean up this mess? Hong Fu Van Thien said. Q is doing her best to handle it and will definitely not tarnish the reputation of the Five Dragons Gate. You handle it yourselves. I'm old and don't manage these things anymore. With that, Hong Fuquan turned and left. Returning to the main hall, this Dan Than sat down and said coldly, what's the progress on the investigation of the war god? As soon as he finished speaking, someone suddenly appeared. This subordinate pays his respects to the Gate Master. This person is called the war god. His origin is unknown. Based on his movements, it is speculated that he comes from the north. Hearing this, Hong Fuquan made his own calculations. Although the Nam Kung family has suffered heavy losses, there are still remnants. If we can take this opportunity to kill the war god, it wouldn't be bad. If the war god is eliminated, that would be good. This Dan Than's lips curled up slightly. Hong Fu Van Thien saw him come to Q down the mountain. The second young master said the new Duongung family had most likely failed. Nam Kung Q said she had received news that the war god was on his way to the Yangtze River. She would entrust this matter to the forces near the Yangtze River. Hong Fu Van Thien became casual again, saying frankly that if Nam Kung Q had trouble, he could help her kill the war god. Nam Kung Q turned her head to look at him and said, the war god's strength is formidable and should not be underestimated. Hearing this, Hong Fu Van Thien was also surprised. Is his martial arts even stronger than mine? Nam Kung Q's expression was serious. Seeing this, Hong Fu Van Thien suddenly let out a cold laugh. This second young master, who had always been calm, suddenly became agitated. Elsewhere, on the upper reaches of the Yangtze River, one of the 18 fortresses of the Yangtze River, the Green Water Fortress's master, Dak Vo Tin, was discussing a secret order with his subordinates. The subordinate said, "The war god's strength is unfathomable. Although the headquarters can act, the Green Water Fortress might be destroyed because of it." At this, Dak Vo Tin said, "Let the Green Water Fortress handle it." This man remained silent, the iron blades in his hands constantly spinning, revealing his hesitation. Although the war god's martial arts were high, it was often difficult to exert his full strength in a water battle. Moreover, if we can kill him, the reputation of the Green Water Fortress among the 18 fortresses of the Yangtze River will greatly increase. Dak Vo Tin laughed. This fortress master had also made up his mind to kill the war god. The young man tried his best to save his friend, but unexpectedly, the friend who woke up cursed him. "Young hero, I've troubled you and gotten you injured. In that situation, I regret it. You should have left on your own." At this, Mak looked at the young man and asked why he had saved him. "In the dungeon, you were willing to die rather than confess to protect your family. I admire you for that. Besides, we are both people of the martial world. There's no need to be so polite." Hearing these words, Mak smiled, and the regret in his heart lessened. The war god told him to rest well, then stood up and left. The young war god walked out of the cabin and onto the deck. Right after escaping the assassination, they had gone to a branch of the Great Heaven Raiding Guild. Then they boarded a boat of the Great Heaven Raiding Guild and headed to Theet Numon. The war god leaned against the railing and looked into the distance. The vast Yangtze River stretched out before him, with green mountains lining both banks. A beautiful sight. Suddenly, the war god's gaze shifted. A figure caught his eye. Looking closely, it was a person holding a sword. The war god watched for a while and found that this young man, Hantiusi, although cold on the outside, was very kin-hearted. But the young man didn't realize someone was watching him. At this moment, he was still recalling the scene before he left the mountain. "Hantiusi, you want to leave the mountain? I won't stop you. Take this. This sword is old, but it's enough for you to defend yourself." Hantiusi looked at his master's sword. It was ancient and renowned. The sword had many cracks, revealing the two words Trung Nam. "So, you must remember, what a swordsman needs is not strength, but courage." Hantiusi returned to his thoughts and looked up at the sky. The world is vast, and man is ultimately small. Suddenly, he noticed a gaze on him. He turned his head and saw the young war god looking at him. Hantiusi's heart stirred. He noticed that this person had a pair of blue eyes. At this moment, Hung Vukoi walked up behind the war god and asked him why he was staring at that person. The war god said he was just curious. Hung Vukoi pulled the young war god back to the cabin, saying the Great Heaven Raiding Guild had invited him to a banquet. Hantiusi watched the person pull the young man away and paid it no mind, standing up to stretch. Suddenly, he saw a small boat approaching the large one. Hantiusi couldn't help but look a few more times. There were many people on the deck, so it was not convenient to look closely. But he noticed that several of them exuded a powerful aura. When he passed by one of them, Hantiusi was even more certain that this person was no ordinary man but a martial arts expert. Very quickly, they passed each other, their eyes meeting for a fleeting moment. Without creating any ripples, 3 warships of the Green Water Fortress appeared on the river. Seeing the warships approaching, Dak Vo Tin immediately asked, "Are you sure all the targets have boarded the ship?" Transon replied that he had seen the war god and Hong Vukoi return with his own eyes, but he couldn't confirm if Mak Koyu was on the boat. After reporting the intelligence, he still advised the fortress master to think carefully and be cautious. If the war god is as formidable as the rumors say, relying on our Green Water Fortress alone, we are no match for him. Dak Vo Tin said coldly, "Big brother, what are you worried about? No matter how many secret manuals he has inherited, today we will make him lose his reputation." He pondered for a moment, then, holding his long spear, said to his brothers, "Brothers, the time to achieve merit has come." A group of water bandits silently and stealthily approached, weapons in hand. On the other side, the war god was on the large boat. Hong Vukoi and the branch master Ma Van were drinking together. Ma Haven said, "It is my honor to serve you to great heroes." The 3 drank happily. Hong Vukoi laughed and said, "All within the 5 lakes and 4 seas are brothers. No need to be so polite." The 2 drank to their heart's content and even called Ma Chu to drink with them. Hantiusi did not realize the impending danger. Only Hantiusi, standing for steps away from the suspicious individuals, remained skeptical. A small boat during the day was monitoring them. At this moment, a soft voice sounded behind him. Hantiusi turned his head. He looked back and found that it was the young war god from earlier. You also noticed someone is watching, right? The war god looked out at the river, his eyes deep. They are from the Green Water Fortress. Perhaps they are from Tham Trach, where they could be assassins. The sound of case echoed throughout the boat. Screams erupted from the cabin, and those in red armor immediately went on alert. Ma Kou turned to look out the window and saw a small boat speeding towards them from the middle of the river, splashing water everywhere. Immediately after, a shout of kill was heard, aimed straight at the cabin. Seeing 3 water bandits leap up, Huntifin felt but found that his arm seemed no longer his own. It was stiff and unresponsive, unable to move. The war god quietly looked at the young man beside him and unlocked box. It was also the first time he had seen this type of box. Seeing the strong enemy approach, the war god raised his right hand. A sharp sword with a cold glint appeared. His heart pounding, a powerful wave of energy shot out, sending the 3 water bandits flying. Witnessing this scene, Han Tuc couldn't help but shiver. The young man's whisper sounded again. "Friend, if you don't resist, you will be defeated." At the same time, inside the cabin, several sailors were blocking a hole in the deck. Hong Vukoi asked if they had found anything. Ma Haven said there were no unusual traces on this stretch of the river. At this moment, a sailor rushed in and reported that an iron chain blocking the river had stopped the boat. Ma Haven's expression became grave. He said this was a forward to Lovely Green Water Fortress. Hong Vukoi pondered. He knew the Namkung family and the 18 fortresses of the Yangtze River were closely related. This matter was surely connected to the Namkung family. The old shopkeeper quickly grabbed some wooden planks to repair the boat, preparing to respond. Hong Vukoi now understood. If it was to the death, if the 18 fortresses of the Yangtze River acted, there would be thousands of them, even with the war gods and parallel martial arts. He absolutely couldn't handle it. Hong Vukoi ran onto the deck and saw 3 warships turning around, heading towards them. Hong Vukoi let out a sigh of relief. It seemed tonight was just an isolated action by the Green Water Fortress. Hong Vukoi shouted to remind the war god and Han Tc. War god, they are from the Green Water Fortress, a notoriously infamous group in the martial world. Their methods are cruel and vicious. They must be subordinates of the New Long Manho. The 18 fortresses of the Yangtze River is fine too. A New Long Manho. Oh well, killing one is the same as killing another. Han Tuc was stunned, not knowing what kind of divine being this young man was. At this moment, a group of water bandits had rushed up. Seeing the water bandits swinging their blades, the war god raised his right hand, his aura majestic. The young man calmly said, "However many come, I will kill that many." If they were ordinary water bandits, they would surely be frightened by the young man's words. But these water bandits were not like that. They were not ordinary and were not intimidated at all. The war god raised his right hand and struck out. The lead water bandit was sent flying. The water bandits behind him saw this, their faces changing drastically, and they hurriedly shouted to warn their comrades to be careful. Witnessing this scene, Hong Then's eyes widened. He never expected this young man to be so ruthless. Hong Vukoi looked at the young man, his expression surprised, as if he had understood something, and began to show admiration. Han Tuc, have you never seen such a bloody scene before? Actually, don't underestimate this kid. He is extremely decisive. But he has only been in the martial world for 2 months and is only 17 this year. But whenever he needs to fight, this kid has never hesitated to protect what he cherishes, even at the cost of his own life. At this, Hong Vukoi gently patted Han Tuc's shoulder. Old man, I see you have an extraordinary aura, and your talent is not ordinary. You can't waste your talent. Han Tuc raised the sword in his hand, his aura soaring. Senior, since I was young, I have resolved to save all living beings. Now you can't even save yourself. What's this talk about saving all living beings? As soon as these words were spoken, Han Tuc felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He now realized that the ideal he had pursued for so long was so fragile. At this moment, an angry shout interrupted his thoughts. Not far away, Doc Vo Tin and Transin were giving orders. In an instant, a volley of flaming arrows whistled towards the large boat. The flaming arrows hit the boat's hull and immediately burst into a fierce fire. Several sailors who were hit let out terrible screams. Hong Vukhoi's expression changed. This battle on the river was clearly a conspiracy by the Green Water Fortress. But Han Tuc noticed that the dense volley of flaming arrows couldn't harm Thien Savu at all. At this moment, Thien Savu suddenly lowered his body. The young man gathered all his strength and threw a punch forward. A powerful wave of energy formed between the 2 large boats. The incoming flaming arrows were deflected by this energy, and at the same time, it extinguished them. The powerful energy, like an invisible wall of air, pressed down, extinguishing the flames on the boat. Several sailors who couldn't dodge in time were swept away by the energy and fell into the water. Hong Vukoi was shocked by the young man's astonishing technique. Thien Savu's next words made him even more incredulous. Senior, please lend me a hand and get me to the Green Water Fortress's boat. Hong Vukoi drew his sword, and Thien Savu immediately circulated his energy, preparing to jump. Wait a moment, I'll be right back. Hong Vukoi threw the long spear in his hand, and Thien Savu shot out like an arrow, heading straight for the Green Water Fortress's warship. As the young man rushed forward like a shooting star, The water bandits of the Green Water Fortress swung their blades to meet him. But unexpectedly, when Thien Savul ended, he stepped on a water bandit, and the immense force sent him flying. The young man smiled faintly, raised his hand, and a sword light flashed as he continued to attack relentlessly. A sharp sword key slashed down, and its terrifying power blew up the boat's deck, sending the water bandits on board flying. The sturdy old sword was cut into by the young man. Thien Savul ended on a piece of wood. After destroying one warship, the young man grabbed a spear and charged again. He destroyed several warships in succession, and the water bandits fell into the river one by one. Thien Savul looked around, his gaze locked onto another boat in the distance. The young man sneered. One last one. Thien Savul circulated all his true ki, preparing to charge. As for Han Tusi, he had already run over. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed this was a power a human could possess. Hong Vukoi, while dealing with the water bandits, shouted, "Stop spacing out. Come and help." Han Tusi saw an old man say, "Old sir, please take me back to the inn." Hong Vukoi was slightly taken aback. He saw Han Tusi jump onto the boat. Hong Vukoi shouted loudly. The young man shot forward like lightning. Hong Vukoi said, "Is this kid crazy?" On the last warship of the Green Water Fortress, Dak Vo Tin was terrified by the scene before him. Even his sword hand couldn't stop shaking. Transon said, "We must retreat immediately." But as soon as he finished speaking, a voice sounded. Looking closely, it was Thien Savul. Dak Vo Tin stood at the bow, his face grim. Transon looked up at the sky and said, "Stop. Be careful up there." Thien Savul also sensed something unusual above his head. He looked up and saw that it was the young man, Han Tusi. Seeing the young man diving towards him from the sky, Thien Savul raised his hand to block. Unexpectedly, Thien Savul threw a punch straight at the young man. The astonishing power shattered the warship, breaking it into pieces. Dak Vo Tin, standing at the bow, prepared to strike. He used all his internal energy, deciding to risk his life against the war god. Thien Savul, Transon drew his sword, preparing for battle. Dak Vo Tin swung his sword to attack. Han Tusi used all his internal energy to block the blow. Han Tusi closed his eyes, recalling Thien Savul's words. "Friend, hesitation leads to defeat." In an instant, a sword key like a dragon's were sounded. Han Tusi suddenly opened his eyes, a determined look flashing in them. A powerful sword key struck. The two clashed in Midre, and Transon's right arm was cut off. Thien Savul's eyes were icy. He suddenly broke Dak Vo Tin's sword, then threw a punch straight at the old man's chest. Under the moonlight, the two young men fought fiercely. The young man landed a heavy palm strike on his opponent's chest. The incredible power severely injured him. Dak Vo Tin felt a powerful internal energy invade his body. In an instant, his chest was pierced through by Thien Savul. The terrifying power shattered his body. Dak Vo Tin was sent flying into the air, and the boats also broke apart into pieces. After defeating Dak Vo Tin, Thien Savul turned to look at Han Tusi. Although Dak Vo Tin was strong, he lacked practical combat experience. Thien Savul thought the young man had reached the Unity Realm. Transon had one arm cut off. He endured the intense pain and said, "Not a bad sword technique, but your martial world experience is too shallow." Transon stood up to attack but was hit by sword key. Han Tusi took 2 steps back, creating distance from his opponent. But Transon charged forward. In the moment of crisis, a sharp weapon shot out from Thien Savul's hand. It hit Transon, immobilizing him. It was the Thien Thin Kong. Transon wanted to turn his head but couldn't move. A Hun had already gripped his neck. Transon was captured by Thien Savul. He had been killed. "Speak. Let me go. The 18 fortresses of the Yangtze River will not let you go." Thien Savul replied coldly. "Who won't let who go is yet to be seen." The young man circulated his internal energy, preparing to strike. Thien Savul casually threw Transon aside. Savul asked Han Tusi, "Are you alright?" After receiving an affirmative answer, he looked at Transon. "I have planned a trial. Into your DNTN. If your mastermind can resolve it, you have a way to live. If he can't, you only have death. Remember, you only have 2 days." Transon was terrified. The young man continued, "As for your mastermind, if he refuses to let this go, just tell him to come find me. I'll be waiting." The surviving water bandits fled in panic. Han Tusi stepped forward and said, "Namkung family disciple Han Tusi thanks the young hero for saving my life." Thien Savul said, "No need to be polite. I should also thank you, brother, for your help." They drank together. Only Hong Vu Koi remained on the boat, dealing with the remaining water bandits on the island of Thiet Vu Mon. The old man's heart filled with worry. Only Hong Vu Koi remained on the boat to deal with the remaining water bandits. On Thiet Vu Mon Island, the old man was filled with worry. He knew about Lukta's defeat and retreat, but he never expected that in just one night, none of the 18 bandits of Jianggan would dare to make a move. Namkung Thing said, We should handle the war god ourselves and no longer rely on the Vo Duong Nam family or the 18 bandits of Jiangnan. The Duong family and the Than Duong sect have both been defeated by the war god. Two bodies from the Duong family were discovered at Han's place, both killed by the war god. Nam Kung could only sigh. Who on earth is this war god? Nam Kung Thin said, I've made a new plan, and I hope it succeeds this time. It's such a headache that a single kid is this hard to deal with. Over at Dongtian Lake, martial arts masters from Dongdao heard the war god was approaching and began gathering to watch. Hong Fu Van Thien said, assassination won't work on the war god. I advise you to give up on that idea. Nam Kung Dekyu replied, even if we can't kill the war god, we must injure those around him. Hong Fu Van Thien glanced at her and said nothing more. On the vast Dongtian Lake, a large boat sailed swiftly. After being repaired, it was ready to set off. Hong Vu Koi and Mangacap sat together on board. Mach Q wore a heavy expression the entire way. The 18 bandits of Jiangnan hadn't dared to act, but he knew the Vo Long Mon definitely wouldn't hold back. Hong Vu Koi said, don't worry. If Vo Long Mon breaks its promise, I will mobilize 100,000 disciples to attack them. But I have too many responsibilities on my shoulders. If it weren't for me and my clan, he wouldn't have had to make an enemy of the Enrollment Manhwa. To Ma Koyu, Hong Vu Koi replied, don't overthink it. He caused trouble at the Mo Dung clan and interfered with my business. Even without you, he would have become an enemy of the Enrollment Manhwa. That kid is just doing what he thinks is right, so you don't need to worry so much. At that moment, Han Tuc approached Thien Savu. The young man stared intently at his back, his gaze profound. Han already knew the identity of this war god. First, he had caused chaos at the Mo Dung clan in Liaoning, killing the clan head, Mo Dung Dong Thien. Then in Shaanxi, he defeated HAC Sat and went on to kill members of the Thiet that Thien Kung and the leader of the demon sect. To save Ma Koyu, he had gone on a rampage at the Nam Kung clan, resulting in the death of its head, Nam Kung Vo Kin. Han Tuc was deeply shaken. How incredible it would be to fight alongside him. The atmosphere on the warship turned silent. Thien Savu broke the silence. It seems young Master Han is still thrilled from his first battle. But unexpectedly, Han Tuc suddenly knelt. It's true. I was just so excited to witness such peerless martial arts up close. Thien Savu had said, Brother Han, get up. There's no need for such ceremony. Han Tuc bowed his head and said, I wish to take young Master Thien as my master and serve by your side for my entire life. His words left Hong Vu Koi and the others completely stunned. But Han Tuc was completely serious, his sincerity clear. Thien Savu turned reluctantly and said softly, we're sworn brothers. There's no need for this. Hong Vu Koi let out a big laugh. Thien Savu, what if this old man were to acknowledge you as my big brother? At these words, even the perpetually sorrowful Ma Koyu showed a hint of joy. After some pleasantries, a large boat appeared. Thien Savu and the others safely docked at another location within the Hong Fu estate. Hong Fu Quan was admiring a pot of Queen of the Night flowers. He saw 5 flowers blooming vividly, each a different color. He asked his subordinate a question. This pot of flowers is diseased, and I fear the roots are damaged. If I get rid of it, the flowers will never bloom again. But if I keep it, they will all die. What should I do? The subordinate dared not answer. Hong Fu Quan didn't press the matter. Forget it. Let's go for a walk. I'm feeling troubled. As they walked into the courtyard, Hong Fu Quan spoke again. I hear the war god has entered Hunan territory. Yes. His ship is drawing near. The Thiet Vu Mon is about to dock. Should we make our move yet? Hong Fu Quan said. The prestige of the Vo Long Mon is not what it used to be. Initially, I didn't want to use such cruel methods. Acting now could easily tarnish our reputation. As he spoke, a glint appeared in Hong Fu Quan's eyes. I've been the soft-hearted. In the end, my thinking was not thorough enough. Hong Fu Quan stood on high, looking out over the river, and saw a large boat cutting through the waves. His eyes lit up. Finally, he's finally here. To think that the strongest force within the Nulong, the Thiet Vu Mon, would put on such a grand display just to welcome a newcomer to the martial world. An old man standing behind him sneered slightly. This was the person in charge of the Thiet Vu Mon. He didn't understand why they had to deal with a fledgling young man like this. Seeing the boat slowly approach the shore, a group of people lined up to greet them. We are here under orders to welcome you. War god, please disembark. Thien Savu slowly stepped off the boat. The crowd, which had worn cold expressions, suddenly changed their countenances. The war god's aura was so overwhelming that no one dared to speak. Thien Savu opened his eyes, and the chilly dock instantly became suffocating. Hong Vu Koi and the others hadn't expected the Thiet Vu Mon to be so formal and were momentarily at a loss. But Thien Savu paid it no mind. These people weren't even worthy of his attention. Right now, we only need to pay attention to one person. The young man looked towards the distant mountain. Hong Fu Quan was also staring in this direction. The two of them, for 100 feet apart, looked at each other from a distance. The war god and Hong Fuquan. Hong Fu Van Thien sized up the war god. Nam Kung Tekyu saw her enemy and wished she could devour him whole. A man stepped forward. Hong Fu Van Thien asked in a low voice. What do you think? His internal energy is profound. His presence overwhelming. This person is definitely a top-tier master. Cotton Gok finished speaking. He smiled and continued to Nam Kung Tekyu. Miss Nam Kung, I don't know your plan, but you should remember. He's not someone that 1 or 2 assassins can handle. Hong Fu Van Thien also nodded and said, I understand. On the dock, Thien saw Vu and the others moved forward. A man stepped forward, introducing himself as an elder of the Thiet Vu Mon. I thought there would be a fierce battle after some breaking. It seems I was mistaken. Young master and the Thiet Vu Mon have no prior grudges. The Thiet Vu Mon is not what you might think. As long as you abide by the rules, no one will make things difficult for you. But I must remind you, young master, the Thiet Vu Mon has 3 independent territories. What happens in one, the other won't know. Just like this dock, which I manage. If I wasn't my master's man but a member of the Thiet Vu Mon, we would probably be fighting by now. One last thing. Young master, if you are wronged, you must survive to have a chance to prove it. After hearing this, Thien Savu let out a soft laugh. The perpetrators can act without restraint, while the victim must be careful with every step. It seems the Thiet Vu Mon is no different from anywhere else. Just then, a voice called out from behind. Tatiuho, dressed in a long yellow robe, appeared. Brother, I'll help you. I will help you gather information. Her words stunned everyone. They never thought the young mistress of the Daithien Trading Guild would openly support the war god. Even the experienced Hong Vu Koi was taken aback. Thien Savu walked up to Tutuho. The young man looked at the girl before him and spoke. Tuho, it's been a long time. Thien Savat Vu gently placed his hand onto Nuho's head. Hong Fu Van Thien was slightly taken aback. Could it be that Mr. rejected him because of this war god? Hong Fu Van Thien thought to himself. No matter what your plan is, as long as it makes the war god's life a living hell, that's all that matters. Rest assured, I will make him suffer endlessly. He looked towards a black-clothed figure in the crowd. This person held a longsworth, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Tiu Ho was a bit flustered by Thien Savu's intimate gesture, and for a moment, she became clumsy. After composing herself, she said, Brother, patting someone else's head won't make you any taller. Hong Vu Koi watched the scene with a serious expression. It was the first time he had seen Thien Savu so gentle. But no one noticed. A man in black in the crowd had quietly tight and his grip on his sword. In the next moment, the sword's tip flashed with cold light, shooting forward like a thunderbolt from a clear sky. 4 swordsmen rushed towards Thien Savu. The men from Thiet Vu Mon shouted loudly, Young master, be careful. Hong Vu Koi and Han Tuc were too far away to intervene. Realizing the assassin's target was Tutuo, Hong Fu Van Thien was shocked. Why miss two? The assassins didn't hesitate, but Thien Savu suddenly lifted his leg. A powerful kick sent the 4 assassins flying. The immense force crushed the head of the one who was hit, just as the assassins were knocked away. Thien Savu shielded Tutuo. Standing in front of her, the young man and woman looked into each other's eyes, filled with affection. Tuho, I promised I wouldn't let you get hurt. Kak Zunghat shouted angrily. Thien Theoheep, isn't it a bit much for you to kill one of our new Long Man Ho members here? After all, this is the Thiet Vu Mon, not a place for you to act recklessly. In front of everyone, he tried to assassinate me. I was only defending myself. Thien Savu replied. If the new Long Man Ho insists on seeking justice for him, I can personally go explain to the Supreme Lord. But before that, the Supreme Lord must give me an explanation. As he spoke, Thien Savu looked up at Hong Fu Quan in the distance. Why did a member of the new Long Man Ho take action at the Daithien Trading Guild? Supreme Lord, and why did you imprison Mak Koyu's family? Faced with the young man's sharp questioning, Hong Fu Quan angrily retorted. You insolent help. You don't know your place. The surrounding martial artist buzzed with discussion. Some admired Thien Savu's courage, while others believed that if what he said was true, Hong Fu Quan would be in trouble. Ma Koyu was extremely grateful. He never expected Thien Savu to directly confront Hong Fu Quan like this. Han Tuc worriedly asked Hong Vu Koi. Big brother, isn't this openly challenging a new Long Mon? Hong Vu Koi remained silent. The current situation had spiraled beyond his control. Hong Fu Quan would certainly not admit to Thien Savu's accusations, but denying them would also leave openings. Regardless, a battle between the two was inevitable. Hong Fu Van Thien, however, wasn't thinking about any of that. As the young master was filled with rage, he couldn't believe Nam Kung Tekyu wanted to kill Tekyu. Hong Fu Van Thien suddenly stepped forward, putting his sword to the neck of Nam Kung Tekyu, who was tied to a post. Nam Kung Tekyu had never seen Hong Fu Van Thien with such a murderous look and quickly explained. Young Master Hong Fu, This was your decision. You agreed with your own mouth. I thought you wanted to kill the beggar sect elder. You knew perfectly well that I liked Tiyuho. Yet you still wanted to kill her. Nam Kong Tq. How many lives do you think you have? Kotingok spoke up. Van Thien. Don't be rash. Now is not the time to settle this. The war god's words have put the New Long Mon in a difficult position. If not handled well, there will be endless trouble later. Hong Fu Van Thien. Calm down. Nam Kong Tq. I'll settle this debt with you later. The second young master released Nam Kong Tq and turned away. The war god clearly wants to overthrow the New Long Mon. What we need to do is turn this into a personal grudge. Kotingok channeled his internal energy, and his body flickered. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Thien Savu. To meet the war god today is truly a fortune of 3 lifetimes. I am Kotingok, known in the martial world as Do Kwai. Kotingok took control of the situation. Kak Dung Hach said, Great hero. If a New Long Man Ho continues to get involved, this matter will never be resolved. I believe the war god's actions have nothing to do with the New Long Man Ho. Thien Savu nodded slightly. Kotingok raised his left hand to his chest and placed his right hand on his waist. Do Kwai took a step forward, assuming a stance. Ready to fight, he said coldly. You and I are both martial arts enthusiasts. It's an honor to fight a master. Enough talk. Let's see whose skills are superior. When we truly fight. Tiyuho looked worriedly at Thien Savu. Thien Savu signaled for her not to worry and to step back a bit. Then, Thien Savu prepared to strike. And Kotingok also readied himself. Thien Savu said, You're right. No more words. Both were martial arts masters, and a murderous aura instantly filled the air. Kim Kotingok said, All these years, I have been protecting Hong Fu Van Thien. His eyes turned cold. Today, let us decide the victor. Kim Kotingok suddenly attacked Thien Savu. Thien Savu blocked the blow, and the powerful force pushed Kim Kotingok back several steps. Kim Kotingok attacked again. A straight punch to Thien Savu's chest. But Thien Savu blocked it with his palm. Kim Kotingok unleashed a flurry of punches. Swift as lightning, Thien Savu calmly neutralized each attack. The young Thien Savu suddenly leapt up, delivering a roundhouse kick towards Kim Kotingok's head. Kim Kotingok raised his arm to block the kick, which felt as heavy as a mountain. Thien Savu seized the opportunity to counterattack. The young man unleashed his powerful and domineering internal energy, landing a heavy punch on Kim Kotingok's chest. Kim Kotingok felt a violent shock in his sea of ki, and then his body flew backward uncontrollably. He retreated several steps before he could steady himself, the powerful internal energy in his body churning endlessly. Do Kwai said, The war god truly lives up to his name. This is just to seek justice, not to kill. But Kim Kotingok, Do Kwai, still refused to give up. Do Kwai channeled his internal energy, trying to push his opponent away. But it wasn't enough. Thien Savu had the same idea. Both regulated their breathing and continued their duel on the high mountain. An old man and a young man were watching the battle. Van Mongta said, No one has ever dared to provoke Hong Fu Quan like this. I thought he was just a glory seeker, but I didn't expect his martial arts to be so profound. He's the recently famous war god, right? Yes, master. Thien Savu is from the Tambak region. I never thought such a barren land could produce such a young hero. 10 years ago, I heard of a master there. It was said he could split mountains and shatter rocks. It's just that the political situation was unstable at the time, so I couldn't go pay a visit. I wonder if this war god and that great master have any connection. In the pavilion of the Thi Kim Mon, a father and son were also watching the fight. Xu Wen Hat Fong said, If this is the full extent of the war god's power, then this old man is a bit disappointed. To think the Dai Thien Trading Guild would risk so much to recruit him. Xu Wen Hat Fong then said, Perhaps my words were too harsh. The person watching beside him asked, Father, do you think the war god will win? Right now, victory is hard to predict. But this Do Kwai is not easy to deal with. How much do you know about him? I've only heard that he's very strong. But there has been no news of Do Kwai in recent years. 5 years ago, Kim Kotingok appeared in the martial world like a meteor, and people called him Do Kwai. From then on, he began traveling everywhere to challenge masters. Among them were many renowned masters like the Sword Saint and Kwang Hai Votich. In his battle with Do Kwai, the Sword Saint was defeated. There was also Grandmaster Thich Hot of Tuimpap from Shandong, whose heart was crushed by Kim Kotingok. Many said that if he continued to grow, he could reach the 4th heaven realm. But I never expected him to serve Hong Fu Van Thien. Hong Fu Quan thought to himself, That old man calls himself to Anthen, yet dares to look down on my subordinate. I didn't expect even Nam Kong Tq to be defeated. Hong Fu Quan and his son were considering whether to take any action. Tu and Than said, Doing anything now would be amusing. The war god has always done as he pleases. Van Mongta's death cannot put this old man in danger after the order was given. Hong Fu Quan said, Go deal with the Thiet Ma gang. Remember, leave no trace. Yes, sir. The subordinate acknowledged the order and vanished. Hong Fu Quan showed a troubled expression. What should I do with Nam Kung Takyu? At this moment, Thien Savu and Kim Kadingak were in a fierce battle. The two unleashed their full internal energy in a powerful clash, sending debris flying from the ground. Thien Savu protected his chest with both hands, retreating continuously. After backing away, the young man channeled ki to his dentian to stabilize himself. In contrast, Kim Kadingak appeared completely at ease. Do Kwai retreated 3 steps. Humva Koi asked worriedly, "Are you alright? I've never seen you struggle like this." Thien Savu said, big brother, don't worry. My long spear seems to have no effect on him. Big brother, I once heard from my master that Do Kwai is a disciple of Thien Kung Dao Nichan, the head of the 4th heaven. Do Kwai's deadliness lies not in his martial arts, but in his psychological warfare. He can always shock his opponents to despair. That's why so many martial arts masters have died at his hands. So remember, you must first diminish his morale. Once he loses his morale, the battle is half lost. Hong Vu Koi said, when it comes to morale, our war god is in no way inferior to him. Thien Sabu smiled. Of course, you all just relax and watch the fight. At that moment, Kim Kadingak was channeling his ki, the blood in his body surging. Do Kwai sneered. Interesting. Come on. Kim Kadingak suddenly exerted force, and from his wide robe, iron chains shot out. Thien Savoa, the situation was bad. If he wanted to dodge, he could do it easily, but Tatu Ho behind him would be in danger. Thien Savu channeled all his internal energy into his palms, preparing to block the attack. Kim Kadingak shot out another iron chain, but this one went into the ground. However, the chain suddenly erupted from the ground, wrapping around Thien Savu. The young man twisted to dodge, but under Kim Kadong's control, the 2 chains once again entangled him. Kim Kadingak seized the opportunity to attack. He instantly locked one of Thien Savu's legs. Kim Kadingak took a step back, preparing to punch. Thien Savu was pulled by him. Kim Kadingak leapt into the air, putting all his strength into his right leg. He delivered a powerful kick straight to Thien Savu's head, but the force was stronger than he anticipated. Thien Savu was sent flying far away, crashing heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. When the dust settled, Kim Kadingak was on the ground, and Thien Savu was also on the ground, his breathing weak. This young man, with his peerless divine skills, who had never known defeat, was now knocked away like a ball. I've discovered something, Thien Savu said, lying on the ground, his breath faint. Everyone was in disbelief. Kim Kadingak said, Tunthin once saved my life, so I must protect the Hong Fu family. War God, I must thank you. It's been a long time since I felt this stimulated. Just as he finished speaking, the situation changed again. Thien Savu suddenly slammed his hands on the ground. His whole body shot up. Thank you for answering my question. I just needed to understand why my internal energy had no effect on you. And that's enough, Thien Savu said. It's very clear. Your muscles and blood ki are different from ordinary people. Thien Savu suddenly raised his hand, his aura soaring. The moment Kim Kadingak was injured, the hidden internal energy on his body had been absorbed by Thien Savu. The purple robe was torn apart. It revealed the chains wrapped around his body. So it's the myriad year iron chains. I was wondering where your chains came from. You used them to seal your entire body. No wonder my spear had no effect. Kim Kadingak didn't expect his opponent to figure it out so quickly. Kim Kadingak raised his left hand. So, what if you know? Do Kwai channeled his power into the iron chains. The chains immediately burst into fierce flames. The chains, like tongues of fire, shot towards Thien Savu. But Thien Savu calmly said, all things in the world have key meridians. When the meridians are broken, all things perish. Thien Savu struck repeatedly, and the iron chains were shattered. Thien Savu turned to attack, quickly breaking several chains. That was Thien Savu. And yet it was destroyed by Thien Savu. Thien Savu suddenly accelerated, his body like a storm, rushing towards Kim Kadingak. Kim Kadingak defended while counterattacking. Thien Savu suddenly unleashed a kick. The force was immense. It struck Kim Kadingak squarely in the chest. The sharp palm wind hit Kim Kadingak, and the iron chains on his body shattered. Thien Savu raised his left hand, channeling his powerful and domineering energy. The young man shouted loudly, punching straight at Kim Kadingak. The iron chains were sent flying. Kim Kadingak, despite the injury to his chest, punched straight at Thien Savu, but Thien Savu retracted his stance to block the blow. The two shoulders collided forcefully, creating a loud bang. The iron chains on Kim Kadong's hand were shattered. Kim Kadingak was sent flying by the immense force. He looked at his arm, his expression dazed. But then he calmed down. I know why so many masters died at your hands. War God, you are worthy of that title. As he spoke, he suddenly burst into laughter. This feeling of life and death in an instant is truly intoxicating. Kim Gok said. War God. Be careful. This is my final move. Kim Gok raised his hand, channeling his energy, and instantly formed a giant vortex of iron chains. It was his ultimate technique. Hu Yet Luan Bai Hong. Thien Sabu's expression was grave. He knew his opponent had used all his internal energy. Kim Gok suddenly attacked Thien Sabu. Thien Sabu raised his right hand, striking the iron chain vortex with his palm. Thien Sabu used all his internal energy to shatter the vortex. He controlled his internal energy and spun, and the vortex began to collapse. With a loud explosion, the iron chain vortex disintegrated. Kim Gok witnessed this, his face cold, watching the chain fragments fall like rain. A strange thought crossed his mind. Do Kwai felt this scene was strangely beautiful, but he knew that behind this beauty lay death. Thien Savu looked at Kim Gok. The young man pierced his chest with his long spear. Thien Savu said, "You are the first person in the Central Plains to acknowledge me, so I also use my full strength. Yes, I was very happy to be able to fight you. It's a pity there won't be another chance to compete. We never had any deep hatred. It's just that this matter isn't something you can solve. Blame that old man Hong Fuquan for pushing everything onto his subordinates, while he sits on high, uninvolved. I really can't swallow this anger." Thien Savu tightened his grip on the long spear. His immense internal energy erupted. The Hong Fu family's army watched from the outer circle. Hong Fuquan didn't expect his opponent to strike directly. This Supreme Saint's face was grim as he channeled ki to his throat. To be attacked by a mere youth. Hong Fuquan suddenly raised his right hand as the sharp spear tip rushed towards him. The Supreme Saint spread his legs, preparing to block the attack. The long spear thrust straight towards Hong Fuquan. The two streams of internal energy collided violently, sending everything around them flying. Hong Fuquan channeled his ki to resist, and the two energies clashed again, scattering nearby objects. Hong Fuquan struggled to suppress his surging internal energy and slowly retracted his stance. The Supreme Saint's fist still carried residual power, showing that in the fight, just now, he had also been heavily injured. Once the situation stabilized, Hong Fuquan sneered, "Welcome, War God. Your presence graces us. I will be sure to treat you well." Thien Savu smiled lightly. "I am looking forward to your performance, Supreme Saint Hong Fuquan." Hong Fuquan returned to his small courtyard. He sat down, looking at his right hand. Just then, a voice rang out, reporting, "Subordinate, everything is ready. Just waiting for the Supreme Saint's order. Thi Tam Van Kim will act immediately." Hong Fuquan raised an eyebrow slightly. The old man in the Elders' Council decided to send him. Isn't that a bit of a waste? The Elders' Council is indeed strict. He is too rigid and doesn't cooperate with the other elders. I believe he will hinder the development of the New Long Mon. More importantly, he is not a member of the 5 great families. Later, if we pin all the blame on him, no one will investigate. Hong Fuquan's eyes were deep. All right, carry out the plan tonight. A glint of light flashed in the subordinate's eyes. Hong Fuquan looked at his right hand again. After clashing with the war god, it still had residual power. The Supreme Saint's expression was solemn. This kid could absolutely not be underestimated. If it weren't for Nam Kung Tq forcing Mak Shou, things wouldn't have come to this. Hong Fuquan's eyes were sharp. He raised his fingers, and a burst of energy shot from his fingertips. It shattered an ice flower. Hong Fuquan said coldly, "Indecisiveness will only bring disaster upon oneself." Clearly, that ice flower had been eliminated. Thien Savu had pierced his opponent's heart, and even the Supreme Saint was heavily wounded by him. Seeing his man, Kim Gok, so heavily injured, Hong Fu Van Thien said angrily, "This guy dares to provoke me. Seize him, throw him in the Great Prison, and wait for the sect master to deal with him." Kim Gok shouted, "Shut up. I said this was a personal duel. I'm related to the Inu Long Mon. Besides, martial arts duels are a common occurrence. I lost fair and square. Do you want me to die such a miserable death?" The surrounding martial artists buzzed with discussion, agreeing that it was a fair duel. Hong Fu Van Thien was so angry his face turned red. He hated Thien Savu to the bone. But Thien Savu was very calm. He finally understood that in the martial world, one's fate is often not one's own to decide. Kim Gok said to Thien Savu, "Young Master Thien, you don't need to pity me. I die with no regrets. But you must be careful of my master, Thien Kung Dao A Chan. He is very powerful. Knowing I died at your hands, he will definitely seek revenge." Kim Gok struggled to stand up, shocking everyone present. People from the Dai Thien Trading Guild appeared, and Hong Vu Koi and Han Tusi also showed up. Han Tusi said, "This is too strange." Thien Savu not only angered Hong Fu Van Thien, but also provoked the Supreme Saint. Yet, the New Long Mon hasn't made a move. Either it's because both Thien Savu and Kim Gok make them wary, or they are also observing the reaction of the martial world. Hong Vu Koi said to Han Tusi, "Why isn't Mr. worried at all? The two haven't seen each other in 15 years. Just let them be. Let them talk. In Tiu Ho's room, Thien Savu and Tiu Ho were talking about their experiences over the past 15 years. She asked if Han Tiu Si had come to the Central Plains. Thien Savu said his master went into seclusion 10 years ago. Tiu Ho looked worried. Thien Savu was very casual. My master has already taken his revenge. Speaking of which, the old man actually has one more wish. Thien Savu asked. Tiu Ho, do you know about the Han family? Tiu Ho said. Although the Han family has declined, I've heard about what happened in Anhui back then. Moreover, the Han family's daughter was one of the three great beauties of that time. She joined the Tunmon and was highly regarded by the saber tyrant. At this moment, someone ran in to report. Miss, we found the men from Thietmabao. It seems they are from the Elders' Council of the New Long Mon. Now, masters from the New Long Mon have arrived, and it seems they want to kill him. Thien Savu asked. Where is he? Tiu Ho said. Let me lead the way. There's no time. Someone gave an order. Protect the young miss carefully. Thien Savu followed Tiu Ho. He didn't expect Hong Fuquan to use such despicable tactics. Suddenly, a conversation rifted over. I have captured Ma Koyu's family member. Dang Vuhin, are you still not going to give up? We found evidence of you colluding with the Northerners even before you joined the Inu Long Mon. You colluded with them, and then you can meet. You also continuously provided them with intelligence. Recently, you captured people from Thiet Ma about a frame Thinu Long Mon. Do you still want to deny it? Thien Savu quickly moved towards the source of the sound. Dang Vuhin said. I am a man of the Central Plains. How could I betray them? What are you thinking? Enough talk. Dang Vuhin, you are accused. Colluding with the Northerners to frame the sect master. Today, I will definitely kill you. Kim Gok raised his hand. Thien Savu rushed forward. He only saw in the small courtyard. Dang Vuhin was being executed. Thien Savu said to himself. This old fox Hong Fuquan is indeed full of schemes. The next morning, everyone gathered at the Daithien Trading Guild. Thien Savu recounted the entire event. Hong Fukoi's face was grim. He couldn't believe the New Long Mon would frame one of its own elders. Tiu Ho said. Dang Vuhin was not only at odds with the Elders' Council, but also frequently clashed with Hong Fuquan. I still don't understand how the New Long Mon could create evidence to capture Ma Q's family. But how did they create evidence of Dang Vuhin colluding with the Northerners? Tiu Ho said. You don't need to understand that. Thien Savu frowned. No one cares about the process. People only care about the result. Thien Savu. Tomorrow you will become a sinner condemned by thousands. Everyone will focus their attention on Ang Vuhin's collusion with the Northerners. After a while, no one will pursue the matter of Anulong kidnapping Mak Koyu's family anymore. Hong Vukoi said. People will suspect Hong Fuquan. We still have Mak Koyu. He is both a victim and a witness. Mak Kyu nodded, saying he would expose the crimes of the Anulong Mon. Thien Savu said he could do the same. But Tiu Ho shook her head. Brother, even if you and he testify together, it will be useless. Instead, you'll be accused of massacring the Nam Kung clan. The Anulong Mon is very professional at manipulating things. Hong Fuquan has pinned everything on An Vuhin. All the evidence has been flawlessly arranged. Flawlessly, the matter of Ma Koyu's kidnapping is not enough to convict them. Hearing this, Ma Koyu said excitedly, so we just do nothing? Tiu Ho laughed. We can't do nothing. It's just not the right time. The Thiet Vo Mon is their territory. Their strength. Even if the Anu Long Mon is damaged, they have a chance to recover. But we are different. Once we fail, we cannot recover. Therefore, we must try. We must act with caution and wisdom. Thien Savu said. Tiu Ho is right. We know too little about the Thiet Vo Mon. Tiu Ho began to introduce the Thiet Vo Mon. First is the Siu Yu Trong Fu. Its master is the Plum Blossom Sword Saint. DPN. There are rumors. This person appears gentle on the outside but is deeply cunning. His martial arts have reached a divine level, far surpassing others. Some even say he may have reached the realm of entering the earth to become an immortal. Hong Vukoi couldn't help but frown upon hearing this. In his opinion, that sounded a bit exaggerated. And the invincible saber, Ket Ha Thin, is even more legendary. With just one saber, he built his empire from scratch and founded the Thikai Mon. Hey, it's said his saber techniques are both fierce and defense-oriented. Few in the world can face him head-on. Some have said he doesn't think. Whether handling business or fighting, he relies on his genius-level intuition. For him to develop the Thikai Mon to this extent in 25 years, I believe it's not just based on simple intuition. Compared to these two, the one we need to be most wary of is the Supreme Saint, Hong Fuquan. This old man is not only highly skilled in martial arts but also extremely cautious. He is also deeply cunning. Although the Siu Trong Fu, Thikai Mon, and Anu Long Mon have their secret disagreements, as long as they have common interests, they will not betray each other. Hong Fuquan understands this very well. so no matter how outsiders judge him, he doesn't care. Ma Ko, you look distressed. If Hong Fuquan is really as you say, Ta Tiu Ho said, then my sister and my family are probably. Ma Q clenched his fist. Ta Tiu Ho guessed his thoughts. Brother Mac, rest assured, your family is definitely still alive for now. Hong Fuquan framing Dang Vuhim proves that he is also in a difficult situation. He never expected things to turn out this way, because the war god's appearance is completely destroyed their plans. As long as Thien Savu is in the Thiet Vomon, they won't dare to easily harm your family. Once things become irreversible, Thien Savu listened to Tu Xiu Ho's analysis and nodded. He understood that the battle had already begun in places they couldn't see. At the same time, in Hong Fuquan's courtyard, a subordinate was reporting to him. After the war god left, many in the courtyard, a younger generation within the Thiet Vomon has developed a rebellious spirit. It turned out that 10 years ago, after driving the royal family to the north, the internal struggle within the Thiet Vomon never ceased. Many families wanted to compete for status. The war god's appearance stimulated the rebellious spirit of those young people. Hong Fuquan said calmly. The situation also exists in the Siu Yutrong Fu and the Thi Kai Mon. They are all having difficulties. If they don't step forward, our new Long Mon has no reason to either. The subordinate showed concern. If the new Long Mon continues to ignore the war god, once he collaborates with the Siu Trong Fu or the Thi Kai Mon, the consequences will be unimaginable. Hong Fuquan sneered. They won't cooperate. The war god openly challenged the new Long Mon. The two sides will definitely be suspicious of each other, and the war god, with his proud nature, will surely refuse. It's already lucky they aren't suspicious of each other, let alone cooperate. The subordinate fell silent. Hong Fuquan frowned slightly. It wasn't that he didn't want to eliminate the war god, but he was worried the war god would become like the Thiet Mabo of the past, an uncontrollable variable. Hong Fuquan pondered for a moment, then slowly said, what if we hand him over to Nam Kung Tekyu? If that girl has a grudge against the war god, just push her to the forefront and pretend to help her out. If she can kill the war god, that's for the best. If she can't, we'll deal with her like we dealt with Dan Vuhin. If Nam Kung Tekyu dies at the war god's hands, that's even better. Then we can handle it. We can just say the war god wanted revenge on the Nam Kung clan. That way, everyone's attention will be focused on that kid. Hong Fuquan gave the word. My plan can now proceed. Thien Savu didn't yet know the danger he was about to face. The young man and woman were strolling and chatting leisurely. Ta Tiu Ho said, the Siu Trong Fu and the Thi Kai Mon will definitely come looking for you. Thien Savu asked, so who should I ally with? Ta Tiu Ho said, right now. Victory is hard to predict. It's best not to get too close to either side. Thien Savu invited Ta Tiu Ho for a walk. Ta Tiu Ho asked, just you and me. I'll go get ready and change my clothes. Then I'll be right there. Thien Savu suddenly saw him. It was Han Tuc, practicing with his sword. He asked if he was free. Thien Savu invited Han Tuc to come along. Tiu Ho and I. If you have nothing to do, come with us. Thien Savu turned to look at Tiu Ho. Ta Tiu Ho was inwardly angry that he didn't understand the mood, but she couldn't object. Han Tam. Tuc also really wanted to go. Ta Tiu Ho shook her head. Neither of these two knew how to read the room. Tiu Ho, didn't you say you wanted to change clothes? Not anymore. Let's just walk around here. In another courtyard of the New Long Mon, Nam Kung Tekyu was deep in thought. She had figured out Hong Fuquan's movements. The Supreme Saint would never forgive a subordinate who failed twice. He had sent assassins after the war god multiple times, and all had failed. Yet Hong Fuquan still kept him around, probably just because of the Nam Kung clan's rules. Nam Kung Tekyu pushed open a door. Inside were 3 corpses. Nam Kung Tekyu had made up her mind she had to make the Supreme Saint tow her even more. Only then could she and the Nam Kung clan survive. She hid the 3 bodies carefully, checking on them from time to time. A subordinate came to report. Nam Kung Tekyu asked if he had found anything. The subordinate said, through recent study of the corpses, I've learned a little more about the war god's martial arts. The subordinate went to one of the corpses and took out a torn piece of paper. This person was an assassin from the Hong family in Vo Duong. Damn it. He died at the hands of the war god. Nam Kung Tekyu asked, what did you find? These 3 corpses all have one thing in common. Although their meridians are not right, they were all damaged. But the fatal wound in all cases was a ruptured heart meridian. Nam Kung Tekyu said, you mean they all died from the war god's internal energy techniques? In other words, when fighting the war god, after Nam Kung Tekyu returned, she reported to Nam Kung Thung Nguyen. Nam Kung Tekyu, upon her return, reported to Nam Kung Thung Nguyen that Nam Kung Thung Nguyen said he had never heard of such a martial art. To deal with a war god, one must attack from a distance, or block his meridians. Nam Kung Thung Nguyen said thoughtfully, we must find someone skilled with long-range weapons. and they must be a top tier. Master. Nam Kung Thung Nguyen asked if there was a suitable person. I thought of one person, but I don't know if we can invite them. Nam Kung Thung Nguyen raised his hand. No matter what, we must eliminate him. I will go personally. You all study these bodies carefully. Inside the Siu Trong Fu. Don't Muc Tong Go looked at Van Diep too. Van Diep had his hands behind his back, looking into the distance. Master, I heard you have a good relationship with him. The young master of the Daithine Trading Guild has also met the war god. Don't Muc Tong Go said. That young master and Tu Q Ho are as close as siblings. She was once helped by Thien Savu. Master, please make a trip to the Daithine Trading Guild. Just say that master wishes to meet the war god once. Thien Savu is now at the center of the storm. Is he waiting for something? Van Diep replied. I also want to wait, but I don't have much time left. Inside the vast Thiet Vomon, Tu Ho walked ahead, with Thien Savu and Han Tuc following behind. Tu Ho, you don't look well. Are you feeling sick? Tu Ho gave a weak smile, then threw something to Han Tuc. Young Master Han, the Trung Nam sword sect has a long history. Since you have come to the Thiet Vomon, why haven't you paid a visit to the elders? Han Tuc looked troubled. Someone said, a disciple of the Trung Nam sword sect is here. At the Thiet Vomon, why haven't you come to pay respects to our elders? Han Tuc, do you have any sense of propriety? Han Tuc saw an old man approaching. It was an elder of the Trung Nam sword sect. Elder Thatch. Han Tuc stepped forward to bow. Thatch Van Hai deliberately made things difficult for Han Tuc, reprimanded him further. Thien Savu frowned slightly. He finally understood why his young brother didn't want to go drinking. Tu Ho explained his identity. The newcomer told Thien Savu that since the head of the Trung Nam sword sect went into seclusion, this person had been in charge of all the sect's external affairs. Unexpectedly, a disciple mentioned Han Than Thu's late master. Senior brother. Going around chasing women. Are you? But don't you ever be like your master. No woman likes that kind of man. Han Tuc wanted to retort, but Thatch Van Hai said this guy only knew how to be emotional. It seems there's a reason for it. Han Tuc couldn't take it anymore and said angrily. The Trung Nam sword sect cultivates swordsmanship with great effort. Yet he deliberately causes trouble. A soft voice rang out. Are you guys causing trouble? Thatch Van Hai was startled. Then his eyes widened in disbelief. That young man in white was standing right next to Han Tuc, and he hadn't even noticed. This young man could blend into his surroundings. He was absolutely no ordinary person. The other disciple didn't explain much. Stepping forward provocatively. You meddlesome brat. State your name. You are not worthy of knowing my name. Trong Tran angrily drew his sword but was immediately sent flying by a palm strike from Thatch Van Hai. Trong Tran, you are no match for him. Thatch Van Hai looked at the young man and said, I am an elder of the Trung Nam sword sect. Thatch Van Hai, may I ask for the great hero's esteemed name? I am Thien Savu, a sworn brother of Han Tuc. Han Tuc and I met on the Yangtze River and became fast friends. So in our few meetings, I have kept him by my side. It is my fault that Han Tuc has not yet been able to pay his respects to the elders at Siu Trong Fu. I hope Elder Thatch will not be offended. Thatch Van Hai began to search his memory. He felt the name Thien Savu was very familiar, until he remembered Jian Gok, the person at the dock yesterday. Thatch Van Hai said in astonishment, You are the war god who defeated Home Fuquan. The people around them started whispering among themselves. The war god's fame had already spread throughout the Thiet Vomon. Tron Shuan fled in fear. Thatch Van Hai was also startled. Yesterday, the Sword Saint had ordered that the Siu Trong Fu should not clash with the war god. Thatch Van Hai said, Since the war god has pleaded for him, this old man will temporarily spare you. But the sex etiquette cannot be ignored. Han Tuc, you will come pay your respects later. Thien Savu nodded slightly. Han Tuc's expression was grim. Thatch Van Hai said, Don't think that just because you have the war god backing you, this old man will be afraid of you. Tron Chuan said, Senior brother, I will come and pay you a proper visit later. As the members of the Trung Nam sword sect were about to leave, Thien Savu said coldly, Elder Thatch, please wait. Thatch Van Hai stopped in his tracks. Tron Chuan looked nervously at Thatch Van Hai. Thien Savu said, Perhaps you all look down on Han Tuc's martial arts now, but there's a saying, never look down on a poor young man. His future achievements will be far beyond what you can imagine. The corner of Thatch Van Hai's mouth twitched. But considering the opponent's strength and status, Thatch Van Hai said, We will take our leave. Thien Savu gave a slight nod. Big brother, I know you stood up for me, but you shouldn't have said that last part. Thien Savu looked at Han Tuc and said, Since coming to the Central Plains, I have met many masters, but none have made me feel as difficult to deal with as you. Your martial arts are by no means ordinary. Han Tuc was so moved he wanted to say something, but couldn't get the words out. Han Tuc said, Big brother, I'll be going. Tu Ho said, He should have said everything. Young Master Han is a good person. just a timid, so he can't fully utilize his full strength. If he could overcome this, I fear few in the world could defeat him. Thien Savu asked Ho something. What are you thinking? Ho replied, I am a merchant, so naturally I'm thinking about profit. Thien Savu said, you want to invest in Han, you see. Ho replied, why not? You praised him so highly. It would be a shame to miss out on such a talent. The young man and woman were strolling like this for the first time. Ho took the initiative to hold the young man's hand. After Han left, Ho also left. Ho smiled lightly and said, it's getting dark. It's a good time for a little walk. Thien Savu was held by her soft hand. He was a bit shy. Letting Ho led him on a walk through the Thiet Beaumont. Happy times passed quickly. The sun had set. The two were preparing to return when the sound of horses came from behind. Thien Savu and Ho turned to look. A carriage charged towards them. Thien Savu pulled Ho into his arms. A person stepped down from the carriage. It was Nam Kung Tekyu. Miss Tu. Long time no see. Ho greeted her. So it's Miss Nam Kung. Thien Savu already understood in his heart that this young lady was one of the three great beauties. Nam Kung Tekyu stepped forward and said, I came to find Mista to discuss some business. It seems I've come in a bad time. She looked towards Thien Savu. I hear this is the war god. A pleasure to meet you. Miss Nam Kung. Miss Nam Kung. There's no need for pleasantries between us. Nam Kung Tekyu said nothing. We are all people of the martial world. So etiquette. But in her mind, she recalled the scene by the water. Everyone had died because of it. Heart meridian severed. When fighting the war god, one must absolutely not make physical contact. Nam Kung Tekyu withdrew her hand. Nam Kung Tekyu was terrified. Thien Savu said coldly, you better not have any wicked intentions. Whether it was just now trying to run down Ho with the carriage. Before, I was just defending myself. But from now on, if you make any other unusual moves, I will kill you. Thien Savu pulled Ho and left. Nam Kung Tekyu stood frozen in place, gritting her teeth. War god, I will not let you go. Inside the Thekai Home Fu Van Thien was taking a stroll. Van Diepte said, I want to meet the war god once. Do you have a plan? Home Fu Van Thien replied, I have a plan. Leave this to me. Thien Savu and Ho were talking as they walked towards this place. The Dai Thien Trading Guild. Ho was again analyzing the current situation. Thien Savu nodded. I'll leave these troublesome matters to you. Your business. If you have any difficulties, just tell me. Perhaps I can help. Ho said, actually, there is one difficult matter. Before, the Volong Mon sought me out for cooperation. But now the Trading Guild is pressuring the Dai Thien Trading Guild. To ensure cash flow, I have been delaying. I have some money. About 100. Ta Els of gold. I don't know if that's enough. Ho was astonished. Thien Savu explained where the money came from, recounting his experience of how he found a treasure during a fight. Gold in Dongmin Mountain behind the Thiet Beaumont. There's a secret place there. Take as much as you need. Ho said. This money is to be used to save people. Before she could finish, Thien Savu interrupted. Silly girl. I don't need your help. The two walked and talked until they reached the main gate. As soon as they entered the courtyard, they saw Trong Chuan running over. Trong Chuan, a back fawning gawk that comes to pay respects to the war god. Thien Savu's expression was calm, but Ho's changed slightly. The two were listening as Trong Tran spoke again. Young Master Thien. It's been a while. Thien Savu returned the courtesy. My apologies for keeping young Master Trong waiting. Thien Savu thought to himself. This person is just as Ho said. But I didn't expect the Thikai Mon to move so quickly. After they sat down, the two began the chat. Trong Tran said, my master is very grateful for the war god's help that day and would like to invite you to a banquet. Ho asked, is this an invitation from the Ngakan Guild? Thien Savu frowned slightly. Trong Chuan explained. The Ngakan Guild is a small group under the Thikai Mon, gathering many talented individuals. My master is the one in charge of the Ngakan Guild. When Thien Savu heard the word talents, his expression became thoughtful. I heard that the Ice Flower, Han Huang Nha, is also at the Thikai Mon. I wonder if Miss Han is in the Ngakan Guild. Ho glanced at the young man, Trong Chuan, who had a serious expression, feeling she had grasped the key point. Miss Han is, of course, a member of the Ngakan Guild, and she is highly valued. In a few days, it will be the Ngakan Guild's banquet. If young Master Thien can attend, you will surely be able to meet Miss Han. That would be great. We'll see each other then. At this moment, Ho announced, Miss Do Namuc requests an audience. Ho replied. She waited and then led Do Namuc Tunging going in. Trong Tran was surprised to see this. Not expecting the Ciu Trong Fu to act so quickly, Trong Tran stood up to leave. After leaving the main hall, Trongshuan looked back. Currently, all the powers were targeting the Daithine Trading Guild and the War God. The Volong Mon even had to send many masters. But Thien Savu paid it no mind. He met with Don Muc Tun and Goan, seemingly unconcerned that the Cu Trongfu was monitoring his movements. The young master of the Thikaimon began to look forward to seeing just how big a storm this war god would stir up. The three of them talked and laughed happily. But after returning home, Titiuho pouted. So, Thien Savu had accepted Trongshuan's invitation. But he had refused Don Muc Tun and Goan's invitation. This put Titiuho in a bit of an awkward position. Seeing Titiuho was angry, Thien Savu explained. I accepted Trongshuan's invitation because of the Thikaimon. And I refused Don Muc Ningo and not because of the Cu Trongfu. Inviting me to meet the young people of the Ngakan Guild is not about meeting the invincible saber. But Don Muc Tuningo and wants me to meet the Sword Saint. Titiuho looked at Thien Savu. Han Tuc smiled and said, Brother, going to the Ngakan Guild. Isn't that showing favoritism to the Thikaimon? Or, either accept both, or refuse both. Thien Savu understood that this was how the powers of the martial world operated. He asked Titiuho if she had any other plan. To that she did. It turned out that the Thiet Vomon was originally built to resist the royal family. So during construction, they dug a secret passage. A secret underground passage in case of an attack. Titiuho took out a map and spread it on the table. This is the original architectural drawing I bought. After driving the royal family away, the passage was paid for. The underground passage was abandoned, and now hardly anyone knows of its existence. Titiuho suggested meeting secretly there. It wouldn't affect the Ngakan Guild, nor would it offend the Cu Trongfu. The next day, Thien Savu followed the map to the entrance of the secret tunnel. He looked around. It was indeed a place that had been abandoned for many years. Thien Savu walked along the secret passage and saw a large rock. Earlier, Titiuho had told him that the passage had been cleaned up. Thien Savu channeled his ki, and the long spear in his hand emitted a light. But he sensed a familiar aura, similar to when he and his master stormed the Vang Qian cave years ago. In an instant, he understood this was the aura of the Plum Blossom Sword. This master made no attempt to hide his power. His immense internal energy was released. Young man, have you seen my power? Thien Savu smiled, then suddenly landed on the ground, channeling his ki. An immense internal energy burst forth. Thien Savu said, on the other hand, want to ask you, on what basis do you inherit the Thien Boe sword? The two streams of internal energy clashed in the secret passage, then fell silent. Thien Savu continued forward. Suddenly, a light appeared. Thien Savu turned his head to see a plum blossom gradually dissolving, turning into countless petals falling to the ground. In an instant, a giant plum tree appeared, its petals falling gracefully. A forest of plum trees grew around them. Thien Savu was in awe. He was amazed. These petals all contained a powerful and domineering internal energy. If they were to launch an attack, even he would have difficulty dealing with it. Thien Savu praised, Plum Blossom Sword Saint. A voice rang out. War God, are you interested in a duel with this old man? Van Deep too appeared, his entire body exuding a murderous aura. A strong wind blew in the air, and the powerful energy rolled up countless petals, attacking Thien Savu. Thien Savu calmly said, Is this the reason you wanted to see me? Watching the countless petals fall, Thien Savu stood still. Immediately after, countless petals fell upon Thien Savu. Yet he stood among them, completely unharmed. Van Deep said, young man, why don't you strike? If you don't, this one move of mine will make the following ones unnecessary. Truly a hero from a young age. I, Van Deep too, am the current master of the Cu Trongfu. A pleasure. Plum Blossom Sword Saint. I am Thien Savu. The young man slowly walked over to face Van Deep too. Thien Savu also sat down cross-legged, observing his opponent. If I still don't make a move by the very end, what will you do? Or are you confident you can block a full-powered blow from this old man at the last moment? I dare not guarantee it. My martial art allows me to sense an opponent's aura. Thus I can tell if the Sword Saint's attack carries killing intent or not. If my judgment is wrong, death is naturally unavoidable. But I believe that since Senior came here deliberately, it surely wasn't to take my life. Van Deep to frown slightly. He had never heard of such a martial art. In your opinion, what is this old man's aura like right now? Senior's internal energy is deep and profound, restrained and unrevealed. You have clearly reached the state of natural control. But there is one thing I don't understand. Thien Savu's gaze was deep. I sense that within Senior's meridians, internal energy is dissipating. Could it be that the Sword Saint has been seriously injured? Van Deep stared at the young man before him, remaining silent. At the Daithine Trading Guild, Tituho was tidying up her room while muttering about the Sword Saint actively seeking a meeting with the War God. Tituho was still bothered by the fact that Thien Savu wanted to go to the Ngakan Guild. It was clear he agreed because of Han Huang and H.A. Tituho said, The Ice Flower, Han Huang and Oche, is a member of the Thikaimon. Young Master Thien is probably just visiting. Tiu Ho was uneasy, her mind pondering the relationship between the two. Could it be that when brother went to Lushou, it wasn't for the Namkung clan, but for the Ice Flower? Han Huang Nha. Tiu Ho immediately ordered the Anhui branch to investigate Thien Savu's movements in Lushou in detail. Miss, the Anhui branch has reported back. If Kaka really went to find Miss Han, then what should we do? Enough talk. Immediately relay the order to the Anhui branch. And also, every place Kaka has been, not a single detail is to be missed. Do you understand? In the secret passage, Van Neepta said, have you ever heard of Bin Ling Ka Dakai's spirit bone poison? Thien Savu shook his head. This old man has only found records of it in ancient texts. This poison cannot be neutralized with internal energy. Most ancient poisons originate from the southern border. But this one is different. It only exists in the North Sea. After this poison enters the body, it will absorb internal energy. Just as you said. This old man has been poisoned by it and has already lost about 30% of my internal energy. Thien Savu was shocked, never imagining someone could secretly poison the Plum Blossom Sword Saint. I don't even know what I was poisoned. I'm currently using a rare artifact to protect my meridians, but it can only slow down the dissipation of my internal energy, not cure the poison. If my internal energy is depleted, I will turn into an ice statue. Thien Savu asked if it could be burned away with internal energy. Van Diepte replied, Bin Ling Ka Dak uses internal energy as fuel. Even divine arts cannot burn it away. Thien Savu asked, why tell me, an outsider, about this? Van Diepte asked Thien Savu for his assessment of the current Thief Vomon. Thien Savu said, the Thief Vomon is currently in chaos. You're right. On the surface, the Thief Vomon is calm. But in reality, underground forces are fighting. Especially in recent months. Dozens of masters have disappeared. Van Diepte said this matter was all related to him being secretly poisoned. The one who poisoned me could be from the Siwu Trongfu. Van Duong, are you willing to help me investigate the real culprit within the Thief Vomon? He was entrusting a young man who had just entered the martial world. Van Diepte explained the whole story, hoping Thien Savu could help him find the culprit in the Thief Vomon. This old man senses a great crisis. Young Master Thien does not belong to any faction, so it is most suitable for you to act. Moreover, you are highly skilled in martial arts. There are many young people in the Thief Vomon who are resisting. I hope you can lend a hand to save their home. But Thien Savu refused. Van Diepte asked for the reason. Thien Savu said he didn't want to get involved in the New Long's conflict. The masters of the Siyu Trongfu from Dongdao are capable of resolving this themselves. If I were to interfere, not only would it not solve the problem, it could instead cause chaos. Van Diepte pondered for a moment, then said, alright, but once the Thief Vomon descends into internal chaos, this old man hopes that young master can help the Siyu Trongfu. Van Diepte looked at the young man. This small matter isn't too much to ask, is it? As long as it's not related to the New Long's conflict. I can lend a hand, but I still don't want to interfere in their power struggles. Thien Savu agreed. Hon Tuc reminded Thien Savu to be careful. Absolutely do not underestimate Hon Fuvan Thien. To this day, no one has seen his full strength. Van Diepte suddenly channeled his ki. His body flickered, and he leapt powerfully into the air, leaving a strong gust of wind behind. Young man, the future of the martial world belongs to you. Thien Savu watched Van Diepte's retreating figure, his mind thinking of the Fong Van sword of the Hoa Sun sect. But then he thought about what the Sword Saint said, about being secretly poisoned. The Thief Vomon was not peaceful either. After calming down, he also pondered Van Diepte's words, thinking it over once. In the end, he still decided not to get involved. In the outskirts of the Thief Vomon, the beggar's sect disciples were searching. The person in the portrait was Ngak. Was Hanan too. They had received news that an official named Hanan too, who had once been an envoy to the borderlands, was now in the outskirts. The two disciples searched everywhere and were finally given directions by a villager. The two followed the directions. If they could find Hanan too, they could clarify the identity of the Yuan dynasty envoy. They didn't notice someone was secretly watching them. This man had a cold expression. It was the Saber Tyrant. Two more beggar's sect disciples arrived, led by Trong Than Thong, the head of the outskirts branch. He was the sole person in charge here. He had been appointed branch head because of this. A fourth-generation elder had confirmed Han Ong's identity and ordered Trong Than Thong to lead the way. They arrived at a place. Trong Than Thong said Han Ong had been here 48 years ago. They met an old man. Han Ong too, and Trong Than Thong had known each other for a long time. Today, he brought several beggar sect disciples with him. Trong Than Thong said these people wanted to understand Han Ong's situation. He was an envoy to the borderlands in the past. The fourth-generation elder bowed. Han Ong said, I will go with you. Let me pack my things. A disciple worried he would flee. Another said, although he once served the Yuan dynasty, he's being very cooperative now. An icy voice rang out. He has always been unpredictable. The beggar's sect disciples turned to look. The newcomer said, 10 years ago he betrayed us. Now he betrays the Yuan dynasty. The saber tyrant's eyes were cold. I shouldn't have spared his life back then. The fourth generation elder was terrified. This person was the Yuan dynasty envoy. The elder shouted, don't let him run. He was the person Hong Vukoi was looking for. The other beggar's sect disciples were unable to stop them as they attacked the young man together. In an instant, several beggar's sect disciples were sent flying. The saber tyrant still held his long saber tightly, clearly not taking these people seriously. Han sat in his house, his expression calm. Even if others called him a Yuan dynasty spy, he didn't care. But the events of 10 years ago still haunted him. For 10 years, he seemed to always hear the cries for help of the common people. Honan too was skilled in the art of concealment. Today, he could finally rest. But as soon as he stepped out the door, he was terrified to see Trong and Thong being sent flying. The other beggar's sect disciples were also heavily injured. The saber tyrant looked coldly at Honan too. I was going to spare your life, but you don't know what's good for you. He casually tossed a corpse aside. Honan too was so scared his legs went weak. The saber tyrant stared at the old man before him, his eyes icy. Nobles with our bloodline do not tolerate betrayal, he said coldly. He showed a cruel expression. Honan too was in despair. 25 days later, inside the thief Vomon, a beggar's sect disciple reported to Hong Vukoi. Hong Vukoi looked troubled. The clue they had worked so hard to find was now broken. Moreover, the opponent had only made their move after they found Honan too. This meant that for the past 15 years, the opponent had likely been monitoring the beggar's sect. Hong Vukoi decided to report this to Thien Savu. At the same time, the Nam Kung family welcomed a special guest. A woman. The woman bluntly asked where the war god was. Nam Kung Tekyu said the war god was at the Dai Thien Trading Guild. She, Nam Kung Tekyu, said she had prepared a new identity and status for the woman. She could help the woman secretly observe the war god. She said, after completing this mission, you will also die. The woman didn't hesitate. As long as I can injure him, my life is worth it. The woman vanished without a trace. At this moment, footsteps approached. Nam Kung Thung Nguyen looked in the direction the woman and disappeared. I thought she had lost her nerve because of the war god. I didn't expect you, Nam Kung Tekyu, to be able to convince her to come back and deal with him. Nam Kung Tekyu said, the other party will definitely succeed. Nam Kung Tekyu asked how the search for help was going. Nam Kung Thung Nguyen replied, I've found someone. I only said I wanted him to die at the war god's hands. And he agreed. But his death was unexpected. He only said one thing useless. This was enough to show that Nam Kung Thung Nguyen was very angry. He's not good with words, only with fighting. Now we just have to wait for Nam Kung Thung Nguyen. Once he completes his mission, everything will be ready. Nam Kung Tekyu asked, how much longer? Very soon. If we fail this time, the Nam Kung clan will cease to exist. Don't worry, we will definitely succeed this time. Although Dong Thien had arrived at the Volong Mon, he looked at the people who had been brutally tortured. After finishing, Hong Fuquan prepared to leave. The old monk saw the two to the door. Lamdich Kai reminded Hong Fuquan of two things. The old monk said his disciples were tired and pleaded with the Supreme Saint Hong Fuquan to let them rest. Considering the great amount of internal energy consumed to break the seal, Hong Fuquan agreed. The old monk then said he wanted to go out for a few days. Hong Fuquan asked for the reason. The old monk wanted to find a perfect poem to cultivate the immortal snow technique. Hong Fuquan nodded. The old monk smiled in agreement. All right, but this is the last time. People were already prepared. These individuals would help Hong Fuquan break the Koldian scripture seal and cultivate the immortal demon god. In return, the Volong Mon would protect them and leave them the immortal technique to revive their sex. Hearing of the immortal demon god, a subordinate task of it was similar to Quang Nui. Hong Fuquan said Quang Nui couldn't compare. The immortal demon god is an ultimate technique from ancient texts. The normal cultivation method uses objects as a medium, but the immortal demon god uses living people as a medium. However, this cultivation method is extremely dangerous. The slightest mistake will result in a backlash. 500 years ago, a monk created the Koldian scripture, using a secret art to seal living people, making the cultivation of the immortal demon god possible. The immortal demon god can reach the realm of gods and immortals, never forgetting martial arts, but their physical bodies far surpass ordinary people. The most terrifying thing is that they can think independently, but lose their basic humanity. Once a killing intent arises, they will not hesitate to kill even their own family. Their very nature is slaughter. 500 years ago, a secret branch of the esoteric sect fled to Dinduong. They secretly created the Koldian scripture in a mountain and prepared to cultivate the immortal demon god. But this was discovered by the #1 master of the time, Backland Idea. Backland Idea feared the appearance of the immortal demon god would bring great disaster. So he went alone to destroy it with the intention of destroying the Koldian scripture. Backland Idea sensed an extremely powerful aura, and wanted to use his cultivation to destroy the Chaldean scripture. But the scripture was extremely sinister. Backland idea couldn't destroy it. The Chaldean scripture erupted in an instant. The entire mountain turned into a mountain of ice. Although Backland idea used his life to seal it, he was even more certain that if the Chaldean scripture appeared again, the world would face a great calamity. Therefore, he stayed in the mountain cave until the end of his life. 500 years passed in the blink of an eye. Mo Rung Dong Thien accidentally discovered this place. Mo Rung Dong Thien realized the person before him was Backland idea. On the body hung the strange box. Mo Rung Dong Thien also received the secret manual for forging the golden wheel. But he told no one until he discovered he couldn't open the box. Only then did he write a letter to Hong Fuquan. In the letter, he said he was willing to offer the remains of Backland idea and the strange box, on the condition that Hong Fuquan help the Mo Dung clan join the Volong Mon and pay 100 ta els of gold. The secret rooms left from 500 years ago were now all under the control of the Volong Mon. Hong Fuquan agreed without hesitation. This led to the Theet Ma escorts making the shipments. After explaining everything, Hong Fuquan said, "The immortal demon god is much stronger than the third heaven, let alone the seventh heaven." Hong Fuquan then said, "The Volong Mon will not exist for much longer." Inside the Dai Thien Trading Guild, Thien Savu and Hong Vukoi were looking at Tituo. Hong Vukoi followed the young man's gaze and saw Mak Koi with a worried expression. The old beggar understood. Thien Savu said, "We've done our best. But now there's really nothing more we can do." Thien Savu asked, "Why haven't I seen Han Tuc these past few days?" Hong Vukoi said, "A few days ago, Han Tuc went to the Trung Nam sword sect. Since he came back, he's been locked up in his room. That kid must have run into some trouble. But I'm no god. I can't know everything." Thien Savu understood the meaning behind his words and told him to speak plainly. Hong Vukoi mentioned the Yuan de Tien Voi. "I found a clue. A few days ago, we found a man named Han Ong Tu. 10 years ago, he was an envoy to the border. Thien Savu said he wanted to meet him. He's missing. No one has seen him, dead or alive. The beggar's sect lost for disciples. He might be dead." Thien Savu couldn't believe it. He was in the outskirts, 400 miles from here. I was going to bring him to you as a surprise. "Really? I'm sorry." Thien Savu slammed the table hard. 400 miles. Perhaps less than a day's journey. If he had just one day, he could have gotten the information he needed. Thien Savu's eyes immediately became sharp. Hong Vukoi said he didn't expect this outcome either. The opponent let Han On to live for 15 days. But as soon as the beggar's sect found him, he was killed. Thien Savu said, "Big brother Hong, this is not your fault." Hong Vukoi saw the icy look in the young man's eyes and shivered. He could sense the calmness beneath his cold expression. Thien Savu said, "I've always been distracted by this matter." The two began to analyze. Hong Vukoi didn't understand why the opponent didn't kill Han On Tu initially, but waited until the beggar's sect found him to act. Thien Savu analyzed that it was very likely the opponent had been monitoring them all along, wanting to use Han On Tu to investigate them. Hong Vukoi expressed his confusion. Such a well-organized group would still leave traces. Would they really risk leaving traces, just to investigate in reverse? A thought flashed through Hong Vukoi's mind, and he was startled by his own idea. Why would he do that? He suddenly thought of Hatchlin Daijoy. Hatchlin Daijoy once said he wanted to unify the world. Currently, the Yuan dynasty occupies the north. Hong Vukoi quietly followed behind Thien Savu, considering whether to voice his suspicion. Thien Savu held his long spear. He said he wanted to make a trip to the Thikaimon. Today, the Ngakan Guild is having a banquet. Hong Vukoi abstinently told him to be careful, planning in his mind to send people to investigate. Thien Savu turned to look at Hong Vukoi. The young man's are more powerful than ever. "Elder, next time you have news about the Yuan dynasty, you must inform me immediately." Thinking back, the Yuan dynasty envoy's martial arts were no less than Kim Kadong's. But that was 10 years ago. If his skills have improved in the last decade, the beggar's sect would surely suffer heavy losses by acting rashly. Thien Savu headed to the Thikaimon. Hong Vukoi sighed, ultimately deciding not to mention his suspicion about Hatchlin Daijoy. He would investigate it himself before telling Thien Savu. Thien Savu arrived at the Thikaimon. The young man's steps faltered slightly. A few thugs appeared before him. One of them said, "Hakwide, you're the war god." Thien Savu, a young martial arts prodigy, never defeated. Even the Plum Blossom Sword Saint has to respect him. But today, someone dares to challenge you. The burly man introduced himself as Quach Dai Sun from the Theet Vomon. Thien Savu asked what he wanted. Quach Dai Sun said, "I saw you fight Do Kwai. You know how strong I am." Quach Dai Sun sheathed his long saber, preparing to fight. "Kid, fight me." But before he could finish, Thien Savu appeared behind him. Thien Savu frowned slightly, then sneered, "If that's the case, don't blame me for being impolite." Quach Dai Sun suddenly spun around. He threw a punch at Thien Savu's back. But in the next moment, Thien Savu had already appeared at the entrance of the Thikaimon, where Tron Chuan was waiting. He had arranged to meet Thien Savu here, but didn't expect him to be late. Seeing Thien Savu approach, he went forward to shake his hand. Thien Savu said he was delayed by some business on the way. Tron Chuan saw the wounds on Thien Savu and guessed what had happened. He personally led Thien Savu inside. Inside, many people were already waiting. These were the talents of the Ngakan Guild. Tron Chuan introduced them. These people are all members of Ngakan. They are important figures in the Thikaimon. They not only hold power within the sect but have also been taught ultimate techniques by the Sword Saint. They are the future of the Thikaimon. They are highly valued by the Sword Saint. Thien Savu looked at the members of the Ngakan Guild. He caught sight of a woman in a white dress. He had met the Ice Flower in Luoshou, at the Han family's home. He realized this was Han Wang and Ache, the one he had been in contact with, and always searching for. Thien Savu remembered his master's words: if she is not living well, help her. If she is living well, let her walk her own path. Thien Savu looked at the young woman and thought, Master, you have always longed for your daughter. Now your daughter is right in front of me, and she is living very well. You can rest assured now. Tron Chuan saw this. His gaze deep. He looked at Thien Savu's eyes. Everything was just as he had predicted. Tron Chuan said, Young Master Thien, let me introduce you. This is the Ice Flower, Han Huang Nha, the young lady of the Luoshou Han family, and also the vice leader of the Ngakan Guild. My father holds her in high regard. Han Huang Nha said, It is my honor to meet young Master Thien today. Thien Savu returned the courtesy. At this moment, footsteps were heard. Thien Savu and Tu Ho turned their heads. An old man appeared with a booming laugh. The old man walked up to Thien Savu and said, Little brother, you must be the war god, right? This old man is Van Jiang, vice leader of the Dailuk Bovi Guild. Van Jiang opened his arms and embraced Thien Savu. Thank you so much. Hearing you were coming, I've been looking forward to seeing you. Since last night. Thank you, Dailuk Bovi Guild, for your help. I don't know how to repay you. Van Jiang hugged Thien Savu and spun him around a few times. The members of the Ngakan Guild were all astonished. Have you ever seen Elder Vet treat anyone so well? Never. Only the sect master gets treated like that. Trong Tran was also surprised. Van Jiang ignored everyone's stares. He told Thien Savu that he must sing a great song today. Thien Savu looked over at Han Huangshan Achan and asked, Is it alright to leave the talented members of the Ngakan Guild here? Van Jiang immediately understood his meaning. This elder of the Deep Moan thought to himself, Could it be, just as Trong Chuan predicted, that the war god has been killed, controlled by the Ice Flower Han Henche? Then Jiang laughed and said, It's fine, let them entertain themselves. We should have a good talk. But then he suddenly turned and said to Han Huangyan Thay, Miss Han. Han Huangyan Ha returned the courtesy. When a day is over, remember to come find me. I have something to say to you. Han Huangyan Ha remained expressionless and nodded slightly. The two went to the main hall. Van Jiang once again expressed his gratitude. This elder of the Ti Mon said, The war god's appearance has greatly excited the older generation of martial artists. Thien Savu said, Senior, you flatter me. Van Jiang laughed heartily. You are too modest. Those people have been around for too long. They become a family. For decades. The Thivu Mon has been their world. Do you think that's reasonable? The Thivu Mon is what it is today thanks to their efforts. But the current stagnation is also their fault. They've grown old but refuse to let go of power. The Yuan dynasty is now withdrawing its forces. Back to the north. The Fu Mon should be disbanded. Thien Savu asked. The senior hoped for the Thivu Mon to be disbanded. Van Jiang looked at Thien Savu. Of course not. I don't know. I just want to tell you. You may not have realized it, but you have become a storm that has completely shaken the Thivu Mon. The rain continues to fall. A monk in a red robe was sitting on a rope. The old monk stood at the entrance of the Thi Kai Mon, looking at the talented individuals in the main hall with a heavy expression. Such a group of highly talented people. If they were to cultivate the immortal demon god, it would truly be a great disaster. He looked again towards Han Huang Keniche, his face showing delight. Ice Flower Han Huang Keniche. You will definitely become an ageless genius. Tonight, I will make you the most beautiful woman in the world. This old man's reputation was immense. Even the young master of the Thiet Mon had to show him respect. And now this old man was actively approaching Thien Savu. If it wasn't for something important, he wouldn't have come personally. Thien Savu accepted the cup of wine and sniffed it. An elegant fragrance filled the air. Van Jiang proudly introduced it. This is the finest wine in the world. 3 cups later, Van Jiang asked, Young Master Thien, what do you think of Hong Nha? Thien Savu replied, Today is the first time we've met. I don't have any particular feeling. Van Jiang's expression was serious. But the way you look at her is very different. A hero saving a beauty is a tale as old as time. Besides, her internal energy is profound. Her only flaw is a slightly cold demeanor. But that's alright. If you are willing. Young master. I can act as a matchmaker for you too. Thien Savu calmly said. Thank you for the elder's kind intentions. But I have no such thoughts. Van Duc Zhang laughed. I just feel that you two are a good match. Don't refuse now. Let's drink. Let's drink. Trong Chuan was worried. Van Duc Zhang and Thien Savu had been talking for hours. Trong Chuan thought to himself. They've been talking for so long. Could there be some secret? Just then, someone arrived. Trong Tran asked Han Huang and Ha what she was doing here. Han Huang and Ha said the sect master had ordered her to pay her respects. Trong Tran understood. The sect master wanted to personally see Thien Savu off. But he needed to speak with him first. He invited Han Hong and Ha into the main hall with him. Trong Chuan's expression changed. Van Duc Zhang was also drunk. Elder Van has never been so stingy. Thien Savu smiled and looked at Trong Chuan, asking if he was interested in providing intelligence. Trong Chuan said he had urgent matters to attend to and couldn't see his guest off. But Van Duc Zhang suddenly said, the Thiek I Mong cannot be without an heir. Let Huang and Ha lead the way. Han Huang and Ha acknowledged the order and bowed. She walked up to Thien Savu, watching the two leave. Van Duc Zhang sighed. Trong Chuan whispered, Elder, do you intend to marry her to Han? As long as this girl is in the martial world, she can't avoid it. Danger. Especially since she comes from the Han family. If Thien Savu agrees to an alliance with them, it wouldn't be a bad thing. To form an alliance, the Thiek I Mong would not only gain a powerful expert but also a strong force. Trong Chuan said, if both of them refuse, it's also fine. Trong Chuan left. Van Duc Zhang worried about Han Huang's talent. Her future in the martial world would surely surpass his own. Just because she came from the Han family, which had declined, she could only be the vice leader of the Ngakan Guild. Marrying her to the war god was indeed a good option. This program watched the two leave, not understanding. The war god's age was similar to his own. But his opponent had only been in the martial world for 3 months, and his fame was already widespread. He defeated the Mo Dong clan, the Vo Long Mon, defeating the Vo Duong Yam family and the Than Duong sect. On the way, he also defeated the 18 camps of the Yangtze River. Even Do Kwai died at his hands. Trong Chuan wondered if he had walked his opponent's path, he would most likely have faced danger. But he had a powerful father. Although he hadn't made a move yet, he knew his father was definitely waiting for the right opportunity. Like the Vo Long Mon and the Siyu Trong Fu, the 3 powers were all clear. Whoever gained the war god's support would win. Therefore, until now, no one had dared to openly recruit the war god. Trong Chuan watched the two walk away. He thought, war god, you really make things difficult for us. Thien Savu quietly followed behind Han Hong Nha. Her cold personality reminded him of his master. Thien Savu started a conversation, saying her personality was not like her father's. Han Huang Nha asked, you know my father? Thien Savu said he met him in Lushou. Han Hong Nha asked about her father's health. Thien Savu said, my father is fine. Just very worried. Han Huang and Ati said, you have met my father. So you must know I am his daughter. His daughter. So no need to hide. Although I am not the Han family head's biological daughter, he treats me as his own. Thien Savu frowned slightly. But before he could finish, Han Nha interrupted, saying she would not answer any questions. Thien Savu watched her leave and had an illusion. Her cold personality, direct way of speaking, even her walk was very similar to his master's. But another thought occurred to him. Her father was the Han family head, and he loved her very much. Now it seemed Han Hong he was living very well. Should I tell her everything about her master? Or just let her live like this? Thien Savu. Suddenly, the blue prayer beads lit up. Everything around him abruptly stopped. The young man felt as if even time had stood still. A gentle voice whispered from behind. Everyone is mesmerized by her beauty. Only I can see through the cruelty beneath Han Huach Namte's beautiful exterior. I will forge you into the most perfect immortal demon god. The old monk took out a talisman. As he chanted, the talisman spontaneously ignited. The flames didn't burn any physical object but transformed into a stream of ki. Under the old monk's control, it flew towards Han Hian Anke. Just as it was about to touch her, a cold voice rang out. Thien Savu turned his head and saw that the young man's internal energy had blocked the stream of cold ki. It was the old monk's divine consciousness, using a secret esoteric technique to seize the soul. But the old monk never expected the young man to be completely unaffected. Thien Savu's eyes were sharp. Thien Savu unleashed his powerful and domineering palm wind. He raised his right hand. The powerful palm wind struck the old monk. The monk dodged in terror. He felt that this young man would surely achieve great things in the future. He absolutely could not be allowed to live. But the old man didn't know that Thien Savu's Thien Kong moved as his heart desired. Naturally unbound, Thien Savu Wabu spun around, and a palm strike hit his opponent's chest. The powerful force shattered the old monk's divine consciousness. Thien Savu withdrew his hand. and the divine consciousness vanished. Thien Sabu turned to look at Han Huang Qin He. The old monk was heavily injured. Fresh blood flowing out. A murderous glint flashed in the young man's eyes. Han Huang and He's expression changed. She said, "I will never believe that woman." The old monk had vanished without a trace. Everything around returned to normal. This 500-year-old monk, proficient in the supreme secret arts, could control someone with just a single talisman. But today, he was defeated by a young man. Everything returned to normal. Han Honshai didn't understand what had happened. Thien Savu looked at her with a complicated expression. If it weren't for his Thien Thing Kong, Hon Huang Then He might have met with misfortune. The Thien Kong has been passed down for 1,000 years. Generations of Thien partial generals have fought countless people and are proficient in various martial arts techniques. Therefore, the previous generations of Thien partial generals continuously perfected their cultivation to gain the ability to sense the flow of an opponent's ki. This was surely the reason for the opponent's strength. It was the reason why Thien Savo was unaffected by the old monk's secret art and could even attack his divine consciousness. A fake is still a fake. If what his master said was true, Han Huang and He would also inherit the Ngayadhans or dart. When she reached the great success stage, she could also achieve a similar effect. But her current cultivation level had not yet reached that stage, so she couldn't break the old monk's secret art. Thien Sabu was sure he couldn't sense the old monk's aura, but he felt someone was pulling the strings from behind. After observing for a moment, he replied to Han Huang Qiuche, "It's nothing. Let's go." Han Huang and He still stared at him. Thien Sabu asked, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Han Huang and He said coldly, "Why are you holding my hand?" Thien Sabu said his spear was knocked away. Han Huang and He didn't believe him. She saw someone selling prayer beads and insisted on buying him a new set. Thien Sabu squeezed her hand and said, "There's no need. I only have half a string left. I can hold it myself." Thien Savu smiled lightly. Han Huang and He stood frozen. The young man gave her a familiar feeling. Seeing she was a bit different, Thien Savu spoke up and asked. Han Huang and He smiled and said, "It's nothing. I just feel that your smile is very familiar. Like someone I don't know. He often appears in my dreams, but I don't remember who he is. His eyes are very scary. But when he looks at me, he always has a gentle smile." Perhaps because of this warmth and familiarity, the ice-cold Han Huangqian finally blossomed. It turned out she couldn't remember anything before the age of 8. She only remembered her name was Han Huang He, and the hell that had tormented her. Han Huang He closed her eyes. "Perhaps because I was injured in the head as a child. I don't remember anything. I also don't know why I'm telling you this. These things, I've never told anyone." Han Huang He looked at him. "Perhaps because your eyes and smile are very similar to the man. In my dreams, in the distance, a woman in black was watching the two of them. She had witnessed the terror of the war god, Thien Savu. Therefore, she hadn't dared to get close in recent days. Nor did she dare to look at him for too long. Ever since the Vodou Nam clan was annihilated, she was like a stray dog, until Nam Kung Tikyu found her and said she could help her get revenge. She accepted the mission to monitor and find the war god's weakness without hesitation. She had observed him for 3 days, and her only conclusion was death. The war god had no weaknesses. Until today, when she witnessed the recent scene, she saw the war god's internal energy being dispersed. His actions natural. It was as if he were fighting with the air. Although the scene was blurry, she was sure of one thing: the war god was protecting the ice flower. Han Huang and He. If that cold woman was the war god's weakness. Nam Kung Tikyu arrived. She said, "You're still as good at seducing men as ever." The woman in black replied, "Ever since my clan was destroyed, I have never considered myself a woman. Nor do I care about the gazes of men." Nam Kung Tikyu said, "Everything is ready. We just need to lure the war god into the trap." Hearing this, both fell silent. But then, Nam Kung Tikyu looked at the other woman in black seriously. Nam Kung Tikyu said, "Don't worry. I've just thought of a perfect way to lure the war god into a trap." Nam Kung Tikyu looked pleased. The next morning, at the Dai Thien Trading Guild, Titu Ho smiled slyly at Thien Savu. Thien Savu broke into a cold sweat. "Thien Savu. Tiu Ho. Is there something you want to say to me? Why are you looking at me like that?" "Well," Titu Ho said, "brother, is there something you want to tell me? For example, what happened yesterday?" Thien Savu said, "What could I have done yesterday?" Titu Ho said, "It's alright. Take your time to think. I'm not in a hurry." Thien Savu said, "There's really nothing. Yesterday, I just had a few drinks with Elder Van." Titu Ho looked at him. "Is that all?" Thien Savu said, "That's all. What else could there be? Van Heendao isn't sure if it rained all night yesterday. Maybe brother and the ice flower went for a walk in the rain or shared an umbrella or something." Thien Savu was startled. This girl had guessed right. Titu Ho asked, "Brother, do you still remember my master?" Thien Savu said, "Of course I remember. That white-haired old man. Although he looked very ordinary, he treated me very well. He is a precious memory of mine. Ho asked. Why are you changing the subject? Thin Savu said. My master's daughter is Han Hariche. Ho was extremely surprised. Thin Savu said. This story is a long one. It starts from 10 years ago. A while later, after Ho finished listening, her eyes lit up. She couldn't imagine that Hon Hyundai had gone through so much hardship. Hon Vukoi also heard and asked Thin Savu if he planned to tell the ice flower. Hon Huang en out. Savu said he was considering it and asked for Ho's opinion. The old beggar said, I think you should tell her everything. After all, she has the right to know her origins. As for which identity she accepts, that's for her to decide. Ho said, you are the old master's only heir. Only you can tell her the truth. Especially since the Vo Long Mon is making a move now. You shouldn't delay any longer. Thin Savu asked. What about the Vo Long Mon? That young man was Thin Savu. Savu had found his master's daughter, but hesitated to tell her the truth. Hearing that the Vo Long Mon was making a move again, Thin Savu frowned. After hearing Ho's explanation, he understood the reason. In recent days, the Vo Long Mon has been stocking up on supplies. The amount of food and water is several times more than before. Ho guessed that the Vo Long Mon was about to make a big move. The number of undercover guards around the Thiet Vo Mon had also suddenly increased. Like these undercover guards, these men didn't seem to discriminate their targets. Ho guessed this was because the Thiet Mon had arrived. Although the Thiet Mon hadn't made a move yet, with the invincible Saber's personality, he would absolutely not sit by and watch. The common enemy of the three great powers, the Yuan dynasty, has retreated to the north, and the Thiet Vo Mon is also disintegrating. By then, Hon Huang Aniche and the Angok Guild will surely become targets of the Thiet Mon. Thin Savu was still thinking. He didn't want to interfere in the disputes between the powers but couldn't bear to abandon Han Huang Aniche. He was incapable. However, Bak had predicted that after finding his master's daughter, he would go find his senior sister. But now it seemed the situation was more complicated than he thought. A voice called out. Thin Savu turned his head to look. He saw a person practicing martial arts in the courtyard. It was Han Tuc. Han Tuc looked troubled. Thin Savu frowned. This younger brother was indeed stubborn. Inside the Thiet Vo Mon, in an extremely quiet tavern, martial arts masters were listening to Quach Dai Sun's story. Quach Dai Sun recounted how he fought the war god Thin Savu and why his arm was broken. But now I have a grasp of his moves. Next time, I can definitely defeat him. Quach Dai Sun boasted. The beggar's sect disciples were all excited, except for one person sitting quietly in the corner. Nam Vinhao held a long spear. His face was contemplative. He understood Quach Dai Sun's martial arts very well. For him to only have his arm broken after fighting the war god, it seemed the war god wasn't that formidable after all. Nam Vinhao said, Brother Quach is indeed brave. I admit I am no match. Quach Dai Sun heard this voice and turned his head. Nam Vinhao stepped forward and said, But we were bullied by the war god. I can't swallow this insult. Senior brother, let's go find him together. Even if masters like us are no match for him. It's fine. Quach Dai Sun was so scared that cold sweat dripped down. Inside the Dai Thien Trading Guild, Han Tuc regulated his breathing and practiced his swordsmanship. Thach Vin Hai berated him. You're just like your useless old master. Han Tuc closed his eyes, wanting to forget those insults. But the words kept echoing. You are now exactly like your useless old master. The Thien Quang 36 swords is a sword. A man-eating sword technique. Han Tuc shouted loudly, channeling ki in his mouth. And the Thien Quang 36 swords erupted. The Thien Quang 36 swords was the ultimate technique of the Trung Nam sword sect. The life work of his master. Han Tuc unleashed the sword technique, and sword ki spread out. I will not let my master's decades of hard work be destroyed, and I will absolutely not allow anyone to insult the Thien Quang 36 swords. Han Tuc used his sword to catch a falling leaf. I will not give up, even if I have to die. I must complete this sword technique. The enraged young man began practicing again. His master had only completed 24 forms. The remaining 12 were only legends, with no actual proof. Han Tuc wanted to perfect the remaining 12 forms through practice. Thin Savu appeared and said softly, It seems your mind is stronger than I thought. Han Tuc asked in surprise, Is something wrong? Thin Savu didn't answer and raised his right hand. A sword flew towards him. Thin Savu caught the sword and turned around. He also assumed a defensive stance, preparing to fight. It's nothing. I just saw you practicing, so I came to spar a few moves with you. Han Tuc asked happily. Big brother, you use a sword too. All arts return to one. Someone on the Yangtze River once created a sword dart that surpassed the world. The two didn't say much more, their powerful internal energy exploding forth. Han Tuc carefully observed Thin Savu. When the leaf fell, Thin Savu suddenly disappeared. Han Tuc was astonished by his big brother's speed, Thien Savo appeared behind Han Tusi and retracted his sword move. Han Tusi raised his sword to block. The two began to exchange blows. Back and forth. Strangely, Han Tusi felt that his opponent was barely using any strength, as if he were fighting with air. But the sword in his hand felt like it could be knocked out of his hand at any moment. He understood that Thien Savo was deliberately restraining his internal energy to avoid damaging the practice sword. The sword his master left behind was also for him to train with. Han Tusi was both worried and determined and not to disappoint his big brother. He expertly executed the first 24 moves of the sword technique. Thien Savo said, "You are very skilled with this sword technique." Han Tusi suddenly unleashed the splitting heaven and earth move. Even Thien Savo didn't dare to block it head-on and chose to dodge. The Thien Kanjai 36 swords exploded, and sword ki filled the air. Thien Savo did a flip in the air. He landed lightly next to Han Tusi. Han Tusi exclaimed in surprise, "I did it! I did it! What I just used was the 25th move. 5 thunders shattering the firmament. Thank you, big brother. I've finally found the way." Thien Savo smiled. "I should be the one thanking you for letting me witness such an exquisite sword technique." Hong Vukoi stood on a high tower, observing the two brothers sparring. This beggar's sect elder understood Thien Savo well, realizing that it was thanks to his guidance that Han Tusi was able to execute that final move. Just then, a loud shout was heard. The old beggar looked over and saw a group of people approaching, each holding a steel saber. With fierce expressions, the leader was Quach Dai-sun, who had dared to openly challenge the war god had his arm broken, yet still claimed it was just a joke. A member of the 17th gang who had come to investigate also saw this group. Hong Vukoi looked troubled. Quach Dai-sun was also terrified and disappointed. His wound hadn't even healed, and he was already in trouble again. Hearing the footsteps, everyone turned around. They saw a group of burly men with an imposing aura, one of whom was holding a banner with the words 17th gang. They entered the courtyard, and the leader shouted, "War god, today, our 17th gang will end your undefeated myth." Han Vukoi explained to Thien Savo. The 17th gang is an alliance of 10 smaller gangs. They have a great deal of power in Thiet Vumon. Even the 3 great powers cannot completely control them. Han Tusi asked, "Is there a conspiracy behind this?" Nam Binhao laughed and said, "Yesterday, the war god fought 1,000 rounds with great hero Quach, and even broke his arm. Our 17th gang is united as one. We've come today specifically to demand justice." Thien Savo heard this and had a complicated expression. Quach Dai-sun quickly explained, "There was nothing wrong with our fight yesterday. I was injured too. Let's just drop it." Seeing Quach Dai-sun's face clearly, Thien Savo said, "I remember now. You were the one who broke my spear yesterday." Nam Binhao interrupted, "Enough talk. Everyone says you're formidable now. I hear your strength is comparable to the 3rd heaven, or even can only be compared to a 7th heaven master. But according to Master Quach, the rumors seem a bit exaggerated. In the Thiet Vumon, the rumors about you are spreading everywhere and will surely cause disputes in the future." Nam Binhao suddenly jumped down, wanting to show off his martial arts. Thien Savo remained indifferent. Nam Binhao continued, "We are people of the Thiet Vumon, and it is our duty to expose these baseless rumors." Thien Savo asked, "So be it. Even if it costs us our lives, we won't regret it. Our 17th gang fought against the Yuan dynasty. Many of us sacrificed our lives. I must get revenge." Thien Savo's expression turned solemn. He raised his right hand, and his long spear glowed. He suddenly rushed forward and struck Nam Binhao. The long spear hit him hard. The long spear broke in two. Thien Savo said, "I'm glad to see you care about the future of the Thiet Vumon. You have backbone. Today, I'll spare your life." Nam Binhao felt humiliated. He roared for revenge but gradually felt a numbness. The members of the Thoi Ky Bang were all shocked to see Nam Binhao's arm heavily injured. Thien Savo stepped before everyone. "I greatly admire the spirit of the Thoi Ky Bang in resisting the Yuan dynasty," he said. "But I can't bring myself to be ruthless. If you all resent me, then come at me together. I'll take you all on." A burly man spoke up. "Our Thoi Ky Bang has never used numbers to bully the weak. I am the strongest in the gang." He didn't expect to be defeated by Thien Savo. Another burly man with a long saber said, "We didn't even get to introduce ourselves before this kid defeated us." Thien Savo appeared, and the Thoi Ky Bang fought desperately. Thien Savo quickly defeated the men of the Thoi Ky Bang. Quach Dai-sun burst into tears. He never expected to cause such consequences. News of the war god defeating the Thoi Ky Bang spread everywhere. Hong Fuquan heard the report and frowned. Why did this group fight with him? The subordinate said. Initially, only one person challenged him. Then, the men of the Thoi Ky Bang went to the Daithien Trading Guild together to challenge him to a fight. It's been 5 days already. Sect Master. Now they all feel the war god is incredibly formidable. If this continues, our reputation won't be enough. His fame will only grow louder. Hong Fuquan said, I underestimated him before. We must find a way to defeat him. His subordinate left. Now, not only martial artists from the Thichurui band came to the Daithin Trading Guild, but also martial artists from other powers came to watch. The war god accepted all challenges. Those who fought him could not deny his strength. No one expected that the war god, who had only been in the Thiet Vomon for half a month, would gain such a resounding reputation at the Daithin Trading Guild. The martial artist from the Thoi Che Wai Bang stepped forward to challenge Thien Savu. He said coldly, "You're too slow." He kicked two of them away and punched to others. Thien Savu said coldly. Next, Quach Dai Sun saw this and finally understood the war god's true strength. He said to Nam Van Hao, "I told you we shouldn't have come. But you wouldn't listen." Nam Van Hao angrily asked who had given the false information. The Daithin Trading Guild was unusually lively every day. Tatu Ho was busy. She set up an area for these martial artists. At this moment, the old beggar and Quach Dai Sun were whispering to each other. "This war god is a Dion." Yes, I heard he's a disciple of the Trung Namsurt sect and also a sworn brother of the war god. It's truly admirable. The war god is around 26 or 27. He's 5 years older than me. Maybe I should also acknowledge him as my big brother. The old beggar said, "What do you all think? His age isn't too different from young Master Thien's." Quach Dai Sun turned back and said, "Don't meet. They already know each other." The old beggar asked why the Thoi Che Wai Bang wanted to challenge the war god. Both of them were stunned. "You clearly know you're no match for the war god. I'm very curious why you continue to challenge him every day." He said, "I don't know why either. But everyone really enjoys these days. Perhaps this place gives us a sense of righteousness and bravery. And camaraderie. That's the feeling of belonging." Tzu Ho left to continue distributing money. Quach Dai Sun and the old beggar were still discussing. He said, "We found it. A sense of belonging here. What do you think?" "No way. We've been tricked." Both felt this was a bit too much. A burly man with a long spear appeared. He rushed towards Thien Savu. This group was unreasonable, initiating a challenge. Thien Savu didn't go for the kill. He only pointed out his opponent's flaws. Another person rushed up. Thien Savu said, "Your speed is very fast. But your spear technique is too weak and powerless." Thien Savu dodged the attack. The burly man channeled his energy and jumped up, his long spear thrusting towards Thien Savu. But his spear was kicked away. Thien Savu said, "I want my opponents to understand my moves clearly." The burly man felt a numbness and was sent flying. Hong Gukoi and Tzu Ho saw these martial artists being defeated one after another. Tzu Ho asked the old beggar why Thien Siv was doing this these past few days. He hasn't just been fighting the Thoi KY band but also fighting the world. He pointed out each person's weakness. Thien Savavoa said he was catching a tiger. Tzu Ho frowned, not understanding. A few days ago, Hong Vu Koi had asked Thien Savu, and he also said he was catching a tiger. Tzu Ho was very wary, not wanting to give him any opportunity. Hong Vu Koi said, "Could that tiger be Hong Fu Quan?" Tzu Ho was very angry after hearing this. This guy was clearly dissatisfied with Thien Savu lumping them both together. Tzu Ho looked at Hong Fu Quan. He surely didn't expect things to develop to this point. Hong Vu Koi was very calm. He knew Thien Savu must have his reasons. At this moment, a little girl ran over. Tzu Ho asked the girl why she was here. The girl said a white-haired woman had asked her to deliver a letter. Tzu Ho thought of someone. She stopped fighting and gave the letter to Thien Savu. The martial artists of the Thoi KY Bang were surprised to see Tzu Ho appear. Thien Savu asked if this was a letter from his hun. Tzu Ho said the letter wasn't signed. But according to the girl's description, the man who sent her was identical to the person in the portrait of Cold Flower. Thien Savu opened the letter. He understood why Han Hoang Iniche was here. Han Tuc saw his big brother's grave expression and asked what had happened. Thien Savu said Han Hoang Kian asked to meet him tonight at the Fuvu. Tzu Ho frowned. That place was 20 miles from here. She didn't understand why they would meet there. She asked me to meet her there. She must have her reasons. We'll find out tonight when we get there. Tzu Ho, I'm leaving this place to you. Thien Savu suddenly sped up. Han Tuc saw his big brother leaving so quickly. He shouted, "Big brother, are you going to leave Tzu Ho behind? Your flower is in pain." Tzu Ho blushed and quickly stopped him. Han Tiet. Qc didn't understand the reason, but he understood that Han Honghe was his master's daughter. Thien Savu was disoriented by his emotions. She also had no choice. Hong Vu Koi wasn't worried, but he felt something was wrong and didn't know whether to stop Thien Savu. Thien Savu left. Quach Dai's son and the others didn't understand what had happened. Nam Banhao said, "Is the war god going to abandon us and leave?" A voice rang out. Thien Savu has something I must tell you. Tzu Ho appeared, saying that the Daithin Trading Guild would treat everyone. The martial arts masters all cheered. "Let's go to the feast too." The sun had set, and moonlight illuminated the Daithin Trading Guild. 20 miles from there, Thien Savu was walking on the water. his speed extremely fast. He turned his head to look back, and an island appeared. Thien Savu leapt up and landed lightly on a rock. The island was split in two, forming a natural strait. This was the Fuvuyu that Han Huang and Aiche had mentioned. A small house surrounded by water on three sides, with no escape route. A woman in white was sitting by the shore. Thien Savu's expression was grave. The person he wanted to meet had appeared in the most suspicious place. He said coldly, "I want to see what tricks you're planning." Thien Savu leapt up and landed lightly. He and Han Huang exchanged blows. She asked him why he came here. Thien Savu said, "Didn't you write a letter asking me to come?" Han Huang denied it, saying she was here on a mission for the Ngakan Guild, awaiting orders. Thien Savu was cautious. He saw the fighting style of this woman was very similar to Han Huang H's. Thien Savu said, "Someone used the ice flower's name to lure me here." He remembered. He noticed something strange. This woman had left her weapon behind. Someone on a mission would never make this mistake. This proved that this weapon was not her specialty. Han Huang asked Thien Savu. Thien Savu said, "I don't care what their purpose is. I only care who you are." Han Huang said nothing. At this moment, Nam Kung Thung Nguyen and Nam Kung Tq appeared. Nam Kung Thung Nguyen stood on a rock, his expression cold. This old man looked down at the small house from above, his face filled with killing intent. Nam Kung Thung Nguyen also frowned, his expression heavy. Only one person in white exuded killing intent. The night wind blew past, and the killing intent on his body revealed a hint of cruelty. A few days ago, the young man and woman had shared an umbrella. But today, the young man treated her so coldly. Han Huang tried to remain calm and said she didn't understand. Thien Savu said, "What else are you planning to do?" Han Huang saw his powerful aura and immediately channeled her ki, preparing to strike. In an instant, a powerful wave of ki rushed towards them. Han Huang was sent flying, and Han Tuc was also sent flying. Thien Savu looked at the young woman, his expression complicated. The woman in white now revealed a different face. "You've seen it, so I don't need to hide it anymore." She tore off her mask. Thien Savu saw her face clearly and asked who she was. The woman said, "You once destroyed the Vodouongam sect. I am the only survivor. Have you forgotten? You killed 90 people in my clan. My older brother was killed by you, and my second brother is missing." Thien Savu remembered. This person was the woman who had escaped that year. From that day on, she discovered they had a special relationship and began to observe Han Huang Kinoche. But she was still discovered. Thien Savu said, "That day, you attacked first. I had no choice but to retaliate. I pity you, so I'll spare you today." Thien Savu prepared to leave when a voice rang out. To disguise oneself as another, the best way is to use a mask. But Han Huang has sharp eyes, so it was hard to find a suitable person. "Aren't you curious that this mask is made of human skin?" Thien Savu suddenly stopped and said coldly, "What did you do to him?" The woman stepped on the mask, her expression cruel. "War God, you were the one who killed him." Thien Savu said, "You are naive." Before Thien Savu could strike, Bang Kuan threw a flying dagger. But suddenly an iron chain appeared. The chain wrapped around the dagger and sent it flying. The chain retracted, and Nam Kung Tq spoke. "I understand your feelings, but you shouldn't commit crimes for your family. At that time, you agreed to my two conditions. 1. I fight the war god one-on-one. 2. You do not interfere in our battle." Thien Savu looked at his opponent and found her eyes to be extremely cold. Nam Kung Tq said, "War god, today we fight a fair duel. I don't know who Han Ontu is, nor do I want to know. The grudge between me and that woman is not yet resolved." Nam Kung Tq said, "I am Venmi Uv, the master of Kim Kadangok." Thien Savu recalled Kim Kadang's words. His master would definitely seek revenge for him. Thien Savu said he would fight her but had to wait until he finished his business. Van Moshuvi said, "This old man is already famous in the martial world, yet a young man dares to treat me like this." Van Uv suddenly channeled her ki and punched straight at Thien Savu. Thien Savu blocked with both hands. The powerful force dissipated Van Huv's internal energy. Van Uv said, "Now we can begin." Thien Savu asked Van Mishuvi. "Dokwai said you Hong Fu want a favor." Van Uv said, "Many people are curious, but I don't want to bring it up again." Thien Savu said, "Even so, you must speak." Thien Savu channeled his ki. Van Mavi suddenly channeled her ki, and a powerful force attacked Thien Savu. Van Uv said, "Now we can begin." Thien Savu said, "Before we fight, I want to ask a question." Dokwai said you Hong Fu want a favor. Van Uv said, "Many people are curious, but I don't want to bring it up again." Thien Savu said, "Even so, you must speak." Thien Savu and Van Mifich channeled their ki. Van Uv said, "Is this the Thien Kong Kong? I'd like to see what's so special about you." Thien Savu suddenly kicked out, and a powerful internal energy struck Van Bifuvi. wrapping around her. Van Mi Uv felt her body gradually go numb. Fear grew in Van Mi U's heart. If it weren't for Nam Kong DQ's reminder, she would be dead. Van Mi Uv dared not move. Thien Savu saw this. His expression grave. Van Mi Uv said, Thien Quan is nothing to look at. Van Mi Uv suddenly attacked, and Thien Savu was sent flying. He raised his left hand. Thien Savu was sent flying. Van Mi Uv launched an attack. Van Mi Uv suddenly spun around. Van Mi Uv threw Thien Savu far away. Thien Savu channeled his ki. He used the giant python flip to retaliate. Van Ma Vi said coldly, You've only been learning martial arts for a few years, and you're already causing trouble in the martial world. You don't think Nguyen Phu Trong's Thien Kong is? You're invincible. Do you? Thien Savu and Van Mi Phi exchanged blows. Van Mi Uv said, If you had completely mastered the Thien Kong, you wouldn't have died at my hands. Van Mi Uv channeled her ki, and chains wrapped around Thien Savu. She said, Today, I will destroy your Thien Thatche Thien Kong, and avenge my disciple. Thien Savu laughed. Don't you know that a Thien partial general has never been defeated? Thien Savu channeled his ki. Thien Savu had finally met a strong opponent. Thien Savu channeled his ki again. Van Mi Uv suddenly struck. Van Mi Uv was caught by Thien Savu. Thien Nu fought fiercely in the small house. Every move and every form was executed with full force. Without mercy, with splinters and debris flew everywhere in the small house. The partition between the two was shattered, scattering everywhere. Nam Kung Kai and Nam Kung Thin watched the battle inside, not expecting the two to fight so fiercely. A moment later, Nam Kung Kai asked the spy beside him, Is there still no news from Manhwa? If he finds out about this, it will be very difficult to resolve. Nam Kung Thung asked his father, If that's the case, why not just kill Bang Hoa directly? Nam Kung Kai replied, I am concerned about the power behind her. If the Ngakan Guild intervenes, the consequences will be unimaginable. At that time, even the Siu Trong Kung might get involved. Today's battle concerns the survival of the Nam Kung clan. There can be no mistakes. At the same time, in Thien Savu's dream, Han Huang Nha and the Bang Hoa they mentioned were practicing their swords. She had joined the Ngakan Guild. For some time now, the truth proved that this force was indeed as she imagined. Peerless masters were as numerous as clouds, and its power was immense. But this was not what she was concerned about. Her only purpose in joining the Ngakan Guild was to seize all power. Therefore, she had accepted the position of vice leader in exchange for benefits. Han Huang Nha looked at the scenery outside the window. She walked to the window and looked up at the night sky. An indescribable feeling arose in them. Han Huang Nha slowly sheathed her sword, her eyes as cold as ice. At this moment, Bang Hoa drew her sword and began practicing the legendary sword technique again. It wasn't exactly a sword technique, but a kind of artistic conception, because the entire Ngayat Han sword art had no specific forms, but lay in its internal artistic conception. As long as one could grasp this conception, one could integrate it into various complex moves. She didn't know why she had learned such a powerful sword technique. The Ngayat Han sword art seemed to have been ingrained in her mind from birth. Therefore, she had often wondered. The clan head said it might have been passed down by her biological parents. But every time she asked about news of her biological parents, her adoptive father would always hesitate and avoid the topic. At that moment, the voice of the young man from years ago echoed in her mind again. Han Huang Nha sheathed her sword, stood straight, and sighed. For some reason, she remembered the old man who appeared in her dreams. For 25 years, she had never been able to see his face clearly. But she felt an incredible familiarity. Suddenly, her gaze sharpened as she looked into the distance, saying coldly, Why do you insist on appearing at this time? Ever since the day I woke up, you have been monitoring me. As she spoke, Han Huang and Eche frowned. How long do you plan to watch me? The black-clothed spy's face changed drastically upon hearing this. He never expected that from such a distance. She could detect him. Without thinking, the spy quickly leapt up. Intending to flee, he considered himself to have extraordinary skills, ranking quite high in the Thief Mon. Even if discovered, he was confident he wouldn't be caught by Han Huang Nha. But just as he landed, preparing to jump again, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his shins. Both his shins had been severed by a sharp sword, blood gushing from the wounds. The spy let out a terrible scream. At that moment, a figure landed lightly, as light as a feather. The newcomer was Han Huang and Ache. The spy was in extreme pain and filled with terror. It was rumored that Han Huang and Ache would become the #1 female master in the martial world. Now it seemed that was no exaggeration. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth, determined to send out the news that he had been discovered. He quickly pulled a communication device from his chest. Once this device was activated, it meant his mission had failed. Just then, he felt his legs being attacked again. Seeing his legs had been chopped off, he fell. Han Huang and Ache returned her sword to its position, leaving only a few falling leaves as proof that she had just struck. The young woman's voice was still as cold as ice. Tell me everything, and I will consider giving you a peaceful death. Elsewhere, on Fuengai's island, a small boat was slowly approaching. Han Tifusi stood at the bow, holding his sword, his expression grave. He knew he shouldn't interfere in his big brother's love life, but the past few days of contact had made him fond of Tetuo. To prevent anything unexpected from happening between his big brother and Manhwa, he decided to go and stop it himself. Meanwhile, Hong Kim kept urging him to speed up. Han Tiusi said they were sailing against the wind, and speeding up would only make the boat more likely to capsize. Han Tiusi reluctantly let Han Kim steer the boat himself. Suddenly, Han Tiusi's gaze shifted slightly. Han turned his head and saw a figure gliding swiftly across the sea surface. The woman had a white dress and white hair, like an ice flower blooming in the snow. Han Huangyan Ha regulated her breathing and looked into the distance. The island that looked like a sharp blade was nearby. That must be Fuengai's island, where Athene Savu was. Immediately after, Lan Bang Hoa used all her power and shot off like an arrow from a bow. Han Tiusi was shocked to see this. But Hong Kim's next words shocked him even more. Unbelievable. To see the ice flower Han Huang Hiniche here. Han Tiusi fell silent upon hearing this. Hong Kim at the bow was covered in cold sweat. If Bang Ho wanted to see Big Brother, she should have waited at the port. Why is she in such a hurry, rushing here like this? Thinking of this, Han Tiusi took a long stride, wanting to fly, but then thought of his own power. Could he even make it there? Han Tiusi hurriedly urged Han Kim to speed up. At the same time, in the main hall of the Volon Moan, Hong Fuquan was looking into the distance. Just then, a subordinate stepped forward and asked, "Great Sect Master, why haven't you rested yet?" Hong Fuquan said, "Van Juvi has indeed caused a big stir." The subordinate said in surprise, "So the Great Sect Master knew all along. Many of them are fighting fiercely in the inn." Hong Fuan said, "To be precise, I sensed a terrifying amount of power. Only those two could create such a huge commotion. It's truly astonishing." The subordinate asked curiously, "So between Van Mi Huvi and Thien Sabu, who will win?" Hong Fuquan smiled lightly. "Perhaps Van Mi Huvi has a slightly higher chance of winning, because she once survived at the hands of that person." The subordinate looked surprised upon hearing this. "The Great Sect Master thinks Van Mi Huvi will win." Hong Fuquan opened his eyes and looked at his left hand. The scene of his fight with the young man that year was still vivid in his memory. A smile appeared on the corner of this war god's mouth. "It seems my victory that time wasn't absolute. But who knows if that person's strength back then was their full power. Let's just see who is stronger and who is weaker between them." Meanwhile, on Fuengai's island, the two were in a fierce battle. Thien Savo kicked Van Ma face. Van Mi Uv was sent flying, but Van Mi Uv was agile. She suddenly spun in Maidre, a sharp kick sweeping towards the young man. Thien Savo hurriedly dodged but was still swept away by the powerful wind from the kick. Van Ma Uv ended steadily, her internal energy gradually rising, and she charged towards Thien Savo again. Thien Savo hurriedly raised his hands to block, but the powerful force still pushed him back. Van Mi Uv seized the opportunity, her left hand waving, and an iron chain whipped towards Thien Savo. Before Thien Savo could react, the chain had already wrapped tightly around his body. Van Mi Uv's attack surged again. Thien Savo continuously dodged her attacks. Van Muvi pulled back her left hand, and the fiery chain suddenly tightened. Fortunately, Thien Savo reacted quickly, managing to block it with one hand. At the same time, Van Mi raised her right hand, grabbing the other end of the chain. In an instant, she used both hands to suddenly throw the young man into the air. Han Huangyan Ha was an orphan from a young age and went through many hardships growing up, but her power was unparalleled in the world. Under the cover of night, Han Huangyan Ha silently snuck into the inn. Not long after, the two flew up to the roof to observe the situation below. The powerful key emanating from the inn shocked Han Huangyan Ha. Clearly, two masters were fighting fiercely. Suddenly, she met Van Mi Uv's gaze. She saw on the gold at top, by the roadside, two figures were standing. She recognized one of them as Nam Kung Kai, an elder of the Nam Kung clan. In the martial world, he was called Nam Kung Hiet. The other was Nam Kung Thung, Nam Kung Q's older brother. Recognizing these two, Han Huangnan Ha's face turned pale. Could all of this have been caused by the Nam Kung clan or the power behind them? Before she could sort out her thoughts, she was drawn by another aura. A man exuding a cold aura stepped out from the darkness. His entire body emitted an extremely terrifying cold ki. She had sensed a similar aura from Kwai Haunvai. At this moment, the man seemed to have noticed someone was peeking, and his beautiful, blood-red eyes suddenly looked towards Han Huanina. Han Hongyan Ha didn't know why she felt a chill in her heart. Van Mi V's figure suddenly disappeared, leaving only an ice flower floating in Maidre. The man sneered. It seems the Nam Kung clan still couldn't stop Han Huangyan Ha. Meanwhile, Han Huangyan Ha hid behind a large tree. Her spiritual power locked onto the man. She could sense that this man's aura was much stronger than Cao Fiu. An expert of this level was definitely not from the Nam Kong clan. Could he be one of the 5 rising masters of the Volong Mon? Before she could finish her thought, a small sound reached her ears. Han Huang Nha looked towards the lakeshore and recognized it as the sound made by Thien Savu. At this moment, inside the inn, Van Miu V's eyes were staring at Thien Savu. Thien Savu was entangled by her and fell from the air. Although the young man used one hand to support himself, slowing his descent, the powerful binding force of his opponent still made him feel a bone-chilling pain. Thien Savu struggled to break free from the chain, but Van Miu was one step ahead. In an instant, Van Miu kicked the young man in the back, causing the chain to tighten even more around his body. Thien Savu felt the internal energy in his body being suppressed. The chain tightened further, and the intense pain made his consciousness start to fade. This cold feeling of death brought him back 10 years ago. Only now he was no longer the weak young boy of the past. In that moment, a cold smile appeared on the corner of Thien Savu's mouth. The internal energy in his body began to circulate non-stop. Van Miu stared at the young man, not expecting his internal energy to be so powerful. In an instant, the chain suddenly snapped. Immediately after, a powerful stream of internal energy erupted, sending Van Miu flying. But before she could stabilize herself, Thien Savu's movement was as fast as lightning. Rushing towards her, the young man transformed into a ray of light, attacking Van Miu. Thien Savu used all his internal energy, his momentum like a storm. His blue eyes flashed with determination. The young man suddenly attacked Van Miu's chest. She hurriedly raised her hands to defend, but her whole body still felt as if it had been hit, and she tumbled to the ground. Van Miu struggled to her feet, taking several breaths to stabilize herself. Van Miu looked at Thien Savu and said, "Truly a hero from a young age. But this alone is not enough." But before her words finished, her body trembled violently. In that instant, the young man's aura soared again. Thien Savu raised his left hand, and internal energy swirled in his palm. The young man's eyes were icy as he said casually, "I've already told you. I haven't even used half of the Thien Phi art." After speaking, the young man swung his hand and delivered a palm strike. The powerful palm force struck Van Miu, causing her to have a hallucination. In her youth, Van Miu had met countless experts. In the far north, she had met a mysterious man. That man was the embodiment of the god of death. When that man appeared, Van Miu felt helpless. Her whole body seemed to sink into endless darkness. In the end, that man spared Van Miu. But because she had experienced that endless darkness, Van Miu's eyes could no longer see light from then on. From that day, that man became the nightmare of Van Miu's life. And the move Thien Savu was using now was exactly the same as that man's from all those years ago. In an instant, Thien Savu's powerful internal energy exploded, and Van Miu felt she was about to be devoured in a flash. An explosion was heard in the inn. The inn seemed to be destroyed by this palm force. After the explosion subsided, a figure slowly walked out of the smoke and dust. Van Miu stood tall amidst the smoke, completely unharmed. She walked up to Thien Savu and said, "I didn't expect you to be this way. To be able to comprehend that feeling." As she spoke, Van Miu suddenly let out a sigh of relief. "I've finally escaped that calamity." Thien Savu grunted. "Even so, let's continue our fight." Van Miu responded with a sound and raised her left hand, preparing to attack. Van Miu charged straight towards Thien Savu. Thien Savu dodged, but unexpectedly, two iron chains suddenly attacked him. Thien Savu controlled his fingers like a sword dance. The 2 chains under Van Miu's control were like two poisonous snakes, coordinating with her palm technique, making it difficult for the young man to defend. Thien Savu suddenly retreated, increasing the distance between them. But the 2 chains pursued him like shadows. Thien Savu suddenly retreated, increasing the distance between them. But the 2 chains pursued him like shadows. Thien Savu leapt lightly into the air. Van Miu stomped her feet hard on the ground, and the 2 chains soared into the sky like 2 dragons. Fierce. Goodbye and see you in the next videos. Thien Savu struck the 2 chains with all his might. With the sound of clashing metal, the heads of the 2 chains were knocked off the cliff by him. Van Miu channeled her immense internal energy into the iron chains. Then she suddenly swung her hand down, and she actually cut a huge rock from the mountain. Thien Savu turned his head and saw it. The young man swung a palm, striking the large rock. In an instant, the force penetrated the rock, leaving a large hole. The rock fell towards Van Miu. Thien Savu reacted extremely quickly, using all his strength to jump up and dodge. The rock fell towards Van Miu. She blocked it with her sword, then used her strength to push it away. Van Miu flew out from the hole. She charged straight at Thien Savu. He hurriedly dodged, and the 2 continued their fierce battle. Van Miu broke a large rock from the cliff and threw it at the young man. The rock was about to fall but was turned to dust by a palm strike from the young man. Van Miu jumped high to dodge. Thien Savu waved his hand, using his palm to send the rock debris towards his opponent. The young man then delivered 10 consecutive palm strikes, followed by an additional move. Van Mu vised both hands, but there was no support in Maidre. At the critical moment, she threw out to nets. That immense power actually crushed the rock. Thien Savu frowned slightly. The opponent was very strong. Instantly, Van Mu took a deep breath, her eyes narrowing. 10 powerful palm strikes consecutively hit Thien Savu. Thien Savu channeled his energy and also delivered 10 palm strikes with both hands, immediately causing a violent explosion. Van Mu lightly tapped a piece of debris. Using the rebound force, she launched another powerful palm strike. A punch aimed straight at Thien Savu. The young man used a powerful kick, stomping hard on the ground, shattering his opponent's attack force. Thien Savu spun around and punched straight at his opponent. The Mantuvi was caught off guard and fell straight down. But the young man didn't stop. A jade rabbit pounces on the eagle move struck Van Thui, sending her falling like a meteor. Unexpectedly, Van Thui swung out a chain. The young man reacted in time, but his left hand was caught by the chain. Thien Savu couldn't help but feel a little worried. His opponent clearly wanted to drag him down with her. Van Thui stood in Maidre and delivered another 12 palm strikes, straight at Thien Savu. The two continuously exchanged blows in Maidre. In an instant, smoke and dust filled the air. When the dust settled, these still stood facing each other, the internal energy in the air still swirling. Ma Qinhin watched the battle, feeling uneasy. In just a moment, he was sent flying by Thien Savu. Before he could react, he felt the blood in his body churning endlessly. He could only use the force of the chain to stabilize himself. Van Mavi felt a sharp pain in her chest, and fresh blood slowly trickled from her mouth and nose. She looked at Thien Savu, who was completely unshaken. Van Mavi didn't expect to be pushed into such a state, but she didn't back down. She channeled all her power from her fingertips. In that moment, the chain suddenly burst into raging flames. This was the strongest move she had cultivated for that man. But this young man's strength was too great. She had to kill him before he became even stronger. Van Mavi's entire body turned red, clearly having pushed her internal energy to its limit. In an instant, the raging flames engulfed him. Thien Savu saw this and frowned. He didn't expect his opponent, though heavily injured, could still use such a powerful move. At this moment, several chains wrapped around Van Mikuv. An immense internal energy continuously poured into her left hand. Han Tuc, watching from a distance, saw this and immediately broke into a cold sweat. He had just recognized that his big brother's opponent was Van Mikuv. His master had once said that Van Mikuv had an ultimate move that could destroy heaven and earth. Such power was surely her strongest technique. Thinking of this, he wanted to rush up and help his big brother, but he was stopped. Han Tuc turned his head to look. The person who had arrived was Han Huangpin Aoche. Han Tuc was surprised. Thien Savu's life was in danger. He and his opponent were in a perilous situation, yet they could meet here. Han Huang and Aoche looked at the young man, 100 emotions surging in her heart, but she still said coldly, "This is the end. Heaven and earth cannot prevent it." At this moment, Nam Kung-kai was watching the battle. Nam Kung-thing frowned slightly. "We must stop Van Mikuv," Nam Kung-kai said in a deep voice. "Today concerns the survival of the Nam Kung clan. After this battle, everyone must act in coordination. Whatever the consequences, I will bear them alone." Mo Dun Quanhok. Nu Yen Tham was slightly surprised upon hearing this. "Why didn't you act just now? Do not be reckless. Lord War God is facing Van Mikuv alone. We cannot violate his promise." Speaking of which, Nam Kung Thing turned to look at Mo Dun Quan Than. "Mo Dun Quan Than, I know you are monitoring us. Scram. You are not needed here. Don't interfere." Mo Dun Quan Than smiled but said nothing, nor did he object. No one knew what this young master of the Mo Dun clan was thinking. Back on the battlefield, Van Mikuv was burning with rage, and the spinning speed of her chains increased. Under the fierce attack of the chains, Thien Savu was in a perilous situation. A large rock fell, conveniently blocking his escape route. Immense internal energy surged into Van Mikuv's hand. The chain couldn't withstand it and suddenly shattered. At this moment, Van Mahavi raised a finger, and all her internal energy converged on one point. Thien Savu felt as if he were facing a great enemy, and a chill ran down his spine. He suddenly raised his left hand. An internal energy swirled in his palm. He clenched his fist, channeling his power into it. Since his opponent had unleashed her strongest move, he also prepared to use the strongest move his master had taught him. The internal energy in Thien Savu's body surged, condensing into 9 key dragons. But just then, Van Mikuv suddenly struck at Thien Savu's pressure point. Thien Savu quickly dodged but was still injured. At this moment, Thien Savu unleashed the 9 dragons art. 9 key dragons simultaneously rushed towards Van Mikuv. Van Mu's eyes widened in shock. For decades, she had not seen light, but in this moment, her vision was restored. But in just an instant, the key dragons descended. They struck her. Van Mi Uv struggled to open her eyes and indeed saw the stars in the night sky. Van Mi Uv never thought she would be able to see the stars again before she died. She said to Thien Savu, "You are truly worthy of the title of War God." Van Mi Uv smiled. "It's just an empty title. I have no regrets in this battle." "What is the name of your final move?" "This move is called Nine Dragons Severing the Heavens. It can tear through the 9 heavens." Thien Savu then asked about Van Mi Uvi's identity. "Someone as strong as you. Why do you obey Hong Fuquan?" "That year in the north, I was heavily injured by someone, and my eyes were also hit. They were also blinded at that time. It was Hong Fuquan who saved me. I don't know why he appeared there. I also don't know if he has ever fought with other experts." Van Mi Uv said weakly. "That person spared my life but took my eyes. Do you want me to seek revenge?" Mo Dung Quanthan was watching from a distance. He didn't expect the war god to die at the hands of the war god. Mo Dung Quanthan reminded him several times. But Nam Kung Thung still didn't listen. Nam Kung Thung said he was waiting for the best opportunity. His hesitation angered Mo Dung Quanthan. Mo Dung Quanthan struck, a single blow piercing through Nam Kung Thuan's body. The masters of the Nam Kung family were utterly terrified. Mo Dung Quanthan said coldly, "If you don't make a move, I will kill you all. If you obey me, I will ensure you are well fed and clothed in the future." The subordinates looked at each other, then immediately raised their bows, swearing loyalty to the Nam Kung clan. Mo Dung Quanthan said nothing more, unleashing his full power to violently attack the subordinates. The scene was left with only corpses and bloodstains. After finishing, Mo Dung Quanthan quietly departed, leaping onto a tree branch. But his target wasn't the god of war, but Nam Kung Kai. Thien Savu stared intently at Mo Dung Quanthan, recognizing the technique his opponent was using. Mo Dung Quanthan sneered, "It's because of you that I've ended up like this. Yet you don't remember a single thing." After speaking, he suddenly launched a palm strike. The powerful force struck directly at Thien Savu's head. Thien Savu raised his hand to block, but was still sent flying. He struggled to his feet, fresh blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The young man casually wiped away the blood as Mo Dung Quanthan stood before him. He launched another palm strike at him. Mo Dung Quanthan said, "I'm surprised you're still alive after fighting 2 people at once." Thien Savu replied, "The martial arts master never backs down." Atop Vo Long Mon, Hong Fuquan was observing Fuangai Thailand. Hearing an explosion, he became agitated. Seeing this, his subordinate asked why their master hadn't acted. Nam Kung Kai's plan has already failed. The subordinate was astonished. The god of war managed to defeat 2 great masters at once. Never mind him. What's the situation with the 9-layered palace and the lion sect? Those 2 old men must have noticed the commotion on Fuangai Thailand. The subordinate replied, "Thien Mo Sialin Ho has received word from Don Muc Song, but Van Deep Tu has yet to give the order to act. The invincible blade master seems to be assessing the situation. We still haven't been able to track his whereabouts." Of the Lion King. But strangely, Hon Huangne went to the inn on her own, without any orders. Hearing this, Hong Fuquan felt a bit troubled. "I see," he said in a low voice. "Perhaps this is the best opportunity. A time to change the tide for Thiet Vumon. Relay my orders immediately. Announce that I, Hong Fuquan, will hold a grand martial arts tournament in 1 week. Thien Koche Kuyet will face the 5 great sects. And they've even been nurturing an immortal, the demonic master, Mo Dung Mai." On the cliffside, Hong Fuquan gave the order. "It has been decided. Relay my command at Wonsai. Hong Fuquan will host a grand martial arts tournament." After giving his instructions, Hong Fuquan added, "There is one more thing you must arrange immediately. Mobilize all available forces here. The Nam Kung clan is to protect Nam Kung TQ." The subordinate was shocked. "Does the great sect master believe the god of war will lose?" Hong Fuquan said, "If an MUV dies, the god of war will surely be defeated. Both Mo Dung Quanthan and K Hong Vi are masters. Now, only the 2 of them remain. But that young man's martial arts are very powerful. I worry Mo Dung Quanthan is no match for him." Hong Fuquan crossed his arms and said, "But if Mo Dung Quanthan really dies, then the matter of the immortal demon master will become even more troublesome. Now go and make the arrangements. We have much to do." Mo Dung Quanthan's eyes turned bloodshot. He let out a loud roar as a figure suddenly rushed towards Thien Savu. But he was stopped on a boulder by Mo Dung Quanthan. "My father died because of you," Mo Dung Quanthan said. "My younger brother died because of you. And now, I'm about to die at your hands as well." Mo Dung Quanthan threw a double punch, which Thien Savu blocked. Thien Savu was unharmed, his eyes icy cold. He had grasped his opponent's opening. Thien Savu swung his right fist, unleashing a powerful wave of internal energy. The young man suddenly launched a synchronized attack, sending 5 powerful blasts of energy simultaneously toward Mo Dung Quanthan. Mo Dung Quanthan was terrified, his face paling. He felt a powerful wave of internal energy strike him, breaking his right arm. But he felt no pain. On the contrary, he felt invigorated. Is this the full extent of your power? Internal energy surged from his body, and his broken arm instantly healed. Mo Dong Quanthan spoke coldly as Thien Savu was sent flying back like a whirlwind, crashing to the ground. Mo Dong Quanthan said, I know your power is great, but in the face of the immortal demon master, it is all meaningless. Even if his body was severely injured, he could recover in an instant. Thien Savu got up, blood trickling from his mouth, his gaze resolute. The two were locked in a fierce battle when suddenly, a loud explosion erupted. Han Tiusi looked worriedly toward his elder brother. Han Huan's expression was also grim as two figures rushed out. Thien Savu was in front, with Mo Dong Quanthan chasing after him. The young man observed while dodging. The strong body also had the ability to self-heal. Both of them possessed regenerative powers. Thien Savu decided to risk it all. While Hong Fu Quan was plotting something, Mo Dong Quanthan suddenly attacked, and the two figures clashed violently. Thien Savu seized the opportunity to land a powerful kick on Mo Dong Quanthan. The immense internal force even broke his leg bone, but it healed in an instant. Mo Dong Quanthan spun around and launched a fierce blow, sending Thien Savu flying. Thien Savu felt a strong gust of wind approaching and used all his strength to evade Mo Dong Quanthan's attack. After dodging, Thien Savu ended on the ground, with Mo Dong Quanthan standing not far away. Thien Savu's expression was grave. His heaven-shattering divine art had reached its peak, but his opponent possessed regenerative abilities, and his internal energy hadn't diminished at all. Showing no signs of fatigue, Mo Dong Quanthan roared and attacked again. Thien Savu didn't back down, meeting the attack with a palm strike. In the moment their palms connected, the powerful internal energy shook their surroundings violently. As they fought, fresh blood flowed from Thien Savu's mouth. Immortal demon, it seems a clear victor won't be decided easily. Mo Dong Quanthan exclaimed in shock. I didn't expect you to be this strong. He decided to go all out, suddenly unleashing a strike with his left palm. He used his immense internal energy to strike Thien Savu's right arm. At that moment, Mo Dong Quanthan's internal energy suddenly faltered. Thien Savu also held nothing back, using his full internal power. The young man's expression was cold, but his mind recalled a conversation from 10 years ago. Yes, you said the heaven-shattering divine art could kill even an immortal. But aren't immortals beings that can never die? People often assume immortals are eternal. But is there anything in this world that is truly immortal? Take the three holy sages of Vant Yen Mon. For example, through dedicated cultivation, they have indeed broken the limits of human lifespan. It's said that one sage has lived for 30 years. However, you must remember, nothing is truly immortal. There are many ways to kill them, but they only serve to delay death, especially in the face of the heaven-shattering divine art. Remembering this, Thien Savu let out a cold laugh. The young man used all his internal energy and said, especially against the heaven-shattering divine art, immortality is just a joke. Thien Savu raised two fingers on his right hand, and a powerful internal energy surged. In an instant, a massive wave of internal force struck Mo Dong Quanthan. Mo Dong Quanthan, who was supposed to feel no pain, now opened his mouth and cried out in agony. The man had been hit. His immortal body had been damaged. He not only felt no pain, but even with broken bones and torn flesh, he could instantly recover. But now, the young man had struck him with a single finger attack. Mo Dong Quanthan flew back like a broken kite, crashing to the ground and struggling to get up. The powerful internal energy blasted Mo Dong Quanthan's body. Even as he tried to endure, he couldn't withstand it. Thien Savu's face was pale. He said, Are you immortal? Why are you screaming so loudly? Mo Dong Quanthan said, Can't you see? The wound on my chest has already healed. God of War. I told you. You can't defeat me. Thien Savu, lips curled into a cold smile. Seeing his opponent's confidence, Mo Dong Quanthan felt a hint of unease. Just then, the internal energy in his body began to circulate again. He looked down at his Dantian and immediately felt the internal energy within him erupt violently. Someone like him, known as an immortal, was actually bleeding. Mo Dong Quanthan gritted his teeth and said, Damn it, I have an immortal body. This minor wound will heal instantly. Thien Savu said, If it's healed, then stop talking nonsense and come at me. Although Mo Dong Quanthan spoke to fly, he was panicking inside. This was the first time he had been injured since becoming the immortal demon master. Could this young man's martial arts truly be that extraordinary? Realizing this, he knew he couldn't delay any longer. He immediately rushed forward and threw a powerful palm strike. Thien Savu raised his left hand to block. He then retracted his hand as powerful internal energy surged forth. The young man said with a calm gaze, I've told you before, your heaven-shattering art is not even half-mastered. Thien Savu unleashed his full internal energy, and a massive power exploded. Mo Dong Quanthan was sent flying. Mo Dong Quanthan no longer had his previous confidence. His eyes were bloodshot and filled with disbelief. He looked at his arm, which should have healed, but this time the wound wasn't regenerating as before. He suddenly realized that his Diantian felt like it was on fire. Mo Dongquan coughed up a mouthful of blood and said, "What in the world did you do to my body?" The heaven-shattering divine art is based on the circulation of energy, ki and blood as its foundation. Thien Savo explained. Your powerful self-healing ability was indeed a headache, but the killing move is a self-contained entity. Once its internal energy enters the body, it doesn't dissipate easily. Thien Savo used all his internal energy to suppress Mo Dongquan. The aura of death grew stronger. Mo Dongquan shouted, "God of War, I'll fight you to the death." Mo Dongquan's entire body erupted with internal energy as he threw a palm strike, but it was easily blocked by Thien Savo. Unexpectedly, Mo Dongquan was just creating an opening. In an instant, he used the opportunity to flee. Thien Savo was a bit surprised by this turn of events. The young man attacked again, unleashing a powerful burst of energy. Thien Savo said, "If you wish to die, I will grant your wish." Mo Dongquan looked back, his heart filled with absolute terror. He saw that the devices of the Mo Dong family were still there. Mo Dongquan turned around, preparing to act. The devices were launched and immediately exploded. Loud explosions echoed around the inn, sending dirt and rocks flying. Thien Savo said softly, "Every time I meet someone from the Mo Dong family, there's always an explosion." Han Tiusi and Han Hong'e were watching from a distance. Han Huang'e was much calmer than Han Tiusi. Many large boulders fell towards Thien Savo. Han Tiusi gathered all his internal energy, preparing to deal with it. After the explosion subsided, everything became quiet again. Han Tiusi and Thien Savo were still at the scene. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out, "I'm here." The two searched together, and Thien Savo split a large boulder in half. The young man realized his cultivation was still lacking, so he pushed the large rock aside with his hands. Thien Savo looked around, but could no longer see any sign of Mo Dongquan. The young man thought to himself, if he isn't killed, he'll become a major disaster in the future. Han Tiusi and Han Huanghe walked over. Han Tiusi said, "Big brother, I knew you'd be okay." Thien Savo nodded, but his eyes fell on Han Huanghe. The young man was shocked. Wasn't Han Huanghe already dead? In an instant, Han Huanghe sensed danger. Before she could react, Thien Savo appeared in front of her. Han Huanghe was startled. "What are you trying to do?" "Nothing. I'm just happy to see you safe and sound." Han Tiusi watched the scene, remaining silent. The young man decided not to tell Tatuho about this. Thien Savo's voice suddenly rang out, his eyes cold as he said, "I swear I won't let those people go." Thien Savo spoke to Han Tiusi and Han Huanghe. He said to Han Tiusi, "Take Han He back first." Han Tiusi didn't understand and wanted to go with him. Han Huanghe also wanted to go. The commotion tonight was too great. "I'm afraid it will attract the attention of other factions." Thien Savo said, "I've already killed so many people. I don't mind killing a few more." Meanwhile, at the Nam Kung family estate of Thiet Vumon, Nam Kung Tq was anxiously biting her nails. She was no longer as calm as before. Like an ant on a hot pan, she was constantly seeking news from Volong Mon. High Guard advised her not to worry too much, saying that even if the god of war died at the inn, the 100 elites here were enough to protect her. The words had barely left his mouth when someone shouted loudly, "Who's there? Stop right now." Nam Kung Tq felt a chill run down her spine. The guard immediately drew his sword. Miss Nam Kung, please step back. I'll go at once." But before he could finish his sentence, the door to the room was smashed to pieces in an instant. A powerful force struck the guard, sending him flying. Under the moonlight, the young man appeared heroically. All the men from Volong Mon were knocked down on the spot. The young man's presence was overwhelming. Thien Savo stepped forward and said, "Nam Kung Tq, I remember telling you that if you had any other schemes, I would definitely kill you." Seeing his figure again, and the coldness in his eyes, Nam Kung Tq knew he truly intended to kill her. She said in terror, "If you kill me, Volong Mon will not let you go." Thien Savo sneered, "Even if it's the entire Thiet Vumon, my Thien Btq is not afraid." Nam Kung Tq collapsed to the ground, utterly terrified. Thien Savo smirked. Just then, a voice called out, "Stop right there." Thien Savo frowned slightly. This person dared to approach him. His strength was not ordinary. Could he be someone sent by Hong Fuquan? The man said, "Regardless, if Nam Kung Tq is guilty, she should be dealt with by me." Nam Kung Tq, as if grasping a lifeline, said, "Head Steward Lin, I knew the sect master wouldn't abandon me." The man glanced at her. This was Lin Bak, the head steward of Volong Mon. Lin Bak drew his sword and said, "You've already killed most of the Nam Kung clan. If you still wish to act, Volong Mon will not let this go. Volong Mon doesn't want to escalate this, so I advise you to stop. There are 100 masters from Volong Mon outside. If you proceed, then don't blame me for being impolite." Hearing the words Law Enforcement Hall, Thien Savo sneered and said, "I remember now. Back then, it was your law enforcement hall that acted to frame Huang Dai-heap for the kidnapping. Lean back said coldly. The matter from that year is over. Don't speak nonsense. Hearing this, Nam Kung Tq understood. From their conversation, she learned some information. Hong Fuquan wanted to eliminate the god of war. Lean back said. You killed the Nam Kung clan and many masters of Volong Mon. And Volong Mon can turn a blind eye. But if you kill me, Volong Mon will absolutely not spare you. Thien Sabu sighed and immediately attacked. Lin Bac's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly defended himself. A powerful wave of internal energy struck him. Lin Bac shouted, God of War, do you really want to do this? You kidnapped Huang Dai-heap and tried to blame someone else. Thien Sabu said, if reason doesn't work, then we'll settle this with our fist. Seeing Thien Sabu's ferocious demeanor, Lin Bac had no doubt. He recalled Hong Fuquan's words, the others are no match for the god of war. If he survives, he will surely annihilate the Namdu clan. By then, you will regret it. If he still doesn't listen to reason, kill him immediately. Hong Fuquan added, even if he still doesn't listen, and the law enforcement hall can't kill him, then just dragging in the Nam Kung clan will be enough. If he really refuses to let it go, then you will immediately retreat. Wait for the Grand Martial Arts tournament to begin. Don't provoke him anymore. Hong Fuquan said, if he kills Nam Kung Tq, I will make my move. Thien Savu unleashed his full internal energy. Lean back, standing closest, had blood streaming from his nose and mouth. He said no more and instead turned to. He said, as long as you oppose Volong Mon, you will bear the consequences yourself. Thien Savu gave a cold laugh but said nothing more. Lean back disappeared. Nam Kung Tq stood by the wall, calling his name, but no one answered. Thien Savu then dialed his true energy. Nam Kung Tq said, please, stop. We can negotiate. I can understand you using all sorts of tricks to kill me, but targeting my master is something I cannot accept. In a flash, Nam Kung Tq was sent flying. Immediately after, a loud explosion was heard. His arm had been injured. A few days later, in an abandoned palace of Thiet Vumon, Hong Fuquan was deep in thought. The god of war's appearance had completely changed the situation in Thiet Vumon. Although he had lost the Nam Kung clan, it had inadvertently helped him achieve his goal. Hong Fuquan smiled faintly. Just then, a figure descended from the sky. Van Deep Tu appeared and said, I am also a beneficiary of this matter. Hong Fuquan smiled faintly. It's been a while. This was the first time Hong Fuquan and Van Deep Tu had met. The two sat opposite each other, and Hong Fuquan placed 2 cups of wine on the table. Suddenly, a powerful wave of internal energy washed over them. The newcomer possessed a profound internal force, capable of manipulating objects from a distance. I'm late, but the master of Volong Mon shouldn't have prepared only 2 cups. Hong Fuquan wasn't angry. Instead, he laughed. Still the same. With that hot temper, Van Deep Tu said, Volong Mon's master, we should talk. Indeed. I want to speak with both of you. Hong Fuquan's cold expression returned as he asked, do you truly wish to issue a challenge? 10 years ago, the 5 great sects of the Central Plains convened the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. Masters from all over formed the Thiet Vumon Alliance to fight together in history against the Yuan dynasty. Now that the Yuan dynasty has retreated, the overall situation is settled. According to the agreement back then, if Thiet Vumon is to be disbanded, a Grand Martial Arts Tournament must also be convened. Van Deep Tu said, for 10 years, we have achieved our goal. It's time to go our separate ways. Since you have decided, I have no reason to delay. The Grand Martial Arts Tournament will be convened in 1 month. I invited you both here today to discuss another matter. You must have heard that the god of war annihilated the Nam Kung clan. The Nam Kung clan was a major power in the Central Plains and made great contributions in the fight against the Yuan dynasty. Thien Savu not only killed people on Fuingyat Island and from the Nam Kung clan, but he also killed Nam Kung Tq. As the master of Volong Mon, I naturally cannot sit back and watch. Thien Savu opened his eyes and stared at Hong Fuquan. Isn't this exactly what you intended? A few days prior, 500 miles north of Dongting Lake, an old man in white stood and said, 50 years we haven't met, and your guts have grown. The old man continued, you dare kill my disciple and still speak like that. Then Hu Yuvi and the invincible Blade Master were both my disciples. You killed them. What reason do I have to spare you? The old man said coldly, it was just a woman. Why did you have to be so cruel? A murderous glint flashed in the old man's eyes. He attacked Van Muv and the invincible Blade Master. Enough with the useless talk. Even if you are one of the 4 great masters, the twin monsters of the Heavenly Gate are no match for you. Van Hien Dao raised his hand. Powerful internal energy surged out. He used all his power. His joints cracking as a murderous or irradiated from his body. His internal energy as red as blood. Van Hien Dao spoke coldly. The old man laughed loudly 3 times and charged straight at his opponent. The old man shouted as the two clashed fiercely. They battled intensely in my dread. A powerful sword energy struck Van Hindao. He hastily dodged. In an instant, he used his fingers to strike the two old men. Screams immediately echoed through the air. The wind monsters of the Heavenly Gate had become the quadruple monsters of the Heavenly Gate. The four fell into a deep abyss. Van Hindao spoke up. Come out. Stop hiding. As his voice faded, a sound filled with powerful internal energy rang out. It's Triad Hao. The old man said. So it's young Master Triad Hao. What business do you have with this old man? A few days ago, the god of war massacred countless people on Phuenggaya Island. He not only killed Van Muv but also your nephew. He also wiped out the Nam Kung clan. My father hopes that Senior will intervene. Van Hindao thought for a moment, then said, Go tell your father that this old man does not wish to get involved. Although I have some relations with Thief Vumon, it's not to the point where I have to help them unconditionally. The god of war's affairs have nothing to do with your father. Why should I interfere? If it's for a personal grudge, then I might act. Hearing these words, Van Hindao's expression changed, his eyes looking coldly into the distance. My father promises that if Senior takes action, there will be a generous reward. In that case, this old man will go and see this god of war. I also want to see what kind of character requires us to personally extend an invitation. This Van Hindao really makes one look forward to it. This was Thief Vumon, the largest martial arts organization in the Central Plains. Yet it was being mocked by an old man in white. Van Hindao arrived at Thief Vumon, and as soon as he reached the port, someone was there to greet him. It was Ngo-en, who was in charge of the port. Ngo Hein H's presence was much stronger than the person who had greeted Thien Savu before. Ngo-en said, Senior, please rest first. My father will host a banquet for you tonight. Van Hindao said, I didn't come here to sightsee. There's no need to arrange lodging. Nor is there a need for a banquet. I know the Great Sect Master is here. You don't need to follow me. Then Hindao headed towards the headquarters of the Great Heaven Rating Guild. Inside the Great Heaven Rating Guild, 10 vice presidents were in a heated discussion. Since Thien Savu's arrival at Thief Vumon, some admired him for his martial arts, while others despised him due to their grudge against Volong Mon. After Thien Savu defeated Van Muv, his strength was far beyond that of the four great masters, which was a cause for concern. But the news of Nam Kung Taku's death changed everyone's attitude toward the authorities. The god of war had killed so many people that even the nine-layered palace and the lion sect had to be wary. Therefore, the Great Heaven Guild had killed many people. The place where Thien Savu was staying also became a target of close surveillance. With countless eyes focused on it, the Great Heaven Rating Guild was split into two factions. One, led by Han Sunvai, advocated for reconciliation with the god of war. The other faction, led by Han Sunvai, advocated for reconciliation with the god of war. The remaining faction, led by Han Sunvai, advocated for reconciliation with the god of war, led by Tu and Kyanvai. It was believed that Tu Ho had spent years searching for Thien Savu, and everyone had witnessed his efforts. Kyanvai said, We are merchants, and profit comes first. Indecisiveness will only put the guild in a disadvantageous position. Tanvai said, If we don't even show respect to our benefactor, who will want to cooperate with us in the future? Tu Ho's fingers stopped tapping on the table. With 1,000 threads of thought tangled, he pondered for a moment. Tu Ho said, I've decided. The Great Heaven Rating Guild will ally with the god of war. Han Sunvai showed a look of joy. Tan Truing Vai said, As expected. Han Sunvai said, I don't need to say much. Please trust my choice. This situation will not last long. Tu Ho immediately began making arrangements. Just then, someone brought news. Tu Ho was surprised. Why the Crown Prince? Why is he getting involved in this? She hurriedly went to inform Thien Savu. She had previously met the Crown Prince in person and reached an agreement. The Invincible Blade Master had also met the Crown Prince and promised not to interfere. But now the Crown Prince was getting involved. Tu Ho's mind was in a whirl. She had definitely missed something. Could Volong Mon have done something to make the lion sect change its stance? Tu Ho hurried away. Seeing Tu Ho rushing over, leaned back said with a grave expression, Someone has also come to the inn. Tu Ho pushed open the door and was startled by the scene inside. She recognized the old man as Van Hindao. Tu Ho was shocked. It's him again. Thien Savu remained calm and signaled for Van Hindao to meet with Tu Ho first. Van Hindao spoke. In just 15 short years, you have announced. You've built a Great Heaven Rating Guild into the #1 merchant guild. Outsiders even call you the Peerless Maiden. Van Hindao circulated his energy, his face turning. Tu Ho suddenly turned pale. Just then, a voice rang out. Senior, I have brought you here. Van Hindao said coldly. I didn't come here to reminisce. Before he finished, a powerful palm wind struck Tu Ho. Tu Ho suppressed her breath and said, Tu Ho has brought you here. Senior, please make yourself at home. Thien Savu suddenly appeared, and a vigorous stream of internal energy shot towards him. Thien Savu's body tilted slightly. his eyes bloodshot. Tiu Ho only felt a sharp pain in her chest. It took a moment for her to catch her breath. Tiu Ho was impolite. Please forgive me. Senior. Van Hindao said. I'm already here. You can go as you please. Van Hindao said coldly. I didn't come here to argue with you. Recently, there have been many rumors about me and Thief Vumon. I suppose Senior is also a member of Thief Vumon. So, what does Thief Vumon have to say? Speak frankly. What is the purpose of your trip? Alright. I won't beat around the bush. I came to capture you. To hand you over to Thief Vumon. Thien Savo calmly looked at his opponent. Senior. Do you think that's possible? It seems a bit difficult. But not unexpected. It's not impossible. Outwardly, he appeared confident. But inwardly, he was secretly terrified. The god of war was able to defeat Van Muv, which proved his strength was extremely formidable. The most frightening thing was, although the god of war's martial arts were world-class, his appearance was unusually calm. In those sharp eyes, there was a clear hint of fatigue. Even if he used his full strength, the opponent remained composed. Van Hindao believed that only in prison could he be contained. Van Hindao suddenly let out a cold laugh. Now it seems you are indeed a worthy opponent. Thien Savu calmly looked at his opponent. The opponent had no intention of backing down. It's a pity I don't have the time, nor the interest, to collect your treasures. Hearing this, Tiu Ho said, as far as I know, Senior has always been solitary and aloof, rarely paying attention to outside matters. I don't understand why Senior would get involved in this. Is there another reason? Van Hindao's eyes sharpened. Senior also thinks Volong Mon's actions are unreasonable, yet still participates. If I'm not mistaken, it's because of your grandson, isn't it? Van Hindao stared at Tituo but didn't say much. As far as I know, Senior's grandson suffers from a terminal illness and needs someone else's blood for treatment. This disease prevents the qi and blood in his body from providing enough energy. Only a special type of blood can cure it. It seems the master of Volong Mon promised to give you that type of blood after the job is done. I'm not wrong, am I? Van Hindao nodded slightly. So, what are you trying to say? I understand Senior's plight, but it's clear Volong Mon is manipulating things behind the scenes. The Great Heaven Rating Guild will help Senior find that blood type. I hope Senior will lend us a hand. Van Hindao shook his head. Just then, Thien Savu suddenly spoke. Is there a way to satisfy both sides? Van Hindao said. I'm afraid not. If I hand you over to Thief Vumon, how will they deal with you? You will be imprisoned in Thief Vumon's dark prison, which is currently guarded by the Volong King and his son. In a month, the Grand Martial Arts Tournament will be convened for a public trial. Thien Savu frowned slightly. Alright, Senior. Please make your move. Tiu Ho and Hong Vokoi tried to persuade Thien Savu, but to no avail. Thien Savu stood up and said, no matter what, killing is killing. I will accept their punishment. I don't believe Volong Mon will be fair, but I trust that Senior will not be biased. Please trust me. Van Hindao said. Alright, kid, you've got courage. Saying that makes me feel much better. But do you see any confidence in keeping your life? I must still remind you. The heaven-shattering divine art has two types of internal energy that counteract and restrain each other. I can guess your intention, but don't try to force a breakthrough, or the reversal of ki and blood will turn you into a cripple. If the Grand Martial Arts Tournament declares you innocent, this old man will personally help you resolve your troubles. Thien Savu said. I only have one request. During the month I am imprisoned, I hope Senior will help me watch over the Great Heaven Rating Guild. There are still some people from the powerful families. Volong Mon also has spies. Tiu Ho is here too. I need to protect the safety here. Van Hindao agreed without hesitation. His two fingers, like bird wings, pointed towards Thien Savu. This was his ultimate technique. The Asura Sword. The prison of Volong Mon was named the Thunder Prison, hidden deep underground. Originally, the Thunder Prison was used to incarcerate traitors. But since the establishment of Volong Mon, it has become increasingly dangerous. Many masters have been imprisoned here. Since the Yuan's retreat, the Thunder Prison has been nearly empty until today. When finally, someone worthy of being locked up here has arrived. Hong Fuquan stared at the young man before him. God of War, the first time I met you, you were so powerful. Rumors say you have green eyes. Now, beaten and bleeding by Van Hindao, your eyes look no different from an ordinary person's. Hong Fuquan sneered. Thien Savu said, well, we'll have to see how things are in a month. So what if I'm a world-class martial artist? Now I'm imprisoned. Hong Fuquan said, and Thien Savu smiled lightly. You're the old man. I'm a young one. This is our game. Hong Fuquan said, you committed such a cruel act against the Nam Kung family. As the master of Volong Mon, I naturally couldn't sit idly by. I couldn't ignore it. He paused for a moment, his tone softening. But the current situation isn't suitable for discussing this. Only now can I speak of it. You best thank me, because this was my idea. So, you'll have no regrets. Even if you die in this place, using all your internal energy, you can't break out. So it's best not to do anything. Hong Fuquan turned to leave. The Grand Martial Arts Tournament begins in a month. I will visit you during this time. The Volong Mon master added. He waved his hand, and a strong wave of internal energy flew towards the prison door. Only a master can enter. He has a bad temper. You might have looked down on him before, but now that you're imprisoned, you best treat him a little better. Hong Fuquan left. Thien Savu muttered, repeating Hong Fuquan's words. The god of war has no advantage. A month was enough time for the Great Heaven Raiding Guild's internal affairs. Everyone was anxious because Thien Savu was imprisoned in the Thunder Prison. Hong Vo Koi thought Thien Savu's actions were too excessive, while Koen Ho felt remorseful. If it weren't for him, Thien Savu wouldn't be in this situation. Han Tuc said. Don't blame yourself too much. Bolong Mon was bound to become an enemy of Big Brother sooner or later. Han Tuc added. Instead of regretting, it's better to think of a solution. The Grand Martial Arts Tournament is just a formality. Bolong Mon will definitely make a move against Big Brother. Hong Vo Koi said. I don't know what the god of war is thinking. If he has a plan, he should have told us sooner. Hong Vo Koi asked Tetuho. Do you know why the god of war willingly got captured? Tetuho said. I don't know either. We're all at a loss. Tetuho said. Perhaps this is all part of Big Brother's plan. From the moment he entered Thief Vumon, he had already calculated this step. Everyone was surprised. Hong Vo Koi said. I've only heard that the Asura Sword is an ultimate technique. If the person whose pressure points were sealed doesn't release them himself, an ordinary person cannot break free on their own. Tetuho said. I just hope everything is within Big Brother's plan. Everyone fell silent. Hong Vo Koi thought to himself. Even if this is all the god of war's plan, he didn't expect Van Hindao to appear. We can only trust him. Thien Savu, Han Tuc said. I heard Hong Fuquan is holding the Grand Martial Arts Tournament to disband Thief Vumon. So why doesn't he protect it? Why wait until after the Thief Vumon is disbanded to make a move? The Nine-Layered Palace and the Lion Sect have a grudge against Big Brother. Why would they help him? These words struck Tutuho like a bolt of lightning. She had never understood why this was happening and had overlooked a very important detail. In just over a month, Thief Vumon will be disbanded. The three major powers will surely compete for control. Now that the god of war has eliminated the Nam Kung family, he has incurred the wrath of the five great families. Hong Fuquan is the master of Volong Mon. If at this time, he can eliminate Thien Savu, Volong Mon will surely grow stronger. Hong Fuquan's actions also reduce scrutiny. His plan is to eliminate Thien Savu. Volong Mon's plan will succeed. Hong Vo Koi was stunned after hearing this. Tetuho said. I want to ask Elder Hong for a favor. Hong Vo Koi asked. What is it? Tetuho said. I need you to keep this a secret. She hurriedly left. I'll write a letter. Deliver it to Uncle Tron immediately. I want to meet Van Hindao once. Please invite him to the reception room. The two hurried off to their tasks. After everything was arranged, Van Hindao arrived to claim his reward. He generously offered the blood rain like the moon. Van Hindao said. What a generous gift. He said he wanted Thief Vumon to handle the matter and wanted to Aunt Ruin Vi to deliver the blood rain to his grandson. To Aunt Ruin Vi agreed. He then invited the other to speak privately. To Aunt Ruin Vi suggested that Van Hindao stay at the Nam Kung family estate. He had already agreed to the god of war's request and did not refuse. The two discussed the Grand Martial Arts Tournament a month from now. Van Hindao looked at Aunt Ruin Vi and said, I heard this was Master Hong Fu's suggestion. I don't understand what he's planning. Ever since he proposed the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, my intentions no longer matter. Van Hindao stared at Aunt Ruin Vi. Let me ask a different question. You have defeated the god of war. To Aunt Ruin Vi said, I am not familiar with them, nor do I have any grudge. To Aunt Ruin Vi said, I am not familiar with them, nor do I have any grudge. To Aunt Ruin Vi said, I am not familiar with them, nor do I have any grudge. Now is not the time to argue. As long as the investigation is clear, I will come forward and find a master stronger than a martial weapon to judge the god of war. We'll decide after the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. Then Hindao laughed and said, I see. You use me. You said. You wouldn't interfere. So why did you show up? It seems the young master of the Great Heaven Raiding Guild told you. I also don't know why he has this information. He might be able to persuade the owner of the Blood Rain. But the owner of the Blood Rain's promise is absolute. Then Hindao thought for a moment and said he believed Tetuho wouldn't deceive him. He had been used by Hong Fuquan and the Invincible Blade Master. Van Hindao had been deceived and made a fool of. He gritted his teeth. Not at all pleased. He turned to look at a pillar and saw on it. Could the Invincible Blade Master have another plot? Van Hindao said. Thien Savu. Don't think everything is going smoothly. What the future holds remains to be seen. Van Hindao's eyes were sharp. Today, this old man must make you pay the price. At this time, Hon Huang Nhi was in a quiet place. That voice echoing in her mind, constantly lingering. She kept thinking, and thinking. She didn't know who the other person was or why they gave her such a feeling. This feeling was very similar to the old man who often appeared in her dreams. Unable to control her thoughts, she wandered around, trying to remember. But the more she tried, the more her head ached. Every time she saw Thin Sabu, she would remember that old man. But when she tried to contact him, there was no result. Hon Huangnian tried to suppress her thoughts. She suspected that the god of war and the old man had a special relationship. Just then, she heard chatter. I heard the god of war is locked in Volong Mon's thunder prison. Really? This isn't anything. That makes sense. I heard he was captured by someone named Van Hindao. Unbelievable. Besides the crown prince, is there anyone else who can capture the god of war? Hearing the discussion, Han Hongwang and Hi frowned slightly. Just then, a cold voice rang out. This is the sect master's order. The sect master arrived. His expression stern. This matter was decided by the sect master and the crown prince. It is not to be mentioned again. As the cold voice faded, Han Hongnian Hi looked ahead, a look of doubt on her face. Why would the sect master do this? The sect master led Han Huan to a secret room. Duongven said, "You're worried about the god of war. But actually, I didn't expect this either." His gaze lingered on Han Huan for a moment. Why do you care so much about him? Han Huan Hi remained silent, calmly looking at him. Duongvan turned and left. The crown prince has met his father and reached an agreement. Duongvan said, I don't understand why father suddenly changed his stance. But the situation is set. We can't speculate any further. The crown prince's expression was extremely ugly. He knew he had been outsmarted by the god of war. Watching Van Hindao leave, Duongvan's heart grew even more anxious. He knew this decision could push Van Hindao to the opposing side. He felt someone was watching him. Van Hindao turned his head and saw Han Huan Ai on the upper floor. He had a premonition that Van Hindao's treatment of the god of war must have a purpose. He noticed Han Huang and Hi. He had heard of the Ice Flower's fame, and many even believed she would be a future female powerhouse. After observing her for a moment, Van Hindao nodded slightly. He realized Han Huang and Hi was about to have a breakthrough. Van Hindao retracted his internal energy and turned to leave. Before coming here, he had heard that Thiet Vu Mon was full of talent, but it seemed now only Han Huang and Hi was decent. That old man had defeated dozens of martial arts masters with a single pwn strike. When Van Hindao left, the crown prince had arrived at the Great Heaven Raiding Guild. As soon as he reached the gate, he saw a noisy crowd demanding the guild be expelled from the Central Plains. Some even wanted to avenge the Nam Kung family. Van Hindao immediately stepped in to suppress the crowd. It was clear someone was pulling the strings from behind. Van Hindao assessed the situation. The incident was indeed unfolding as he had anticipated. He unleashed his internal energy, and a powerful wave of it shattered. When the martial arts masters fell to the ground, they discovered a deep pit had appeared beneath their feet. Van Hindao stepped forward. He said, just because the god of war is in prison doesn't mean you can insult him as you please. This message is also for the Great Heaven Raiding Guild. Causing trouble here is showing disrespect to this old man. Since Van Hindao rarely set foot in the martial world, people didn't recognize him. Van Hindao's presence suddenly erupted, and a cold, murderous aura spread. No matter which sect you disciples belong to, whoever dares to cross this line will be killed without mercy. Hearing the name Van Hindao, everyone was terrified. They didn't expect the person before them to be one of the four great masters. Van Hindao ignored the crowd and entered the Great Heaven Raiding Guild. Someone shouted, are you protecting those barbarian and ogs? Or something? You're betraying the Central Plains. Van Hindao chuckled softly. I don't see it. He paid no more attention to the people and walked into the Great Heaven Raiding Guild. He hadn't gone far when his gaze suddenly froze. It was Tu Ho rushing over. She asked him if he knew the three leaders of Thiet Vu Mon. She said she knew them, but not very well. Senior, how much do you know about Sect Master Hong Fu? Van Hindao frowned slightly. I don't know much about Hong Fu Quan. This person seems to be hiding many secrets. No one can see through him. He looked at Tio Ho. What do you want to know? Tio Ho replied. I want to know Sect Master Hong Fu's identity. Hong Fu Quan gently shook his wine glass and said, the storm in Thiet Vu Mon originated from the god of war. But by the time the Grand Martial Arts tournament ends, he won't have any more chances. At that time, I will kill him myself. As time passes, no one will remember him. At this point, he looked intently at Mo Dung Quan Than. From this day forward, your Mo Dung family will exist alongside the Nam Kung family. As members of Volong Mon, we will build a new order together. Mo Dung Quan Than showed no reaction to Hong Fu Quan's words. He replied, Sect Master Hong Fu, the Grand Martial Arts tournament will surely be my victory. Hong Fu Quan asked Han about the situation. He looked at Mo Dung Quan Than with concern. Mo Dung Quan Than's eyes were sharp. He enunciated each word. Hong Fu's two hands remained on the table, not moving at all. You promised me invincible power. Don't go back on your word. Faced with Mo Dung Quan Than's words, Hong Fu Quan just smiled faintly. We just need one more person with your strength to kill the God of War at the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. What you need to do now is recover your strength. When the time comes, there will naturally be a chance for you to shine. Mo Dongquan Than was silent for a moment. Are you really going to let him live until the Grand Martial Arts Tournament? For that glorious ending? Of course, we must let him live. But before the tournament, he will disappear. I will take you to that place. In the thunder prison of Thiep Vumon, a cold young man stood before the God of War. I hear you have some reputation outside, but in the face of the God of War, in this thunder prison, reputation is useless. I am the one who decides your life and death. If you want to decide life and death, then, go find King Yama and see if he can help you. A fierce-looking man appeared. Big brother, let me handle this brat. The outcome is already decided. Or maybe we should cut out his tongue. Let's see how he spouts nonsense then. Sathin Koi said. I'd like to do that too. The master won't allow it. However, a few small tricks are still fine. Don't worry. I'll make sure you're unharmed. Let's start with your face. I heard the God of War's face is very handsome. After speaking, he grabbed the God of War's chin. Let me check. It's best we don't believe in rumors. Sathin Yu waved his hand, and a long needle pierced the God of War's arm. Making a small comparison, Sathin Yu sneered. Indeed, smooth skin and soft flesh. If you trust me, I'll start with your hands. The needle immediately entered the God of War's body. The God of War looked down at his arm. His once strong arm now seemed weak. Intense pain spread through his arm, even tearing his clothes. The God of War gritted his teeth and endured, not making a single sound. Sathin Yu smiled faintly. For now, your internal energy has been suppressed. But this kind of pain, Sathin Yu bit his lip in excitement, is only the beginning. He struck again, another needle piercing the God of War's body. Sathin Yu said, I will seal each of your meridians, causing you constant pain. It won't even take a month for you to completely submit to me. In the underground secret chamber of Volong Mon, Hong Fu Quan led Mo Dongquan Than inside. Mo Dongquan Than knew there were 5 immortals cultivating here, making a total of 6. Enough to rival the entire Thiep Vumon. Mo Dongquan Than asked, aren't you afraid these immortals will betray you? Hong Fu Quan's eyes were sharp. Mo Dongquan Than sneered. I also don't know what will happen to the 18 Knights of Jiangnan. Hong Fu Quan said, I have nothing to worry about. Perhaps you haven't realized that these mortals are all under my control, so they will absolutely obey me. As you can see, for the past 3 years, I haven't forced you to do any missions. As long as you don't cause trouble, just continue your work. Just then, a spy came to report. Hong Fu Quan asked, what is it? The spy reported, the Grandmaster has completed all the work and is preparing to cultivate to the final immortal realm. We are trying to finish the final task. Sect Master, rest assured, your plan will not have any flaws. Hong Fu Quan nodded slightly. His expression didn't change. It was unknown what made him so calm. An old man stood on the roof of a house. He looked at Han Huang and Hi on the opposite side. His eyes filled with desire. If the God of War hadn't interfered, you would have been the most beautiful woman in the world. The old man's voice was full of lust. Now that he is no longer by your side, you are mine. The old man said, give me your body and soul, and I will forge you into the perfect immortal. The God of War was stimulated by a powerful internal force. The strong internal energy severely injured him. But the God of War persisted. In an instant, those who had tortured him were all astonished. There were only a few days left until the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. The God of War had been imprisoned in the Thunder Prison for many days. Sathin Yu sneered. Let's see how long you can hide. Sathin Yu attacked again. Countless steel needles shooting towards the God of War's arm. A subordinate laughed loudly. Watching others being tortured is our only pleasure. The God of War's blood boiled. But he did not submit, saying coldly, Sathin Yu, I'll remember you. Sathin Yu stabbed the God of War with another steel needle, which pierced his body. The powerful impact of the internal energy caused the God of War to lose consciousness. A subordinate approached and said, Big brother, he's fainted. What should we do now? In this past month, this is the first time he's spoken, which proves his will is about to collapse. Continue to torture him. Break his spirit. Just then, an urgent voice was heard, and a subordinate approached. Big brother, the sect master is here. It seems he wants to see this brat. Big brother, maybe we should let it go for today. If the sect master sees you like this, he will surely reprimand you. Sathin Yu was unwilling but didn't dare to disobey Hong Fu Quan's order. He immediately ordered his subordinates to take the God of War back to his cell. Hong Fu Quan walked over with a cold face. These people are so unruly. I told them to treat you gently. Hong Fu Quan stared at the God of War. I know you can hear me. Stop pretending. The God of War opened his eyes. He looked coldly at Hong Fu Quan. Did you come to watch me be punished? Hong Fu Quan was slightly surprised. The god of war's mind and strength far exceeded the old man's imagination. Hong Fu Quan sneered. I came because I forgot to say one thing. The old man waved his hand, and several steel needles shot towards the god of war. Although Van Dao's Asaurus Horde is an ultimate technique in the martial world, to ensure nothing goes wrong, this old man still doesn't dare to act rashly. Hong Fu Quan suddenly struck the god of war's pressure points, and a strong wave of internal energy hit him. Hong Fu Quan said, I don't know why so many people are injured. By doing this, no matter what plan you have, you can only wait for the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. Hong Fu Quan launched a powerful palm strike at the god of war, and a strong force hit him. Hong Fu Quan said, by doing this, no matter what plan you have, you can only wait for the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. Hong Fu Quan launched another powerful palm strike at the god of war. The immense internal energy made the god of war's entire body tremble violently. Hong Fu Quan's internal energy exploded fiercely, even causing the surrounding iron bars to rattle. As he left, Hong Fu Quan ordered, and Thi Nui to let him rest well for this half-month, and no one is allowed to disturb him. Just a little longer, and it's goodbye. I could have destroyed his will. If only I had a little more time. He has Van Dao's internal energy on him, so he can't use any of his own. If he can't withstand the torture and dies here, we will be in big trouble. Thi Nui said, your subordinate will absolutely obey. But if we just let him go like this, your subordinate will not be able to swallow this anger. Hearing this, Hong Fu Quan suddenly stopped in his tracks. Thi Nui immediately realized he had misspoken. Hong Fu Quan said coldly, you want to ruin the plan for your own pride. In an instant, Hong Fu Quan's aura erupted, and a powerful murderous energy pressed down on Thi Nui. Thi Nui trembled and said, Sect Master, please forgive me. This lowly one dares not do it again. Hong Fu Quan nodded slightly. Thi Nui repeatedly agreed, but no one noticed the dissatisfaction in his eyes. In the prison cell, the god of war recovered some strength. He felt his internal injuries had improved a bit. His internal energy had been sealed by Hong Fu Quan. If Hong Fu Quan's seal on his internal energy continued, with his ki and blood blocked and his spirit suppressed, it would lead to organ failure. Even if he could hold out until the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, it would be difficult to survive. He had overheard the conversation between Hong Fu Quan and Sothin. That cautious sect master had finally let his guard down. Thinking of this, he no longer held back and activated the Heaven Art. The circulation of ki and blood was the foundation of the heaven-shattering divine art. This kind of sealing technique was truly like an amateur showing off in front of an expert. In just a moment, the god of war had him blocked his meridians. In the darkness, the corners of his mouth lifted into a cold smile. I just happened to need this half a month. Hong Fu Quan didn't kill him directly. The god of war began to circulate his energy. The process was painful, but this was also a good opportunity for him to achieve his goal. For the past half-month, Thi Nui had relentlessly tortured the god of war, but the sealing method unintentionally had a miraculous similarity to when he cultivated the heaven-shattering divine art. Not only were his muscles and meridians trained, but even his Diantian was strengthened. When he circulated ki into his Diantian, he found that his ki and blood had also become stronger. The god of war focused his mind, putting all his attention into finding Makoyu. At that moment, he discovered a master with profound internal energy in prison on the 20th floor. Thien Vong. Curious, Kaka school about Pekan to threaten me. He went deeper into the prison and finally heard a hushed conversation. We must trust Makchu. He will definitely help us. He will come to help us. Thien Vo smiled. It seems my guess was correct. On Dongting Lake, a young man was walking. His eyes deep, his thoughts unknown. Just then, a voice came from behind. Was it a success? Why the long face? Is something wrong? Happy? The young man said. It's not that I'm not happy. It's that I don't understand. I can't figure out why he wants to convene a Grand Martial Arts Tournament. No one can guess what Hong Fu Quan is thinking. In any case, he is determined to disband Thi Fu Mon. I don't understand what benefit disbanding Thi Fu Mon brings him. There were still 2 weeks to go. The large boat was moving quickly forward. Arriving at the port, Thi Tu disembarked. It was very crowded, with everyone waiting. The young man said nothing and led the old man inside. On the way, they heard people talking about Hin Dao. The entire Thi Fu Mon was waiting for that day. The old man sighed and looked back. I wonder how they're doing. It's been a long time. I miss them a little. The young man remained very calm. I hope nothing has happened to them there. The two went to Thi Fu Mon. They found the main gate tightly shut. Ngoan, the person in charge of the port, said, I'll say it again. From now until the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, only members of Thi Fu Mon are allowed to enter. No one else is permitted. Seeing this scene, it seemed this Grand Martial Arts Tournament had truly attracted a lot of people. When the two approached, they were stopped by members of Thi Fu Mon, who asked for their identities and purpose. The old man said his name was Tavan Bai. I am his escort. Ma Koyu recalled the name. finding it somewhat familiar. Seeing the other trying to remember, Ma Kyu said, "Perhaps you know more about these two." This was like a wake-up call for Ma Kyu. He immediately remembered their identities. The man standing behind Devan Vai was Kwang Vai, from the Trung Nam Sword Sect. Kwai Hang Vai joined the Trung Nam Sword Sect at the age of 5 and was a swordsmanship prodigy. His fame even surpassed the 3 heroes and 3 flowers. The old man was the head of the Trung Nam Sword Sect, respected by the martial world. No one would have guessed that this 1.2 meter tall old man was the Trung Nam Sword Saint, and the person beside him was a once-in-a-century swordsman. Knowing their identities, Ma Kyu said he wanted to inform the Trung Nam Sword Sect to come get them, but the two refused. Ma Kyu sighed. "It seems I have underestimated the status of you to seniors." Ma Kyu said, "In the current martial world, no one would pretend to be these two, especially Sword Saint Kai Hang Vai. It's rumored his strength has long surpassed the 3-flower sword." Although Ma Kyu's voice wasn't loud, it still reached Devan Vai's ears. "You should get out and travel the martial world more often. You're not even as good as this old man." The two were talking. Devan Vai's gaze paused. He saw a figure standing in the distance. "I heard Thief Vumon hides many masters. I didn't expect to meet one so soon." She felt someone was watching her. Hon Huangqin Kai turned her head, and their gazes met. Devan Vai's eyes were sharp. He didn't believe in Han Huang and Hi's talent. Moreover, if she broke through, her strength would be even greater. Hearing Devan Vai say he had met Han Huang and Hi, he told Kai Hang Vai her identity. Knowing Han Huang and Hi was one of the 3 flowers, Kai Hang Vai was a little surprised. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt a chill. Devan Vai's eyes widened as he looked towards Ma Kyu, but found nothing there. Ma Kyu was extremely worried. That thick, bloody aura reminded him of someone. He was certain that Demoness was already dead. Devan Vai carefully observed again. He prided himself on the fact that no one in the martial world could deceive his eyes. After a while, Devan Vai still found nothing. When Nhi came here, he gave up the idea of probing and continued towards the Trung Nam Sword Sect with Kai Hang Vai. At the same time, inside Thief Vumon, Ma Kyu was reviewing documents and found the names of Devan Vai and Kai Hang Vai among them. After looking for a long time, he said, "Devan Hai Vuong and Kai Hang Vai's strength is naturally great, but they cannot be underestimated." A disciple said to his master, "Master, I can't hold on much longer." "How much longer?" "Don't worry. Do you know who that person is?" "That's the supreme head of the Trung Nam Sword Sect." Hearing the two conversing, Devan Vai said nonchalantly. Devan Vai looked out at the scenery. "You've done a good job, but the subsequent documents have no information. If the Grand Martial Arts Tournament is held, all members of the Trung Nam Sword Sect will be summoned." He now suddenly spoke up. "Han Tuc is also imprisoned on the 9th floor. Are you talking about Thak Shu's disciple?" "Yes. The sole lair of Thak Thu." Mentioning Han Tuc's master, Devan Vai sighed. "That kid is such a pity. The Trung Nam Sword Sect rarely has a disciple as talented as him. If he were still alive, perhaps he could have truly restored the glory of the sect. Han Tuc's disciple must be exceptional. I want to meet that child. Where is he now?" Hearing these words, Devan Hai's face turned pale, and a cold sweat ran down his back. If Thief Ba were to notice, the Thief Ba mentioned here could be Hong Fu Quan or another powerful figure who knows he's hiding the truth. The consequences would be unimaginable. Than Shou Tram? He didn't realize the severity of the problem. Han Tuc is currently at the Great Heaven Rating Guild. Huang Vai frowned. "Why is a disciple of the Trung Nam Sword Sect at the Great Heaven Rating Guild?" Devan Hai said. "Thak Tu's successor has always been unknown. Always free and unrestrained. That kid must want to stay there. Now the God of War has become the center of attention. Imprisoned in the Thunder Prison, he can't contact the outside world. At the Great Heaven Rating Guild, he can avoid being discovered." Hearing this, Hong Vai's eyes sharpened. "You said Han Tuc is dead." The cold gaze made Devan Hai not dare to say more. The Trung Nam Sword Saint appeared, his sharp eyes staring at Devan Vai and Kai Hang Vai. Han Tuc followed his master Thak Thu since he was a child. He has a gentle and kind nature. What do you say he did wrong? At this point, Hin Dao's aura erupted, and a powerful sword energy shot out. Devan Hai hurriedly defended, almost getting knocked away. Ko Hang Vai's face turned pale. Devan Vai smiled lightly. What Han Tuc did, if the elder says it was caused by that child, then there's definitely no problem. I will personally go see junior brother Han. Hearing the two converse, Devan Hai was shocked. He didn't expect Devan Vai to care so much about this matter. Than Shou Tram was also scared into a cold sweat. If the other party found out they had deceived Thief Ba, the consequences would be unimaginable. Devan Vai said, "If Han Tuc wants to leave the Trung Nam Sword Sect, just let him go." Kai Him Vai just nodded slightly. The Trung Nam Sword Saint walked forward. As he passed by Than Shou Tram, he said coldly, "What are you standing there for? Go see Han Tuc." Than Shou Tram looked towards Kai Hang Vai. The Trung Nam Sword Saint's gaze fell on Than Shotram. Than Shotram quietly followed the two as they left. Inside the Great Hevet Rating Guild, Tu Tu Ho asked Trong Thuk if a letter had arrived. The spy said that President Trong had also sent news. The entire investigation results have been sent. Recently, Theet Vumon has been very active. Many martial arts masters have come here. Among them is Han Tak of the Trung Nam Sword Sect. Tiu Ho looked towards the stone cave and thought for a moment. The Trung Nam Sword Sect is powerful. We can't be careless. Han Tak has been investigating the time matter these past few days, so he surely doesn't know any news yet. Find an opportunity to tell him. Han Tu-si and Nam Van Hao were fighting. He suddenly turned and fiercely attacked his opponent. Nam Van Hao appeared again, saying, "How did this kid improve so quickly?" The surrounding people were cheering for either Nam Van Hao or Han Tu-si. Van Vi was watching from a distance. He stood by the window, looking towards the Great Heaven Rating Guild. Han Tu-si has always been afraid of fighting, partly because of his personality, but mostly because he grew up in a safe environment. Since Han Tu-si's master passed away, he has had no rivals in the Trung Nam Sword Sect. This is also why I sent him to Theet Vu Mon. The 36 Heavenly Dipper swords are in your hands. Senior brother wishes you well. Than Shotram was amazed, not expecting Han Tu-si to be so strong. Han Tu-si suddenly roared, and a powerful sword energy erupted. It was the Milky Way sword technique from the Heavenly Dipper swords. Nam Van Hao was sent flying. Nam Van Hao emerged from the water and looked at Han Tu-si. Han Tu-si sat down beside Nam Van Hao and offered his hand to pull him up. Nam Van Hao smiled and said, as Han Tu-si firmly grasped his hand, pulling him out of the lake. Han Tu-si and Nam Van Hao laughed together. Han Tu-si said, "Between friends, I shouldn't be the only one to bear the burden." Hearing the word friends, Han Tu-si was slightly stunned, then burst into laughter as well. Van Vi was extremely surprised to witness the scene. He had never seen Han Tu-si so resolute. The Trung Nam Sword Saint said, "Let's go. We're going back. Go and inform the disciples of the Central Palace." Than Shotram asked in surprise why they were suddenly being called back. Van Vi's eyes were cold. "Of course, it's to let them taste my ultimate technique and see what right you have to criticize me." There were 11 days left until the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. Because of Hong Fu Quan's warning, no one dared to touch the God of War during this time. The prison guards were complaining about this order. From deep within the Thunder Prison, a faint sound echoed, like the sound of shackles breaking. The two guards immediately went to check, but the scene before them terrified them. The God of War was standing there, his hands clenched, his eyes flashing like a war god's. Clearly having recovered his cultivation, the God of War raised his left hand, not waiting for Sathi Nui's subordinates to react. To streams of sword energy shot towards them. This was a secret art he had used before. This secret art not only controlled actions, but also the consciousness of the opponent. After controlling the two, the God of War asked, "Where is Sathi Nui?" "Big brother. He's in the prison cell at the end of this path." After getting his answer, the God of War turned and left. He said, "You all can just wait for the Grand Martial Arts Tournament." He waved his hand. Sathi Nui's subordinates were controlled and couldn't move, walking out to the side of the road, pretending to be on patrol. But no one expected that the prison had been broken. The God of War kicked down the room's door. He found that Sathi Nui was not inside. Although he desperately wanted to kill his opponent immediately, his ultimate goal was to save Mak Koyu. Thinking of this, the God of War tried to suppress his anger and observed the map of the Thunder Prison. He was imprisoned on the first floor, while Marco Yu's voice came from the fourth. The structure of the Thunder Prison was like a maze. He could only go one floor at a time. Thinking this, the God of War raised his left hand, and a vast internal energy instantly surged out. He slammed his hand down on the ground, and the immense internal energy immediately destroyed 3 floors. A powerful force exploded on the 3rd floor. When the internal energy dissipated, the God of War landed on the ground. But just as he stood firm, a voice rang out. "It's been a long time since anyone came here." The God of War calmly asked, "Who are you?" He felt his aura was very familiar. It was the same master he had sensed in episode 84. The old man didn't answer directly but warned, "If you still want to use the old way to go down, you might be in danger. Below are all solid rock. If you're not careful, the entire Thunder Prison will collapse." The God of War ignored the old man's warning. He looked at the man's hands instead. They were covered in marks of hatred. He noticed the old man's fingers were deformed. It was clear this person had held a grudge for a very long time. "I can't remember how long it's been since I've seen another person, but I believe that one day, these stories will be known to the world. Just like I'm standing here today. Now, do you want to hear my story?" The God of War looked at the blood-filled wall of hatred and said calmly, "I'd love to hear it." It turned out the old man's name was Trin Han Thishi, a hidden young master of sound, of the Duong Mon. Because of his outstanding martial arts talent, he was accepted by Duong Mon. Only direct disciples could enter the inner sect. To show his appreciation, the sect master gave him the name Duong Than Min. He did not disappoint the sect master's expectations. Although his martial arts were only average, he was proficient in all kinds of hidden weapons. Soon, he became an indispensable figure in Duongmon. It was also at this time that he met a gentle and thoughtful woman, and the two fell in love. They decided to spend their lives together. But disaster struck. His fiancée died on a tree. Duongmon said it was a suicide. He didn't believe it and requested the sect master to reinvestigate. The sect master didn't accept and punished him severely. It wasn't until he saw a statue of that person that he realized it was all caused by the sect master's disciple, Duong Van Cohen. Duong Van Cohen had long coveted his fiancée. After being taken by Duong Van Cohen, the woman only lived for a few days. Duongmon used an excuse to expel him from the sect. He had originally planned to return to live out the rest of his life, but he was ambushed on the way back. Fortunately, he fell off a cliff but survived. After waking up, he decided to take revenge. So he didn't return to his hometown but lived in seclusion in the deep mountains. Although his martial arts were average, he still had hidden weapons. He was proficient in all of Duongmon's hidden weapons. He wanted to create a hidden weapon that could counter Duongmon's martial arts. In the deep mountains and remote valleys, he buried himself in research. His intense hatred fueled his intellect and dedication, and he finally created a dream of two unparalleled hidden weapons called the Life and Death Twin Blades. With these two weapons, he was completely confident he could destroy Duongmon. But he didn't know that Duongmon had been monitoring him for decades, just waiting for him to perfect the hidden weapons before making a move. Faced with the enemy, he could only flee, because his internal energy was too weak. He couldn't destroy the Life and Death Wind Blades. Duongmon's hidden weapons appeared again, an arrow piercing his ankle. He fell to the ground, and the Life and Death Wind Blades fell into a deep abyss. After falling into the abyss, the blades were never seen again. To protect his decades of hard work, Shin Hong Tuc carefully swallowed the life blade. He was then captured and imprisoned in the Thunder Prison. But he didn't give up hope of revenge. If Duong Van Cohen knew he was captured, he would surely be imprisoned in the Thunder Prison. He would surely come looking for him to demand the method of creating the hidden weapons. At that time, he could take revenge on Duong Van Cohen. After being captured and imprisoned, he continued to cultivate diligently. But years passed, and no one came to find him. Until one day, he realized he had always been writing on the wall with his own blood. At this point, Shin Hong Tuc was panting heavily. Thien Savu was astonished after hearing the story. He felt this person had a plan long ago. Thien Savu sighed and asked, "Is Duongmon also a power of Volongmon? If you have a grudge against Volongmon, then help me kill Duong Van Cohen." Thien Savu nodded, preparing to leave. But then he heard Shin Hong Tuc say, "Even if the life blade is destroyed, you can still look down on the world. But I have one more thing on me. Take it as a reward." Thien Savu turned back and saw a glowing object. Thien Savu stepped forward and discovered the life blade was not destroyed at all. Shin Hong Tuc placed the life blade in Thien Savu's palm in an instant. He remembered buying something similar to give to Tudiyuho. But at that time, Ka Hong Vai said it was a treasure. When he touched the treasure, Ka Hong Vai said it was a treasure. Tian mentioned the secret refining art. Thien Savu said, "Old man, rest assured, I will bear this grudge." 7 days before the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, martial arts masters from all over arrived at Thi Fu Mom one after another. Hong Fuquan glanced at the man behind him. "Long time no see." The man said, "Everything is ready. Sect Master, please rest assured." Although the man and Hong Fuquan trusted each other very much, Hong Fuquan still emphasized that this plan could not have any flaws. The man was silent for a moment, then said, "In that case, I have a suggestion. Why not eliminate the God of War at the Grand Martial Arts Tournament? He has always been the biggest threat." Hong Fuquan smiled faintly. "Alright, I've already considered it," Hong Fuquan said, pointing to the prayer beads on the man's hand. "If you weren't fated with this item, I wouldn't need to say much. You owe that person a life." Hearing the words "oh life," the man was slightly stunned. A cold smile crept onto his lips. "Long time no see. Duong Van Cohen." Duong Van Cohen sneered. "A useless person who can't even protect his own woman. How can he be compared to me in the Thunder Prison?" Thien Savu went deeper inside. But after searching for a long time, he couldn't find Mak Koyu. Just as he was about to give up, he suddenly heard voices. Thien Savu looked down and saw two people standing in front of a door. Just then, a voice rang out. "You're here. Bring him in. I don't know what the sect master is thinking. He's clearly a dying man. Dead. I brought food. Stop complaining. Be careful the sect master doesn't hear you." Hearing this conversation, Thien Savu's curiosity was piqued. Thinking this, Thien Savu circulated his internal energy and shot down like a cannonball in an instant. A scream was immediately heard. In that moment, Thien Savu landed a powerful kick on one of the subordinates. The subordinate was sent flying, and the food tray went with him. Thien Savu reached out and caught the food tray. Under the astonished gazes of the subordinates, Thien saw Vul and it gently on the ground. He had been transformed. Even here, he could still smell the stench of the prison. He just let out a soft breath, and a murderous aura suddenly appeared in the cold air. The other subordinates finally came to their senses. One of them shouted and charged with a spear. Thien saw Vul tilted his head slightly, easily dodging the attack. The subordinate crashed into the wall and was seriously injured. The others were all dumbfounded, not daring to move. The god of war's eyes were icy. Wasting food is unforgivable. Another subordinate charged with a spear. Thien saw Vul used his internal energy to send him flying into the air. He used the rebound force to kick out at the subordinate. The subordinate was sent flying far away. This person is no ordinary man. Let's get him together. As soon as the words were spoken, the subordinates attacked in unison. Thien saw Vul's face was expressionless, but this person's internal energy was suddenly soaring. Thien saw Vul said, "My power has been restored, but my control over it is not yet perfect. You best pray for yourselves." With 11 days left until the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, Thien saw Vul asked a subordinate, "Who is the prisoner locked up behind? Even if I told you, you wouldn't be able to open the door. It's made of black iron and requires for keys to open." Thien saw Vul said coldly, "Who says you have to use a key to open a door?" He unleashed all his internal energy, which exploded powerfully, striking the large gate. The 3-inch thick iron shook violently, but was not destroyed. Thien saw Vul's face was expressionless, and his internal energy suddenly soared again. Thien saw Vul retracted his internal energy and clenched his fist. With the reverse flow of energy, the iron door was instantly shattered and sent flying. Seeing this, the subordinates were all astonished. He didn't expect the 3-inch thick iron door to be shattered by this person. He stared at Thien saw Vul's back. The opponent was circulating his energy, clearly on guard against an attack from behind. He secretly drew a knife and suddenly stabbed towards Thien saw Vul's back. Immediately, he felt a powerful wave of internal energy strike him. It was an iron ball that Thien saw Vul had hidden. The iron door was shattered. Thien saw Vul looked at the broken door and said, "Compared to Master, I am still far behind." After a moment, he composed himself and stepped forward. He was very curious about who deserved to be imprisoned in such a place. Thien saw Vul went deeper into the Thunder Prison. At first, he didn't feel anything special, but after a short distance, he sensed a powerful aura. Thien saw Vul couldn't help but be a little surprised. This aura was similar to Vendiptu's. The strength of the person imprisoned here probably far exceeded that of the 4 great masters. Thinking of this, Thien saw Vul retracted his internal energy. Just then, a cold voice that seemed to come from hell rang out. "You've come." As the voice faded, the god of war appeared. Thien saw Vul felt a powerful wave of internal energy rushing towards him. He stepped forward to block it, but that powerful wave of internal energy was far beyond his imagination. Thien saw Vul couldn't control the internal energy and was instead pulled in. He floated in the middle of the energy field. A powerful internal force surged. Like a great river, the iron ball fell to the ground. Thien saw Vul stabilized himself and said, "Look closely. I'm not the kid you're talking about. Do you think a voice can deceive me? It was because I trusted you that I lost everything. I thought you were blind." Only then did Thien saw Vul realize the opponent's eyes were injured. The person suddenly attacked. Thien saw Vul felt his mind shake. The opponent's internal energy was formidable. The attack came like a storm, sending Thien saw Vul flying into a wall. The god of war felt the ki and blood in his body churn. He gritted his teeth as fresh blood still trickled from the corner of his mouth. The rebound from the wall sent him flying far. Thien saw Vul stabilized himself, following the blood trail while dealing with the monster. The monster's eyes were covered, which surprised Thien saw Vul even more. An iron chain fell from the sky. Tunichasi, one of the 8 great masters, was bound tightly. The iron chains pierced through his hands, and blood dripped from them. The enemy clearly wanted to seal all of this monster's strength. But even so, the monster still had powerful combat abilities. This surprised the monster. It shocked Thien saw Vul. The monster roared again. "I've been waiting for your return for a long time. Even if you seal my strength, you must die." The monster lost control and rushed towards Thien saw Vul, a powerful force striking him. The opponent had clearly lost all reason. If this continued, he would surely die. He looked around and found this place was different from other cells. The surroundings were not stone, but iron plates, apparently to prevent this monster from escaping. The monster used the echoes to judge direction and enhance its strength. Understanding this, Thien saw Vul also decided to act. He grunted, and fresh blood trickled from his ears. The god of war didn't use his sword but channeled all his internal energy, a powerful force striking the monster. Thien saw Vul shouted, attacking the monster fiercely and questioning him. "What is your relationship with that person?" The monster sneered. "You're quite the schemer." The two clashed fiercely again. Their internal energy so powerful it broke the iron chains binding the monster. Thien saw Vul thought, if I were at my peak, the outcome would be hard to say. But the current situation didn't allow him to think much. Thien saw Vul suddenly struck a pressure point. A powerful stream of internal energy hit the monster. The sharp energy struck like lightning. The monster used the Crown Prince's technique. And the powerful force hit it again. The monster roared again, collapsing to the ground, panting heavily. It took a long time for Thien Savu to steady his breathing. The monster said, "I haven't lost." Thien Savu replied, "I am not Mu. Who are you? Why did Mu treat you like this?" In an instant, the monster recovered. Thien Sav revealed his identity. Thien Savu kept staring at the monster until it was completely dead. Thien Savu still hadn't recovered from the shock. He observed the monster's face carefully and found that it bore some resemblance to himself after all the hardships he had been through. No one would believe him. If what the monster said was true, the entire martial world would fall into chaos. At the same time, Van Vi and the old man arrived at the 9-layered palace. Van Vi said, "Van Deep 2 is truly an extraordinary character. If Thiet Bebai were still alive, his status now would not be low." The old man looked at him. "Kid, you want to make me famous too? I don't work for fame." Just as the two were talking, Van Vi's gaze slightly paused. "I thought you were busy with the Grand Martial Arts Tournament and wouldn't have time to visit this old man. No matter how busy I am, when an old friend comes, I cannot welcome them." The person who arrived was the master of the 9-layered palace, Van Deep 2. The two looked at each other. Van Deep 2 said, "You haven't changed a bit." The old man replied, "You're still as strong as ever." At this time, he now thought to himself, "I've heard of Han Huang and Naje. Her strength is said to be great, but I feel a little uneasy. Han Huang Nha's aura was completely different from Thiet Bai's, like a sharp sword. At his current level, he couldn't see through the opponent's strength." Thinking of this, He Dao couldn't help but laugh at himself. The path he had to walk was still very long. Van Deep said, "This person is the successor to the head of the Trung Nam sword sect. He will not disappoint you." The old man said, "The person you and Van Deep brought is naturally even more outstanding." Just then, Van Deep 2's disciple, Linzu, arrived. Linzu was known in the martial world as the 3-step kill, meaning he could take a life within 3 steps. Linzu's fame was widespread, and those who gain fame young are often arrogant, and this child was no exception. How far he can go in the future remains to be seen. The old man suggested that Linzu and Van Vi interact more, then went with Van Deep to pay respects to the 2 elders. Linzu also came to talk to Van Vi. The Trung Nam Sword Saint's fame is well deserved. Linzu's eyes were sharp but carried a hint of humility. Linzu said, "I've wanted to meet you for a long time." Van Deep to discuss the current situation, saying worriedly, "With the disintegration of Thiet Vumon, the world will be in chaos, and the Yuan dynasty might take the opportunity to invade." Van Vi agreed with his old friend's concern, but had his own view. Thiet Vumon has weakened. It's better to make full use of it. If the Yuan dynasty invades, a new alliance should be formed to resist them. A glint flashed in the old man's eyes. "What else are you hiding from me? It seems you've been poisoned." Hearing this, Van Deep couldn't hold back his tears. He had hidden it from everyone, only to be discovered by his old friend. He recounted how he had been poisoned with the ice spirit bone toxin. The old man said, "It must have been Hong Fuquan. How could that kind child who used to say I looked like a monkey have been abandoned? How did he become so cruel?" Van Deep sighed. "He has changed. Ever since he killed the head of Duongmon. Volanquan. The Hong Fuquan we knew is gone. His convening of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament this time surely has another ulterior motive. I just hope he doesn't destroy the entire Central Plains." Compared to the silence of the 2 old friends, Thiet Mian were chatting happily. Lindsay looked at Kang Vai's back. "I heard you never cared about the affairs of the martial world. It seems that's not entirely true." Hearing this, Han said, "I came this time for this matter. But later, when I led the sword sect, I must explain clearly to the seniors." Van Vi sighed softly. Van Deep had not yet revealed his plan, and his heart was still hesitant. Linsu said, "Time waits for no one." Han changed the subject to Han Tuc. Han Tuc is a disciple of the Trung Nam sword sect, yet he is close to the god of war. "Aren't you going to do something about it?" Van Vi's attitude was very firm. "Regarding the god of war, I've only heard rumors, and I don't know if they're true or false. But I have met Han Tuc, and he is no ordinary person." Van Vi said, "Don't talk nonsense. A disciple of the Trung Nam sword sect doesn't need to be judged by others." Linsu said, "We'll see at the Grand Martial Arts Tournament." At the same time, 2 more people arrived at Thiet Vumon. On the crowded street, an old man and a large man appeared. The Grand Martial Arts Tournament is about to begin. It's certainly much more lively. The old man's presence was powerful. Even the Trung Nam sword saint would have to be wary. On the eve of the tournament, some mysterious masters arrived at Thiet Vumon. The gate was heavily guarded, and ordinary people tried all sorts of excuses to get in. Mangacap Shack was in charge of inspection, but some people still refused to leave. The elder of the 2 Moan was angry, and Mak Kokap didn't dare say much. After scolding Mak Kokap Shack, He was talking to a subordinate when suddenly the iron chain shook violently. Mangacap Jack turned his head and saw a giant man appear. This person was like an iron tower, with bulging muscles. More frighteningly, he was carrying an iron chain in his hand. The man walked up to Mangacap Jack and bowed his head. The elder of the two moaned didn't dare say much. Just then, a voice rang in his ear. Mangacap Jack came to his senses and saw a person dressed in black. Mangacap Jack didn't dare ask the other's identity. The old man said, "I came here to meet a friend." Mangacap Jack asked about matters related to the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. The old man said, "I only came for a friend." Mangacap Jack thought for a moment and said, "Thiet Vu Mon's Grand Martial Arts Tournament is about to begin. You shouldn't meet, and cannot enter without permission. Master, please show your identification." The old man nodded, saying he wanted Mangacap to announce him inside. The old man wanted to meet a friend. His friend was the Grand Elder of the Trung Nam Sword Sect, Devan Vai. Mangacap Jack was shocked. He didn't expect the opponent's friend to be the Trung Nam Sword Saint. This place was probably only for someone of Devan Vai's status. Mangacap Jack immediately sent someone to inform the Trung Nam Sword Sect, then invited the old man to wait a moment. While waiting, he continuously apologized while observing the large man. Although his face was covered, his muscles were bulging. Mangacap couldn't help but be afraid, confirming this was the person he imagined. The old man told Mangacap Jack not to go. He paid no mind to the large man. Mangacap Jack asked if the large man was a disciple of Thabdat. The old man said, "He is not my disciple, but he is related to me. We travel the martial world together." Mangacap Jack asked about the two of them. "My servant said, that was 10 years ago." After saying that, the servant said no more. At the same time, at the 9-layered palace, Vandipta was still chatting with Devan Vai. After seeing Devan Vai off, Vandipta asked his disciple, "What did you think of the conversation?" Linzu replied, "The other party is very worth learning from. I have a different impression of Devan Vai. The Trung Nam Sword Saint appears gentle on the surface, but his inner self is extremely strong. He is definitely not someone who can be easily manipulated. Devan Vai is no ordinary person." When he left, Devan Vai said, "I hope you won't regret what you've done." Linsu stopped and turned to look back. Linsu said, "You should go out and travel the martial world more." The old man said, "Everything is as usual. Junior brother, you haven't changed a bit." Devan Vai didn't answer but looked towards Mangacap Jack. Devan Vai said, "Linsu and Thiet Ba are similar in appearance but completely different in nature." Linsu said, "What Thiet Ba wants to talk about is this Grand Martial Arts Tournament. Not just this one. Everyone has two sides." Devan Vai said, "I once had a friend." As soon as he finished speaking, a disciple of the Trung Nam Sword Sect approached. After the disciple left, Devan Vai asked, "What's the rush?" The disciple reported there was urgent news from Thansho about the situation outside. Hearing this news, Devan Vai couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat, knowing the identity of the person who had just arrived. On the other side, the old man standing in front of the inn also broke out in a cold sweat. Although the giant man was very quiet, his powerful presence still radiated around him. Everyone in Thiet Vu Mon could feel it. Mangacap Jack said maybe they should just leave it, but was shouted down by his servant. My servant said, "What a nuisance." Just then, he heard a sound. He heard someone coming. It was the person he had been waiting for a long time. The Trung Nam Sword Saint. Tadita said, "Don't rush. Take it slow." The giant man still said nothing. Mangacap Jack and Tadita stood up. He said the Trung Nam Sword Sect was still quite far from here, so it would take some time. Tadita repeatedly apologized. Devan Vai walked to the door and suddenly soared into the air. He flew up using his internal energy. Tadita was amazed. After a moment, Devan Vai asked softly, "It's been 10 years since we last met, hasn't it?" Tadita bowed and replied, "Yes." Devan Vai asked, "What are you doing here looking for me?" Tadita said, "Your sudden appearance is indeed surprising. I heard a grand martial arts tournament is about to be held here, so I specially came to pay a visit." Devan Vai said, "There's been no problem with your whereabouts for the past 10 years. Why did you deliberately come at this time?" Tadita said, "The world is unpredictable. The future is hard to tell." Devan Vai sighed, a troubled look on his face. But right after, the master's eyes turned sharp, his tone suddenly changing. "You didn't come here to die, did you? Do you still consider me a friend?" Mangacap frowned slightly and asked why he said that. Devan Vai, you can deceive others, but you can't deceive me. The ones behind you are not living people, but the immortal demon lord." Devan Vai frowned and said, "For you, I once swore never to draw my sword again. But you broke that vow and even brought the immortal demon lord before me. It seems you want to die at my hands. Your internal energy is already in chaos. I will grant your wish. I will personally see you off." The tense atmosphere in the courtyard made Trong Che Si and the others standing by feel a chill run down their spines. their hair standing on end. The giant man who had been silent until now suddenly spoke coldly. He took a powerful step forward and launched a fierce palm strike at Devanvai. Tranche immediately came to his senses. Remembering his duty, this Tranche had to act immediately. He shouted, "Anyone who causes trouble here will be punished." As soon as the words were spoken, everyone around held their breath. These people were all guards of Chuankang. They replied, "Yes, sir," while aiming at the troublemaker, ready to shoot. Seeing this, Hontadita said softly, "Old friend, you've acted out of a misunderstanding. This child," pointing at the giant man, "only lost control because he sensed the murderous intent." After speaking, the murderous intent on Montadita's body automatically dissipated. It wasn't murderous intent. The surrounding space became unusually quiet. Montadita walked up to Chuankang. "I understand your pain and sorrow, and I also feel extremely guilty. This is the reason why. We can resolve this slowly." Montadita raised his hands, seemingly wanting to quell the murderous intent in the courtyard. But no one expected his martial arts to be so powerful. With just a few movements, he easily controlled the situation. Even the Thiet Vu Mon guards far away were shaken and fell to the ground. Everyone was enveloped by a halo. At this time, Devanvai had set up the four symbols formation. This space seemed to be frozen, as if separated from the world, forming its own realm, separating Devanvai and Tadi. "Hell?" Among these things, Montadita said, "This person is Tan Khan. It's just slowing down the passage of time, so no one can protect him. It's truly possible to stop time. This is also just a trick." Hearing these words, Devanvai recalled his years of cultivation. "You used to cultivate evil arts. Why are you now immersed in the core of evil arts?" The 10 Directions life technique is not an evil art. The organization used to use this technique for cultivation. I didn't expect that 1,000 years later, it would be used by evil people for wrongdoing. Devanvai said with a solemn expression. "Now is not the time for you to cultivate." Montadita smiled. Effort began to condense in his eyes. After a moment, it condensed into 2 arms. In this space, one can control time, and even create things that never were. Using the 10 Directions life technique was also a last resort. Because this child is not what you think. This child has no life force at all. He is clearly the immortal demon lord. Do you think I can't break your technique's life force? What? Montadita's eyes were sharp. While maintaining the 10 Directions life technique, he threw a palm strike. If Hong Fuquan were here, he would probably be controlled by the 10 Directions life technique. But a kind-hearted person is naturally not affected. Others have realized the aura of this child through your strength. If you don't act, this child will not be able to react in time. You don't need to stand in front of this child to show off your martial arts. What other choice is there but to act? Yet you insist on showing off your martial arts in front of this child. Perhaps you also realize that this child is different from the immortal Matan." After Montadita finished explaining, this high monk Devanvai asked about the origin of Chuankang. Montadita then recounted his experience. More than 10 years ago, after parting with Devanvai, he traveled east. He found Chuankang under a cliff on Mount Changbiai. At that time, Chuankang was seriously injured, clearly having been heavily wounded by someone, and then fallen off the cliff. Sensing Chuankang's aura, Montadita couldn't help but feel sorrow, thinking Chuankang would surely die. Just as he was chanting a prayer for the dead and preparing to leave, Montadita suddenly sensed an aura. Chuankang had, at some point, grabbed onto his kizoi. Montadita turned his head and saw Chuankang looking up at him. The child's eyes seemed to tell him that no matter how much pain he had to endure, he had to survive. After hearing the story, Devanvai asked, "Did you turn him into the immortal demon lord to save him?" "No, this child is not the immortal demon lord. I only used the life reversal art on him." After Montadita finished speaking, he suddenly pointed his finger, and Chuankang's frozen state was instantly broken. Devanvai said, "You didn't inform me about the 10 Directions life technique. Can even Hong Fuquan be controlled? This child has a unique gift. The 10 Directions life technique can only temporarily suppress him." Montadita channeled his internal energy into his right hand and quickly appeared in front of Chuankang, saying to him, "The child of Hac Lem, I have no intention of threatening your existence." With the old monk's gentle comfort, the immortal demon lord's consciousness in Chuankang gradually dissipated, and he regained his composure. Seeing this, Devanvai finally understood. It turned out Montadita was using his internal energy to control Chuankang. After explaining, the high monk Devanvai asked again about the 10 Directions life technique. This technique was originally used for self-preservation after internal injury. Over 1,000 years, with a deeper understanding of the human body's structure, it gradually developed into a life-saving technique. At that time, I was just trying my best to keep him alive, relying entirely on this child's strong will to live. Perhaps there was also despair. Something else was supporting him. But the side effect of the life reversal art caused his mind to become chaotic. Now he doesn't even remember who he is. Monk Dita said, I have explained everything clearly. Can I retract this technique now? Even this old monk finds it hard to maintain for long. To Van Vine nodded slightly, as if in agreement. Monk Dita gently pointed, and with a small pop, the power of the 10 directions life technique began to dissipate, and the flow of time around them returned to normal. Tron HAC shouted, ordering his subordinates to prepare to move. Monk Dita said, the misunderstanding has been cleared up. There's no need to fight. Seeing that Tron Thacy still wouldn't stop, Teen Don Hichin waved his sleeve and said, this old man and you haven't met in years. It was just a little joke. Everyone, stand down. Everyone was shocked, thinking, you're truly formidable. This old monk was revered as one of the 3 great masters. With a fierce temperament, he was intimidating, but this high monk became as weak as a maiden. In that moment, Van Hindao sensed a powerful aura. One aura, she recognized as belonging to that high monk from Trung Nam. The other aura, however, made Van Hindao's heart tremble. It was an aura that belonged neither to the living nor the dead. Tan Nu Thien's expression gradually became serious. At least his country. He also knew that the high monk of Trung Nam had appeared here before. Now the other party had nearly injured him. Clearly he was no ordinary person. Van Hindao stood by, full of worry, not expecting to be dragged into this matter. Just then, Van Hindao advised Miss Tua. Nowadays, the Great Heaven Rating Guild is like a tall tree catching the wind. I'm afraid it's not good. We should go back. Tiu Ho said with a calm expression. It is precisely because the Great Heaven Rating Guild is attracting attention that I, as the young master, should appear more often in public to reassure my subordinates. At this point, this young lady smiled. Senior, just think of it as accompanying your niece out for a stroll. Faced with the young girl's smile, Van Hindao couldn't help but sigh, silently blaming himself for too easily agreeing with God of War Tan Khan. Senior, don't frown anymore. Don't worry. This junior invites you to the Deep Tin Tea House to enjoy some tea and learn about the situation. The 2 arrived at the Deep Tin Tea House. Tiu Ho introduced the tea house and its 3 hallmasters. Van Hindao was inwardly amazed. How is it that this young girl is so formidable? God of War Tan Khan put the Great Heaven Rating Guild in such a situation. Yet this young master not only didn't temporarily avoid the spotlight, but proactively appeared in the city to reassure her subordinates. This action was truly puzzling. Van Hindao also understood Tiu Ho's intention. She mostly wanted to get information about Hong Fu Quan from him. He just hoped she would finish her questions quickly so he could return to the Great Heaven Rating Guild. Tiu Ho's questioning made this man from the Thiet Ma Escort Bureau, Van Hindao, show a murderous intent. Sensing the change in the other party, Tiu Ho asked softly, what's wrong? Van Hindao said frankly, Miss Tu, if you want to know about Hong Fu Quan, there's no need to ask me. The Great Heaven Rating Guild's intelligence capabilities surpass even the beggar's sect. What I know, you surely already know. Hearing this, Tiu Ho stopped beating around the bush and frankly admitted that she had indeed gathered a lot of intelligence. But most of it was about the masters. She wanted to know more details, such as Hong Fu Quan's personality and habits. After hearing this, Van Hindao pondered for a moment and said, I have had contact with Hong Fu Quan before. His temperament is very gentle. Hearing this, Tiu Ho's expression clearly changed. Her eyes filled with doubt. Van Hindao said, I know it's hard for you to believe, but that's the truth. At that time, the Hong Fu family was powerful, and Hong Fu Quan was the brightest star among them. Not only was his martial arts superb, but he also played a crucial role in the battles against the Yuan dynasty. At the first Grand Martial Arts Tournament, 70 the masters unanimously nominated him as the leader of Thiet Nu Mon. Even the 9-layered palace and the lion sect had no objections. At this point, Van Hindao paused. For some unknown reason, he suddenly disappeared for a period, and upon his return, his personality had drastically changed. According to Van Hindao, Hong Fu Quan's disappearance was very sudden. There were even rumors in the martial world that he had died. Later, there were other rumors about him. It was said he went north alone. The specific reason is unknown. Hong Fu Quan's disappearance threw a new Long Mon into chaos. The 6 banners Duong Mon and the Modong family both wanted to take this opportunity to interfere in New Long Mon's affairs. Led by the Nam Kong family, in alliance with the Modong family, and the powers of Hebe, the purpose was to negotiate the final ownership of a New Long Mon. But in reality, they wanted to use this opportunity to pull over Hong Fu Quan. At the same time, the head of Duong Mon took the lead in causing trouble, criticizing Hong Fu Quan as incompetent, causing a New Long Mon to be repeatedly suppressed by the 9-layered palace and the lion sect. Afterwards, the Duong Mon head frankly supported Nam Kung Vo Can to become the new alliance leader. Nam Kung Vo Can smiled and expressed that for the development of a New Long Mon, he had to reluctantly accept. But they didn't know that this very moment, Hong Fuquan had returned to the Central Plains and found the location of Bak Lindong. Just as Nam Kung Vo can propose to remove Hong Fuquan's name from a new Longmon, Hong Fuquan silently appeared outside the room. Hearing the commotion inside, Hong Fuquan's lips curled into a cold smile as he powerfully launched a palm strike, shattering the door. The person had a cold expression. He asked, "Why do you want to remove my name?" The Duongmon head was sweating profusely and looked towards Nam Kung Vo-kan. Nam Kung Vo-kan also didn't expect things to turn out this way. He immediately stood up and angrily scolded Hong Fuquan for not showing his face for a long time, causing chaos in a new Longmon while Hong Fuquan did nothing. The strength of a new Longmon weakened, and he even directly attacked, accusing Hong Fuquan of being a hypocrite and letting the assassins who targeted men go. You pushed a new Longmon into a dangerous situation. The Duongmon head angrily pointed at Hong Fuquan. A new Longmon doesn't need a useless person like you. Get out. Unexpectedly, as soon as the words were spoken, he was sent flying by a palm strike. Hong Fuquan said coldly, "You are right. Hong Fuquan is indeed a hypocritical fox." Hong Fuquan attacked without mercy. No one was his match. In an instant, the place was in ruins. Hong Fuquan stood amidst the rubble and said coldly, "From now on, I will continue to serve as the alliance leader. Any objections?" A woman from a common background had extraordinary abilities. In just 15 short years, she became the young master of a large trading guild. Julia Kong Nang had no martial arts, but was extremely skilled at maneuvering between the three major powers. It was this young lady who disappeared due to a martial world affair. Hearing that Hong Fuquan had once enraged the head of Duongmon, Tiu Ho couldn't help but be surprised, not expecting it to go that far. The Great Heaven Raiding Guild's intelligence gathering was even stronger than the Beggars sect, but she had never heard any news about the head of Duongmon. Seeing Tiu Ho's doubt, Van Hindao explained, "After that great change, everyone kept their mouths shut. Even the current head of Duongmon, Duong Van Cohen, is completely unaware of the cause of his father's death." After hearing this, Tiu Ho still found it hard to believe. The feud of killing one's father is irreconcilable, even if Duong Van Cohen feared Hong Fuquan's power. If this matter were made public, it could also involve the Nine-Layered Palace and the Lion Sect. Van Hindao said with a straight face, "Miss Tu, you shouldn't assume the Nine-Layered Palace and the Lion Sect are completely ignorant of this matter." At this point, the man from the Theat Ma Escort Bureau said in a low voice, "Hong Fuquan used harsh methods to suppress everyone. Hong Fuquan descended like a divine weapon from the heavens." Nam Kung Vo-kan entered Theat Vumon. Hong Fuquan said to Nam Kung Vo-kan, "Nam Kung Vo-kan, you should also learn more. It's best not to get involved in these martial world affairs. Stay put in and high and live a peaceful life. I won't pursue today's matter any further." Nam Kung Vo-kan H's anger was skyj, also wanting to completely annihilate the Nam Kung family. Nam Kung Vo-kan clenched his fist but didn't dare to act rashly. Hong Fuquan said, "If this matter gets out, the Nam Kung family will not be at peace either." Faced with this demand, Nam Kung Vo-kan didn't know what to do. Suddenly, a cold, murderous aura spread. In the end, Nam Kung Vo-kan could only agree to Hong Fuquan's demand. Duong Van Ko and didn't want to save his father. He only said that as long as he himself didn't die. If he died, he would publicize everything and ask the Nine-Layered Palace and the Lion Sect to uphold justice. Hong Fuquan smiled. "If I remember correctly, you will be the next head of Duongmon." Duong Van Cohen was enlightened. A thought flashed through his mind. If he inherited the position of Duongmon's head, not only would it help him take revenge, but it could also make Duongmon join Mulongmon to dominate Sichuan. "As long as you avenge my father, I will help you. Think it over carefully yourself." After Hong Fuquan's advice, Duong Van Cohen made his decision. On one side was the feud of his father's murder. On the other was his own future. Duong Van Cohen slowly walked forward and picked up his father's belongings. He suddenly sneered inwardly, realizing his father had long lost power. How could a dead person be more important than his own life? Seeing the other's calm expression, Hong Fuquan was surprised. Hong Fuquan didn't object and turned to leave. Duong Van Cohen shouted, "Long live the alliance leader." Nam Kung Vo-kan looked at the others retreating back and silently swore he would definitely get revenge. After understanding the whole story, Tiu Ho pieced together the previous information. Hong Fuquan had once suddenly disappeared and went to the north. Taoist Fan En had via the Northern Heaven Palace had once taken a mysterious master as his teacher in the north. It happened to be when he met Nguyen An was completed. Hong Fuquan came to his aid. These three events seemed unrelated, but the time and place coincided so perfectly. Plus the news about the Hong Fu family that Hong Vu Koi had gathered. Tiu Ho had a bold guess in her heart, but this matter had wide-ranging implications. Without concrete evidence, she was afraid it would bring disaster upon herself. Seeing the young lady's expression change, Van Hindao couldn't help but ask. Tiu Ho looked grave, indicating she had an urgent matter to attend to, and had to return to the Great Heaven Raiding Guild immediately. Van Hindao breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't a waste of effort after all. Tiu Ho left the tea house with a heavy heart, with Van Hindao following behind. Just then, Van Hindao's eyes suddenly fell on the sachet Tiu Ho wore at her waist. It looked very ordinary, but after careful observation, he noticed something strange. It turned out that internal energy was infused into the bag, which could be used for self-defense. Faced with this strange sachet, Van Hindao couldn't help but ask about its origin. Tiu Ho didn't understand these mysteries. She honestly said it was a treasure Thien Savu had given her. The young lady was about to turn and leave the tea house, but was unexpectedly blocked at the door by a large man. Blocked by the large man, Tiu Ho immediately stated her identity. Faced with this large man, Tiu Ho's expression also changed. Although she grew up on Mount Chanbi and had a strong character, in front of this person, she was like a sheltered young lady. Monk Thap Dap and 10 guards said, "Miss Tu, don't worry, we are not enemies." Tan Hong said, "You should have listened to me sooner." Van Hindao said, "Why does it have the scent of the 10 directions life technique? Could it be our grand elder of the Trung Nam sword sect?" Tinu Thien said, "I was wondering who it was. Turns out it's you. Old immortal." Tiu Ho was shocked hearing their conversation. She didn't expect this high monk to be from the Trung Nam sword sect. And Van Hindao, who was protecting her, had a connection with the other party. Could they all be members of some secret organization? One was even a high master of the prestigious Trung Nam sword sect. Tiu Ho didn't expect these two old men with opposite personalities to be like friends. After they finished talking, Van Hindao noticed the large man, Monk Thap Dat. Tien Tu Thien squinted and said, "I was wondering why this Taoist Van Hindao changed his tune so quickly. Turns out it was this guy, Monk Thap Dat." He looked towards Monk Thap Dat. Old Taoist Van Hindao wouldn't do something like this even if he lost his mind. "It must be your doing." Monk Thap Dat played a trick. Monk Thap Dat didn't deny it, but said, "Thiet Ma, also known as Van Hindao, it's good to see you again. You're very beautiful. You came looking for me just because of old times." Hearing Western regions, Tiu Ho's heart stirred. The overall strength of the Western region's esoteric sect was greater than that of the Central Plains Shaolin, although its strength had waned over the years. To the martial world of the Central Plains, the Western region's esoteric sect was stronger. The Western region sect had always been a formidable opponent. Van Hindao smiled. "You brought this half-dead thing to Thiet Mamon and are still looking at a time when the Grand Martial Arts Tournament is about to take place. I don't believe that reason." The more the two talked, the more tense it became. Tien Thien said, "Monk Thap that drew a clear line with the esoteric sect more than 10 years ago. This time, he's just visiting an old friend. It's best that way. If he wants to touch the immortal demon lord, he'll have to get through this old man first." Tien Chu Thien didn't pursue the matter further and turned to ask Thiet Ma Van Hindao why he had a young woman as a guard. Van Hindao said it was to deceive the world. Tiu Ho introduced herself and asked Tien Thien. The young lady was generous and natural, without a trace of fear. Tien Thien also relaxed his attitude. This high monk from Trung Nam was not an arrogant person, and with Tiu Ho's straightforward personality, after a while, the atmosphere between the two sides became harmonious. Tien Thien asked Tiu Ho if she wanted to change her guard. Tiu Ho smiled and refused. Tiu Ho took her leave. Looking at the young lady's back, Tien Thien said, "She is truly an extraordinary young lady, able to make Thiet Ma willingly act as her guard. For this high monk too." Tien Thien suddenly added, "I wonder if this young lady is betrothed to anyone. If not, I have a suitable person to introduce. That kid, aside from being a bit cold, is decent in other aspects." Van Hindao said, "Old friend, you're talking about someone from the Trung Nam sword sect. If you don't want the future head of the Trung Nam sword sect to die young, I advise you to give up that idea. That child belongs to the god of war." Hearing this, Tien Thien's eyes sharpened as he looked at Van Hindao. She belongs to the god of war, so she is the young master of the Great Heaven Trading Guild. That's right. You see the butterfly sash she wears? It was a gift from the god of war. This treasure is extremely exquisite. Its power even surpasses the 10,000 flowers rain sword formation of Duomon. For the god of war to give her such a precious treasure for protection, it seems this woman's position in the god of war's heart is very high. Tien Thien said, "If she has this treasure to protect her, why do you still need to guard her?" Van Hindao was silent for a long time before saying, "Recently, I have been forced to protect Tiu Ho. Besides promising the god of war, it's also our business. Because of a deal with Senior Thien Savu, I can no longer return with the Thiet Ma Escort Bureau. The heaven-shattering divine art I cultivate is enough to deal with the masters participating in the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. Before the tournament ends, Senior, please bring Shuang Kong here. I can deal with him completely." Van Hindao looked at the young man and asked, "How certain are you?" Thien Savu's eyes were calm, his tone confident. "The 5 swords of heaven shattering, incomplete for 1,000 years, are the same whether killing or saving." Thiet Ma Kuk said to Tien Thien, "You don't need to worry. Van Hien slowly left. The moon was cold. The wind was clear. And the stars twinkled. Tatu Ho sat in the tea house, her thoughts in turmoil. Thien Sabu said to Tu Shuo, the person imprisoned in a new Longmon's Thunder Domain might make a move against the Great Heaven Rating Guild. Although Van Hien has promised to protect you, I'm still not at ease. The young man Thien Sabu smiled and said, keep this treasure with you. If you encounter danger, it will protect you. Tatu Ho was deeply moved. The young master of the Great Heaven Rating Guild, Tatu Ho, looked into the distance and thought, brother, are you okay? I miss you so much. In the deep Thunder Domain, an old man and a young man were talking. The old man moved his scarred hands and said, this item is extremely important. It absolutely cannot be lost. The young man's heavily injured face was full of hope. This person was a subordinate of the Theet Ma Escort Bureau. Marker. The old man opened his eyes and said, we were just transporting goods. Getting new Longmon made things so difficult. I'm sure there's a misunderstanding. Once the misunderstanding is cleared up, they will naturally release us. I just don't know how Big Brother is doing now. Being captured for so long. There's been no news at all. Just as Ma Siu finished speaking, a powerful blast of energy shattered the wall, filling the room. Dust settled, and a figure appeared. Recognizing the newcomer, Ma Siu exclaimed in surprise, great hero Thien, why are you here? The person who arrived was Thien Savu. At this time, there were only 5 days left until the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. The legendary master who could easily defeat the God of War, this evil star. Now he appeared extremely calm, as if he only wanted to say a few words in the Thunder Prison. It was said that the 2 subordinates he had just sent to the Thunder Prison to search were ultimately captured. He thought to himself, it's really unnecessary. Just need to wait another 5 days for the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. At that time, just follow the arrangements. Just as Maxiu and the old man were talking, a voice came from outside. 2 new Longmon guards observed the newcomer with their lanterns. It was the Thunder Prison's evil star, Sathi Nui. He held a wine cup in his hand, his expression fierce. He was clearly also a member of a new Longmon. Sathi Nui walked towards the place where Thien Savu had just broken in. The 2 guards stepped forward and asked, Lord Sathi Nui, what do you want? Sathi Nui replied, of course. I came to see the God of War. One guard hurriedly said, Alliance leader Hong Fuquan has given an order that no one is to approach this place or God of War Thien Savu. Sathi Nui paid no mind. He walked straight up to Thien Savu. Sathi Nui found the cage empty. The prisoner of the Thunder Prison had disappeared. Immediately, his pupils contracted, and a murderous aura erupted. The 2 guards still hadn't realized the problem. One even said to Sathi Nui, Big brother, there's nothing we can do. Please leave this place. Sathi Nui looked at the heart. He slowly glared at the guard, his eyes as fierce as a wolf's. Is this how you carry out the Alliance leader's orders? If you can't do it, then get out. Sathi Nui quickly reached out with his left hand and grabbed the guard's neck. He lifted him up. The captured guard said in fear, Big brother, are you drunk? Isn't the God of War still locked in the cage? Before he could finish, Sathi Nui took the wind jar in his hand and slammed it on the guard's head. The guard screamed and fell to the ground in pain. The other guard hurriedly knelt and begged for mercy. Big brother, please spare my life. What are you doing? Sathi Nui put his hands on his hips and coldly pointed at the empty cage. See for yourself. This is the God of War you were guarding. The subordinate looked over, initially stunned. But when he saw the empty cage, a chill ran down his spine. Immediately after, a stream of fresh blood flowed down. The other subordinate was also stunned. Since its establishment, no one had ever escaped from the Thunder Domain. Sathi Nui's angry roar brought the 2 back to their senses. They were so scared their bodies trembled, and they stammered, Big brother, the God of War might have escaped. Should we stabilize the situation first? No, that's not right, Sathi Nui said. The Thunder Domain only has one exit, and the path to it is full of traps. The God of War was sealed by Theet Ma and the Alliance leader. He absolutely couldn't have easily broken out. He must still be in the Thunder Domain. I have to rescue him. At the same time, in the deepest part of the Thunder Domain, Thien Savu was carrying the heavily injured Maxiu. Slowly moving forward, Maxiu asked Thien Savu if he had seen anyone from the Theet Ma Escort Bureau. Thien Savu said he hadn't seen anyone along the way. For now, he could only get the 2 of them out of the Thunder Domain first, then find a chance to come back. At this point, he looked at the old man. Old sir, if you have trouble walking, just rest here. After I get Maxiu out, I'll come back for you. The old man firmly refused. He absolutely could not stay here any longer. He said if Thien Savu wanted to deal with the Alliance leader, he could definitely help. Hearing this, Thien Savu said no more and nodded slightly. Not long after, the 3 arrived at an open area. Maxiu smelled something burning and spoke up. Thien Savu was also surprised, recognizing it as the smell of burned human flesh. Passing by a deep pit, He looked down and indeed saw many charred bodies. The god of war, Thien Savu, frowned slightly. It seemed the rest of the Thema escort bureau were gone. Just then, Thien Savu's ear twitched. A sound quickly reached him. Then, cries for help echoed through the Thunder Domain. Quick! To prison cell number 8. The immortal demon lord has escaped. The alliance leader had ordered special guard for this prisoner. But they couldn't find any trace of god of war Thien Savu. Safi Nui received the news and immediately led his subordinates to the cave. Hearing the approaching footsteps, Thien Savu stopped. It seems we've been discovered. Great hero Thien. Don't worry about us. Run. Thien Savu was not afraid and gently shook his head. This place is completely sealed off. There's no escape. Just then, a voice came from behind. God of war. You are the first to escape from the Thunder Domain. Safi Nui sneered. But you will still die at my hands. Thien Savu's expression was calm. I was just looking for you. After being tortured for a whole day, he was now free and single-minded. As Thien Savu and Safi Nui faced off, a subordinate said worriedly, Big brother, I think this guy is no ordinary person. He was able to quietly escape the cage, while the other guards and special prisoners are all dead. Could he have recovered his power? Safi Nui was also suspicious, but tried to appear calm. It's fine. It's fine. Thema and the alliance leader sealed him. No one can break it. Although the alliance leader had given the order, the subordinate still felt uneasy. The opponent sees so many pursuers, yet shows no fear. It doesn't look like he's pretending. The subordinate didn't dare to act. Safi Nui said patiently, if he had really recovered his power, why would he endure for so long? No matter how formidable his martial arts are rumored to be in the martial world, now he's just a spent force, trying to cause trouble. Safi Nui gritted his teeth and said, everyone who enters the Thunder Domain is our prey. Do you want to be prey? The two subordinates clearly didn't have much experience. Stirred by their leader's words, their blood boiled. They both shouted and charged at Thien Savu with their sabers. Safi Nui stood still, having already made his calculations. His purpose was to have these two subordinates draw the god of war's attention. He held a foot-long steel needle tightly in his hand. As soon as Thien Savu was engaged with the two subordinates, he would launch a surprise attack, using his ultimate technique, the 1,000-cut soul needle, to strike the opponent's pressure points. The two subordinates rushed towards Thien Savu and were sent flying as soon as they got close. But at the same time, the sound of metal clashing rang out. A powerful stream of energy shot out from the two sabers. The two subordinates were sweating profusely, clearly having used all their strength. This was the ultimate technique, the twin saber 1,000 cuts, that they had practiced for many years. At that moment, Safi Nui made his move. This master suddenly unleashed his power. The foot-long steel needle in his hand glinted with a cold light. It was Safi Nui's ultimate technique, the 1,000-cut soul needle. But Thien Savu stood still. The flames lit in his eyes. The god of war said coldly, Safi Nui, you brought this upon yourself. Hearing this, Safi Nui's heart trembled, sensing something was wrong and dangerous. The two subordinates had already engaged Thien Savu. Even if the god of war noticed, he could still strike first. But Safi Nui didn't know why. Something had happened to his two subordinates. They were still attacking Thien Savu, but a faint horror had fatally invaded their bodies. The next second, the two subordinates suddenly changed direction. Their target was now Safi Nui standing behind them. A powerful stream of energy struck Safi Nui. The blades of both simultaneously stabbed into his chest. The sharp blades even severed one of his arms. Safi Nui let out a tragic scream, and fresh blood spurted out, spraying all over his face. He finally realized that his day of death had come. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps approached, accompanied by shouts filled with murderous intent. Safi Nui weakly leaned against the wall and turned his head. He realized he wasn't dead yet. The newcomer looked at Thien Savu. God of war, why did you save me? I still have a few things I want to ask, so I have to keep you alive. After I'm done asking, it won't be too late for you to die. Safi Nui laughed bitterly. Why did those two suddenly attack me? Why did they suddenly attack me? I have a secret art called the Human Ghost Secret Art. Thien Savu explained. The Human Ghost Secret Art can not only control others' actions, but also their consciousness. Now, in the eyes of your subordinates, besides themselves and me, everyone else is the god of war. After they kill everyone, I will let them self-destruct. That will save me some effort. Hearing this, Safi Nui sneered. The martial world rumors that the god of war is cunning. It's indeed true. Thien Savu's expression was calm. Compared to what you did to the Thema Escort Bureau, I consider myself merciful. Enough with the useless talk. Just tell me where the rest of the Thema Escort Bureau are. Once I find them, I'll give you a quick death. Safi Nui laughed. I'm about to die. Why should I tell you? Besides, you should worry about yourself first. In this Thunder Domain, there are 5 exits, and not just anyone can break through those mechanisms. Only the alliance leader, and I know how to get through. After I die, you can only stay here and keep me company. But Thien Savu remained calm. It's okay. You will tell me. Sathinu looked at Thien Savu as if he were a fool. You think I'll tell you? Thien Savu didn't answer but slowly raised his left hand. A vast internal energy gathering there. At the tip of my finger. I believe you will talk. Weren't you just asking me what the human ghost secret art is? Now, I will let you experience it for yourself. A powerful aura shot out from Thien Savu's hand. This man was only 30, but his hair was already white. Unlike the white-haired demoness whose hair turned white for love. Hon Huang Nha approached quietly, her heart full of sorrow. The reason Tongqin built a secret base was because he guessed Hong Fu Quan might betray them. After Tongqin used a secret art to capture Han Huang Nha, he didn't take her to the underground palace of New Longmon but secretly took her to another place. As a result, this old monk captured the girl. Tongqin looked at Han Huang Nha on the stone bed. This cold woman will become the most perfect immortal demon lord in 5 days. After a moment, Tongqin suppressed his excitement and said, I have successfully refined 6 immortal demon lords. Rest assured, I won't let you die. You won't suffer any pain. Tongqin's body was thin, his expression cold. Hong Fong Nha's internal energy began to circulate under his guidance. This time, he didn't want to use violence to control Han Huang Nha as before, but wanted to directly control this girl's consciousness. Is that possible? It could make Han Huang Nha perfectly fuse with the host, turning her into a puppet with no memories, only following his commands. But he knew this cold young lady was still missing a part. In order to completely erase the opponent's consciousness, he had to find Han Huang Nha's missing memory. When Tongqin performed the secret art, a dark energy invaded her mind. Cold sweat appeared on the unconscious girl's forehead, and her body moved involuntarily. After a while, Tongqin found a clear memory. This was the secret of the High Sithung sword sect in Taeyon. Shangxi, a girl about 10 years old, her fingers stained with fresh blood, which slowly dripped from her sword. The girl was surrounded by corpses, all clearly killed by her sword. The girl seemed to sense someone watching her and turned her head, her small face showing terror. But in that terror, there was no one. Her heart was filled with joy. Han Huang Nha's emotionals eyes convinced him that this cold young lady was absolutely the ideal person to refine into the most perfect immortal demon lord. Just then, a man said urgently, a bunch of useless fools. Hurry and catch that girl. This is top-grade merchandise to be offered to a New Longmon. She must not be harmed. Han Huang Nha, 6 years old, was not afraid at all. She threw away her sword and stood up, and disappeared instantly into the night. Seeing this, Tongqin was shocked. This memory was very important, but it wasn't Han Huang Nha's original missing memory. This kind of secret art was difficult to maintain for long. If not, both he and Han Huang Nha would be in danger. After a while, Tongqin still decided to continue. His internal energy slithered like a snake in Han Huang Nha's mind. Searching. After another while, Tongqin suddenly let out a soft cry. He had finally found Han Hu's lost memory. On the peak of Mount Shiyuan, in the early morning, a little girl stood before a plum blossom tree. Han Huang Nha's hair was still damp under the sunlight, her expression cold. Tongqin looked at the scene before him, unable to imagine what this little girl had been through to become so cold. But other points no longer mattered. He had confirmed this was where Han Hu lost her memory. Thinking of this, Tongqin no longer hesitated. The last piece of the cold yin mirror slowly fell into his palm. Just as Tongqin was about to implant the cold yin mirror into Han Huang Nha's body, a gentle voice sounded. Huangche, why are you still here? Hearing this voice, Tongqin was terrified. A powerful presence made him turn his head involuntarily. He only saw a white-haired old man appear behind him. The newcomer was Thien Savu's master, Hanvu. Tongqin used the human ghost secret art, which could control others with his consciousness, and had successfully refined 6 immortal demon lords, but failed with the little girl. Just as Tongqin was about to implant the cold yin mirror into Han Huang Nha's body, an image of Hanvu appeared in her mind. This head-shattering 5 swords master, with his white hair and beard, radiated a vast internal energy. Faced with his presence, Tongqin couldn't help but be afraid. Just then, a silver needle suddenly shot out from Han Huang Nha's body, easily sending Tongqin flying. This Tongqin looked at the scene before him in astonishment. Tongqin stumbled back before he could steady himself. Tongqin clenched his fists, the internal energy in his body constantly circulating. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation since refining the immortal demon lord. Han Huang Nha was clearly in a state of suspended animation. So where did that powerful internal energy that sent him flying come from? Before he could figure it out, Tongqin suddenly felt a sharp pain in his throat, making it difficult to breathe, and fresh blood constantly gushed out. Tongqin hurriedly wiped away the blood, trying to suppress his internal injuries. The most perfect Matan was about to be completed, so he naturally didn't want to give up. He used all his internal energy. But the next second, he lost control. No matter how he circulated his internal energy, he could no longer control Han Huang and Ha. The cold yin mirror was not sealed at all. On the contrary, it flowed into Han Huang and Ha's body through her occupants. At the same time, the unconscious Han Huang and Ha felt as if she had fallen into an endless darkness. An old voice sounded by her ear. Forget the past. From today, your soul belongs to me in the darkness. Han Huang and Ha hopelessly closed her eyes. She wanted to follow that voice and forget the past, but she had never remembered. How could she forget? Just then, a light suddenly pierced through the darkness. Han Huang and Ha opened her eyes and looked towards the light, only to see a couple standing under a plum blossom tree. Han Huang and Ha was shocked. She had seen this scene in her dreams. The man's eyes were full of gentleness. The woman's eyes were full of love. Han Huang and Ha unconsciously reached out her hand, and the missing memories flooded back like a tide. These are my father and mother. Father, mother, I remember you. Tears flowed from the corners of Han Huang and Ha's eyes. At this moment, she finally remembered everything. Just then, Tong Qin was still trying to control Han Huangqin out when he suddenly felt a powerful internal energy erupt from her body. This internal energy seemed to want to destroy everything, rampaging wildly, which felt familiar to Tong Qin. It was like the god of war who had once defeated him. Tong Qin couldn't help but be shocked. Could this cold girl and the god of war be master and disciple? Before he could think further, he was sent flying by the powerful internal energy, his body like a broken kite flying far away. He let out a tragic scream. The unconscious Han Huang and Ha suddenly woke up. This cold girl said in a chilling voice, "You have injured me. I will not let you die easily." Seeing Tong Qin's cold eyes, Han Huangqin patiently explained that although Tong Qin's actions deserved death, it was thanks to him that she regained her memories of her parents, so she would spare his life. But Tong Qin did not calm down and wanted to reclaim the cold yin mirror and the cold soul needle. Tong Qin performed a secret art, and fresh blood flowed like a river towards Yu Huan Kia. This was an esoteric sect secret art. Just a single drop of fresh blood would drain all the blood from a person. Han Huang and Ha was not afraid and drew her sword. The next second, she used all her internal energy to perform the Moon Soul Sword. The sharp sword energy flowed like water, quickly rushing towards Tong Qin. A wound appeared on Tong Qin's head. Under the sword, fresh blood spurted from the back of his neck. Tong Qin's legs began to tremble. His internal energy depleted. A crescent-shaped wound appeared on his back. He finally died, full of unwillingness. A man rode a horse frantically. Although he didn't stop, he still felt the urgency of time. The man, named Trong Hadu, was the president of the True Show branch of the Great Heaven Rating Guild. Trong Hadu was determined that even if he had to sacrifice his life, he must deliver the news to the young master. Just then, a sound was heard. The martial arts of the newcomer were clearly extremely high. A ghostly figure appeared in the forest and instantly caught up with Trong Thu. Under the moonlight, Trong Hadu clearly saw the newcomer was a swordsman from the Lion sect. The Snow Swordsman. The Snow Swordsman was Hong Fuquan's guard. Now that he came to kill him, it further proved this news was related to Hong Fuquan. Just as the Snow Swordsman was about to strike, another figure rushed out from the forest. This person swung a staff at the Snow Swordsman, who had to retract his sword. The Snow Swordsman was shocked. This person was definitely no ordinary man. This person said to Tron Hu, "Hurry and go. Leave this person to me. Go deliver the news to the young master." Tron Hadu didn't know this person. He wondered why this person was helping him, but promised to repay the favor. The person said, "You'll know when you meet your young lady. I'll wait for you nearby. When we have the chance to meet again, treat me to some good meat." Tron Hadu said no more and continued running towards the pier. The Snow Swordsman sneered, "You fools. Still want to have a good meal? You think you alone can stop me?" Unexpectedly, the other person smiled. "Who said I'm alone?" Just then, the sound of footsteps was heard again. It was the disciples of the Beggars sect. The leader said, "Previously in Taiyan, we dealt with a few Snow Swordsmen. Today is no different. Just killing a few more dogs." Unexpectedly, a person in white appeared. His voice icy. "I heard it was you who did it. Today, I will teach you a lesson." This person slowly walked forward, assessing the other's identity. "I have forgotten my name. Later, the Alliance leader will tell you. Even the underworld knows who to report to." Seeing the golden thread on this person's body, everyone's expression changed. The Beggars sect was the #1 sect in the world. Its vast intelligence network knew about Inu Longmon and its members like the back of their hand. The Snow Swordsmen were one of Inu Longmon's elite forces. Not only guards of Hong Fuquan but also secret assassins. Once it was determined someone threat in Inu Longmon, the Snow Swordsman would kill them to silence them. Bring in the founder. The founder of the Snow Swordsman was the man in white before them, known in the martial world as Thetan Hat. It was rumored in the martial world that anyone he drew his sword against had to die. Just as the beggar's sect was about to move, Theet Nathat's sword energy arrived. The fierce sword energy was like a tidal wave. His signature technique, the Blood River Sea. The beggar's sect disciples were hit by the sword energy and suffered heavy injuries. Theet Nat and his subordinates pursued Trong Hathu, but he used his lightness skill to escape. Seeing Trong Hathu about to escape, a subordinate intended to use his lightness skill to chase, but Theet Nat shook his head. He said Trong Hathu was from the Great Heaven Raiding Guild, which had grown rapidly in 15 years, strong enough to rival the Black Commerce. People said that. It was said that young Master was very formidable, but it was unknown that Trong Hathu was the truly intelligent one. He was just a small branch president, but his intelligence network was no less than the beggar sect. Some even said that obtaining his information was equivalent to obtaining all of the Central Plains intelligence. Such a character was secretly investigating the alliance leader. No matter who was behind it, it was a major issue for Ngulongmon. Killing him now would be easy. But I want to know who wants this information. At the same time, at the Great Heaven Raiding Guild, Tiu Ho looked in surprise at the woman visiting late at night. Han Huang Nha. Her voice no longer as cold as before. I apologize for the late night disturbance, Miss Tu. Hearing this, Tiu Ho became even more suspicious. Although she had some acquaintance with Han Huang Nha, today's feeling was different from the rumors. Tiu Ho asked if Han Huang Che's visit was related to Thien Savu. Han Huang Nha did not evade, answering frankly, Big Brother is currently in the Thunder Domain. I couldn't control my heart and wanted to come here. Tiu Ho agreed to wait and asked gently, may I ask the reason? I want to know from you. Who inherited my father's martial arts? The person my father trusted the most. What kind of person is he? Hearing these words, Tiu Ho was inwardly astonished. Thien Savu had said Han Huang Nha had lost her memory. It seemed this young lady had regained it. Tiu Ho indicated she could talk to Han Huang Nha. Tiu Ho gestured for her to enter. Miss Han, please come to the backyard to talk. As soon as they entered the backyard, Han Huang Nha asked Miss Tu, do you know when Great Hero Thien will return? I'm afraid we'll have to wait until the Grand Martial Arts Tournament is over. Big Brother is always like that. Always late. Han Huang Nha said. Do we have to wait that long? Tiu Ho looked up at the moon, her beautiful face serene. No matter how long it takes, I will wait for him. Wait for him to come to me. I have waited for 10 years. Now, waiting for him has become a joy. Han Huang Nha said. I will wait with you. One was the young master of a large trading guild. The other a highly skilled martial artist of the martial world. Both were admired by many. Yet they came together. Tonight, Tiu Ho and Han Hong Nha went to the backyard to talk. Van Hien Dao was still at the Great Heaven Raiding Guild. As soon as Han Hong Nha entered the guild, he sensed a powerful aura, but he did not act. 1. Because the other party did not hide their presence. And 2. Because this aura felt very familiar to him. The man from the Thie walked out of the room with a straight face, listening to the two women's conversation. They got along very well. Both were from Mount Changbei. Han Huang Nha was older than Tiu Ho, so they addressed each other as sisters. Just as Tiu Ho was about to invite Han Huang Qian Ait for tea, Han Huang Nha suddenly turned her head, a sharp sword energy radiating, clearly having detected Van Hien Dao. Van Hien Dao smiled. I didn't expect this young lady's senses to be so sharp. He had met Han Huang Nha before, when she was still very weak. At that time, in his eyes, that girl was just a puppet whose strength was not worth his attention. But in less than a month, she could stand on equal footing with him, becoming a powerful female warrior. Van Hien Dao was utterly astonished, not expecting Han Huang Nha to have improved so quickly. He was also surprised by the speed at which Thien Savu was gathering talent. Tiu Ho was the young master of the Dai Thien Trading Guild and could mobilize more resources. There was also a young man named Han Tusi from the Trung Nam sword sect. His experience in the martial world was still lacking, but the Thien sword style he possessed truly made one take notice of his future potential. His skills could no longer be underestimated. There were also the 5 representatives of Thiet Vu Mon's younger generation. These 5 refused to bow to power and had Thien Savu as their master. Add to that their rigorous training and Tiu Ho's secret guidance, which forged an extremely close relationship between them. The war god Thien Savu and the guild. On top of the others, there was now Han Huang Nha, whose strength had broken through and whose temperament was as cold as ice. Without anyone realizing, the war god's forces had grown this powerful. Van Hien Dao pulled back his thoughts, and as he considered it more carefully, he couldn't help but shudder. At the heroes' assembly, it would be fine if Thien Savu remained unharmed, but if someone truly tried to take the war god's life, he feared it would unleash a bloody storm. If Thiet Vu Mon were to collapse, the other factions would no longer be held in check. The Central Plains would surely fall into chaos. At this thought, a notion flashed through the Thiet Vu Mon elder's mind. Could this be the very situation that Hong this Equan Nasu ultimately wanted to see? Time flew. and there were only 3 days left until the heroes' assembly. The number of people gathering at Thief Vu Mong grew by the day. In a quiet, hidden corner of the city, the people were whispering to each other. One of them was the great elder of the beggars sect, Hung Vo Hui. He was doubtful about his clan chief's final decision. The clan chief has already decided, the other person said. This time, at the heroes' assembly, the beggars sect will remain neutral. This might be the last time. He and the other elders asked me to relay a message to you. Don't let your personal friendship with the war god put the beggars sect in a difficult position. Hung Vo Hui's heart sank upon hearing this, and he broke out in a cold sweat. Although he knew it was the beggars sect's ironclad rule not to participate in power struggles, which was why they didn't join Thief Vu Mong when it was founded. The beggars sect had contributed a great deal during the Central Plains War, but intervening during Thief Vu Mong's collapse was all for their own benefit. Therefore, the clan chief's decision was within his expectations. He had received this message at the clan chief's instruction. Thinking carefully, the message mentioned someone who shouldn't be revealed. It was clear that Hong Hosi Quan Nasu was secretly applying pressure. After a moment of silence, the beggars sect elder spoke. Please relay my message to the clan chief. Just say that this old man understands the sect stance. The man didn't dwell on the matter and moved on to what Hung Vo Hui had asked about earlier. I sent a group of masters to support Trong Thu. But when they arrived at the Hai Shou branch, the place had already been massacred by a group of people. However, they couldn't find any trace of Trong Thu. So I sent it to track and protect him. But now even the Tai Sika has lost contact. According to the sole survivor's account, he only saw that the opponent wore gold and Ragan mask, possessed superior martial arts, and struck with cruel ruthlessness. Hearing about the gold and Ragan mask, Hung Vo Hui recalled the Great War in the Central Plains. If it was really Bok Long Dao who had acted personally, then the TUACK's chances were likely slim. At the same time, on the vast Yangtze River, a swift boat was speeding downstream. On the shore, 3 horses galloped in hot pursuit. On the boat were Bok Long Dao and 2 of his subordinates. Seeing their direction, Bok Long now realized that the person behind Trong Thu was very likely the young master of the Daithine Trading Guild. He immediately ordered his subordinate to send a message requesting the Tiet King Kwa the Daithine Trading Guild's people at Thief Vu Mong. As for himself, he would stay on the boat and continue pursuing Trong Thu. In case his judgment was wrong, a subordinate received the order and also asked if this needed to be reported to the sect master. Bok Long Dao said he would decide himself after the matter settled down. Bok Long Dao's figure moved as fast as a shooting star, quickly disappearing behind the white spray of water. In the blink of an eye, he had caught up to the speeding boat. In just a few breaths, he had caught up to the speeding boat. When he was a few feet away, Bok Long Dao was suddenly startled. The next second, his figure vanished as if swallowed by the night. The master landed lightly on the roof. In an instant, he had shed his flamboyant attire. But when he removed his mask, a cold and handsome face was revealed. A calm, chillingly handsome face appeared. Bok Long Dao had made up his mind that once he discovered anyone related to Trong Thu, even if he couldn't eliminate the mastermind later, he wouldn't hesitate to kill them on the spot to prevent the news from leaking. Thus, the master casually picked up a piece of merchandise and disguised himself as a merchant. He calmly approached Trong Thu, who was completely unaware that he had been found. Thank you for watching, and see you again next time. Several continuous days of fleeing had exhausted the intelligence agent, but he didn't dare to slow down in the slightest. Initially, when the young miss told him to investigate Hong Fu Quan, he thought it was just a passing whim of his young master. Hong Fu Quan was the eldest son of the Hong Fu noble family, with a high status and considerable standing in the martial world. After being pursued by many people in succession, he finally understood that this information had definitely touched upon Hong Fu Quan's interest. But Trong Thu didn't dare to delay. Even if it meant risking his life, he had to deliver the news to the young miss. Only then would he not betray her trust. At this time, there was only 1 day left until the heroes' assembly. Meanwhile, in another corner, a new Long Mon was making its calculations. A new Long Mon had been making arrangements in secret, working day and night, continuously, wreaking to ensure his plan was flawless. Although Matin's disappearance worried him, the immortal Masu had proven that his training was a success. So there was nothing left to worry about. For those who opposed him, he had also prepared countermeasures. Even the strongest dissenter was imprisoned by him in the Thunder Domain. But for some reason, a trace of unease still lingered in his heart. Elsewhere, in the Thunder Domain, Thien Savu and the others had finally reached the last exit. He skillfully manipulated his killing intent, disarming the traps without a scratch, and even commanded his subordinates to eliminate several mysterious masters. Sa Thien Vai was now under control. Thien Savu explained the final mechanism. The large door before them couldn't be pushed open casually. If not done in the correct order, a hidden mechanism had to be pressed first. Otherwise, when the door was pushed, the entire martial arts field would completely collapse. Tuan Hai felt a little doubtful upon hearing this, but Thien Savu showed no reaction. According to his calculations, the heroes' assembly was tomorrow. At this thought, Thien Savo's eyes turned cold. Hong Fuquan. After the assembly tomorrow, there will be a battle between you and me. The heroes' assembly, anticipated for 8 months, finally officially began. People from all over flocked in, gathering before the gates of the Vumon city today. As numerous as ants. Even those who were not invited wanted to try their luck, hoping for a chance to sneak and witness the assembly with their own eyes. After all, the 72 invited heroes were all top figures in the martial world, without exception. On a high tower, Hongvo Koi looked down at the dense crowd below. He thought to himself that today, those qualified to participate in the assembly were all elites of the Central Plains martial world. Suddenly, a sound rang out. Hongvo Koi was startled, his sharp gaze darting toward the source of the sound. A master has arrived, he thought. Looking closely, the person who had arrived was one of the 72 heroes. In the martial world, he was known as the Worldly Divine Dragon. His name was Okini the Danlong. He was Ingontrong Fian. This person not only possessed superior martial arts, but the forces under his command were also formidable. His power in the martial world could be considered first rate. Next to appear was another famous master, the sect leader of the Nam Hai Sword sect, Tran Man. This man relied on his outstanding martial arts to lead the Nam Hai Sword sect in maintaining its position as the top sect in the South Sea for 35 years. Hongvo Koi looked at the bustling crowd and sighed to himself. If only this old man could be as carefree as them, that would be wonderful. Before the words left his mouth, a figure floated over, landing gently. The newcomer was Master Tredai. Hongvo Koi said in surprise. Master Tredai, there has been little news of you recently. This old man thought. You had retired from the martial world. Master Tredai replied. Although I have made few appearances in recent years, I have heard good news of Elder Hong. I have always been paying attention. I heard you waited in Thien Duong for a mysterious old man for 15 years, and then traveled the martial world with the war god. Hongvo Koi was startled by this. Master Tredai, it seems you are very interested in the war god. This old man doesn't dare accept such a relationship. Master Tredai laughed. That's only natural. Of course, I'm interested in the war god. Looking across the martial world, there are few who can stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Master Tredai's straightforward attitude made Hongvo Koi feel a bit awkward. But before he could speak, the master laughed heartily again. The opponent's unconventional way of thinking elicited a strange reaction from Hongvo Koi. This was also why, although he knew Master Tredai, he didn't want to meet him often. This Taoist master would always speak seriously, and then suddenly make a joke, which made it hard for him to adapt. Hongvo Koi said irritably, Aren't you supposed to be presiding over the assembly? The heroes' assembly. Hurry up, and get ready. I was ready long ago. It's just that there are too many people. So I came out to get some fresh air. I saw you, and came over. Quan Hung Tower was located on a mountain within the city. Originally, it was just a place for masters to compete. But it wasn't until Hong Thek Quan Nasu held the heroes' assembly there that Quan Hung Tar quickly became famous in a short time. While the two were talking, another person arrived. This was the sect master of the Sichuan Tengclan, known in the martial world as the Invincible Poison Hand, Duong Van Koi. Unlike the two previous masters, this Tengclan master's presence was overwhelming and unconcealed, with a powerful aura, aimed directly at Master Tredai. Master Tredai's expression remained calm. Only his eyes narrowed slightly. Seeing this, Hongvo Koi immediately spoke up. This brat dares to make a move on Master Tredai. Master Tredai chuckled softly, and his immense internal energy instantly erupted, dispelling Duong Van Koi's aura. The Taoist master's lips barely moved as he used a secret sound transmission, saying, I don't wish to settle scores with you. You'd best watch yourself. Master Tredai waved his hand, and Duong Van Koi, as if struck by a heavy blow, retreated quickly. In an instant, the pressing force of Duong Van Koi's energy was completely neutralized. Duong Van Koi let out a cold laugh, and also used a sound transmission to reply, as expected of Master Tredai, to be able to see through my technique. If you could kill me so easily, I wouldn't be of any value. The heroes' assembly has just begun. There are still many opportunities. After this setback, Tengclan Master Duong Van Koi did not give up. He continued, walking towards Quan Hung Tower, having witnessed the entire process. Hongvo Koi curiously asked if Master Trim, I had some grudge with him. It's not exactly a grudge. It's just that since we're both in Shaanxi, Thiepnan has always wanted to suppress the Trungnam sect. This is also why I don't like going to crowded places, to avoid causing more trouble. Hongvo Koi said, You haven't changed a bit. Your temperament is still the same as ever. If it were in the past, you certainly wouldn't have let this slide so easily. Don't you intend to let the younger generation see the dangers of the martial world? Hearing these words, Master Tredai's internal energy suddenly flared. I'm going to deal with that brat. If he doesn't know his place, I'll make him pay the price today. Seeing his grim expression, Hongvo Koi hurriedly tried to dissuade him. Hold on. You still have to preside over the heroes' assembly. If you want to make a move, you'll have to wait until after the assembly is over. Unexpectedly, Master Tredai immediately became serious. Elder Hong, do you think this heroes' assembly is one that can conclude smoothly? The current situation shows that the pro and con factions are of equal strength. No matter which side wants to win, a chaotic battle is inevitable. Hong Koi said nothing more, his expression turning heavy. At that moment, a bell chimed, signaling the official start of the heroes' assembly. The person in charge of maintaining order invited the heroes to take their seats quickly. A young Taoist boy ran over, urging Master Tredai to return quickly. Master Tredai nodded to Hong Koi. His figure flashed, and then he disappeared from sight. Watching his figure and his disciple hurry towards Quan Hung Tower, Hong Koi didn't follow immediately but stood still, lost in thought. He knew Master Tredai's words were not an exaggeration. Blood would surely flow today. The problem was, those people had prepared meticulously, while the strength of the various factions was still unclear. If things continue like this, he feared that even the war god's life would be hard to guarantee. At the same time, in a hidden corner outside Thiet Fu Mon City, Zhang was led by a subordinate to a secret passage. This passage led directly to the inner courtyard of the Daithine Trading Guild. It was secretly built by Namkung. Buxa so previously for Tuchu Ho self-protection. It was originally intended for escaping Thiet Fu Mon, but unexpectedly, it came in handy at a time like this. Trong Hu instructed his subordinate, although I haven't detected anyone following, just to be safe, after sealing the passage, find a place to hide. After speaking, he took the oil lamp and quickly entered the secret passage. But unexpectedly, just as he took a few steps, a strange voice suddenly echoed in the room. The newcomer's voice was not loud, but to Trong Hadu, it was extremely clear. So it's Tetsu Ho of the Daithine Trading Guild who's been secretly protecting him. The subordinate suddenly turned to look at the door, and what met his eyes was the familiar pure gold mask. It was the Sat Yen Koch who had been pursuing them all along. He recognized the other's identity Baklon now. The subordinate drew his dagger and shouted, I will avenge my brothers who died at your hands. But before he could finish his words, a cold light flashed. The next second, Baklon now appeared behind him, sheathing his sword. The speed was so fast that not even the blade's shadow could be seen. The leader of the Sat Yen quite on coldly and said slowly, Do you think you are qualified to speak of revenge? It was like the heroes' assembly from 10 years ago was replaying itself, as dozens of new Longmon masters surrounded the Daithine Trading Guild. For this momentous event, everyone was prepared, but only the Sat Tien Quian Quiach appeared at the Daithine Trading Guild. At the very least, they were following orders, always waiting. Here, therefore, the two only dared to hide in an area 100 meters away, observing in secret. Just then, a voice echoed from all around. I ordered a siege on the Daithine Trading Guild. Why are there only two of you? The newcomer was none other than the leader of the Sat Tien Hatch. Baklon though. Seeing their leader, the two subordinates hurriedly explained. They explained that it was a direct order from Home Fuquan, requiring all Sat Yen Kai Hatch to secretly gather at Su Huhong Palace. They were the leader's direct subordinates, which was why they had remained here. While they were talking, a figure appeared in their line of sight. It was Trong Hadu, who had just escaped from the secret passage. Seeing that the other party was also at the Daithine Trading Guild, he was surprised. Baklon now frowned slightly and said coldly, To see you home palace. You two as well will follow the alliance leader's order. As for this matter, I will go see the alliance leader myself. The two subordinates acknowledged and immediately vanished without a trace. Only Baklon Dao remained, letting out a cold sneer. The war god is trapped in the Thunder Domain, and Lei Dilao and Ichai and Thi Fat Tien Dang are at Siu Yu Home Palace. I'd like to see who else dares to touch the Daithine Trading Guild. Trong Hadu immediately turned and rushed towards the inner courtyard. Finally, he met his young master in the rear courtyard. Trong Hadu didn't dare to delay and rush in. Tetsu Ho saw Trong Hadu running back alone and felt a bit puzzled. There were always people from Anu Longmon secretly surrounding the Daithine Trading Guild. His subordinates had all been ordered not to reveal their identities. Suppressing his confusion, Tetsu Ho quickly supported the breathless Hadu. Uncle Trong, why are you here? Catch your breath before you speak. Trong Hadu caught his breath and hurriedly recounted what had happened. After listening, Tetsu Ho frowned, immediately understanding some of the issues. Seeing his young master dazed, Trong Hadu became extremely anxious. Young master, we can't stay here. Baklon Dao of New Longmon could arrive at any moment. Before he could finish his sentence, a voice as cold as ice sounded from behind him. You've already arrived. Where do you think you can run? Tra Dao was startled and abruptly turned to face the source of the voice. Even though he knew he wasn't Hatu's opponent, he still risked his life to stand in front of Tetsuo. Seeing the newcomer's attire clearly, Tetsuo's expression also changed slightly. The leader of the Sat Tien Kai Hatch, Baklon Dao, had appeared in person. This proved that Hong Fuquan also knew about this matter. He hadn't come here just to kill a few people, but to silence the entire Ithene trading guild. Tiu Ho's first reaction was to stall for time. Ever since the Vomon alliance was established, the trading guilds have always maintained a neutral stance. No faction in the martial world is allowed to cause trouble at will. Speaking to this point, Tiu Ho looked directly at Bok Long now. As the leader of the Sat Tien Quaj, you dare to disregard the rules of the Vomon alliance. Are you afraid of making a new Long Mon a target for everyone? Zhang Yu secretly worried his young master would be looked down upon. But Bok Long now remained silent for a moment. It's rumored everywhere that Tiu Ho is invincible. Now it seems she's just a sharp-tongued little girl. The alliance did indeed rule that trading guilds are neutral places, but that's on the premise that the guilds do not interfere in disputes between factions. Everyone knows full well how many things your guild has been doing in secret. Otherwise, why would the war god have been imprisoned? Furthermore, ever since the Yuan were driven from the Central Plains 10 years ago, Alliance leader Hong Fu has dedicated himself to ruling and rebuilding the Central Plains. You northern barbarians not only plundered the Central Plains resources but also secretly investigated the Alliance leader, plotting to sabotage his heroes' assembly. Your crimes are unforgivable. Hearing this, Tiu Ho's tone sharpened. In the end, isn't it just because we come from the border and that you people can rely on a new Long Mon to act so outrageously? Insolent little girl. I'm taking action today, not because you have been convicted. A corner of Tiu Ho's mouth lifted, investigating Hong Fuquan's secrets. So what if I'm condemned by the Vomon Alliance? It seems you are certain that Hong Fuquan is the one in power in the Vomon Alliance. In that case, I also understand his purpose for convening this heroes' assembly. What do you think? The next second, Han Huang and Ha's I scold voice sounded from behind Bok Long now. Listen, it seems to be the case. The sudden voice startled Bok Long now. He had no idea when the other person had appeared behind him. The leader of the Sat Tien Kai Hatch abruptly spun around and immediately struck. Before he could even touch his sword hilt, Bok Long now felt a sharp pain in his right arm. His arm had been severed into 2 pieces. He stood motionless like a stone statue. Bok Long now looked down at his severed arm, his heart filled with sheer terror. The cleanly severed arm proved it wasn't an illusion, but that his opponent's internal energy was too powerful. Han Yanij walked past him nonchalantly and said coldly, "Next time, before you draw your sword, you better look clearly. Otherwise, that might be the last time you ever hold a sword." Unexpectedly, Bok Long now, ignorant of his own limitations, said aggressively, "Just a piece of trash like you dares to lecture me." Han Huang and Ha looked at her opponent inferently. "I am also a council member of the Vomon Alliance and do not wish to make an enemy of a new Long Mon." At this, the cold woman turned and drew her sword, her gaze as sharp as a blade. "But if you wish to die, I don't mind sending you on your way." Bok Long now laughed loudly. "Woman of a new Long Mon. Today, I'll see who dies first." Seeing the Sat Nien Kwaish leader like this, Han Huang and Ha said in a cold voice, "Lifelong resentment. Are you planning to use your ultimate technique, Blood Flower Urgency?" The corner of Han Ha's mouth lifted into a cold smile. "Truly overestimating yourself. Bok Long, thou didn't move in." Myriad threads of sword energy wrapped around him. Han Huang and gently tight in her grip on her sword hilt. A stream of sword energy shot out like an arrow. In an instant, the sword energy converged at a single point like a bolt of lightning. Like moonlight descending from the heavens, it instantly pierced through Bok Long Dao's body. His end was the death of a seasoned Sat Tien Kai Hatch. This leader of the Sat Tien Kai Hatch finally fell under her blade, ending his life's destiny. A lifetime of fame, ultimately killed. The 5 great families jointly founded a new Long Mon, using their status and position to rule the world. He could have enjoyed a peaceful life in a neutral position, but he was not satisfied with the status quo. He had poured 15 years of effort into organizing this world assembly. With 70 the masters gathered here, Hong Fuquan, the initiator, couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. This was a path he had persevered on for 15 years, and today was finally the day it would bear fruit. Arriving at the entrance of the Great Hall, he saw 2 familiar figures appear. It was the Mohoa Sword Saint, Thang Van, and the Invincible Saber, Tahao. The 2 came over. They paid their respects to Hong Fuquan, their faces seemingly carrying a hint of worry. Looking at these 2 rivals who had fought for many years, Hong Fuquan smiled faintly. As long as he could defeat New Long Mon today, the temporary rumors in the martial world were nothing to worry about. Immediately after, he entered the Great Hall with the 2 of them. A moment later, the assembly finally began. The host, Master Triad Dai, first exchanged pleasantries with everyone. Then, Master Triad Dai began his speech. "As you all know, 10 times, 15 years ago, to resist the Yuan army, we stood shoulder to shoulder and established the Vomon Alliance. Now the Yuan army has retreated. Our lives have. The lives of the common people in the north have also stabilized. Alliance leader Hong Fu has raised the question of whether the Vomon Alliance is still necessary. Thus, He has organized this heroes assembly. He invites all alliance leaders to discuss this together. The Siu Changfu and Thap Timon also agree with this assembly. Those who support disbanding and those who support maintaining it are all present. So we will follow the original rules. Each side presents their views. Everyone listens, and then decides for themselves. Now, let's first invite the representative of the faction that supports maintaining it. Grand Elder Yen that the Trung Nam Sword Sect will speak. Hearing the name of the Trung Nam Sword Sect, the whole hall buzzed. All eyes turned to the old man slowly walking up. Qianethian said, over the past 15 years, the Volmon Alliance has achieved great things. Although the Yuan have disappeared from the Central Plains, it doesn't mean they won't return. If we disband the Volmon Alliance now, the martial world of the Central Plains will fall into chaos again. The sects will fight amongst themselves again. The Northerners will take the opportunity to invade. The common people will suffer again. Qianethian believed that disbanding would do more harm than good, and could even cause 15 years of effort to go down the drain. Kehaung Vai looked at the speaking Tiananyu. His heart was in turmoil. As a disciple of the Trung Nam Sword Sect, he should be on the same side as Tiananyu, but with his current strength, he had no right to speak. Hearing this, the middle-aged man clenched his fist, silently vowing that on the day they met again, he would return to his sect openly and honorably. After the performance, Kehaung Vai pushed aside his distracting thoughts and quietly complained, this heroes' assembly is terrible. Besides the masters, the others don't even have a seat. Hong Vo Koi's face was grave as he said in a low voice, this is Hong Fu Quan's arrangement. Look carefully at the positions of the people below. A new Long Mon, which supports disbanding, is placed in the middle, separating the neutral land Sumon and the Siu Kong Fu, who oppose disbanding. Not arranging seats for the others is to let them move freely, creating an opportunity for a new Long Mon to secretly. The main purpose is to isolate Canthan Fu to the greatest extent possible. Seeing such an arrangement, Kehaung Vai's expression became even uglier. He didn't know how the other side would deal with it. In contrast, Tahao had no reaction to the Volmon Alliance's arrangement. He seemed more concerned with how to deal with the war god. Hearing this, Kehaung Vai thought to himself, Tiu Ho had already predicted that the heroes' assembly would have an incident. We must be prepared before anything happens. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look towards the assembly. In this critical moment, if something really happened, he could only rely on these brothers of his. As if feeling his cold gaze, Kodai-san turned his head and gave him a reassuring look. Just as everyone was pondering, Tahao spoke without reservation. How boring. Thang Van glanced at him and said coldly, the alliance leader is overseeing the future of the Central Plains martial world. Please have some self-respect. Tai Si Dai Yinsen sighed. Thang Van, do you really believe anyone will be persuaded? Most people have already made up their minds. They know their decision is wrong. But at this point, I fear they can't change it. Even a child understands this reasoning. Why be so stubborn? Hong Fu Quan has arranged everything. Ti Dai Yinsen frowned. This is very suspicious. Once the Sat Tien Kai Hatch arrived at the Thunder Domain to suppress the war god, outside Siu Hu Home Palace, Lin Bo Nuyen couldn't help but frown. According to the plan, the interrogation of the war god shouldn't happen like this. Before he could think it through, Hong Fu Quan's voice rang out again. I want everyone to see the price of betrayal. Lin Bo Nuyen didn't dare to delay, replying, yes, leader. He immediately flashed away with several Sat Tien Kuach, heading straight for the Thunder Domain. In less than a moment, everyone arrived at the entrance of the Thunder Domain. Lin Bo Nuyen gathered his energy and let out a loud shout. A heavy clanking sound came from within the hall, and the heavy stone door was pushed open. Immediately after, a deep voice rang out. It was Thien Savu, the former great palace master of Thien Kong. Previously, golden needles were used to stimulate his meridians. At that time, the Holy Master personally acted to seal his cultivation. But Thien Sa, who used the Thien Mon technique to escape the seal. Relying on the power of the Thien Mon divine art, he easily broke the seal. In his body, just as the Volmon Alliance's heroes' assembly was in full swing, Thien Savu, from who knows where, found a set of clothes. He put them on and tittied himself up. He began to explain. After all, I have to meet the prince of a new Longmon. It would be rude to dress like this. His two guards hurriedly advised him to go out and prepare. Thien Savu smiled. After today, I'm afraid the Volmon Alliance will no longer exist. Since I want to seek revenge on Hong Fu Quan, there's no need to delay any longer. At this moment, the sound of Lin Bo Nuyen giving the order to open the door came from outside. Thien Savo chuckled softly. A little faster than I expected. You two can. Just wait here. I'll go out and see what's happening. Meanwhile, Lin Bo Nuyen was still worried about the situation inside. Although the war god's cultivation has been sealed by the alliance leader, we still can't be careless. But before he could react, the door was pushed open. The first thing that met his eyes was Thien Savu. Lin Bo Nuyen was shocked. This door opened so easily. Could it be that his cultivation has been restored? Before he could recover, Thien Sabu suddenly appeared, a swift palm strike heading right for his face. A powerful aura erupted from Thien Sabu's palm. It was human soul power. Seeing this, Lin Bo Nuyen immediately sobered up. Although it was a bit unbelievable that the opponent could break the alliance leader's seal. But, at this moment, he could confirm that the war god had recovered. Lin Bo Nuyen tried to suppress the unease in his heart and shouted, "Attack!" Seeing Thien Savu's internal energy was so powerful, this manager of Inu Long Mon's expression immediately changed. His body spun like a top, dodging the attack. Lin Bo Nuyen's internal energy was instantly dissipated. Thien Savu smiled and said, "Manager of Inu Long Mon, that movement technique is indeed astonishing. But are those subordinates of yours just as formidable?" He waved his hand and sent out another stream of internal energy towards Sat Tien Chaj. In the blink of an eye, several men had their minds controlled by Thien Savu. Lin Bo Nuyen stood aside, watching those Sat Tien Quiach roar and charged towards him. Lin Bo Nuyen drew his sword without hesitation, cutting down the Sat Tien Quiach. As more subordinates rushed forward, Lin Bo Nuyen desperately fought, eliminating all the controlled Sat Tien Quiach. Thien Savu watched with a cold gaze, chuckling. As expected, it was Hong Fuquan's scheme. The methods are cruel, but they are indeed cold-blooded enough. Lin Bo Nuyen used all his strength to control his constantly trembling body. These Sat Tien Quiach were all subordinates he had personally selected, with rich experience, yet now they were easily controlled by Thien Savu. He had no choice but to kill them with his own hands. The manager of Inu Long Mon's eyes were bloodshot. "War god, today I will definitely avenge my brothers." He swung his sword, his body moving like lightning towards Thien Savu. Facing this top-tier master, Thien Savu remained fearless. "I just praised you for being cold-blooded. Why have you suddenly become so violent? This isn't like when I first met you." Before his words faded, Lin Bo Nuyen had already lunged in front of Thien Savu, but the manager's figure flickered and vanished. Thien Savu's lips curled slightly. "Want to compete in speed? Then I'll compete with you." The war god Thien Savu also disappeared on the spot. The speed of the two was too fast. Even the sword energy was indistinct. One could only vaguely see Lin Bo Nuyen and Thien Savu exchanging blows. The two were like flashes of lightning, clashing fiercely in my dread. After a brief fight, the two stopped and separated. Lin Bo Nuyen landed on the ground first, struggling to maintain his balance. Thien Savu, still in the air, slowly descended. Lin Bo Nuyen certainly wouldn't miss this opportunity, seizing the moment to prepare his move. But before he could act, Lin Bo Nuyen's expression suddenly changed. The manager's body continuously flickered, instantly creating 10 after-images that attacked Thien Savu, the leader of the Sat Tien Quiach. Lin Bo Nuyen turned pale with shock. But before he could react, Thien Savu appeared behind him like a ghost, speaking coldly into his ear. He then quickly moved to subdue him. Lin Bo Nuyen spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, only to hear the war god say inferently, "Back then, I could even distinguish the real from the fake in Mohoas or Saint Thang Van's Thous and paddle sword energy. And you dare to play such illusions in front of me?" Lin Bo Nuyen was Hong Fuquan's man, but he had always hidden his identity. Very few people in the martial world knew about this. Now, facing the war god, he had used all his ultimate skills. In just a blink of an eye, he was defeated by his opponent. Thien Savu ended on the ground, his robes fluttering. "Your swordsmanship is not bad, but you are too arrogant. Years ago, when Mohoa's sword Saint Thangvan used his Thous and paddle sword energy, I could still tell the real from the fake, and you dare to play tricks in front of me." Looking at the opponent's ice-cold eyes, Lin Bo Nuyen couldn't help but feel a chilling fear. Previously, he was ordered by the Holy Master Hong Fuquan to stop Thien Savu and wait for an opportunity to assassinate Mohoa's sword Saint Thangvan. But this gaze made him feel a bone-deep chill. Lin Bo Nuyen tried to suppress the fear in his heart. Looking down at his hands, he was now only a step away from Thien Savu. If he made a surprise attack, even the war god would find it hard to defend. In an instant, a stream of sword energy silently fell beside him. Lin Bo Nuyen suddenly turned and shouted, "War god, today, I will avenge my brothers." Before he finished speaking, a powerful stream of sword energy struck his body. The sharp sword energy hit Lin Bo Nuyen, sending him flying. In an instant, the thunder domain shook violently, sending dust and rock flying. When the dust settled, Thien Savu's ice-cold voice rang out again. "You want to use that boring sneak attack trick again? How laughable. Is it because you've always been Hong Fuquan's hunting dog that you think you're as strong as your master? You are too arrogant." Lin Bo Nuyen's face was pale. "Kill me now. Don't torture me anymore," Thien Savu said casually. "You still have a sliver of consciousness. Don't worry. Your master is coming soon." He raised both hands, and a surging internal for sport out, immediately enveloping Lin Bo Nuyen. In Lin Bo Nuyen's desperate eyes, the war god continued, "You will witness Hong Fuquan's end with me." At the same time, In See-You Home Palace, Kodai-sung was speaking when he was suddenly interrupted by someone else. The Great Hall immediately broke into an uproar. No one expected someone to dare be so disrespectful to the Trung Nam Sword sect elder. Tian Nuthin. That person stepped onto the stage and said grandly, "The reputation of the Northerners is ancient history. I don't know what Tian Nuthin wants to say. Today's Heroes Assembly isn't to commemorate the past 15 years, but to decide the future direction of the Martial Arts Association. If we continue to delay like Tian Nuthin, I'm afraid everyone will go mad with impatience. Just like me. I have a suggestion. Why not let me and Senior Ian Nuthin have a direct debate? That would also make this boring assembly a little more interesting." The one who came on stage to cause trouble was Duong Van Cohen, the master of the Sichuan Tang clan, a notorious figure. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone fell silent. Although they had long heard of Duong Van Cohen's style of conduct, he had Hong Fuquan backing him, so normally no one dared to interfere. They never expected him to be so disrespectful to the Trung Nam Sword sect. Duong Van Cohen swept his sharp gaze over everyone and continued. "Many young disciples don't even have a place to sit. Do you want to listen to Tian Nuthin preach alone? Or do you want to participate in the discussion together?" Hearing this, Tian Nuthin was in a bit of a difficult position. The young people who followed him did so mainly because of similar ambitions, but more so because they saw their own future. Grand Elder Van Duck of Thap Timon couldn't stand it anymore. "How long are you going to let this brat cause trouble?" Elder Van Duck couldn't help but sigh softly beside him. In the corner, Kodai-sun and Thang Van heard this chaotic discussion and frowned slightly. This master of a secret sect hinted to Thang Van, asking, "This troublemaking brat is ruining a serious assembly." The Grand Master hinted to Thang Van, "You must have heard of him. Duong Van Cohen of the Sichuan Tang clan." Duong Van Cohen was currently famous for being a troublemaker. At this moment, the big man next to the Grand Master, who had been silent all this time, suddenly moved. For some reason, he kept gesturing towards the stage. Someone hurriedly stopped him. "Grandmaster Han, I think it's because of the young master, isn't it? If this causes a big incident, I'm afraid it will be difficult to handle." Elder Vinak hurriedly reassured him. "Don't worry. He's just overreacting a bit." He looked at Duong Van Cohen. On the stage, through the curtain, although the sect master was controlling his expression, the arrogance in his eyes made Elder Vinak even more worried. The aura emanating from Duong Van Cohen was not human. If it wasn't caused by Duong Van Cohen's cultivation, then it couldn't be a human aura. There was only one other possibility. Thinking of this, Elder Van Duck was horrified. Could it be that coming to the Volmon Alliance this time was truly fated? On the stage, Tian Nuthin stared at Duong Van Cohen and said angrily, "Duong Van Cohen, are you deliberately provoking this old man? Whatever your purpose, you should wait until this old man has finished speaking before coming on stage." Duong Van Cohen smiled and said, "Did my actions scare you? Senior, are you afraid to debate with me?" Tian Nuthin shouted, "This old man does not wish to fight with you. Get down." As the two were locked in a stalemate, another person stepped onto the stage. Teep Dai Yinsen frowned. "I didn't participate in the Heroes Assembly 10 years ago, but I've never heard of such a rule as Master Dai Yinsen mentioned." A middle-aged man slowly walked onto the stage and continued. "Why was there no rule against on-the-spot rebuttals 10 years ago? But 10 years later, you're forcing us to abide by this non-existent rule." Master Trudai's expression was grim. It seemed the person pulling the strings behind the scenes had a very big plan. Jia Kapvin Hai bowed and said, "Master, although we are insignificant and have no right to interfere in the affairs of the martial world, this Heroes Assembly concerns the future of the Central Plains martial world. I think it's also important to hear the opinions of young people like Sect Master Duong. After all, the martial world will ultimately belong to the younger generation." Hong Fu Quan laughed loudly. He hadn't expected a few words to put the Sword Immortal and Master Thiet Dai in such a difficult position. Hong Fu Quan said to the person behind him, "These people are too easy to manipulate. Our goal won't be hard to achieve, right? I just want to kill a war god." The original goal was to control the sealed war god, but he was turned into an immortal demon by someone, to the point where he doesn't even dare die normally. He can only hide in the shadows. He is willing to do all this just to protect the war god and avenge his hatred. Hearing the opponent's cruel words, Hong Fuquan laughed coldly. "After all, your father is the one in power in the Volmon Alliance. He can't act just this one time. But don't worry. You'll have a chance to act soon." Hong Fuquan glanced at a man in a green robe. "It seems the time has come. Young Master Bon should also say a few words." The man in the green robe's lips curled slightly, and he nodded. This man's name was Bon Kevin, a disciple of the Bon family of Hebe. His clan was one of the 5 dragons of Inu Long Mon. Instead of going on stage, he shouted directly, "I agree with Senior Jia Cat's words. We are the younger generation, and also the main force of the martial world. If we can't express our opinions today, we'll have even less opportunity in the future." As soon as these words were spoken, they immediately stirred the emotions of the young people, as if lighting a powder keg. Young Master Bon is right. The Vomon Alliance has always suppressed the young. The ones in power are always those old geezers. That's right. The Vomon Alliance now is not enough. It's not the Vomon Alliance of the past anymore. Just a bunch of arrogant people. Right. We young people also need a chance. Why should we listen to them? We are the future of the martial world. The already tense situation spun out of control in an instant, as hundreds of people shouted together, demanding a chance for the youth to speak. But the situation had changed. The issue of whether the Vomon Alliance should be disbanded was no longer mentioned. Instead, people began to criticize it. Although he had anticipated that the Heroes' Assembly would have an incident, K. Helmvai didn't expect it to come so quickly. Was this Hong Fu Quan's scheme? Hong Vokoi sighed. Even if this isn't the Holy Master's intention, I feel there's something wrong with these people. Those who are qualified to participate, regardless of the size of their sect, are at least at the level of a sect master. How could they be so easily incited by these words? Hong Fu Quan's face was grim. The scene before him seemed to make him struggle to contain his anger. After a moment of silence, the Holy Master slowly said to the two people beside him, "The Heroes' Assembly has turned into this. How do you two think we should resolve it?" "Hell?" Thang Van said. "Since the Heroes' Assembly has begun, it should proceed according to the established order. The focus of this assembly is to discuss whether the Martial Association should be disbanded and how to deal with the War God. As for the issue with the young people, we can find another opportunity for them to express themselves." Taha let out a cold laugh. Thang Van is right. He looked towards the young people. "I think giving them a chance to speak is also good. As for how to handle it, that's for our assembly's host to decide." Lam Tri Van, seeing this scene, was worried. He had thought it was about time for the 70 masters to vote, but he didn't expect such a sudden incident. The disciple asked Master Kai Si Dai, but the latter shook his head, seemingly unable to control the situation. Master Kai Si Dai looked at the three people. Those who want to maintain the Vomon Alliance certainly hope to keep the alliance, while those who want to disband it will also certainly keep the alliance. But they absolutely won't pass up this opportunity. Once the two sides clash, the final decision will be made by Tao Hao. Although the alliance leader appears neutral, he will ultimately support alliance leader Hong Fu, as it is more beneficial to the Lan Sumon. Thinking of this, Kiani Nuthien's expression became heavy. Elder Van Uck stared at Nuthian speaking on the stage. He must have guessed this outcome long ago. So, why bother asking more? Was he trying to probe Hong Fu Quan? Or did he have another purpose? Meanwhile, Kiani Nuthian stared at Hong Fu Quan on the high platform. This holy leader was pretending not to know anything. The Tang clan, except for noble families like the Bond family of Hebe, were all forces under the Volon Mon. It was very clear that he had arranged everything. "I really want to see what tricks you can play." After a moment, Hong Fu Quan suddenly opened his eyes. A majestic aura that commanded respect without anger flashed in his eyes. The holy leader stood up and took 2 steps forward, and the entire hall immediately fell silent. Hong Fu Quan said slowly, "Everything has its rules. If we don't reason, what's the difference between us and the people of the northern border? I can be in this Heroes' Assembly. If anyone has any dissatisfaction, just speak up." Abyss. The holy leader's eyes swept across the entire hall. The theme of this Heroes' Assembly remains unchanged to discuss whether the Vomon Alliance should be disbanded, and the theme of the Heroes' Assembly, how to deal with a war god. As for everyone's dissatisfaction, I will also give you a clear answer. Hong Fu Quan's are suddenly soared. When the assembly ends today, regardless of whether the Vomon Alliance is disbanded or not, I will hand over the power of the Vomon Alliance. As for the Vomon Alliance, and the position of alliance leader of Volong Mon, I will also resign. I, Hong Fu Quan, from this day forward, will go into seclusion. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire hall was stunned. Hong Fu Quan continued. "Thang Van, and clan head Jia Kat, you can express your opinions, but at least you must apologize to Tianing Yuthin. This is my last command as Hong Fu Quan." Hong Fu Quan turned and walked back to his seat. These words left even Master Kai Si Dai, who was presiding over the assembly, stunned. Is Hong Fu Quan really going to resign? The Taoist master stared at the holy master's back, deep in thought. But the first person to cause trouble, Duong Van Cohen, now stepped forward and said to Tian Tuhian, just as the alliance leader said, "I was indeed a bit out of line. This junior sincerely apologizes to the Trung Nam Sword sect. I hope senior will be lenient." Jia Kat Vin Hai also bowed an apology. This made Tian Hian Yuthin even more confused and bewildered, but no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't figure out what Hong Fu Quan's intentions were. At the same time, Thien Savu was being escorted by Lin Bonuyen towards Siu Huong Palace. Under the control of the human soul power, the guards along the way did not notice any abnormalities. Looking at Siu Hong Palace in the distance, Thien Savu recalled what Ting Tu Ho had said about the 3 people in power in the Vomo Hoas or Saint Thang Van. Gentle on the outside, sharp on the inside. Ta Hao, crude in appearance, but actually cunning and shrewd. Moreover, He seemed to have the ability to see the whole picture and could gain an advantage in any situation. But Hong Fu Quan was even more terrifying than those two. He was not only extremely calculating but also skilled at concealment and scheming. Look how many backup plans he has prepared. No one knows. On the day of the heroes' assembly, we must be extremely careful. Thinking of this, Thien Savu suddenly burst out laughing. And at this moment, an indescribable feeling welled up in his heart. This eerie laughter made the people around him shudder. Everyone knew that the war god was certain to die today. But what normal person would laugh before their death? Just as Thien Savu was escorted to Su Hu Home Palace, the debate was still going on inside the Great Hall. Due to the disruption by Dong Van Cohen and the others, Kiani Nu Thien finally had to end his speech perfunctorily. Hong Vo Kui observed everything with a heavy heart, although Hong Fu Quan eventually stepped in to help Kiani Nu Thien save face. In reality, Duong Van Cohen and Jia Kat Van Hai had also achieved their goal. Many young people were incited, secretly thinking the Vomon Alliance should have been disbanded long ago. Hong Fu Quan turned his head and gave his disciple a cold look. The man dared not say another word. As for Tian Nu Thien, he stood on the high platform, the fire of anger burning in his heart. This time, he had been completely outmaneuvered by others. Below the stage, Taha was even more confused. He went to back Fangvi, one of the three great masters, and couldn't help but ask, "Father," unexpectedly, "I still don't understand Hong Fu Quan's intention. With his personality, he would never give up power so easily. Yet he made a promise in front of everyone. He can't go back on his word. Can he?" Taha frowned in thought, then asked again, "Then why did he want to hold the heroes' assembly?" At this assembly, he couldn't find any clues. Taha looked into the distance again, feeling a sense of awe and admiration. This old rival was truly formidable. Thang Ven had a pure character, and was not good with words. His style of action was always straightforward and by the book. He was also well aware of his weakness in this assembly. That was why he invited his fellow sect member, Kiane Nu Thien, to speak on his behalf, not expecting to be put in a difficult position by the arrangements of Hong Fu Quan and the others. In this way, Xiu Changfu was indeed a step above Anu Longmon. Thinking of this, Tahao suddenly let out a soft laugh. Disbanding the Vomon Alliance is also not a bad option. After Hong Fu Quan's speech, the assembly continued. This time, it was Sakif and Huy's turn, representing the pro-disbandment faction, to speak. 10 years ago, we were just a ragtag group. Thanks to Alliance leader Hong Fu, we had the Vomon Alliance. Under the Holy Master's leadership, the martial world of the Central Plains united and, in 15 years, drove the Yuan forces out of the north. But now, times have changed. The Vomon Alliance should also return to its original state. After speaking, Master Kai Si Dai announced the start of the debate. The first to take the stage was the leader of the Nam Hai Sword sect, Tran Moui. He said thoughtfully, "Now that things have come to this, we should part peacefully. But is it too hasty to disband the Vomon Alliance at this time? It's too rushed." Just as Tian and Nu Thien said, "We know nothing about the current situation. May I ask Alliance leader Hong Fu, why are you acting this way?" As soon as Tran Moui finished speaking, Duong Van Cohen immediately interjected. The Nian leader said to Master Kai Si Dai, "This matter should have been explained by the manager of Inu Long Mon. But since he is not present, I will have to speak on his behalf. We would like to ask Grand Hero Tran, when will be the right time to disband the Vomon Alliance? Does the Vomon Alliance only exist this year? For only 15 years. The Vomon Alliance today has changed. It's no longer the same. Forcing everyone to stay together is only counterproductive." At this point, his tone changed. Of course, some people want to maintain the status quo. Xiu Changfu just wants to reap the benefits without doing any work. If the Vomon Alliance is disbanded, those benefits will naturally disappear. So it's understandable that some people would jump out to maintain it, but doing so is a bit unsightly. These words angered Elder Van Duck. The Elder of Thaptamon immediately berated Duong Van Cohen, causing the Elder Van Duck beside him great embarrassment, but he did not speak up. But Liam Bonu Yen was extremely calm. Nobles interact with courtesy and etiquette. But what Sect Master Duong said is wrong. You are a member of the Hong Fu family. Everyone knows how many evil deeds the Tang clan has committed in recent years. How many things has Vo Long Mon done in secret? Duong Van Cohen sneered. Grand Hero, you must have evidence when you speak. You cannot slander Vo Long Mon. Let's not talk about the past. Just talk about the recent matter with the war god. Do you dare say O Long Mon is innocent? As far as I know, Inu Long Mon framed the war god's Mangacap family. The war god clashed with Inu Long Mon to save his family. The Kong Kong family was ordered to silence him to cover up the truth. But they unexpectedly encountered a strong enemy, and were wiped out. These words made Duong's face. We are discussing whether the Vomon Alliance should be disbanded. Why suddenly bring the war god into this? Moreover, Inu Long Mon has already investigated and announced the truth about the Mangacap family's tragedy. It was Elder Vien Vo Hien who acted on his own initiative. Inu Long Mon has already punished him. As Duong Van Cohen spoke, his eyes grew sharper, his aura fierce. After a moment of silence, Duong Van Cohen continued. You deliberately bring this up again to slander Vo Longmon. What is your ultimate goal? A powerful internal energy erupted from Duong Van Cohen, pressing towards his opponent. Everyone in the Great Hall was shocked, not expecting the sect master to make a move. What surprised them even more was that this force contained something strange, hiding countless tiny golden needles. A closer look revealed that these were the weapons of Siu Yu Trongfu. Among those present, only Elder Van Duck noticed the abnormality. This master of the secret sect hurriedly sent a sound transmission to Tianning Nuthin. Senior, these needles of 5 different colors. You must be careful. Tianning Nuthin heard Elder Van Duck's warning and instantly felt a strange internal force. Hong Fuquan smiled faintly. He sat still, but quietly released the needles. On the surface, it was to stop Duong Van Cohen, but in reality, it was to spread the needles to every corner. Tianning Nuthin was hit by the internal force. His mind became dizzy, and he didn't realize at all that he had been hit by the needles. Chen Mo Wai certainly didn't notice anything unusual. His heart still filled with indignation at Hong Fuquan's brutality, but Tianning Nuthin couldn't see through it. He went over to Bak Fongvi, one of the 3 great masters, and couldn't help but ask about the situation just now. Bak Fongvi couldn't see through it either. He could only look towards the strongest person in the Central Plains, Hong Fuquan. A moment later, everyone finally reacted. Hong Fuquan crossed his arms and said slowly, many people want to kill the war god, but rumors and truth are not the same. Therefore, everyone should let the war god answer for himself. As soon as his words fell, the great hall shook, and everyone turned to look. They saw Thin Savu being escorted into the great hall by Lin Bonian. This war god's eyes were icy cold. It's finally my turn. The war god had been imprisoned in the Thunder Domain, and it had taken everyone a long time to rescue him. Just as Thin Savu stepped into the great hall, all eyes turned to him. Han Human Nai Chake cried out excitedly. Big brother, are you alright? Although not as excited as Han Huang and Ajay, Hung Vo Koi's face also showed clear worry. Thin Savu turned his head slightly, discreetly giving Hong Vo Koi a reassuring look. Seeing the others' rubbled expression, Hong Vo Koi realized that Thin Savu had also recovered his internal energy. The elder's heart settled down. Just then, Thin Savu suddenly sensed a powerful aura coming from a corner. The war god retracted his gaze and observed quietly. He saw a tall man from the western regions walking towards Elder Vanuk. His face was expressionless, but he exuded an oppressive feeling like a mountain. He had only ever felt this kind of presence from his late master. Thin Savu quickly judged that the opponent's strength could rank in the top 3 among the masters he had ever met. He needed to find an opportunity to connect with him. Casually, his gaze swept over Elder Vanduk, and he was surprised to find that the elder's aura was like that of a dead person. Thin Savu frowned. The calmness in his heart was suddenly stirred by a sense of unease. He was very sure this was the first time he had met this person. But this person gave him an indescribable sense of familiarity. This feeling made him very uncomfortable, and he wanted to get to the bottom of it. But considering the upcoming battle, he still tried to suppress his thoughts so as not to be discovered by Hong Fuquan. He hid the doubt in his eyes, pretending that nothing had happened. Elder Vinduk and Thang Van were also observing Thin Savu. Elder Vinduk had met Thin Savu while traveling the martial world and could recognize him just by seeing that powerful aura. But he also noticed the burning fire in Thin Savu's eyes. Bak Fongvi also knew the rumors about the war god's martial arts in the Vomon Alliance. Suppressing the worry in his heart, he sent a sound transmission to his old friend, Tianning Nuthin. Having just absorbed the spiritual energy, jumped down. He replied via sound transmission. I haven't found it yet. It seems I missed something earlier. The elder of the Trung Nam Sword sect looked towards Hong Fuquan, his face grim. But he didn't know that he was also about to face danger. Hong Fuquan, on the other hand, was smiling. The needle was colorless, odorless, and light as a feather. At this moment, no one detected anything unusual. The alliance leader pretended nothing was wrong, but secretly transmitted a message to Duong Van Cohen. The Tang clan's methods are indeed formidable. Duong Van Cohen replied, if my poison could be detected by others, then I would commit suicide on the spot. A cold glint flashed in Hong Fuquan's eyes. It's not over yet. Don't let your guard down. Your ability to adapt is too poor. Don't let your emotions affect your actions. Duong Van Cohen tapped his head with his fan and replied, Alliance leader, rest assured. Now that things have come to this, I am also prepared. Either eliminate the evil creature, or become one myself. I am still young. I don't want to die so easily. After receiving the other's assurance, Hong Fuquan looked down, seeing his two subordinates below the stage, one of whom was wearing Holy Master's armor. He frowned slightly, observing closely. He noticed a small object on the helmet. This sudden change made Hong Fuquan frown. He transmitted his voice outwards. At this time, he still didn't know that the subordinate had been controlled by Thin Savu. The power in that subordinate's hands was now wielded by Thien Savu. Thien Savu controlled him. Thien Savu also hadn't expected the Thien martial arts to be so formidable. The soul power he created could even hear Hong Fuquan's question clearly. Thien Savu activated it, trying to control the subordinate to transmit the message. Reporting to the alliance leader. The clansmen's bodies were killed by the war god during the battle. During the recent trade, your subordinates have checked multiple times. His meridians are still sealed, without a trace of internal energy. We have checked multiple times. His meridians are still sealed, without a trace of internal energy. I thought this body could prove the war god's brutality, so I brought it for the alliance leader to see. Perhaps Hong Fuquan was a little scared, due to carelessness. This subordinate in the Holy Master's armor did not arouse any suspicion. On the contrary, Hong Fuquan revealed a smile of satisfaction and transmitted his voice outwards. Then, he spoke loudly to everyone. Since the war god has arrived, let's begin the direct confrontation. It's just that he was imprisoned there, in the Thunder Domain, so his way of expression might be a little different. I hope everyone can understand. But before he finished speaking, a figure flashed and appeared on the stage. Elder Vinduk stared at Hong Fuquan and coldly retorted, "Nonsense. How were his meridians injured?" "That was because this old man used the Malu on Cam Thien Kai to seal his meridians before handing him over to you. The war god couldn't use his power at all." At this, Elder Thiep Vinduk stared at Hong Fuquan. According to Alliance Leader Hong Fu's words, could it be that you too used torture on him in the Thunder Domain? Before Hong Fuquan could explain, Duong Van Cohen jumped out. "Senior Vinduk, you can't just say things like that. The Vomon Alliance does not permit torture to extract confessions." Alliance Leader Hong Fu, as the leader, how could he do such a thing? "Senior, you are a person of the martial world. How can you slander Alliance Leader Hong Fu without evidence? Moreover, Senior Vinduk has always stayed out of martial world affairs. Today, you suddenly stand up for the war god and even slander Alliance Leader Hong Fu. I wonder what your intentions are." "Senior." After Duong Van Cohen finished speaking, Elder Vinduk's aura suddenly sank, as powerful as a mountain range. Thiep's eyes narrowed slightly. "If this old man hears you say one more word, I will cut out your tongue and feed it to the dogs." Elder Vinduk looked at Duong Van Cohen and then turned back to Hong Fuquan. "I'm asking you, why are the war god's meridians injured?" These words made Duong Van Cohen's expression change. The powerful internal energy was still within his control. He secretly channeled his internal energy. He thought to himself, "Old dog Hong Fuquan, you're going to die anyway, so I might as well kill you right now." At the age of 20, he had witnessed the man kill his father's murderer, but he could not forget the hatred. After succeeding as the sect master, he began to fight again. Just as Elder Vinduk and Hong Fuquan were arguing, Duong Van Cohen immediately jumped out. But he didn't expect this Thiep to act so decisively, not only cursing him in front of the crowd but also wanting to make a move. Ever since Duong Van Cohen returned to the Central Plains, the martial world had never treated him like this. Where did this sect master get the confidence to dare confront the Thiep? Suddenly, Hong Fuquan's voice transmission echoed in Duong Van Cohen's mind. Just let him talk. Anyway, this old man can hardly escape from death. Kill him. This is a good thing. It must be kept secret. Otherwise, why would I have gone to the trouble of organizing this heroes' assembly? Now is the critical moment. The secret must not be revealed. Just deal with the war god according to the plan, and someone else will naturally take care of the rest. If you ruin this great matter, I will immediately resign as alliance leader." Duong Van Cohen's eyes narrowed slightly as he thought for a moment. Then, he replied. After Duong Van Cohen stepped down, Hong Fuquan spoke loudly. "As I understand it, the Malu on Cam Thien Kai is the unique ultimate skill of the Thiep. May I ask the Thiep, can the war god break it himself?" "Nothing is absolute. I can't guarantee that he absolutely cannot break it himself. But if he can break it himself, then he can also break the Malu on Cam Thien Kai. Then his cultivation is already above ours. If that's the case, why would he need to act secretly?" Hong Fuquan tapped his fingers. "Naturally, he has a scheme. If the meridians are sealed, internal energy cannot be used." The elder reacted. It turned out the other party had already prepared their words. Hong Fuquan was indeed formidable. This holy master was truly cunning and shrewd. Just as the Thiep said, "Your Malu on Cam Thien Kai only seals his meridians. I'm not sure if I could break it. No matter how high the war god's cultivation is, he can't break through the Malu on seal. Everyone knows that forcibly breaking through meridians will surely result in a backlash. Fortunately, he was already injured, and his meridians also." Elder Vinduk was full of doubt. Hong Fuquan added, "Furthermore, the war god is standing here, and as far as I can see, he is not injured at all. If you don't believe me, you can check for yourself." There were indeed no wounds on Thien Savu's body. Hong Fuquan's lips curled slightly, just as the old man said. These words made Elder Vinduk hesitate. If he continued to question, these words would only put him at a further disadvantage. Even if he had evidence, the other party already had a counterplan. Without certainty, he shouldn't act. Elder Van Duck bowed his head. It was my mistake to be too impulsive earlier. I hope Alliance leader Hong Fu and clan head Jia Cat will forgive me. Hearing this, Duong Van Cohen was about to open his mouth. Elder Van Duck said coldly, "Brat, you just keep going. Sooner or later, you will regret it." Duong Van Cohen just sneered. After a short pause, the heroes' assembly continued. Duong Van Cohen began to recount the story of Thien Savu. Everyone knows that the war god appeared in Tham Duon a few months ago and slaughtered the entire MOC Long family. The reason was that he met two guests at an inn, the two young masters of the Mo Dung family. An argument broke out between them, and he flew into a rage. Everyone knows the result: the two Mo Dung young masters were killed. The third young miss of the Mo Dung family was seriously injured. The Mo Dung family was also left in ruins, with no bones remaining. The family was shattered. The war god is too cruel. After Duong Van Cohen finished speaking, another person stepped onto the stage. It was Elder Van Duck's father, the current Grand Elder of the Thap Timon, Vena Zhang, the family that inherited the martial arts of Emperor, back deep intended to secretly destroy Volong Mon. But unexpectedly, they were counterattacked by the war god. This old man can also testify for the war god. Senior Van Duck, you weren't at the scene at the time. How can you testify? I'll give you the days. You can ask anyone, and they'll know about this. The theme of the heroes' assembly was announced a month ago. Why didn't Senior Van Duck find evidence earlier? Is it because you want to find someone to bear false witness? Van Duck Zhang said angrily. This old man was at the scene at that time. Loi Fong Vik can also testify. The members of his team are excellent. There can't be any problem. Ta Hao frowned upon hearing this. Because of this, he and his father had a conflict. My father doesn't understand. If we blame the Mo Dung family's matter on the war god, Volong Mon will also be in a dangerous situation. Besides, Van Duck Zhang is still the Grand Elder of our sect. I can't just sit back and do nothing. Initially, Van Duck Zhang supported the Mo Dung family's massacre of the Mak Hot family. He would definitely make this matter clear at the heroes' assembly. Remember not to act rashly. I have an agreement with Hong Fu Quan. He will not pursue the matter of your involvement with the Mo Dung family. I also will not interfere with his plan to eliminate the war god. If you act, Thapt Wang Mon and Volong Mon will surely go to war, which is extremely detrimental to our future development. Thinking of his father's teachings, Ta Hao felt uneasy. His staying out of it not only disappointed Van Duck Xiang, but also pushed Thien Savu, who had saved his life, into a perilous situation. Back Fong V's eyes were icy. After a long moment, he opened his eyes, his gaze sharp. Back Fong V said calmly, Senior Van Duck, you remember incorrectly. At that time, I was not in Tham Duong but at the Vomon Alliance. So, I am not clear about what happened that day. These words made Van Duck Zhang so angry he gritted his teeth. Just as he was about to erupt, Ta Hao's voice transmission echoed in his mind. Senior Van Duck, don't cause any more trouble. Things have already come to this. Van Duck Zhang looked towards Ta Hao, and Master Kai Seed Eye also showed a heavy expression. Hearing this, Van Duck Zhang fell silent. He understood that Thap Timon had decided to abandon the war god. Witnessing this scene, Hong Vo Koi sighed internally. Ta Hao had prepared for this long ago, but Master Kai Seed Eye's betrayal was something he hadn't expected. If not for Thien Savu's intervention, everyone would likely have perished in Back Deep Cave. Thinking back, the elder's words were not without reason. Thien Savu had a very high reputation and strength among the younger generation. With Ta Hao's personality, he naturally wouldn't easily pass up the opportunity to clear an obstacle from his son's future path. For whatever reason, after today, these two young men would surely become sworn enemies. Thinking of this, the elder sighed. Indeed, in the face of benefits, the so-called righteousness of the martial world is worthless. At this moment, Duong Van Cohen on the stage said smugly, Senior Van Duck couldn't find evidence, but I have found a witness from the Mo Dung family. Let him explain clearly just how cruel the war god is. As his voice fell, a voice from below the stage rang out. It was the cruel war god, the eldest son of the Mo Dung family, Mo Dung Quan Than. This time, he didn't have to do much. Just as Mo Dung Quan Than went on stage to accuse Thien Savu, the people rushed over. Han Huang and Ha supported Tuo as they quickly ran into the courtyard. This usually cold woman was now so worried about Tuo. If it came to that, she would have to face Hong Fu Quan. What were her chances? Sister Han, this is no small matter. We must quickly report this to Big Brother. As long as we have this in our hands, it's enough to shake Hong Fu Quan's position and prove our legitimacy. This is the key to turning the tide. Hearing this, Han Huang and A said no more, channeled her internal energy, and carried Tu Ho away quickly. Inside Siyu Home Palace, Mo Dunk Quan Tham was recounting the events of that day. The content of his words extremely vicious. My fellow brothers. At that time, the war god heard a rumor that back deep cave in the back mountain of the Mo Dung family hid many treasures. So he was killed. He wanted to seize the Mo Dung family's treasure. So he stormed in the back deep cave and went on a killing spree, leaving no one alive. What's even more terrifying is, this murderous demon also killed the 3 young misses of the Mo Dung family. At this, Mo Dung Quan then looked at Thien Zavu with hatred, his heart filled with resentment. Even if he couldn't kill the war god for the time being, he had to make Thien Zavu pay a heavy price. Thien Zavu frowned upon hearing this. He hadn't expected Mo Dung Quan Than to be so vicious. To frame him, he wouldn't even spare his own sister's reputation. At this thought, Thien Zavu's eyes narrowed slightly, a chilling aura radiating from him that made people shudder. He wanted to see what else these people could do, what other tricks they had. However, Thien Zavu's sharp gaze was caught by Mo Dung Quan Than. The head of the Mo Dung family felt an immense pressure. The opponent had clearly lost his cultivation, but this pressure made him feel as if Mount Tai was crashing down on him. Mo Dung Quan Than felt his heart being squeezed by a large hand. A preposterous thought suddenly occurred to him. Could it be that our cultivation has been restored? Seeing Mo Dung Quan Than's expression, Hong Fu Quan frowned slightly. The first thing he thought of was the energy, the immortality of Thien Zavu. The city lord transmitted his voice casually. Very good, but I always feel that something is not right. Mo Dung Quan then gritted his teeth, calmed himself, and then replied via sound transmission, indicating that he was fine. Immediately after, he continued, my younger brother Mo Dung Quan and my third sister Mo Dunk I were both killed by him. In the end, I was also killed. I was seriously injured, and my face was slashed to pieces by his blade. Although I survived, my appearance was ruined. At this, Mo Dung Quan cupped his fists, his face filled with pain. This person's methods are cruel, even more evil than a demon. I implore the 3 seniors to avenge the Mo Dung family. Kill this murderous demon. Thien Zavu. A buzz immediately went through Siu Home Palace. Everyone showed suspicion at the words of the Mo Dung family head. How could someone say such a thing? To use his own sister's reputation to slander others. I don't think we should believe one side of the story. We need to hear what the war god has to say. In the crowd, Bon Quavan heard the surrounding discussions and thought to himself. Right now, these people are extremely hostile towards the war god. They just lack evidence. At this thought, the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. So, what if there's no solid evidence? I just need to add fuel to the fire. The young master of the Bond family suddenly spoke loudly. My fellow brothers, don't forget the war god comes from the north. In their eyes, we people of the Central Plains are no different from dogs and pigs. As soon as these words were spoken, Hong Vokoi was horrified. Their fatal blow. Hong Fuquan was right here. The Vomon alliance and the Yuan dynasty had been adversaries for 15 years. Their enmity as deep as the sea. If it was confirmed that Thien Zavu came from the north, then today, Thien Zavu would surely die. As expected, as soon as Bon Kevin finished speaking, the crowd in Siu Home Palace was filled with indignation. Furthermore, Thien Zavu's close relationship with the Dai Thien Trading Guild further angered the crowd. Seeing this, Mo Dung Quan Than felt the time was right and said loudly, the Mo Dung family and the Nam Kung family made great contributions during the resistance against the Yuan. Now we have been wiped out by the war god. I implore the alliance leader to avenge us. Execute the war god and the Dai Thien Trading Guild. Hong Fu Quan's face was expressionless. A moment later, Holy Master Hong Fu Quan stood up and said coldly, now it's time to give the 2 great families an explanation. We cannot disappoint our fellow martial artist. Thang Van, at his side, sensed something was wrong and thought, alliance leader Hong Fu is preparing to make his move. Unexpectedly, Hong Fu Quan continued, I know many people have different opinions on this matter, but it cannot be denied. The war god did indeed wipe out 2 great families of the Central Plains. For a murderous madman from the northern border to act so arrogantly in the Central Plains, I must kill him. The people of the northern border, how can they casually invade my Central Plains? At this, Holy Master Hong Fu Quan suddenly raised his voice. The war god wiped out these 2 great families. His crime is unforgivable. Lin Bovine, execute him on the spot. Seeing this scene, Thien Zavu couldn't help but admire the Holy Master's methods. After all, he dared to act in front of everyone. Thinking of this, he again used his human soul power, and in an instant, transmitted for words to Lin Bovine Fan Shit, Yuang Gaiet. The hall was too noisy, and Hong Fu Quan didn't hear clearly. Don't talk nonsense. Manager Lin Bovine's face was expressionless. If it is the alliance leader's order, I will naturally obey. But Hong Fu Quan, on what grounds do you give this order? As his words fell, a stream of sword energy struck. Holy Master Hong Fu Quan's eyes narrowed, memories flooding back like a tide. Inuing Gaiet, be careful. What are you trying to do? Stop, Hong Fu Quan said coldly. Cold sweat trickled down Hong Fu Quan's forehead. The holy leader gritted his teeth. The anger in his heart had reached its peak. He slowly raised his hand, his expression stern, and said, before he could finish, Hong Fu Quan suddenly swung his left hand. He struck Lin Bovine with all his might, preventing him from speaking further. Then, without hesitation, he swung his right hand, sending Lin Bovine flying. Hong Fu Quan said angrily, "You bastard! What nonsense are you spouting?" Seeing a great opportunity slip away just like that, Thien Savu's eyes turned icy as he spoke calmly. Everything was within his calculations. The war god's lips curled slightly. "You were too hasty." Hong Fu Quan extended his left hand. The next second, he suddenly struck Lin Bovine with his palm. Seeing Lin Bovine fall to the ground, everyone in the great hall was shocked. Anyone could see that Hong Fu Quan was clearly silencing a witness. Alliance leader Hong Fu. What are you doing? Could it be that what the manager said was true? Alliance leader Hong Fu acted so hastily. Could it be that he has a guilty conscience? Faced with everyone's questioning, Hong Fu Quan's expression was grim. He hadn't expected a secret hidden for so many years to be exposed. At this moment, Thien Savu no longer pretended. A bright light flashing his eyes. Such a low-level act of silencing a witness shouldn't be done by you. Seeing Thien Savu's gaze, Hong Fu Quan realized, so you've known all along. Thien Savu let out a cold snort, and his powerful internal energy erupted, instantly shattering the chains on the war god's hands as he said calmly, I heard the martial arts of the Central Plains Vomon Alliance were formidable. Meeting you today, it seems you're just so-so. I was framed, and you still want to silence witnesses. If I hadn't prepared in advance, how could I be sitting here peacefully? Seeing this, Duong Van Cohen gritted his teeth but managed to remain calm, saying in a cold voice, you are slandering the Vomon Alliance again. Show me the evidence. You all keep saying I killed people. Where's the proof? Today, I will compare with you and see whose evidence is stronger. Hearing this, Duong Van Cohen's face turned pale. He hadn't expected the other party to actually present evidence. Thien Savu turned to everyone and said, let's start with the Mo Dung family. They secretly plotted for 10 years, then deliberately spread rumors about Back Deep Cave to lure Bong Kwai Van and the others. The rumor said that Back Deep Cave contained the legacy of Emperor Back Deep, and obtaining it would greatly increase one's strength. Although Bon Kevin knew it might be a trap, he still participated. The reason I interfered was because I learned that several hundred people from the northern border had been captured by the Mo Dung family. To save these innocent people, I stormed into Back Deep Cave. In the process of rescuing them, I clashed with the Mo Dung family. Mo Dung Kwang and Mo Dung Dong did indeed die at my hands. But as for who was right and who was wrong, Thien Savu paused for a moment, his gaze sweeping over everyone in the great hall. Someone knows the truth, but he isn't speaking up. But it doesn't matter. The people saved by Bon Kevin can testify for me. Bon Colvin's expression changed, and he only said one sentence. Someone will explain later. Jiakep Vin Hai said angrily, are you saying that we of Vo Long Mon deliberately concealed the truth? The son of the elder of Thap Tu. Mon dares to slander others. Moreover, your crimes are not limited to just the Mo Dung family case. You say New Long Mon imprisoned people from the Thiep Ma escort agency. Are you trying to pin this crime on the Nam Kung family? That's right. Back then, Hong Fu Quan killed people from the Thiep Ma escort agency. To shake Hong Fu Quan's position as alliance leader, Nam Kung Vo Kim ordered Nam Kung to Q to secretly move Mak Quin's people. Then Vo Long Mon framed the Mak Ka family. As for who is right and who is wrong, everyone can judge for themselves. Just as Jia Kat Vin Hai said Thien Savu had no proof. A person in the ranks suddenly took off his helmet. Mak Tuante shouted, I can testify for Grand Hero Thien. I am Mak Tuante of the Thiep Ma escort agency, and my elder brother is Mak Kot. 37 members of the Thiep Ma escort agency were imprisoned by Vo Long Mon in the Thunder Domain. Except for my brother and me. The others were all killed. I am willing to testify for Grand Hero Thien. Mak Tuante's words, combined with the previous information, made everyone more than half convinced, and many felt extremely indignant. Elder Vin Duck, having been used, roared in anger. Thien Savu looked at Hong Fu Quan and said, Alliance leader Hong Fu, you don't need to answer. You've already prepared an explanation. Thien Savu forcefully pulled a white cloth off the platform. He said, I just want to know, does Alliance leader Hong Fu recognize this person? Thien Savu trembled as he lifted the white cloth. The person lying there was the one from the Thunder Domain. Hong Fu Quan's lips moved slightly, wanting to speak, but not daring to. Receiving no response, Thien Savu slowly recounted what had happened in the Thunder Domain. I met this person deep within the Thunder Domain. He had not only been stabbed multiple times but was also bound by iron chains. As you can see, his eyes were gouged out, and his entire face was flayed. When I met him, he had already lost his mind. He kept calling out the name Ngo Ngayat. I didn't know who Ngo Ngayat was. so I didn't pay it much mind at first. Until he was on his deathbed. He said one sentence, Hong Fuquan. My younger brother, Hong Fuquan, harmed me. At that moment, I thought, if this person is really Hong Fuquan, then who is this alliance leader Hong Fu standing before us? Unless they are twins. There cannot be two identical people. Until I remembered the person who tried to kill me earlier was a fake Han Huang Hin Oche. He also said using human skin for masks works best. And the Nam Duong family belongs to a New Lan Mon. It's not impossible for alliance leader Hong Fu to order them to make a mask. At this, Thien Savu's eyes turned icy. Am I right? Hong Fuquan. You bastard. Hong Fuquan stood on the high platform, his expression shifting unpredictably. Duong Van Cohen hurriedly spoke up. Everyone. I think this war god has gone mad. Hasn't he? How can he say alliance leader Hong Fu uses human skin for masks? It's absurd. Before he finished speaking, a cold light flashed. I can prove it. This person is the real Hong Fuquan. The person who appeared was the old man Thien Savu had saved in the Thunder Domain. Bongkevin had spoken with him earlier. When Mak Tuante and the old man appeared, Malhoa King protected him but didn't explain his identity, letting him stay with Mak Tuante. Tuante mistakenly thought he was an elder of the Theet Ma escort agency. Now it seems the two just had a normal relationship. With that explained, the story continues. The old man said loudly, I, Thien Quan Truing, am Hong Fuquok's sworn brother. The martial world calls me the Iron-Faced Judge. It's been 15 years since anyone remembered that name. In the crowd, Hong Bokoi was slightly surprised. Although 15 years had passed, this person was 80% similar to the person in his memory. Master Dai Yensen frowned. He had heard the name Thien Quan Truing before. Back then, he was also a master highly regarded by Hong Fuquan. He was kept by his side but suddenly disappeared 10 years ago. Thien Quan Truing said loudly, I can prove that the person on that stage is Hong Fuquan. 10 years ago, he assassinated Hong Fu Mai. I was at the scene. He wanted to kill me to silence me. So he crippled my cultivation and imprisoned me in the Thunder Domain. I swear, he is the younger brother of Alliance leader Hong Fu. Hong Fuquan. Just as Thien Quan Truing finished speaking, a female voice rang out. I have proof that he is Hong Fuquan. A white figure appeared before everyone. It was Han Huang Nha and Tatuho. Han Tuc was extremely excited, but Hong Vo Koi remained calm, as if he had already known this would happen. Tatuho looked at Thien Savu and said softly, Big brother, it's been a long time. Thien Savu smiled and nodded. Seeing this, a glint flashed in Han Huang Nha's eyes. After regaining her memory, she always had a strange feeling towards this disciple of her father. Tatuho took a step forward and said loudly, the Hong Fuquan standing here has a brother also named Hong Fuquan. This person is Hong Fuquan. The older brother, Hong Fuquan, was famous and renowned, while the younger brother was unknown. 10 years ago, the older brother traveled north with him, but they never met again. Only he returned alone. His brother's whereabouts were unknown. Through the Daithine Trading Guild's investigation, we have uncovered the truth of that year. Thien Savo smiled lightly. Hong Fuquan, do you have anything else to explain? Hong Fuquan gritted his teeth, his expression grim. Thang Van's face was also gloomy. Have you been deceiving the entire martial world all this time? A look of surprise flashed in Hong Fuquan's eyes. He finally understood why Thien Savu didn't keep Hong Fuquan, referring to the brother, or any related evidence. You won't survive today. Hong Fuquan suddenly laughed loudly. I admit, I have been deceiving you all along. As his words fell, Holy Master Hong Fuquan suddenly raised his hand and threw a punch. His powerful force erupting. In that instant, the dust in the Great Hall's world. Seeing this, everyone was horrified. Hong Fuquan's actions were a clear admission that Thien Savu's words were true. The Holy Master said coldly, I prepared for 15 years, only to have it ruined by a brat. Hearing this, Tahao's eyes sharpened. Could it be you are the emperor? Before Hong Fuquan could answer, Duong Van Cohen spoke up again. The Tang clan master said smugly, Alliance leader, there's no other way now. Why not just kill everyone? Hong Fuquan's lips moved, saying towards Big Brother. His right index finger moved with dazzling speed. At this moment, Thang Van, who had just calmed down, this sword immortal, was preparing to speak. But the next second, he felt his heart tremble. Thang Van spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. A look of disbelief appeared on Moho as Sword Saint Thang Van's old face. The internal energy he had been suppressing suddenly went out of control, starting to backlash against the internal energy in his body. Tahao's face also changed drastically, the internal energy in his body surging like a great river. In the blink of an eye, Thang Van could no longer control his internal energy. Tahao also struggled to hold on. Hong Fuquan said coldly, Sec Master Duong, it seems you were prepared long ago. Thang Van said coldly, You dare to use poison? How unexpected. Hong Fuquan laughed coldly. It was you who prepared this poison for me long ago. Thang Van's eyes were sharp. So it was you. You vile person. Hong Fuquan laughed loudly. Let's all perish together. Tahao had suppressed it for many years, only to suffer this humiliation. At this moment, many people in Siu Hong Palace had a reaction, including the 72 masters. Without a single exception, Tram Moe, known as the #1 master of the South Sea, tried to control the internal energy in his body, but ended up spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. The leader of the Nam High Sword sect roared. Hong Fuquan, what have you done? I just used a small trick. I did it a long time ago. I've long been displeased with you high and mighty people from Inu Long Mon, Siu Chongfu, and Lan Su Mon. I've long wanted to trample you under my feet. The Central Plains martial world doesn't need so many sects. Inu Long Mon is enough. Qianin Thien struggled to stay on his feet, his heart filled with anxiety. He found that the internal energy in his body was rapidly dissipating. If this continued, everyone would be seriously injured. The others seemed to not yet realize the danger. Only Hong Fuquan still dared to act. You can stand up against me now, but I guarantee you will regret it. Just then, a familiar voice rang out. An old man over 100 years old still has no shame. Hearing this familiar voice, Hong Fuquan's expression changed drastically. He hadn't expected that the war god would be completely unaffected by the poison. Thien Savo charged straight towards Hong Fuquan. His powerful internal energy struck his opponent directly. Hong Fuquan's whole body trembled as he struggled to resist. The Holy Master Hong Fuquan felt this immense internal force and was terrified. He felt that the opponent's internal energy was like a raging storm, powerful and fierce. This internal force caused the blood and qi in his body to churn unceasingly. Hong Fuquan said angrily, "You bastard! You dare to openly oppose me!" Holy Master Hong Fuquan still channeled enough internal energy, powerfully attacking Thien Savu. The strong internal energy hit Hong Fuquan. There was a loud explosion. The entire Siu Hong Palace collapsed. Thien Savu withdrew his hand and said, afterwards, he helped Tatu Ho up and brought her to a safe place. Tatu Ho said softly, "Thank you, Miss Han. I'll leave the remnants of Ngu Long Mon to you." Han Huang and Ha replied, "There's no need for such formalities between us." Just then, two more voices rang out. Next was the voice of a merchant. Ke Hong Vike called out, "Big brother." Hong Bo Koi crossed his arms and said, "Rest assured, I will help you." Hong Fuquan gritted his teeth. Since when did the martial world have such a piece of trash? Daring to be so arrogant in front of me? Duom Van Cohen showed a crazed expression. That's right. These people are all enemies of the Alliance leader. The Tang Clan master sneered. War god, there's no need for the Alliance leader to act. Today, I will send you on your way. Duom Van Cohen activated the Tang Clan's secret poisoning technique, and a powerful force enveloped the surroundings. The Tang Clan master said smugly, War god, my Spirit Nation poison is colorless and odorless, impossible to detect. It contains the 7-step soul chasing powder. Even if you... Cohen hadn't finished speaking. His expression suddenly changed. Thien Sabo kicked Duom Van Cohen in the face. Then he soared up, rushing towards Hong Fuquan on the high platform. The war god Thien Savu suddenly struck, landing a punch on his opponent. Thien Savu smiled. The Thien 5 generals have never been defeated in 1,000 years. It will be no exception in my hands. But a second later, Thien Savu's expression changed. He felt that the sensation of hitting Hong Fuquan was different from what he imagined. Like hitting an iron wall. It turned out that Hong Fuquan's dime and indestructible body had blocked Thien Savu's punch. Holy Master Hong Fuquan also sneered. So this is all the war god has. You've disappointed me. It turned out Hong Fuquan had channeled enough internal energy into his fist. Thien Savu frowned slightly. But at this moment, he was in my dread with no leverage. Before he could react, one of Hong Fuquan's punches had already hit him. But Holy Master Hong Fuquan was also injured. Seeing Thien Savu's punch blocked, Hong Fuquan didn't hesitate, channeling all his internal energy into his palm and striking again. Thien Savu used the rebound force to quickly fly higher. In the blink of an eye, Thien Savu delivered a powerful kick to the top of Hong Fuquan's head. Then Hong Fuquan channeled all his internal energy to block Thien Savu's attack. This kick from Thien Savu was fierce, but still not easy. It was no match for Hong Fuquan. He felt a shock in his body. If he hadn't reacted in time, he would have definitely been seriously injured. Holy Master Hong Fuquan's eyes flashed with a bright light as he once again used his ultimate technique, the Heavenly King's 3-fist. Before Thien Savu even touched the ground, Hong Fuquan's second punch had arrived. The war god Thien Savu didn't dodge, but slightly tilted his body to avoid the attack. But the powerful internal energy still made his blood churn. However, the war god Thien Savu wasn't angry. Instead, he smiled faintly. Hong Fuquan chuckled lightly. From the moment you could block one of my punches, I knew you were qualified to be my opponent. Holy Master Hong Fuquan charged towards Thien Savu. At the same time, Hong Fuquan transmitted a message to Hong Fu and Thien. The martial world is where the strong prey on the weak. Sat Tien Kwaiach. Hear my command, kill them all. Everyone in this hall. The Sat Tien Kwaiach, who had been lying in ambush, immediately rushed in to see Yu Home Palace. Most of the people in the hall had no martial arts and were not Sat Tien Kwaiach. They were no match for the elites of a new Longmon. The slaughter began. Hong Vo Koi's expression was grave. Hong Fu Van Thien wants to wipe out all the noble families to avenge his father. This is truly against treason. A voice came from a distance. Even if people die, it has nothing to do with you, old man. Hong Fu Van Thien slowly walked forward. He smiled. I was really looking forward to this heroes' assembly. But I didn't expect to run into you, old man, and that brat from the Trong Nam sword sect. A hostile voice rang out. Young Master Bon, why are you being so disrespectful? In this new Longmon, everyone is equal. Don't you know? The person who arrived was Bon Kevin, an acquaintance of Thien Savu. He appeared, sneering mockingly. Young Master Bon, if you want to touch Han Huang Qian Aoche, you'll have to ask if we agree. Bon Kevin sneered. So you were all colluding together. Thien Savu and Hong Fu Quan were engaged in a fierce battle. The powerful collision of their internal energies caused the surroundings to shake violently. Duong Van Cohen, standing not far away, witnessed this scene with horror in his heart. He hadn't expected Thien Savu to be able to fight on par with Hong Fu Quan. After a moment, a glint appeared in Duong Van Cohen's eyes. If he were to help Hong Fu Quan at this moment, the alliance leader would surely reward him generously. Duong Van Cohen decided to use his poison techniques to assassinate Thien Savu. Han Huang Nha's ice-cold gaze was already locked onto him. A voice came from a distance. When Duong Van Cohen heard it, his heart tightened. The meat master opened his folding fan, preparing to strike, only to see a sharp arrow break through the air towards him. Han Huang Nha caught the arrow and immediately flew over. Han Huang Nha ended without a sound. This ice-cold woman had a calm expression. Duong Van Cohen blocked Han Huang Van Ha's attack, only feeling his blood churn. After blocking this blow, he was able to gauge his opponent's internal energy. The strength of the person who used this ice spirit bone poison was indeed extraordinary. But he sneered. Is that all you've got? You can't even cut off my head. Han Huan Che said. Then let's see if I can kill you. Duong Van Cohen sneered again. You can't even see the situation around you. And you want to kill me? How laughable. As his words fell, Han Huan Nha felt a cold wind rush towards her. Tru Sika Van Hai suddenly attacked, his sword energy pressing straight towards her waist. Han Huang Nha abruptly spun around, dodging the attack. Immediately after, Han Huang Nha channeled her internal energy to create distance from her opponent. Tru Sika Van Hai also continuously dodged. At some point, he had been suppressed by his opponent. The head of the Chu Kit family said, Han Huang Nha, today, I've come to test your strength. Han Huang Nha looked coldly at her opponent.